Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 90, Moving Freely. The blue-toned architecture of Kirigakure loomed faintly in the mist, its outlines barely visible. From a high vantage point, Naruto Uzumaki and Konan gazed at the village entrance. Everything appeared normal, with no signs of an invasion or disturbance. Naruto remarked. Just like with the Wagakure, we'll start with diplomacy. If we can avoid unnecessary conflict, that would be ideal. Konan, however, was skeptical. The scroll from Kimogakure has already been used to negotiate with a Wagakure, and you've promised the Otsutsuki not to disclose its contents. Without a bargaining chip, approaching one of the 5 great nations' villages and requesting such an important secret scroll under the guise of being a rogue ninja from another village is highly unlikely to succeed. She paused, then added. Of course, if you decide to unilaterally break your agreement with the Wagakure, that's another story. After all, the agreement was only verbal. The Wagakure likely only sought to save face and didn't truly expect you to honor it. Agreements like these often crumble in the face of greater interests. Naruto smiled and shook his head. That won't do. Even though many things have changed, my way of the ninja, charging forward and keeping my word, remains the same. That's my ninja way, Date Bayo. He continued. As for a bargaining chip, it doesn't necessarily have to be a secret technique scroll. If Kirigakure is willing to part with their secrets, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will ensure that they receive my unwavering aid in their times of need. Konan, please write a letter to the Mizukage with my exact words. Whether she agrees or not is up to her to decide. Konan nodded with a faint smile. Very well, let's do it your way. With that, Konan penned a letter and sent it to Kirigakure. To their surprise, Naruto quickly received a positive response. The 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, would personally deliver the scroll. Konan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. That was surprisingly smooth. Naruto frowned slightly. Yeah, it feels a bit too easy. I hope everything goes as planned. 10 minutes later, a striking figure emerged from the mist. The 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, was one of the most beautiful women in the ninja world. Her emerald green eyes sparkled beneath her long, auburn hair, which fell in elegant curls resembling the branches of a pine tree. Her right eye was partially obscured by her hair, and her lips were a soft pink hue. Her fair skin and curvaceous figure were accentuated by a strapless blue dress, cinched at the waist with a white belt. Her fingernails were painted a deep blue, adding to her mature and alluring charm. Mei greeted them with a playful yet formal tone. Naruto Uzumaki, since we last met in the Land of Iron, your name has grown ever more illustrious. I've heard that you've established the Akatsuki Reformation in Omegakure and have since visited Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Oh, pardon me, visited might be the more polite term. Now, you've come all this way to Kirigakure. I must admit, I'm both flattered and a little nervous. Ignoring the subtle sarcasm in her words, Naruto responded with a cheerful smile. You're too kind, Mizukage-sama. Those rumors are greatly exaggerated. I've come here with sincerity, seeking your guidance. If you're willing to help, I'll be forever grateful. Mei stopped a few steps ahead of them, placing one hand on her hip with a confident posture. Guidance might be too strong a word. Let's just say that as long as we don't end up as enemies, I'll consider it a success. Naruto spread his hands in a gesture of openness. The Akatsuki Reformation will never be an enemy of Kirigakure. With a smile, Mei produced a scroll and extended it toward Naruto. Very well. Here is the secret technique scroll of Kirigakure. Take it. Konan stepped forward to receive the scroll, cautiously opening it to inspect its contents. But as she did, Mei's lips curled into an eerie smile. Suddenly, she formed a series of hand seals. Lava release, acidic mud monster. Splatter. A massive wave of viscous, highly corrosive acid spewed from her mouth, spreading rapidly toward Naruto and Konan. Whoosh. Naruto's eyes narrowed. In the split second before the acid could engulf them, he grabbed Konan and leapt back 10 meters. Hisses. The acid splashed onto the ground, leaving the earth riddled with holes and emitting a foul, acrid stench. Mei's beautiful face was now shrouded in a dark, ominous expression, one completely out of character for her. Naruto observed her carefully and muttered. As I suspected, her chakra feels off. She must be under a genjutsu. Konan added. To control a sitting Mizukage from afar with genjutsu, it can only be a dojutsu. Exactly. Boom. Naruto stomped the ground, lightning crackling around him as he shot forward in a burst of speed. Thud. He delivered a precise punch to Mei's abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. Naruto swiftly removed his mask, revealing his right Sharingan, its black tomo spinning into motion. Sharingan, Genjutsu Dispel. Snap. Mei's emerald green eyes trembled violently before losing focus entirely. Moments later, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Whirl. A sinister vortex of dark energy swirled in the air. From it emerged Obito Uchiha, clad in a black robe with a fan strapped to his back. His white mask concealed his face, save for the cold gleam of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito. Naruto's pupils contracted as his body instinctively began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. The fireball exploded in midair, creating a barrier of flames between him and Obito. Without hesitation, Naruto tossed a smoke bomb to the ground, hoisted the unconscious Mei onto his shoulder, and retreated to Konan's side. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, they teleported back to Omega Kure. As the flames and smoke cleared, Tobi, Obito's alias, appeared beside him. His reflexes are as sharp as ever. Should we pursue him? Obito stared at the spot where Naruto had disappeared, his gaze deep and contemplative. No need. He'll return eventually. Omega Kure, High Tower. Naruto gently laid Mei down on a bed. Konan asked. Didn't you defeat him last time? Why retreat this time? Naruto's expression turned grim. Those eyes are no joke. Just one glance could mean instant death. He explained. His right eye's Kamui is the ultimate defense, while his left eye's Kamui is the ultimate offense. Together, they make him nearly invincible. Without thorough preparation, it's suicide to face him head-on. Naruto covered his left eye with his hand and sighed. Last time, I used Koto Amatsukami against him. My Sharingan hasn't fully recovered yet. He must have anticipated that. Konan's eyes flickered with understanding. So, those ANBU corpses in the forest earlier, that was his doing. Naruto nodded. Yes. He arrived at Kirigakure ahead of us, eliminated their ANBU, and used Genjutsu to control the Mizukage. He was waiting for the perfect moment to strike me. As always, he's a meticulous planner. Looking out the window, Naruto added. He's marked Omega Kure with Kamui as well, but he didn't pursue us. He must be wary of fighting on unfamiliar ground. He's grown more cautious than before. Konan asked. What's the plan now? Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination. I have a strategy in mind, but it'll take some time to prepare. On the bed, Mei stirred, her eyelids fluttering as she regained consciousness. Thank you for your support. Chapter 91, Unlocking the Forbidden Gates. Ugh. Where am I? Mei Terumi sat up from the bed, clutching her throbbing head. Her mind was hazy, unable to piece together what had happened. Konan approached her, her words concise and direct. You were under the control of the masked men from the Akatsuki, trapped in his Genjutsu. It was our leader, Naruto Uzumaki, who rescued you. The masked men from Akatsuki. Mei's pupils shrank as the memories rushed back. 2 nights ago, after finishing her official duties, Mei was on her way back to her residence when a man wearing a white mask appeared before her. The masked man spoke in a low, chilling voice, the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi. The woman who ended Yagura's bloody mist era. Younger than I imagined. The moment she caught sight of the Sharingan beneath his mask, Mei instinctively stepped back, quickly shrouding the area in mist with her hiding in mist technique. Her tone was stern as she declared, I appreciate compliments about my youth, but certainly not from someone as dangerous as you. She bit her finger and whistled, a signal for help. But no response came from outside. The masked man's voice turned cold. Give it up. The ANBU guarding your residence, along with your personal bodyguards, are already dead. Mei's eyes widened in shock. Chojuro. Ayo. The man charged through the mist, his voice filled with disdain. The mist village has too many debts to pay. You won't get away with this. You'll pay for this. Mei's face hardened as she formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful water dragon bullet technique. Whoosh. The water dragon passed through the man harmlessly. His eyes had already transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Little girl, you don't have a choice in this. Zap. Before Mei could shut her eyes, the red glow of his Sharingan enveloped her. A Genjutsu. It was too late. Her eyes dulled, and she fell into the illusion. From that moment, Mei remembered nothing. Now, Mei gasped in realization. No. I must return to the village immediately. A low voice interrupted her. If you go back now, you'll only be walking to your death. It was Naruto Uzumaki, speaking with calm authority. Mei retorted firmly, even so, I am the Mizukage of Kirigakure. I must live and die with my village. Naruto's gaze remained steady. Perhaps I can help you. You. Mei stopped in her tracks, turning to scrutinize Naruto. What's your motive? Naruto replied, to put it simply, Kirigakure being targeted again is partly my fault. Mei's expression darkened. This is a long-standing grudge between Kirigakure and that masked man. His powerful genjutsu and those ominous words. There's no mistaking it. He's the same man who manipulated Yagura from the shadows during the 4th Mizuki's reign. She turned away, her tone resolute. But if you insist on involving yourself in this mess, I won't stop you. Just don't think you can use this as leverage to control Kirigakure. Naruto chuckled lightly. I have no interest in controlling Kirigakure. What I'm truly interested in are your village's secret techniques. Those techniques are crucial for dealing with that man. Mizuki-sama, are you willing to share them? Mei stared deeply into Naruto's eyes. Are you truly willing to lend your aid? Naruto replied, that depends on whether the techniques are effective. If I judge that there's a chance of victory, I'll act. If not, I'll have to relocate all of Omegakure and find another way to deal with him. Mei fell into deep thought. Her mind flashed to the tragic deaths of Ao, Chojuro, and her ANBU guards, as well as the impending calamity awaiting Kirigakure. Reluctantly, she chose to compromise. In truth, she didn't trust Naruto at all, even if he had saved her life. But she had no better option. Fine, Mei said at last. I'll give you all of Kirigakure's secret techniques. She formed hand seals, and with a puff, a summoned seal-bearing sea lion appeared. Mei retrieved a thick scroll from its mouth. The scroll was akin to Konoha's Scroll of Seals, a collection of all of Kirigakure's forbidden and secret techniques. These are all the forbidden techniques passed down since the first Mizuki's era, Mei explained. Many of them are either too difficult to master or too dangerous, so no one has been able to inherit them. Thank you, Naruto said as he took the scroll. Mei's gaze was filled with unease. She knew that the moment she handed over the scroll, she had lost all leverage. Kirigakure's fate now rested entirely on Naruto's character. Naruto unrolled the thick scroll, his eyes scanning its contents. His hand instinctively tightened as he murmured, as expected of one of the original Kage who fought against the first Hokage. Truly remarkable. Behind him, Konan glanced at the scroll, her tone laced with concern. With this level of quality and quantity, even with your shadow clones, it would take at least 10 days to fully master everything. Kirigakure might not last that long. And we can't rule out the possibility of the masked man finding us before then. True, Naruto admitted, lowering the scroll. His expression grew serious. That's why it's time to use that technique. Konan's eyes widened. That technique. Naruto opened the window and leapt into the rain-soaked streets below. Konan and Mei followed closely behind. Standing in the rain, Naruto's voice was steady. Konan-ne, when I was training to master the lightning release chakra mode, I realized something. Every technique has a built-in safeguard to protect the user from harm. But more precisely, this safeguard is what we call the 8 gates. Konan murmured, the 8 gates. Naruto continued, inspired by the principles of the 8 gates release, the second Hokage, Tobirama, created the forbidden technique known as Kimentanko, the Forbidden Gates release. This technique, documented at the very end of Konoha's Scroll of Seals, is the most forbidden of all forbidden techniques. By using Kimentanko, you can unlock a technique's safeguards, removing all restrictions and disregarding any harm to the user. This unleashes power beyond imagination. The method involves combining the hand seals for Kimentanko with the seals of the technique you wish to unlock. Konan's voice trembled slightly. Disregarding harm to the user. Wait. But Naruto had already begun forming a series of impossibly complex hand seals, his eyes blazing with determination. My multi-shadow clone jutsu can only create about 5,000 clones at my peak. But if I use Kimentanko to unlock it, I can create over 10,000. Maybe even more. The seals for Kimentanko were completed, followed by the seals for multi-shadow clone jutsu. Boom. Chakra surged violently, lifting Naruto's cloak as veins bulged on his forehead. Forbidden Gates release, ninja art, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Puff. 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 White smoke erupted endlessly, stretching to the horizon and beyond. Over 12,000 shadow clones materialized, filling every inch of the clearing until it was packed to the brim. Naruto's original body unrolled Kirigakure's massive scroll alongside another smaller one. His voice rang out, resolute and commanding. All right. Tonight, we'll master Kirigakure's techniques and the Iwagakure's secret technique Dustless Maze that I couldn't finish before. Let's go. Yosha. Ganbat. Tsuyaku Neru. The clones responded with fervent enthusiasm. Konan's gaze softened with a mix of pride and sorrow. This technique, it must come at the cost of shortening his lifespan. Mei, still in shock, felt a deep confusion and unease. Why? Why would he go to such lengths for Kirigakure? He already has the scroll and holds all the leverage. There's no need for him to do this. Konan smiled faintly, her voice filled with both pain and admiration. For a promise. A promise? Mei asked, startled. Konan handed her a copy of a letter. If Kirigakure is willing to share their secrets, I, Naruto Uzumaki, swear to lend my full aid in their time of need. Mei's eyes trembled as she read the words. Konan's voice was tinged with pride and heartache. Naruto Uzumaki. That's just the kind of man he is. Always moving forward, always keeping his word. That's his ninja way. Thank you for your support. Chapter 92, Pressing Forward. Naruto Uzumaki, in a race against time, was training relentlessly with the forbidden techniques of Kirigakure to counter the ever-growing strength of Obito Uchiha. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Akatsuki hideout. Ugh, ah. The scream pierced the silence as White Zetsu, left to guard the hideout, was impaled by the blade of Susanoo. It glared at the dark purple figure of the boy standing before it and demanded. Sasuke. Why? Why are you doing this? Sasuke, his voice cold and unyielding, replied. This is the conclusion I've come to after careful thought. Staying with you all serves no purpose anymore. White Zetsu roared. Then just leave. Why kill me? Sasuke's tone remained icy. Because you'd report this to that fake Madara, wouldn't you? I can't let him ruin my plans. Besides, I need your death to sever all ties with you lot completely. Whoosh. The black flames of Amaterasu ignited from the blade, engulfing White Zetsu's body. You ungrateful wolf. We treated you well, ah. Amidst its agonized screams, White Zetsu was reduced to ashes. Swoosh. The blade was sheathed, and Susanoo dissipated. Sasuke stood amidst the now empty hideout, placing his right hand on his left shoulder as memories of Obito's care flashed through his mind. Don't move. Your left arm is severely injured, broken bones, severed blood vessels, and nerves. I've only managed to stabilize it by attaching White Zetsu cells to the wound. Just stay still for now. One thing about me, I never lie or hide the truth from you. It seems your thirst for vengeance has subsided. Now, you have two paths ahead, follow Itachi's will and protect Konoha, or adhere to the Akatsuki's ideals and sever the chain of hatred, ensuring Itachi's tragedy isn't repeated. Are you Madara? No. I see. Leave me alone to think. Very well. I won't coerce you with force anymore. Another memory surfaced, Madara's thunderous reprimand. A bottleneck. Wrong. You're just a failure, plain and simple. You've relied on your left arm for so long that your right arm has become useless. Sometimes, destruction is necessary for rebirth. Crack. Sasuke wrenched off his left arm, the one that Madara had broken and Obito had reattached, and tossed it to the ground. Whoever you are, and whatever your reasons for impersonating Madara, consider this my repayment. From now on, we go our separate ways. His cloak billowing in the wind, Sasuke strode out of the Akatsuki hideout without looking back. Standing amidst the stillness of the wilderness, he took a deep breath and shouted. Kabuto Yakushi. I know you've planted spies here. Show yourself. But aside from his own echo, there was no response. Clenching his right fist, Sasuke shouted again. You think I can't see through your schemes? You turned Danzo into a monster and used the black figure to leak information, guiding me to take revenge on him. All to provoke me into willingly coming to you. I spent 3 years under Orochimaru, I know your ways too well. Now, as you wished, I'm here. Stop pretending and come out. Rustle, rustle. A soft sound came from the shadows of the trees. Is that you, Sasuke? A gentle male voice echoed as a white-haired boy with an ethereal aura stepped forward. However, the cracks in his skin and his dull gray eyes revealed the truth, he had been resurrected through Edo Tensei. Who are you? Sasuke asked. My name is Kimimaro, the boy replied. Kimimaro. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. You're the one Yugo always talks about. Weren't you already dead? Yes, Kimimaro said calmly. I died long ago. But I was resurrected with Edo Tensei. Because I could sense Orochimaru-sama's chakra within the caster, I didn't resist. Sasuke pressed on. Never mind that. Where is Kabuto? I'll lead you to him, Kimimaro said, glancing toward a corner. But are you sure it's okay? It seems we're being watched. Swoosh. Behind a rocky outcrop, Sai, who had joined Konoha's ANBU after leaving Root following Danzo's death, tensed up. He had been sent to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. Swish. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and Sasuke's lips curled into a resolute smile. Ah, I've already severed ties with the Akatsuki. Next, I'll kill one of their own to officially cut ties with my past and break away from Konoha. Only then can I continue forward as a proud and solitary Uchiha. Later that night, news of Sai's death reached Konoha. However, before his demise, Sai managed to send back intelligence through his super beast imitating drawing. The report included the Akatsuki hideout's location and Sasuke's intention to meet Kabuto. Absolutely unforgivable. I'm going to find Sasuke and deal with him myself. Sakura Haruno declared, her voice filled with fury. Calm down, Sakura, Shikamaru advised. You're no match for Sasuke right now. Placing a hand on her forehead, Sakura retorted. I'm confident. I've mastered a technique strong enough to kill Sasuke. Ignoring their protests, Sakura set off to confront Sasuke. As she ran, determination shone in her eyes. Naruto, I don't want to rely on you anymore. I'll settle things with Sasuke myself. Sakura, wait. Turning back, she was surprised to see her comrades. You guys. Led by Shikamaru and Niji, the Konoha 11 had followed her. It was no surprise to Sakura. At dawn, in Kirigakure, Obito, who had waited all night, muttered in disappointment. It seems I misjudged him again. With his twin blades, Hiramakerii, strapped to his back, Tobi asked casually. So, what now? Obito's gaze darkened. There's no turning back. We'll paint this mist red with blood, then head to Omegakure. Meanwhile, in the forests outside Kirigakure, Naruto formed a hand sign. Sage Art, Phantom Moon Hidden Mist. Whoosh. A dense fog rose, reducing visibility to almost zero across a 20-kilometer radius, enveloping the entire Kirigakure. Tobi murmured. Mist, huh? I've never seen fog this thick before. It's unbelievable. Underneath his mask, Obito smirked. He's here. Let's settle this, Naruto Uzumaki, in this land that embodies the decay of shinobi. Kamui, Tailed Beast Bomb. Whoosh. The Tailed Beast Bomb, unleashed from Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, streaked through the misty sky, hurtling toward Naruto's position in the forest. This was Obito's declaration of war. But this time, Naruto didn't evade with Flying Thunder God. I'll face you head-on, no matter when or where. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Space-time barrier technique. Boom. The barrier activated just as the Tailed Beast Bomb collided, swallowing the attack into a spatial rift. Swoosh. Naruto extended his hands, a Flying Thunder God kunai spinning between his fingers. Flying Thunder God, redirect. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed tens of kilometers away. You're using this mist to block my vision and counter my ocular jutsu. Fine. Let's see whose strategy prevails. Whoosh. Obito appeared at the center of the mist. However, instead of dispersing, the vortex of his Kamui intensified, attempting to absorb the dense fog. If I dared to return, it's because I'm fully prepared. Secret technique, Dustless Maze. Swoosh. Naruto vanished into the void, his form and chakra completely undetectable. Obito, your dual Kamui and my Sage Mode, single Rinnegan, and the secret techniques I've learned from the 3 great shinobi villages, let's decide here and now who's stronger. Thank you for your support. Chapter 93, True to His Word. Omegakure. Through the crystal ball in front of them, Konan and Mei Terumi watched every move unfolding on the battlefield in the distant Kirigakure. The last time Naruto faced Madara, Konan had been forcibly taken back to Omegakure midway through the battle, left to endure the anxious wait. She didn't want to experience that helplessness again. Thus, she had learned the telescope technique from Naruto, allowing her to observe battles in real time, even from afar. However, what appeared on the crystal ball now was nothing but a sea of white, a dense fog that reduced visibility to nearly zero. Outside Kirigakure, the battlefield. The thick mist, created by Naruto Uzumaki using the secret technique Sage Art, Phantom Moon Hidden Mist, served to block all vision. Using the Dustless Maze technique of the second Tsuchikage, Naruto concealed not only his physical form but also his chakra and scent. Meanwhile, in Sage Mode, his enhanced sensory perception allowed him to locate Obito Uchiha even without sight. Swoosh. Swoosh. Under the cover of invisibility, Naruto moved at high speed, closing in on Obito. Although Dustless Maze provided exceptional stealth, Naruto had to account for sound, a crucial factor in battle. For elite shinobi, locating an enemy by sound alone was not difficult. To counter this, Naruto had mastered Kirigakure's silent killing technique, eliminating any noise from his movements. With both sight and sound neutralized, Obito's ability to detect him was severely restricted. Whoosh. Through his continuous use of Kamui, Obito began to thin out the mist. The visibility gradually improved to about 10 meters. Aside from my Sharingan, I possess some chakra sensory abilities as well, Obito thought. But Naruto's chakra has completely vanished. There's only one technique I know of that can achieve this. Having been taught by Madara Uchiha himself, Obito quickly deduced the situation. The second Tsuchikige's dustless maze, huh? Naruto truly has mastered some remarkable techniques. Swoosh. Obito formed hand seals. Celestial canopy array. Whoosh. Centered on Obito, a sensory barrier expanded outward, quickly covering the area where Naruto was hiding. Naruto, however, remained unfazed. Oh. The celestial canopy array, huh? Jiraiya-sensei could use this too. But the essence of this barrier is still chakra-based sensory, it can't detect me. Only physical sensory methods can break dustless maze. However. Obito smirked inwardly. Still, dustless maze has a weakness. When the user gathers chakra to launch an attack, their invisibility is temporarily disrupted. At that moment, their position will be exposed within my barrier. Naruto smiled faintly. But hesitating out of fear isn't wise. When it's time to strike, you strike. Crackle. Naruto activated his purple lightning chakra mode and charged toward Obito. So, he's making his move. The instant Naruto's chakra became visible, Obito pinpointed his location. As the purple lightning came into view, Obito's left eye focused sharply. Kamui. Whoosh. Space distorted as Obito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Naruto vanished from his original position, reappearing hundreds of meters away at a pre-placed flying thunder god kunai. TCH. He escaped again, Obito muttered. Naruto observed calmly. When Obito uses Kamui, he has to materialize. I had hoped to bait him into attacking so I could teleport behind him and strike. But he's erased the flying thunder god mark on his body, he's ruthless, even to himself. Also, I tested something just now. Unlike Amaterasu, Kamui distorts space itself. Even with the speed of my lightning chakra mode, I can't guarantee I'll evade it every time. The flying thunder god is still the safest option. Whoosh. Naruto once again concealed himself using dustless maze. Next time I strike, I'll be more cautious. Naruto's tactical approach was clear. No matter how powerful or convenient ocular jutsu might be, they relied on dynamic vision and a focused line of sight. If the target couldn't be seen, the jutsu couldn't be used. This was the advantage of Kirigakuru's secret techniques, which were uniquely effective against visual-based jutsu like the Sharingan. However, while the theory was sound, executing it in practice was far more challenging. Achieving complete visual and sensory concealment was a feat even Kage-level shinobi struggled with. But Naruto, with his immense chakra reserves and mastery of Sage Mode, had pushed these techniques to their terrifying limits. Obito frowned. Hiding again, huh? What a cunning fox. I finally understand why he's so confident, even knowing I possess both Kamui eyes. He's mastered an arsenal of techniques specifically designed to counter the Uchiha's eyes. What I can't figure out is, how did he learn all this in just one night? At this point, fairness doesn't matter. Even if it's underhanded, I have to win. Boom. 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 5 flames ignited at Obito's fingertips, which he pressed into the ground. Uchiha Flame Formation. A massive purple flame barrier erupted, sealing the battlefield. Black markings spread from Obito's hands to the barrier walls. This barrier combined the principles of Kamui spacetime jutsu, giving it unique properties. Obito had used it once before in his previous battle with Naruto. This barrier prevents him from escaping with Flying Thunder God. It confines his movements entirely within its bounds. Tobi, use your jutsu to flush him out. Obito commanded. Got it. Tobi replied lazily, clasping his hands together. Would release, Flower Tree World. Boom. Massive trees burst from the ground, rapidly filling the barrier. Flower buds bloomed, releasing clouds of poisonous pollen. In the sealed environment, the pollen became even deadlier. Naruto, however, chuckled. So that's your play. But I've already mastered the first Mizukage secret technique, water breathing. It was designed for situations where large-scale water release jutsu might affect the user. By opening my pores, I can extract oxygen from water to breathe. While there's no water here, the mist is rich in moisture. Also, if you use Kamui to absorb the mist entirely, you'll take the pollen with it. I'd welcome that outcome. The Flower Tree World failed to force Naruto out. Obito began to doubt whether Naruto was even still within the barrier. Time passed, and both sides remained motionless. What ensued was a psychological standoff, a test of patience and composure. Obito grew restless. The pollen, while less effective on him due to his Hashirama cells, was still an irritant. Tobi, move away. I'm going to absorb the mist and pollen entirely. Understood. Toby replied, distancing himself from Obito. Whoosh. Obito's right eye swirled with Kamui, pulling the mist and pollen into his dimension. However, Obito wasn't acting recklessly. If I were Naruto, I wouldn't miss the chance to strike while I materialized during the absorption. If he's still here, he'll show himself now. Naruto observed calmly. I know Obito is skilled at psychological warfare. If he's absorbing the mist so openly, he must have a plan. Attacking now might not be wise. Instead, Naruto's Sage Mode senses detected Toby maintaining a significant distance from Obito. I'll target Toby instead. He's a unique white Zetsu with exceptional combat abilities. And within him is Captain Yamato. To be safe, I'll use that technique. Naruto formed hand seals. Phantom Moon Shadow Clone. Boom. A specialized shadow clone appeared and charged toward Toby. Obito immediately sensed the movement. He's making his move toward you, Toby. Ah, I know. Toby replied, drawing the twin blades Hiramakari and swinging them forward. The Phantom Moon Shadow Clone, created using a secret technique of the first Mizukage, possessed a unique trait, the hydrification technique of the Otsutsuki clan. TSSHHH. The blade sliced through the clone, but it turned to water, reforming instantly. If it's like that Suigetsu guy, then. Toby began, but. Crackle. Lightning release surged, only to be repelled by the clone's purple lightning chakra mode. Naruto smirked. My clone can also activate purple lightning, overcoming the hydrification technique's sole weakness, lightning. Swish. As the two passed each other, the clone marked Toby with a flying Thunder God seal. Thunderbolt, water gun. The clone raised its hand, forming a gun-like gesture. A high-pressure water bullet, infused with purple lightning, shot forward, piercing Toby's shoulder, and Yamato within him. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The lightning will awaken Captain Yamato's suppressed consciousness. With a roar, Yamato broke free from Toby's body, like a lion waking from slumber. Whoosh! Naruto's real body teleported beside Toby, grabbing Yamato and retreating to safety. Clap. Placing a hand on Yamato's shoulder, Naruto's Rinnegan glowed. I can't teleport you out of this barrier, so. Human path. Whoosh! Yamato's soul was extracted. King of Hell. Boom. The King of Hell rose, engulfing Yamato's body and soul before vanishing. I'll revive you later. For now, rest, Captain Yamato. Boom. Obito's voice rang out, laced with killing intent. Naruto, unlike your Hokage father, you're truly cunning and resourceful. Black flames erupted as Obito's Susanoo enveloped him. Kamui Shuriken. Naruto's gaze sharpened. Don't you dare speak of my father so lightly. Massive chakra swirled in his hands as he formed a colossal jutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken. Boom. The clash of titans reached its boiling point. Thank you for your support. Chapter 94, Relentless Pursuit of Power. Whoosh. The Kamui Shuriken collided with Sage Art, Wind Release, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, triggering a powerful vortex that absorbed the latter entirely. Naruto Uzumaki, Kamui Shuriken, a technique Kakashi-sensei once used against Kaguya. Its power is immense, capable of swallowing anything it hits into the dimensional void. However, since it's a projectile attack, it can be intercepted. Secret technique, Dustless Maze. Whoosh. Naruto's chakra and form vanished once again. Obito Uchiha, damn it. He's using that curse technique again. But as long as he's inside this barrier, he's just a rat in a trap. Through his unique communication technique, Obito reached out to Toby, Zetsu, Toby, come closer to me. Toby replied in his usual sing-song tone, Mori Mori Mori, no, I can't. He's marked me with his flying thunder god. If I get too close, he'll use it to appear right next to me. Obito, move within 20 meters of me. I'll remove the mark for you. Understood, Toby complied. By now, the mist within the barrier had mostly dispersed, leaving the battlefield clear and unobstructed. Obito focused his left eye on the marked part of Toby's body and activated Kamui. SHRRK. The portion of Toby's body that bore the mark was severed and absorbed into the dimensional void. Done. Toby returned to Obito's side, wielding his twin blades, Hiramakari. Meanwhile, Obito retrieved the Gunbai Uchiwa, war fan, from his back. Chains extended from his sleeves, connecting to the fan's handle, allowing him to manipulate it with greater range and flexibility. Through his Sage Mode sensory abilities, Naruto observed their every move, analyzing the situation. Naruto's thoughts, based on my observations so far, I've determined that Obito's left eye Kamui has a maximum range of about 100 meters. This is longer than Kakashi-sensei's 80-meter limit but shorter than Sasuke's Rinnegan's Amenota ability, which had a 150-meter range. Therefore, maintaining a 120-meter distance should keep me safe from his ocular jutsu. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that he deliberately had Toby move closer before using Kamui to mislead me. After all, he knows I can sense him. So, while 120 meters might not be the theoretical safe distance, 150 meters definitely is. It's a simple principle, the Mangekyo Sharingan's range cannot surpass that of the Rinnegan. Whoosh! Naruto reappeared exactly 150 meters away from Obito, intentionally baiting him to attack and reveal his physical form. Obito's gaze sharpened. I deliberately had Toby approach before using Kamui to mislead him about my range, but it seems he's seen through me. He's correctly deduced that my left eye's Kamui has a maximum range of 120 meters. Naruto's thoughts continued. Of course, he could use his right eye's Kamui to close the distance and enter my effective range. But within this barrier, I've placed hundreds of Flying Thunder God kunai at varying distances. I can relocate at any moment. So, what will you do, Obito? Behind his white mask, Obito's lips curled into a smirk. You're underestimating me. Zap. Obito focused his left eye on a point 30 meters in front of Naruto. Whoosh! A Kamui vortex began spinning in reverse, counterclockwise instead of its usual clockwise motion. My left eye, just like my right, isn't limited to absorption. It can also release. Boom. From the vortex emerged a tailed beast bomb, launched straight at Naruto. With the bomb's massive diameter, the 20-meter gap between the vortex and Naruto was closed in an instant. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. He can do that. Boom. The explosion from the tailed beast bomb obliterated the ground where Naruto had been standing. Whoosh. At the last moment, Naruto teleported to another location using Flying Thunder God. His hands moved in a blur, forming seals. Sage Art, Amphibian Water Blade. Whoosh. A highly compressed, high-pressure water blade sliced through the ground, hurtling toward Obito. Zap. The Kamui vortex that had released the tailed beast bomb closed, and Obito immediately entered his intangibility mode. Obito's thoughts darkened. So, he intentionally revealed himself to bait me into attacking, then used Flying Thunder God to reposition and counterattack with a long-range Sage technique, aiming to catch me during the brief moment I materialize. Clever. Obito's voice grew cold. I'm starting to lose patience. Boom. The black chakra of Susanoo erupted around him, forming a skeletal frame. Muscles wrapped around the bones, partially transforming it into its second stage. Whoosh. A pitch-black Magatama appeared in Susanoo's hand. This is the divine weapon Kamui Magatama. It will shatter all your hopes. Toby's voice was low. Are you sure about this? Hashirama's cells can only ensure one of your eyes doesn't go blind. If you keep pushing both eyes like this, you won't last much longer. Obito's tone was resolute. My eyes don't matter. Only reclaiming the Rinnegan and completing the infinite Tsukimi plan does. Swish. Susanoo drew back its arm, preparing to hurl the Magatama. Obito muttered, this ends now. Whoosh. The Magatama spun rapidly, hurtling toward Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed. A ranged attack similar to the Kamui Shuriken. Let's see how this works. He quickly formed a Rasen Shuriken and launched it to intercept the Magatama. Whoosh. However, the collision he expected never occurred. The two attacks passed through each other, completely unaffected. Naruto was stunned. What? Obito explained, the Magatama can phase through attacks. Interception is futile. Naruto's left eye focused sharply. Rinne Tensei. Whoosh. A burst of repulsive force erupted, but the Magatama ignored the force field entirely. Whoosh. Naruto teleported to another location using Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. The Magatama adjusted its trajectory, relentlessly pursuing him. Naruto's expression grew grim. A homing attack. Whoosh. 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 He teleported repeatedly, but no matter where he went, the Magatama followed. Sweat dripped down Naruto's face. This is bad, really bad. Back in Omegakure, Konan and Mei Terumi watched the battle through a telescope technique. Both were on edge. The Magatama closed in. Crackle. A surge of purple lightning enveloped Naruto's body. His spiky blonde hair stood on end, transforming into sharp, golden spikes. Purple lightning chakra mode, stage 2. Obito's voice was icy. It's useless. As long as you're within this barrier, there's no escape. Crackle. In a flash of lightning, Naruto charged toward the edge of the barrier, his eyes blazing with determination. This barrier can withstand tailed beast bomb level attacks without breaking. But that's because the damage is distributed across its entire surface. If I focus all my power on a single point. As he sprinted, a raise-non formed in his left hand. Purple lightning surged into it, altering both its nature and shape. The sphere extended into a 4-foot-long spiraling blade. Thunder Spiral Sword. Crack. The barrier began to fracture. Obito growled, "Don't even think about it." The Magatama closed in on Naruto's back. Just a little more. Naruto roared, pouring all his strength into the attack. Crack. The barrier shattered, creating a small hole just large enough for a person to pass through. With the barrier compromised, the restrictions on Flying Thunder God were nullified. Whoosh. At the very last moment, Naruto teleported back to Omega Kure, narrowly avoiding the Magatama. The Magatama hovered in the air, unable to find its target. Obito stared in disbelief. Even that wasn't enough to kill him. Toby hesitated. He's probably back in Omega Kure. Shouldn't we call it a day? Obito's gaze hardened. No. We're going to Omega Kure. Now. Thank you for your support. Chapter 95, Blazing Storm. At the last moment, Naruto broke through the barrier and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Omega Kure. Phew, that was close. Naruto sat on the wet ground, catching his breath, his heart still racing from the narrow escape. Tap. Tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as Konan and Mei Terumi landed nearby. Are you all right? Konan asked with concern. Yeah, that was intense. I didn't expect him to unleash such a terrifying move, Naruto replied with a wry smile as he got to his feet. But as long as I can use space-time ninjutsu to jump far enough away, that attack won't reach me. Otherwise, it would have been truly unavoidable. Konan's expression remained worried. Do you have to go back? Naruto shook his head, his gaze fixed on the edge of the rain-soaked horizon. Maybe I don't need to. His resolve is unusually firm. I have a feeling this time, he'll stop at nothing to come here. Oh. He's already arrived. Whoosh. In the southern district of Omega Kure, a black vortex distorted spacetime. Obito, Uchiha and Toby emerged atop the ruins of a protruding building on the water's surface. Obito scanned his surroundings. The layout here is slightly different from the last time I came, but none of that matters now. Konan clenched her fists, ready to charge forward. Let me handle him. Naruto stopped her. Konan, nay, don't. With his current abilities, you won't even be able to get close. Konan tightened her grip. Then what do we do? Naruto's gaze turned resolute. Leave it to me. This ends here, either he ends it, or I do. Sage Art, Phantom Moon Mirage. The Southern District. The rain stopped. Obito looked up at the sky. The rain that never ceases in Omega Kure has stopped. Although the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast, shrouded in a hazy, dreamlike atmosphere. Obito sneered. Humph, more mist. You never learn, do you? Kamui. Whoosh. Both of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan spun simultaneously. However, instead of dissipating, the haze thickened and spread even further. Obito halted his jutsu, frowning. This isn't mist. The Northern District. Mei Terumi observed the spreading haze with a solemn expression. This is mirage vapor, an atmospheric optical phenomenon. Only the first and second Mizukage could use it. The second relied on his summoned giant clam, while the first used the power of the wetbone forest sage arts, drawing on natural energy. Naruto remained seated, maintaining the hand seals for his technique. What's coming next will be a fierce battle with unpredictable consequences. Konan, have the ANBU evacuate and protect the civilians. Mizuki-sama, I'll need you to protect Orochimaru's research facility. It's a critical asset for Omega Kure. Mei nodded. Understood. Where is the facility located? A low, raspy voice interrupted. Mizuki-sama, we meet again. From the hazy mirage, Orochimaru emerged, clad in pristine white robes, a sly smile on his face. This time, would you like to become one of my test subjects? Mei's tone was unyielding. I'll assist in protecting your facility, but becoming your test subject is out of the question. Orochimaru chuckled. Heh, fair enough. Please, follow me. Konan hesitated. Are you sure about this? While using the Phantom Moon Mirage, you can't move, right? Naruto replied calmly. That's true, but the mirage created by the vapor will conceal my true location. Konan still seemed uneasy but nodded. I understand. Be careful. Go. After Konan left, the mirage vapor completely enveloped the area. The Southern District. Toby shifted uncomfortably. I've got a bad feeling about this. He must be preparing something. Obito's tone was cold. Then we'll kill him before he finishes. This technique has much better visibility than the mist from before, so it won't entirely block my ocular jutsu. And a large-scale chakra technique like this can't possibly be used alongside Dustless Maze. Whoosh! Obito moved swiftly, searching for Naruto's location. Suddenly, he spotted a figure sitting amidst the haze, hands clasped in a seal. There you are. Whoosh! Obito unleashed a tailed beast bomb from his Sharingan, aiming directly at the figure. Boom! The explosion roared, but as the smoke cleared, the figure remained motionless and scathed. Toby remarked, "It's a mirage. His real body isn't there." Obito clenched his fists. So, he's playing tricks. Then I'll attack indiscriminately. With my current power, I can unleash unlimited tailed beast bombs through Kamui until that beast in my dimension collapses from exhaustion. Whoosh! 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 Vortex-like tailed beast bombs rained down like a relentless barrage, striking every corner of the battlefield. Obito's eyes glowed crimson, a hint of madness in his expression. No half measures. I'll combine them with Kamui Shuriken. Boom. The black Susanoo expanded into a Tengu-like form, hurling Kamui Shurikens that spiraled through the air. Crash. Explosions erupted everywhere, while the Kamui Shuriken's vortexes tore through the battlefield. One particularly close call saw a Kamui Shuriken land just 20 meters from Naruto's true body, its vortex edge stopping a mere 3 meters away. Kamui, a single hit is lethal. Tailed beast bombs and Kamui Shurikens in tandem. Obito, you've truly grown stronger. One wrong move, and I'll be done for. Despite the tension, Naruto remained composed. His face, hidden beneath his mask, betrayed no panic. Fear of death won't help me. If I lose my focus, victory will slip away. The battlefield roared with explosions, each moment teetering on the edge of disaster. Naruto closed his eyes, balancing on the razor's edge of survival, and began to gather sage chakra. His hand seals shifted. Condensed light form. Whoosh! 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 The mirage vapor coalesced, forming countless illusory clones of Naruto. Obito's eyes narrowed. Clones. Slash. The Susanoo swung its arm, scattering the nearby clones. But as quickly as they disappeared, new ones formed. Hidden amidst the mirage, Naruto murmured. Using the vapor to create infinite clones, these are fragile and vanish upon contact. However, as long as the mirage persists, they can be endlessly recreated. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of clones materialized, each forming a sage art, Reisnon in their hands. Each clone may only wield a single sage art, Reisnon, but with overwhelming numbers, I'll attack relentlessly. Boom. 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 The sage art, Reisnon barrage rained down on the Susanoo, steadily breaking through its armor and defenses. Sacred mirror, Yada's void reflection. The Susanoo raised a pitch-black mirror, its surface emitting Kamui vortexes that absorbed all frontal and side attacks. However, the onslaught from behind proved too much. Crack. 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 The Susanoo shattered under the relentless assault. Whoosh. Obito placed a hand on Tobi's shoulder, absorbing him into Kamui's dimension before attempting to do the same to himself. But Naruto's clones, wielding sage art, Reisnon, closed in too quickly. Obito swung his chain-bound fan, scattering dozens of clones, but for every one destroyed, 10 more appeared. Snap. The chain broke, and the fan flew from his grasp. The clones surged forward, their sage art, Reisnon glowing with power. Ugh. Forced into his intangibility mode, Obito gritted his teeth. Naruto opened his eyes, their sharpness cutting through the haze. Obito, let's see which lasts longer, your intangibility or my chakra. This is a battle where both of us are staking our lives. Date Bayo. Thank you for your support. Chapter 96, The Calm Before the Storm. Whiz. Relentless attacks pierced through Obito's body again and again. The intensity of the assault was overwhelming. He dared not, no, he could not, deactivate his intangibility mode. His only hope was to gamble on Naruto's chakra running out under such constant pressure. But as the countdown for his intangibility mode ticked closer to its limit, Obito's heart sank deeper into despair. Crack. 5 minutes later, the limit was reached. A Reisnon struck Obito's white mask with a thunderous impact. Crack. A fissure appeared on the surface of the mask, and then it shattered, revealing his face beneath. Damn it. Obito staggered back a step, forcing his strained eyes to activate Susanoo. Boom. But with a deafening heartbeat, the excruciating pain radiating from his eyes brought him to his knees on the ocean's surface, blood gushing uncontrollably. Recalling the lesson from Heiden's earlier demise, Obito wiped the blood away with his hand. Flames ignited in his palm, burning the blood to ashes. Sizzle. His eyes, however, had grown dim, their power waning. The Susanoo he managed to summon was barely a skeletal frame, far from enough to withstand Naruto's attacks. Would release, Hell's Chaos. Snap. From Obito's right shoulder, a chaotic mass of wood erupted, spiraling out in all directions. Another earth-shaking clash ensued. Huff. 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 When the dust settled, Obito crouched on the ocean's surface, gasping for air. As the shimmering distortion of heat mirages faded, Naruto's Sage Mode also reached its limit. Accompanied by Konan, he stepped onto the ocean surface, standing face to face with Obito. In Obito's blurred vision, the two figures overlapped repeatedly. He squinted, attempting to use Kamui. Whiz. The Kamui vortex appeared in front of Naruto and Konan but failed to hit its mark. Naruto spoke in a low voice, "As I thought, your eyes can no longer see clearly." Indeed, the prolonged strain of this battle had taken its toll on Obito's eyes. His vision, especially in his left eye, already weakened from Kakashi's frequent use without Hashirama cells, was now critically impaired. Even long-range Kamui attacks were no longer precise. Obito's gaze flickered. At this point, there's no retreat. Naruto's chakra is nearly depleted. If I sacrifice one eye to activate Izanagi, I can gain 12 minutes of invincibility. That's my chance to turn the tide. Seeing through Obito's intentions, Naruto pointed a finger at him and said, "Stop, Obito. Look beneath your feet." Obito glanced down at the ocean below him. Behind Naruto, Konan raised her hand with a wave. Whoosh. The ocean before Obito split apart, revealing a sea of explosive tags hidden beneath the surface. Hiss. Obito sucked in a sharp breath. This ocean was disguised with explosive tags. Dance of the Shikigami. Konan's voice was cold and unyielding. Her technique allowed her to transform paper into any object, including disguising 600 billion explosive tags as an ocean. Moreover, this technique wasn't limited to just solid ground, she could even turn paper into water. Its intricacy was such that not even the Sharingan could detect it. Konan spoke icily, "I prepared these 600 billion explosive tags specifically to kill you. They can detonate continuously for 10 whole minutes, more than enough time. Even if you activate Izanagi to survive this, the technique's duration will inevitably run out. Do you really think you'll have enough time left to defeat Naruto?" Naruto added, "Even without these explosive tags, I still have a forbidden jutsu I haven't used yet. Though the cost would be immense. So, what will it be, Obito? Are you ready to go down with me?" As he spoke, Naruto removed his mask. His youthful face bore a smile reminiscent of Madara's, calm, confident, and slightly menacing. "Honestly, I'm eager to see this through. After all, we're both rogue ninjas with no ties to this world. I'd be happy to fight to the end." Obito clenched his fists tightly. The threat of 600 billion explosive tags, combined with Naruto's unknown forbidden technique, forced him to reconsider. Madara was likely free now. Even if Obito chose to go down fighting, it would only give Madara the opportunity to reap the rewards. "Konan, you win this time." His clenched fists relaxed. Obito stood up and said, "Consider this your victory, Naruto Uzumaki." Whiz. The vortex from his right eye swirled, engulfing him as he began to teleport away. Before leaving, Obito said, "We won't meet again anytime soon. But the future, we'll see whose hands it truly belongs to." Whiz. And with that, Obito vanished, his battered body and near-blind eyes retreating into the void. Naruto exhaled deeply, finally able to relax. Konan turned to him and asked, "Naruto, was that forbidden jutsu you mentioned real? You've already used most of the techniques from the Kirigakure scroll, haven't you?" Naruto gave a nonchalant smile. "Well, let's just say it was a bluff." Exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave, and he stumbled forward. "Naruto." Konan quickly caught him, her eyes filled with concern. "You haven't rested since last night, have you? After using thousands of shadow clones to train, you immediately rushed to Kirigakure." Naruto, his voice weak, said, "Sorry for troubling you, Konan-ne." Konan's voice softened. "Don't worry about that. Just rest now. I'll handle everything. ZZZ. ZZZ." Naruto's breathing slowed as he fell asleep, a small bubble forming at his nostrils. Konan smiled tenderly but quickly composed herself as she noticed Orochimaru and Mei Terumi approaching. Her expression turned cold again. "Mizukage, I'll have to trouble you to stay in a Megakure for a while longer." Mei glanced at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly in Conan's arms, and said, "It can't be helped, I suppose. Does a Megakure have hot springs? I got covered in mud while deflecting the aftermath of the battle, and I feel absolutely filthy." Conan replied coolly, "We do, but there's a fee. If you don't mind, feel free to go." Naruto, exhausted from the grueling battle, slept on. But while the tree longs for stillness, the wind does not cease. Another storm was brewing in the ninja world. Elsewhere. Up ahead, I've spotted Sasuke's trail. Neji called out, his Byakugan locking onto a distant figure. Got it. Sakura Haruno quickened her pace. As she ran, a blue diamond-shaped mark glowed on her forehead. Finally, she thought to herself. 3 years of storing refined chakra in this seal. At last, the strength of 100 seal is complete. Behind her, Shikamaru spoke with a grave tone. Sakura, we're all here with the resolve to see this through. Letting Sasuke roam free is a threat to the village. I just hope you won't hesitate when the time comes. Can you do it? Sakura's emerald eyes flickered with determination. I will. Shikamaru nodded. Good. Then we'll all do our best to support you. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kimimaro were running when they glanced back. Kimimaro remarked, "Those are your former comrades, aren't they?" Sasuke sneered. A bunch of irrelevant fools who delude themselves into thinking they matter. The two sides came to a halt. They faced each other, the tension thick in the air. A clash was imminent. Thank you for your support. Chapter 97, A Tale of Tragedy and Resolve. The desolate wilderness stretched under the cover of night. Facing Sasuke Uchiha was a group of his former comrades, led by Sakura Haruno. Their expressions were a mix of sorrow, anger, and determination. Sakura stepped forward, her voice trembling with fury. Sasuke. Why did you have to kill Sai? Sasuke let out a cold chuckle, his tone dripping with disdain. Sai. Oh, you mean the one I crushed into pulp with Susanoo? That guy. Everyone present, except for Kimimaro, was left speechless. Their eyes widened in shock, and their hearts burned with grief and rage. Sakura's voice cracked as she cried out, Sasuke, you. Shikamaru Nara interrupted her, his voice calm but filled with resolve. Sakura, enough. There's no use talking to him anymore. He's fallen too far. He's our enemy now, one we can't coexist with. Sakura clenched her fists, trembling as tears threatened to fall. I understand. The group stood united, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Tenten, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Abirame, Niji Hyuga, and Rock Lee. Sasuke's gaze swept across their faces, his expression cold and mocking. You think the lot of you can take me on? How laughable. Shikamaru ignored Sasuke's arrogance, instead turning his calculating gaze toward Kimimaro, who stood silently beside Sasuke. His mind raced as he quickly formulated a strategy. Kimimaro, Shikamaru thought, according to Sai's intel, he's been reanimated using Kabuto's Edo Tensei. Lee, you fought him before. This time, you're the main force. But remember, his reanimated body can't be killed. Use your strong fist to keep him occupied head-on. Niji, use your gentle fist to seal his chakra points. Lee's voice was filled with fiery determination. Leave it to me. Niji nodded calmly. That shouldn't be an issue. However, according to the intel, Kimimaro can manipulate his bones defensively. That could counter my chakra point strikes. Shikamaru replied, no problem. Shino, use your insects to assist. Absorb his chakra whenever there's an opening. Shino adjusted his glasses, his voice steady. Understood. Leave it to me. Shikamaru continued, as for Sasuke, we'll leave him to the Inoshikacho trio and Sakura. Kiba protested, hey, what about us? Shikamaru responded, Kiba, Hinata, Tenten, you three conserve your chakra. Be prepared for any unexpected developments. Kiba was incredulous. Are you serious? That's Sasuke we're talking about. The guy who almost destroyed the village single-handedly. You think just the four of you can handle him? Shikamaru's tone remained resolute. It's difficult, but if everything goes according to plan, we have a chance. I wouldn't lead this team into a suicide mission. Sasuke shook his head dismissively. This is pathetic. I can't believe I'm wasting even a second on you people. Complete body Susanoo. Boom. Dark purple flames of chakra erupted, forming the towering figure of Sasuke's complete body Susanoo. The sheer force of its presence was overwhelming, leaving no room for resistance. Kiba's voice quivered as he muttered, this thing, seeing it once was enough. I never wanted to face it again. Where does Shikamaru get his confidence from? Rock Lee and Niji moved into position against Kimimaro, with Shino's insects providing support from the rear. Kimimaro greeted Lee with a cold smile. Rock Lee, the bushy-browed one. It's been a while. You've grown stronger, I see. Tell me, do you still need to rely on drunken fist techniques? Fifth gate, gate of limit. Open. Boom. Green energy surged around Lee as he shouted with conviction, not anymore. This time, I'm fighting alongside my comrades. No matter how overwhelming the enemy's strength, we won't back down, because I believe in my friends. Kimimaro's expression softened slightly, a hint of envy in his tone. To have comrades you can trust unconditionally, how enviable. But I won't hold back. Shikatsumiyaku. Crack. Crack. Bones protruded from Kimimaro's body, forming a menacing armor. Meanwhile, Sakura stood frozen, her mind in disarray. Sai's death had driven her to confront Sasuke in a fit of rage, but now, faced with the terrifying might of Susanoo, cold reality set in. Her body trembled as she thought, how can I possibly fight against this? The Ino Shikacho trio stepped forward, shielding her. Shikamaru. Sakura's voice wavered. We'll create an opening for you, Shikamaru said firmly. To be honest, ever since the last disaster, I've been pondering how to counter that thing. Do you really have a plan? Sakura asked, her tone filled with doubt. Let's begin, Shikamaru replied, his confidence unwavering. Super Expansion Jutsu. Choji's body grew to an enormous size, chakra wings sprouting from his back. His colossal form now rivaled Susanoo in scale. Sasuke sneered. So what if you're big and strong? What difference does it make? Whoosh. The blade of Susanoo ignited with dark flames. Now, Ino. Shikamaru commanded. Understood. Ino formed a hand seal, her palms facing Choji and Shikamaru. Mind transfer, synchronization. Buzz. Sakura was taken aback. What did you do? Ino explained, this is the mind transfer synchronization technique. With their cooperation, I temporarily linked their minds and chakra. Sakura's eyes widened. When did you learn that? Ino's voice turned somber. After I witnessed Sasuke's attack on the village, I begged my father to teach me our clan's forbidden techniques. Sakura fell silent, her heart heavy. Sasuke scoffed. How utterly pointless. Slash. Susanoo raised its blazing blade, ready to strike. Swoosh. A shadow darted forward, connecting with Susanoo's own shadow, halting the massive blade mid-swing. What? Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. The shadow had originated from Choji's massive form, because within Choji's body now resided Shikamaru's mind and chakra. Using the giant body, Shikamaru had executed an oversized version of the shadow imitation jutsu, momentarily immobilizing Susanoo. Shadow imitation successful, Shikamaru muttered, his voice strained. But controlling this giant body in the distance is harder than I thought. From within Choji's body, Shikamaru shouted, Choji, don't hold back. Go all out. I know. Choji's voice echoed back. This is our only chance. If we fail, everything we've done will be for nothing. Shikamaru manipulated Choji's massive hands to lift a giant blade and turn it toward their own forehead. Simultaneously, Susanoo mirrored the motion, its blade poised to strike its own head. Slash. Choji's blade dug deep into his own forehead, blood pouring from the wound. Slash. Susanoo's blade mimicked the action, creating a deep gash in the protective barrier around Sasuke's body. Shikamaru smirked. The ultimate defense, undone by its own weapon. How ironic. Sasuke's eyes flickered with fear as he realized the danger. If they stab me directly, I might actually die. Shikamaru's voice was cold and resolute. Scared? Don't worry. You're not worth the life of any of my comrades. With that, Shikamaru made Choji's massive form fall backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Boom. As Susanoo fell as well, Shikamaru thought, with the shadows expanded and the distance shortened, I can now use the shadow sewing technique to reach Sasuke directly. Swoosh. The shadow tendrils extended through the gash, binding Sasuke's body tightly. Sakura's fist hovered above Sasuke, trembling with hesitation. Memories of their past flooded her mind. I can't do it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98, A Tragic Turn of Events, Final Proofread Version. I can't do it. Facing her once beloved Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno faltered, her resolve crumbling. But her hesitation did not shift the tides of battle in their favor. Ino Yamanaka's mind transfer jutsu reached its limit, and simultaneously, the mind link between Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi was severed, returning their consciousness to their own bodies. Sasuke gazed coldly at the pained expression on Sakura's face. Sakura, has no one ever taught you that the greatest taboo on the battlefield is showing mercy to your enemy? You're as naive as ever. Sakura's eyes trembled, tears threatening to spill. But precisely because of that, Sasuke continued, I'm still standing here. Take your regret with you to the next world. Crackle. Sasuke's right hand surged with Chidori's electric current, mercilessly thrusting it toward Sakura. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. Closing her eyes, Sakura resigned herself to her fate once again. Boom. A flash of green light streaked through the air. At the last moment, Rock Lee threw himself in front of Sakura, pushing her aside. The Chidori tore into his back, leaving a gruesome, bloody gash. 8 trigrams, air palm. From a distance, Niji Hyuga launched a precise strike, but Sasuke Susanoo effortlessly blocked it. Humph, Sasuke scoffed, not even sparing Niji a glance. With a simple swing of Susanoo's fist, Niji was sent flying. Turning his cold gaze toward Sakura and Lee, Sasuke declared, Die. Whoosh. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed as Sasuke's Kagutsuchi arrow shot forward. Choji Akimichi charged in, his body enlarged by the super multi-size technique. His massive arm intercepted the arrow, but it pierced through and ignited, setting him ablaze. Ah. Choji screamed in agony as he severed his own burning arm to survive. Exhausted and drained, he reverted to his normal size. Choji. Seeing her comrade injured, Ino Yamanaka, shocked and desperate, prepared to use mind transfer jutsu again. Sasuke sneered, his left eye focusing on her. Amaterasu. Ah. Black flames engulfed Ino, turning her into a screaming, writhing figure of agony. The situation spiraled into chaos, descending into the worst possible outcome. Sasuke, you have a younger brother. In a moment of desperation, Shikamaru shouted, his mind racing. He was taken in by Konoha's elders. Sasuke's pupils contracted. What nonsense are you spouting? Shikamaru pressed on, his mind working furiously. It's the truth. Before your mother, Mikoto, died, she was 3 months pregnant. The ANBU discovered this during the autopsy. Out of compassion, the third Hokage saved the child and sent him to be raised outside the village. I know where he is. Sasuke hesitated, his emotions betraying him. Family was sacred to him, and the possibility of a surviving sibling struck a chord. Where is he? Ah. Ino's heart-wrenching screams pierced through Shikamaru's thoughts, spurring him into action. Extinguish the black flames on Ino, and I'll tell you everything. Shikamaru's eyes burned with desperation, his voice trembling. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. No, something's off. If you know, then others must know as well. Shikamaru countered, I only found out by chance while reviewing old records. I swore an oath of secrecy to the elders, and the records were destroyed afterward. No one else knows. Sasuke's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Ino's struggles grew weaker, her cries fading. Hurry. Put out the flames. Shikamaru's voice cracked with urgency. But knowing Sasuke could use his Sharingan to manipulate him, Shikamaru raised a kunai to his own neck. If you don't extinguish the flames, I'll end my life right now. You'll never know your brother's whereabouts. Finally, Sasuke relented. His right eye focused on Ino, and with Kagutsuchi, he extinguished the black flames. Snap. Shikamaru dashed forward, catching Ino as she collapsed. Though her body was severely burned, she clung to life by a thread. His eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and relief. Now speak. Sasuke's patience wore thin, his tone sharp and commanding. Shikamaru's mind raced. There's no way we can defeat him now. I'll have to buy time for the others to escape. Just as Shikamaru was about to devise his next move, Kimimoro's expression shifted. The voice of Kabuto Yakushi emerged, having taken control. Sasuke, a 3-month-old fetus cannot survive without its mother's nourishment. You may not know this, but for medical ninjas, it's common knowledge. Sasuke's face darkened instantly. Kabuto, speaking through Kimimaro, added, Now, help me deal with these bugs crawling all over me. Whoosh. Amaterasu erupted, incinerating the insects Shino Aburame had used to restrain Kimimaro. Kimimaro rose to his feet as Kabuto continued, These people are cunning and persistent, but there's no need for you to waste your time on them. Leave the rest to me. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Boom. 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 5 coffins rose from the ground, their lids falling away to reveal 5 figures resurrected by the Edo Tensei. Standing before them were Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakuzu, the third Raikage, and Nagato. The third Raikage frowned. This technique. Edo Tensei, created by the second Hokage. Truly a jutsu that brings calamity to future generations. Deidara grinned. Sasuke. You've been resurrected too, huh? What do you think of my ultimate art? Pretty impressive, yeah. Sasori corrected him. Daidara, look closely. He's alive, not an Edo Tensei. What? Nani? Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with malice. I remember you. Nara Shikamaru, that clever little brat from Konoha. Why the long face? Finally out of tricks, huh? Nagato's expression was calm yet conflicted. Most of us here seem to be former Akatsuki members. But where's Itachi? And what about Conan and Naruto? I wonder how they're faring. Ah, and these are Konoha shinobi before us. What an awkward situation. Sasuke smirked coldly. Seems I won't need to lift a finger after all. The sight before them left the Konoha shinobi utterly speechless. Shikamaru clenched his fists, his heart heavy with regret. This is my fault. I focused solely on tactics and failed to account for my comrades' emotions. I didn't anticipate that Sakura's bonds with Sasuke would hold her back. This failure is on me. But taking responsibility was more than just words. Shikamaru's voice was resolute. I'll stay behind. The rest of you, retreat. I won't allow it. Rock Lee protested. We came here together, and we'll return together. Shikamaru shook his head. It's useless. Look at them. Every one of those resurrected shinobi has claimed countless lives. We can't win this. Sizzle. The 5 Edo Tensei shinobi stood motionless, their eyes devoid of light, awaiting orders to unleash carnage. Shikamaru's voice trembled with urgency. Go now. The group hesitated, torn between their loyalty and the grim reality. Boom. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure landed in front of them. Gai-sensei. Lee exclaimed, his voice filled with hope. Liu's like you cannot let your flames of youth be extinguished here. Leave this place to the red beast of Konoha. Might Gai stood tall, his thumb pointed confidently at his chest. 8 Gates Formation. Thank you for your support. Chapter 99, The Crimson Beast. Boom. The 8th gate of death opened. Life began its countdown, and blood ignited into ferocious chakra. Might Gai's pupils vanished, and crimson steam erupted from every chakra point in his body. His eyebrows and hair turned blood red, blazing like a raging inferno. Gai turned his head slightly, addressing the group of shinobi behind him. His voice was calm but resolute. From here on, leave everything to me. You must return to Konoha safely. Rock Lee choked back his tears. Gai-sensei. Gai smiled warmly. Lee, don't be sad. My father entrusted the way of the ninja to me in the same way. To protect Konoha's future, it's my turn to become the Crimson Beast. This is the ultimate expression of my youth. You should smile as you see me off, not cry. Lee wiped his tears with the back of his fist. Yes, Gai-sensei. If this is your moment to fulfill your ninja way, then as your student, I am proud. The faces of Niji, Tenten, Hinata, and the others were heavy with sorrow. Shikamaru Nara stepped forward, his tone serious. Gai-sensei, besides Sasuke, the others are all reanimated bodies. I understand. Gai nodded, his expression unwavering. Shikamaru lowered his head, as if wanting to say more, but Gai interrupted him. Youth has never been a smooth journey. It grows through trials and setbacks. Don't let this failure cloud your path forward. Carry the regret and lessons with you, and keep moving. Shikamaru straightened, his voice filled with respect. I understand. Gai smiled again. When I see your teacher, Asuma, I'll tell him he has a student to be proud of. Thank you. Shikamaru bowed deeply to Gai's back. The other conscious comrades followed suit, giving Gai their final farewell. Gai shouted, Run! Don't look back. Without further hesitation, Shikamaru and the others ran toward Konoha, their hearts heavy with grief and pain. This was the chance for survival that Might Gai had bought them with his life. In the distance, Sasuke Uchiha fixed his gaze on the figure surrounded by crimson steam. His heart pounded in disbelief. That chakra. What kind of joke is this? Though the others were reanimated and would regenerate even if destroyed, Sasuke knew that if Gai had resolved to die, he would aim to eliminate at least one threat to Konoha. Boom. A crimson storm swept across the battlefield as Might Gai began to move. His pupil-less eyes locked onto his target. He's coming for me. Panic surged through Sasuke as he immediately unleashed his complete body Susanoo. Swoosh. Gai leaped high into the air, soaring above Susanoo's head. His fist began to gather immense power. Evening Elephant. First step. Boom. A cannon-like shockwave blasted downward, shattering the head of Susanoo. The explosion sent Sasuke hurtling into the ground below. Sasuke-kun. Amidst the deafening roar, Sakura Haruno turned back and screamed as she saw Susanoo crumble. Overwhelmed by emotion, she tried to run towards Sasuke. Crack. But a firm hand gripped her shoulder. It was Rock Lee, tears streaming down his face as he shook his head. Sakura suppressed her sobs, biting her lip as she turned back and followed the others, running toward Konoha. Boom. 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 The shockwaves of the evening elephant continued to echo. Sasuke, buried deep within the earth, groaned in agony. His entire body felt as if it had been shattered. Lying in the rubble, he stared at the narrow patch of sky above, his mind racing with disbelief and fury. This power. How is it possible? Might Guy, a mere taijutsu user without Uchiha blood, has this kind of destructive force? No, I can't let this happen. If I take another hit from that technique, I'm finished. Crack. Guy prepared to unleash a second punch, but a sudden fracture in his bones caused his entire body to convulse. He was forced to halt his attack and land on the ground. So, this is the pain, Guy muttered, his voice calm despite the agony. But I've already adapted to it. Crackle. Suddenly, the third Raikage, clad in lightning armor, charged forward with his signature technique, Hell Stab, one finger thrust. Looks like the one controlling them has reacted, Guy thought. I'll have to deal with them first before I can get to Sasuke. Guy's fist began to gather energy once more. The evening elephant roared to life. First step. Boom. Despite the Raikage's lightning armor and his reputation for having the strongest shield, his body was torn apart by the shockwave in an instant. Elsewhere, Kabuto Yakushi watched in shock. Might Guy. I never paid much attention to him before. But now, he's a monster. Restore their combat awareness. Clang. 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 The reanimated Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, and Nagato regained their autonomy. Second step. Third step. But it was futile. With two more punches, Guy obliterated both Kakuzu and Sasori. Yikes, this isn't a joke. Deidara exclaimed, flying high into the air on his clay bird. But at this height, he can't reach me, right? Time to show him my art. Yeah. Deidara reached into his pouch to mold explosive clay. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a series of sonic booms echoed as Might Guy leaped into the air, seemingly stepping on nothing. Is that still a human? Deidara panicked, his clay bird veering wildly as he tried to escape. Guy's cold gaze locked onto him as he gathered power for another punch. Fourth step. Boom. An air cannon shot through the sky, obliterating Deidara and his bird in an instant. Guy's gaze shifted downward toward Nagato, who stood waiting. Nagato murmured, "There's no doubt, whoever is controlling us is an enemy of Konoha. I have no reason to hold back." Guy's fist began to charge again. Crack. Nagato's hand moved involuntarily, lifting against his will. Damn it, my body is reacting on instinct. Fifth step. Almighty push. Boom. The air cannon collided with Nagato's repulsion field, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Both were sent flying backward. Guy steadied himself, his mind racing. So this is the true pain, Nagato himself. A reanimated body with the Rinnegan, this won't be easy. In the shadows, Kabuto smirked. Looks like Nagato's body won't be enough. Time to bring out the big guns. Clang. Kabuto took control of Nagato's body, forming hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, reanimation. Two coffins rose from the ground, their lids falling away to reveal the infamous Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the brothers of the hidden cloud. Instantly, they activated their Ninetales chakra cloaks. Nagato extended his hands toward them, his Rinnegan glowing ominously. Pretapath. He absorbed the entirety of their Ninetales chakra, his frail body rapidly regenerating into its full form. Clap. Nagato brought his hands together. Planetary devastation. Boom. The earth shattered and rose into the sky, forming an enormous sphere. Guy was caught in its pull but remained unfazed. From his vantage point, Guy saw the battlefield clearly, the reanimated shinobi regenerating, Nagato standing as a barrier, and Sasuke fleeing under Kimimura's protection. And then, there was the time limit of the 8th gate. Guy came to a decision. The evening elephant won't suffice anymore. Boom. The planetary devastation sealed shut. Through Nagato's Rinnegan, Kabuto smirked. That should keep you quiet for a while. Boom. In an instant, the sphere shattered as a crimson dragon tore through the sky. Night Guy. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 100, The Blood Requiem, final proofread version. To unlock bonus chapters. Reach 50/100/200/400 power stones. 1 extra chapters. Reach 800 power stones to activate NP. Resets weekly. Monday. Boom. The Crimson Dragon of Night Guy roared downward, unstoppable in its descent. The first to face its wrath was none other than the Edo Tensei revived Nagato. Even though he was hundreds of miles away, controlling the Edo Tensei bodies, Kabuto Yakushi felt as though the blood-soaked storm was right in front of him. Super Shinra Tensei. A devastating repulsion force erupted from Nagato, powerful enough to level an entire village. Yet, it couldn't halt the advance of Night Guy. Kabuto's voice trembled. This isn't just a disruption of force fields. Space itself is being warped. Boom. The repulsion force shattered. Nagato's body, despite its Edo Tensei resilience, was obliterated like tofu. Along with him, the Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, were also annihilated. Boom. The Night Guy dragon surged forward, its residual shockwaves alone obliterating the recently reformed bodies of the Third Reikage, Deidara, Sasori, and Kakuzu, leaving them in ruins once more. The Crimson Beast turned its merciless gaze toward a fleeing Sasuke Uchiha, its target locked. "It's over," Sasuke whispered, glancing back over his shoulder. Despair consumed him as the roaring wind of death closed in, leaving no room to evade. Buzz. But at that moment, his eyes burned with an intense heat. Without his conscious control, his Susanoo activated. Yet, its hue was not his usual dark purple, it was fiery red. Before him, a flaming red mirror materialized within the Susanoo, a legendary artifact. The Yata mirror, a shield of the gods, once wielded by Itachi Uchiha. Boom. Might Guy's leg, fused with the power of the Crimson Dragon, collided with the Yata mirror. Clang. The mirror radiated a blinding light, holding back the unstoppable force of Night Guy. But Guy's killing intent was boundless, his resolve unshakable. Reaha. He roared, heedless of his shattered leg bones, pushing forward, inch by inch. Crack. Crack. The Yata mirror began to distort under the immense pressure, its surface warping as though subjected to the effects of Kamui. Crack. With a piercing sound, the legendary Yata mirror shattered, its invincibility reduced to myth. With the mirror gone, the Susanoo behind it crumbled like dry leaves. Standing beside Sasuke, Kimimaro activated his Earth Curse mark, his body surging with cursed chakra. His Shikatsumiyaku, dead bone pulse, enveloped him in a skeletal armor, and he stepped in front of Sasuke to shield him. Boom. Kimimaro's body lasted less than a second against the might of Night Guy, shattering into dust. Sasuke gripped his Kusanagi sword, raising its tip forward in a final, desperate act of defiance. But Guy didn't even acknowledge it. His unstoppable kick struck forward. Crack. The Kusanagi sword splintered into dozens of fragments, its blade melting under the searing heat of the crimson steam. A single fragment, stained with Guy's blood, flew off into the distance before disintegrating. Breaking through every defense, Night Guy landed its final blow squarely on Sasuke's chest. Crack. The bones in Sasuke's chest shattered instantly. His eyes rolled back, and his body was flung like a broken kite, crashing hundreds of meters away amidst the rubble. Blood and fragments of his internal organs spilled from his mouth and nose as he lay unconscious. As for Night Guy, the fiery conclusion of Night Guy marked the end of his life. His energy spent, his body began to crumble like autumn leaves. His entire form carbonized, cracks resembling molten lava spreading across his body. Starting from the leg that unleashed Night Guy, his body turned to ash, disintegrating into the wind. What remained was a broken battlefield and the mangled bodies of his enemies, a testament to his existence. Yet, the Edo Tensei bodies, immune to death by any means other than yin-yang release, began to regenerate. Not even the overwhelming power of Night Guy could change this rule. Whoosh! Amidst the swirling ashes, the bodies of Nagato, Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, the Third Reikage, Kimimaro, and the Gold and Silver brothers reformed one by one. Controlling Nagato, Kabuto approached Sasuke's broken form to examine him. With just a glance, his brow furrowed deeply. His heart and internal organs are completely destroyed. From a medical perspective, Sasuke is already dead. Kabuto muttered to himself, this is beyond the reach of medical ninjutsu. Even if I personally transplanted Hashirama's cells into him, it wouldn't save him. He continued, however, the series of defensive measures did mitigate the impact to some extent. His brain wasn't immediately destroyed by the shockwave. While his thoughts have ceased, his brainstem is still faintly active. When the heart stops, a person is declared dead. But from a biological standpoint, true death is marked by brain death. Kabuto recalled Orochimaru's research. Until the brain fully dies, the soul remains tethered to the body. In this case, Nagato extended his hand under Kabuto's control. Human path. Whoosh. Sasuke's soul was forcibly extracted. Kabuto smirked. To revive someone using the Preta path, both the body and soul must be intact. Any later, and Sasuke's soul would have departed for the Pure Land. At that point, Edo Tensei would have been my only option. But Edo Tensei would mean he could never awaken the Rinnegan. Predapath. Boom. The Predapath's demonic statue erupted behind Nagato, engulfing Sasuke's body and soul. Kabuto planned to return to his lair and fully resurrect Sasuke. Kabuto chuckled darkly. To think that unremarkable might guy could unleash such monstrous taijutsu. With Madara gone, Naruto and Obito rising, and Sasuke not yet matured, my plans are precarious. If only I could Edo Tensei guy or resurrect him by other means, it would be a great boon. But alas, not even a corpse remains. Suddenly, Nagato's enhanced vision caught sight of a blood-stained fragment of the Kusanagi sword lodged between two rocks. Heh. Kabuto licked his lips. It seems fate is on my side. Even without Madara, I'll have no regrets. In a forest outside Konoha, Ino, gravely injured, hovered on the brink of death as Sakura Haruno frantically worked to save her with medical ninjutsu. The absence of pursuing enemies signaled that Might Guy's ultimate sacrifice had successfully bought them time to escape. Ino's burns were horrifying, leaving almost no unscathed skin. The fact that she was still alive was a miracle. Choji, how's your arm? Shikamaru asked, his voice heavy with concern. Choji clutched his severed arm. It's fine. I can't feel the pain anymore. Compared to what Ino's enduring, this is nothing. Sakura struggled to steady her trembling hands, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Helplessness, guilt, and grief pushed her to the brink of emotional collapse. A familiar, radiant smile surfaced in her mind. She could no longer hold back her cries. Naruto. Naruto. Naruto, where are you? Please, come back to Konoha. Come back to us, Naruto. In a Megakure, atop the 7th floor of a tower. Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes, his exhaustion from battle slowly fading. Konan approached the bedside, her high collar hiding half her face, her expression unreadable. 2 pieces of news, she said. One good, one bad. Which do you want first? Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice casual. Let's start with the good news. Konan's lips curved into a faint smile. Jiraiya-sensei's body has been found. Naruto's eyes lit up with a fierce, determined glow. Chapter 100. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, A Matter Settled. To unlock bonus chapters, reach 50/100/200/400 Power Stones. 1 extra chapters. Reach 800 Power Stones to activate NP. Resets weekly. Monday. At the seaside of Megakure, Hidden Rain Village. Kisame Hashigaki leaned against a rock, resting. Over the past month, he had spent nearly every moment in the deep sea, without sleep or rest. His body had thinned considerably. Thank you for your hard work, Naruto Uzumaki nodded toward Kisame in gratitude. Accompanied by Orochimaru, he approached the corpse. With a sense of unease, Naruto lifted the white cloth. Although the face was unrecognizable, the missing left arm, the iconic white hair, and the forehead protector engraved with the word oil were unmistakable proof of the deceased's identity. Kisame explained, after sinking to the deep sea, the body was likely wrapped in seaweed or something similar, which saved it from being devoured by sea creatures. However, I can't explain why the body hasn't completely decayed. Orochimaru offered his insight, it's probably due to the toad oil within his body. Toad oil is imbued with senjutsu energy, which can significantly slow down the decay of a corpse. Naruto responded, I prefer to believe that Pervy Sage was blessed by the divine, which preserved his body. The divine Naruto referred to was not some celestial being but rather the embodiment of human faith, a transcendent will that fulfills the desires of the heart. Naruto spoke solemnly, let's begin. Konan placed an unconscious man, wrapped in paper, onto the ground. This man was a remnant of Hanzo's faction, captured while attempting to attack Megakure. Previously used in a failed Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, to summon Itachi, he ultimately couldn't escape the fate of being a living sacrifice. Orochimaru extracted some of Jiraiya's biological material and drew the Edo Tensei sigils. Naruto gave a specific instruction, remember, do not grant Pervy Sage consciousness in the Edo Tensei. I need to do something. Understood. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, his long hair flowing despite the still air. Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei. Whoosh. Dust swirled around the living sacrifice, forming the appearance of Jiraiya. Naruto stepped forward quickly, his Rinnegan widening as he used the power of the human path to extract Jiraiya's soul from the Edo Tensei body. Yes, Naruto intended to truly resurrect Jiraiya, not merely reanimate him with Edo Tensei. The Rinne rebirth jutsu, which requires the user's life as a price, was not an option here. Let's not argue about Nagato's chakra issues, if even death becomes trivial, everything loses meaning. Masashi Kishimoto realized this and optimized the rules later. Instead, Naruto chose another resurrection method available through the Rinnegan, one that required both the body and soul to be present. Jiraiya's body had been found, but his soul was nowhere to be seen. Thus, Naruto first had Orochimaru use Edo Tensei to forcibly summon Jiraiya's soul into the living sacrifice, then extracted it using the human path. ZZZ. Naruto's left eye glowed. Hell path. Boom. Accompanied by purple flames, the King of Hell statue emerged, its massive mouth opening wide to engulf both Jiraiya's body and soul. Naruto murmured, Captain Yamato's body and soul are also within the King of Hell. I might as well revive him too. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The King of Hell chewed noisily. After a moment, its mouth opened again. Yamato emerged, clutching his head in confusion. Where is this? I remember being attacked by a masked man wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Suddenly, Yamato's gaze fixed on Naruto, who was now dressed in an Akatsuki cloak and wearing a mask. Startled, Yamato quickly formed the hand seals for wood release, deep forest emergence. Naruto hurriedly removed his mask. Captain Yamato, it's me. I'm on your side. Naruto. Yamato froze in place. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The King of Hell continued chewing. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but its eyes, connected to Naruto's Rinnegan, seemed to fixate on Naruto, the caster. Naruto, however, paid no attention to these details. His clenched fists revealed his tension. Although the 6 paths of the Rinnegan had been revealed long ago, their connection to life and death was a mystery Naruto dared not speculate on. Pervy Sage has been dead for so long, his soul must have gone to the Pure Land. I used such unorthodox methods to retrieve it, what if something went wrong? As Naruto anxiously waited, the King of Hell finally stopped chewing. Its mouth opened wide, and a familiar figure, wearing wooden clogs, stepped out. Phew. Naruto's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally settled. Jiraiya gazed deeply at Naruto, as if wanting to say something. Yet, his throat could only produce hoarse, unintelligible sounds. Realizing he couldn't speak, Jiraiya frowned, clutching his throat as he struggled to form words. In the end, he couldn't say a single coherent sentence. Tap. Until Naruto, his eyes red with emotion, embraced Jiraiya tightly. Jiraiya slowly raised his hand, gently placing it on Naruto's back. The tenderness in his expression spoke louder than words. After 3 months of Naruto's return, the master and student had finally reunited, transcending the boundary of life and death. Boom. The King of Hell vanished on its own. Orochimaru conducted a thorough examination of Jiraiya's body. In the pouring rain outside the facility, Orochimaru folded his sleeves and approached Naruto. How is he? Naruto asked. Orochimaru replied, aside from the loss of speech, Jiraiya's body is identical to how it was before his death. Naruto frowned. Why can't he speak? Could it be related to the damage to his throat before he died? Orochimaru shook his head. Physical damage wouldn't carry over after resurrection. His vocal cords are perfectly intact, which rules out that possibility. Naruto's expression grew conflicted. Then what could it be? Orochimaru gazed into the distance, his tone unusually serious. This is just my theory, but the method you used to resurrect Jiraiya involved too many steps and too many forbidden techniques. It severely disrupted the natural order of life and death, and there must be a price to pay. Naruto's eyes darkened. At least this explains why Jiraiya suffered consequences while Yamato was unharmed. After all, Yamato wasn't dead to begin with, you deliberately extracted his soul and stored it along with his body in the King of Hell. After some thought, Naruto said, if there's a price to pay, it should fall on me, the one who started all this. It shouldn't be on Pervy Sage. Orochimaru's gaze grew somber. Perhaps some higher power is warning you. If the afterlife and the Pure Land truly exist, such forces cannot be ruled out. Naruto-kun, whether my theory is correct or not, you should avoid using the Hell Path resurrection technique as much as possible, or better yet, never use it again. Otherwise, there may be unforeseen consequences. Looking up at the sky, Orochimaru sighed. What happened to Jiraiya this time has also taught me a lesson. One must always maintain a sense of reverence for the unknown. Naruto sighed. Having Pervy Sage back is already a blessing. I won't ask for more. Orochimaru, I'll heed your advice. In a dark lair. Boom. 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 Kabuto Yakushi used Edo Tensei to manipulate Nagato, activating the Hell Path. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The King of Hell opened its mouth wide, and Sasuke Uchiha emerged unscathed. Kabuto smirked, this feeling of wielding life and death with the Rinnegan is truly intoxicating. Sasuke opened his eyes. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto greeted him, Yo, Sasuke. After all the twists and turns, you're finally here. You should be grateful for your wise choice. The trials he had endured only strengthened Sasuke's resolve. Sasuke said coldly, "Enough talk. Give me power, the power to defeat Naruto, defeat Madara, and destroy Konoha." Kabuto grinned. "Very well. Here, you'll gain everything you desire. I'll make you surpass everyone, especially Naruto." Inwardly, Kabuto thought, only by doing this can I prove that I, Kabuto Yakushi, have truly surpassed Lord Orochimaru. Only then can I prove my existence to this world. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Fireworks fade quickly. To unlock bonus chapters, reach 50/100/200/400 Power Stones. 1 extra chapters. Reach 800 Power Stones to activate NP. Resets weekly. Monday. Obito Uchiha returned to the base, only to find the ground littered with white Zetsu corpses. Among them lay a severed arm, left behind by Sasuke Uchiha. Toby chuckled, "Seems like while the tiger was away, the monkey decided to play king, huh?" "Humph." Obito bent down, picking up the severed arm. His voice was cold and distant as he said, "At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. That traitorous compatriot of mine is nothing more than a starving little wild dog. Letting him go saves me the trouble. Besides, I never expected him to be able to deal with Naruto Uzumaki." Toby asked, "Your eyes? Are they holding up?" Obito replied gravely, "I'm afraid they won't last much longer." Toby pressed on, "So, what's the plan?" Obito stood up decisively. "I have a solution. Let's go. There's no reason to linger in this base any longer." Whoosh. With the whirl of a vortex, Obito entered a unique space within his Kamui dimension. Inside this space stood a cabinet. Its drawers contained Sharingan eyes that had been collected during the Uchiha clan's massacre. Obito placed Sasuke's severed arm on a table and walked toward the cabinet. Among the scrolls left behind by Madara Uchiha, there was a record of a particular jutsu. This technique, created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, harbored a dark ambition that few knew about. It was so sinister that it was never included in Konoha's scroll of seals. The jutsu allowed one to assimilate their bloodline with another's through a part of their body. While it didn't create a perfect equivalence, it could establish a bond akin to that of siblings. Tobirama's ultimate goal in developing this jutsu was to enable the Senju clan to gain the power of the Uchiha without having to transplant Sharingan. However, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, deemed it too dark and forbade its further development. The technique was incomplete and could only be used within the same clan. Through this jutsu, Obito muttered, "As a member of the Uchiha clan without direct blood ties to Sasuke, I can use his severed arm to become his blood relative." Afterward, Obito stopped before the cabinet and pulled open a drawer. Inside were the eyes of Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke's father, which had been recovered during the Uchiha massacre. By transplanting these, I'll have the chance to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Toby marveled, "So, you had this planned all along." After completing the transplant, Obito's eyes were wrapped in bandages. The process of nurturing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was far more complex than simply connecting the optic nerves, it required a long period of fusion. Obito smirked. "I never intended to go this far, but circumstances have forced my hand. Until my new eyes are ready, I'll remain in this dimension for now." He added with a faint sense of anticipation, "Naruto will undoubtedly go further than anyone else. I don't know what his ultimate goal is, but that won't stop me from carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. Whether it's him or me who decides the future, the battle has only just begun." Meanwhile, in Omegakure, after ensuring the revived Jiraiya had been settled, Naruto Uzumaki calmed his emotions, which had been stirred by the joy of their reunion. He turned to Konan and asked, "Sister Konan, you mentioned earlier that there was good news and bad news. What's the bad news?" Konan hesitated before sharing the intelligence gathered by Amagakure's ANBU. Whoosh. Naruto immediately set out to remedy the situation. Outside one of the abandoned Akatsuki hideouts, he found a dried blood stain. Naruto silently pulled out a kunai, scraping up the blood before vanishing into the night. Whoosh. He returned to Omegakure, bringing with him 3 white Zetsu he had captured along the way. Without delay, he summoned Orochimaru and used the collected blood and one of the white Zetsu to perform the impure world reincarnation jutsu. Arg. Why do you always have to mess with us, Naruto Uzumaki? One of the sacrificed white Zetsu screamed as its body was engulfed in dust. When the dust settled, it revealed a pale-skinned young man, Sai, who had been killed by Sasuke. Sai's expression was as calm as ever. Naruto. Naruto said, "Sai, this is the impure world reincarnation. I'll respect your wishes. If you don't want to remain in this state, I'll have Orochimaru release the jutsu and let your soul return to the pure land." Sai raised his cracked hand, observing it. "This body feels no pulse or signs of life. It's oddly calming." Naruto asked, so, does that mean you're willing to stay like this? Sai lowered his hand. Danzo is dead, and Root is essentially disbanded. Although the 5th Hokage gave me a place in the village, I could still feel the wariness of the other shinobi around me. Naruto responded, this reincarnated body isn't suitable for returning to the village. Would you like to stay by my side instead? Amagakyu's ANBU is in need of a capable captain. Would you be willing to take on that role? Sai replied, Naruto, I've always struggled to understand the reasons behind your transformation. Naruto smiled faintly. If you want to know, I can tell you. Sai shook his head. No need. I'll find the answer myself. Naruto grinned. Then from now on, I'll be counting on you. And so, Sai donned a mask and an Amagakure forehead protector, taking on the role of captain of Amagakyu's ANBU in his impure world reincarnation form. Konan asked Naruto, did you visit the site of their battle? I did, but Kabuto Yakushi was meticulous. He erased all traces. Naruto gripped the railing tightly. I expected Sasuke to go to Kabuto, but the unexpected twists along the way. I didn't foresee those. Who would have thought so much could happen while I slept? Konan remarked, that boy from the Nara clan even devised a way to defeat Sasuke. Quite impressive. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Shikamaru has seen Sasuke's abilities firsthand. With his intellect and the potential of the Ino Shikacho trio, it's not surprising he came up with a countermeasure. But Shikamaru isn't the type to act recklessly without absolute confidence. This time, someone else must have taken the lead. Unable to stop them, Shikamaru could only go along with it. But still. In Konoha's hospital, within the intensive care unit. After Tsunade's treatment, Ino Yamanaka had finally escaped the clutches of death. However, the severe burns she suffered would leave permanent scars on her face and body. Sakura Haruno wept by her bedside. It's okay, Sakura, Ino said weakly, her body wrapped in bandages and connected to a respirator. Her eyes remained closed as she spoke in a faint voice. I completely understand your feelings at the time, so I don't blame you. Sakura sobbed, do you really not blame me, Ino? Ino reassured her, of course not. We're shinobi, always facing death. It was my own carelessness that led to this. Thank you for treating me with medical ninjutsu halfway through, it's the reason I'm still alive. Wiping away her tears, Sakura stepped out into the hospital corridor. Staring at the gloomy sky, her emerald eyes flickered with conflicting thoughts. Is Sasuke still alive? No. She shook her head vigorously. What am I thinking? Sasuke is an enemy of the village, someone who's hurt everyone. I can't hold on to any feelings for him anymore. The more Sakura tried to suppress her thoughts, the more they surfaced, tormenting her. Sakura. A stern female voice echoed from around the corner. Sakura's body stiffened as she quickly composed herself and turned around nervously. Master. Tsunade approached her, gazing at her with a heavy expression. These past few days, you've been so busy treating the wounded from the village attack that you haven't gone home, have you? Yes, Sakura replied, though confusion clouded her mind. Why isn't Lady Tsunade mentioning my pursuit of Sasuke? Tsunade sighed inwardly and then spoke solemnly. Sakura, there's something I've been keeping from you. During Sasuke's attack on the village, your parents were among the casualties. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The End of the War. To unlock bonus chapters. Reach 50/100/200/400 Power Stones. 1 extra chapters. Reach 800 Power Stones to activate NP. Resets weekly. Monday. Naruto Uzumaki used the Flying Thunder God technique to escort Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, back to Kirigakure. At the village gates, the two bid farewell. Mei expressed her gratitude sincerely, Lord Naruto, I truly thank you for your assistance this time. Without you, Kirigakure would have faced a devastating catastrophe. Naruto replied humbly, Lady Mizukage, I also gained valuable knowledge from your village's secret technique scrolls. It's a mutually beneficial exchange, no need for thanks. Mei smiled. Scrolls are just inanimate objects. Only by putting them to good use can they truly fulfill their purpose. I don't know why you left Konoha, nor do I care about how other villages perceive you. From now on, Kirigakure wishes to establish a lasting partnership with Amagakure. You are always welcome to visit us, Lord Naruto. As she spoke, Mei extended her hand in friendship. Behind his mask, Naruto smiled. Coming to Kirigakure initially with semi-predatory intentions, he had not only obtained what he sought but also established friendly relations. The outcome couldn't have been better. Naruto extended his hand and shook Mei's firmly. I, Naruto Uzumaki, on behalf of Akatsuki, am willing to establish friendly relations with Kirigakure and Lady Mei Terumi. Naruto chose to represent Akatsuki rather than a Megakure because his authority in a Megakure was still tied to the legacy of pain. He had yet to become the legitimate leader of the village in the true sense. However, Mei didn't mind this detail. Having witnessed Naruto's overwhelming strength and knowing he harbored no hostility toward Kirigakure, she, as a Kage, had no reason not to seek an alliance. Then, I bid you farewell, Lady Mizukage. Whoosh. Naruto turned and vanished in a flash of the flying thunder god's light. Phew. Mei watched him disappear, her smile fading. Behind her, the village awaited her return, with countless problems needing her attention. The deaths of Chojuro and Ao, along with the loss of many elite A and BU members, were a heavy blow to Kirigakure. Back in a Megakure, Naruto knew he couldn't rest even for a moment. His prominence made him a constant target. Determined, he sought out Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I want to acquire would release. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes gleamed. Oh. Naruto-kun, you finally decided on this. Naruto asked, is it possible? Orochimaru gave a sly smile. It's easier than you think. But I have a suggestion, would you like to hear it? Let's hear it, Naruto replied, ready to listen. Orochimaru explained, first, you should awaken the full potential of your Uzumaki clan bloodline. That way, whether it's Hashirama's cells or any other cells, you'll be able to integrate them perfectly. He continued, the cells of the first Hokage are notoriously invasive. Most people who've transplanted his cells end up with Hashirama's face appearing on their bodies. Naruto raised a brow. Huh. But Captain Yamato doesn't have that issue, does he? Orochimaru chuckled. That's because his cells were diluted dozens of times, reducing their side effects. But the trade-off is that his power is also significantly weaker. Naruto nodded. I see. Orochimaru elaborated, when someone who transplants Hashirama's cells grows a grotesque face on their body, it's a sign of their failure to fully control the cells. It's not just incomplete power, it's a ticking time bomb. I understand now, Naruto said, his gaze thoughtful. That's why I need to fully unlock the power of the Uzumaki clan first. Naruto was well aware that he only carried half of the Uzumaki bloodline. While his chakra reserves were vast, without relying on the Nine Tails, he couldn't compare to the first Hokage. Orochimaru continued, the Uzumaki clan is unique. Outsiders can transplant Senju cells to gain part of the Senju's power, but Uzumaki cells rarely show any changes when transplanted into outsiders. At most, they gain a slight boost in recovery abilities. This is one of the reasons why the Uzumaki village, Yuzu no Kuni, was targeted. No one sought to steal their cells, they sought to capture the people themselves. And if they couldn't have them, they destroyed them. Naruto's expression darkened. It was indeed a grim history. Even his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, had been targeted by Kumogakure despite being under Konoha's protection. Orochimaru added, but through my research on Karen, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, I discovered another trait of the Uzumaki bloodline. Within the clan, it is possible to perform transplants to awaken dormant bloodline potential. Naruto-kun, with your half Uzumaki bloodline, you meet the conditions for this. Naruto murmured, but whose cells should I use? Karen's? Or someone else's? Orochimaru smirked. The most perfect Uzumaki bloodline belonged to the first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki. She was also the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If we could obtain her cells and combine them with your reincarnation as Azura, you would undoubtedly awaken the most complete Uzumaki power. At that point, whether it's Hashirama's cells or any others, you'd be able to use them effortlessly. Naruto looked deeply at Orochimaru. So, you're saying you have Mito's cells, don't you? Orochimaru smiled slyly. Not yet. But I know where Lady Mito was buried after her passing. It's a location only I know, no one else, not even Kabuto, is aware of it. Naruto nodded with a faint smile. All right. I'll leave this matter to you, Orochimaru. Leave it to me, Orochimaru said with a grin before leaving the village. That night, Naruto received an invitation from the Kazekage, Gaara. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 104, Becoming an Azura. To unlock bonus chapters. Reach 50/100/200/400 power stones. 1 extra chapters. Reach 800 power stones to activate NP. Resets weekly. Monday. An invitation from the Kazekage. Gaara, the Kazekage, had sent an invitation requesting Naruto Uzumaki to visit Sunagakure, Hidden Sand Village, for a meeting. Konan, however, expressed her concern, could this be a trap? The Kazekage must have heard about your visits to Kimogakure, Hidden Cloud Village, Iwagakure, Hidden Stone Village, and Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village. It's only natural that Sunagakure would be next. Perhaps he's trying to strike first and eliminate you. Naruto chuckled. No, I know Gaara. He wouldn't do something like that. If the invitation had come from Inoki, Naruto might have been more cautious. But Gaara was one of the few people Naruto trusted unconditionally. Konan remained uneasy. What if, like the Mizukage before, the Kazekage has been manipulated by someone? They could be using your relationship to lure you into a trap. Naruto scratched his head. Konan, have you been a bit too suspicious lately? Konan explained, it's not suspicion, it's caution. You've become too prominent in the ninja world. There are undoubtedly many eyes watching you, and we cannot afford to let our guard down. Naruto's expression turned serious. I understand the possibility you mentioned. But if that's the case, I have even more reason to go, because Gaara is my friend. Konan sighed. Then let me accompany you this time. Naruto shook his head. Pervy Sage has just been resurrected and is still adjusting to life here. He needs someone to look after him. With Orochimaru away and Kisame recovering, it's best if you stay here to take care of him. Konan lowered her gaze. Naruto stepped forward and patted her shoulder. This is a great opportunity to atone for the past, for both your sins and those of your senior brother. I understand. Konan nodded and then suggested, but for safety's sake, you should take someone with you. Naruto agreed. Are the Sannin around? They can come along. It'll be a good opportunity for me to personally guide them. Konan shook her head. Both Ryuko and Setsuna are out on missions. Only Violet is currently in the village. Then she'll come with me, Naruto decided. Konan hesitated briefly before relenting. All right, I'll go call her. Preparation for the journey. Wait a moment, Naruto called after Konan. Can you help me find a few books? Konan turned back. Books? What kind of books? Books on mechanical engineering, Naruto replied. Does the bookstore in Omegakure carry such titles? Konan was surprised. Mechanical engineering? Does that mean you've already? Naruto grinned. Exactly. But I don't want to stop at just summoning things. I want to explore more advanced applications, and for that, I'll need some knowledge. This trip to Sunagakure will give me time to study on the way. Leave it to me. Konan returned shortly afterward, carrying a large stack of books on mechanical engineering, along with enough ninja rations, soldier pills, and a new pair of shoes to last 7 days. Handing him the shoes, Konan said, I noticed your current pair is nearly worn out. Here, take these. Thanks. Naruto sat down and began changing his shoes. Violet is already waiting for you outside the tower, Konan informed him. Naruto nodded. Before departing, he began forming hand seals to leave behind a shadow clone, as he had done previously. But Konan stopped him. Shadow clones will divide your chakra. Since you're heading out, it's best to preserve your chakra as much as possible. The village has me and Kisame here. We'll be fine. Seeing Naruto's lingering hesitation, Konan added, if there's any trouble, I'll infuse chakra into the flying thunder god kunai. Naruto nodded, reassured. All right, I'll leave it to you. He walked over to the wall and took down the Uchiha fan hanging there. Previously, Obito had either left in a hurry or for some other reason had not taken the fan with him. Naruto had found it floating on the sea, confirmed it was untouched, and claimed it as a trophy. Crackle. Purple lightning chakra coursed from Naruto's hand onto the fan, which remained undamaged. I've been looking for a weapon that can withstand the power of purple lightning. For now, this fan will have to do. Naruto placed his hand on the fan's surface, where the 3 tomo were engraved, and marked it with his Flying Thunder God seal, perfectly overlaying the tomo. Incidentally, Naruto's Flying Thunder God seal was shaped like the Uzumaki clan crest. Strapping the fan to his back, Naruto donned his mask, putting on his public persona. I'm heading out, Konan. Konan stepped forward, adjusting his collar. Safe travels. Come back soon. Departure with Violet. Outside the tower, Violet, wearing an ANBU mask, knelt on one knee. Lord Pain. Naruto spoke in a deep voice, this time, you are not acting as the captain of an ANBU squad. You are Violet, a shinobi of Omegakure. Remove your mask. Understood. Violet replied respectfully, removing her mask. Violet was the elder sister of Xianghua, who had served as Nagato's animal path. Her appearance resembled her sister's, but her demeanor was colder and more mature, with a strikingly alluring figure. Naruto gave a slight nod. With a flourish of his cloak, he began running through the rain. Let's go. Yes, Lord Pain. Violet glanced briefly at Konan before quickly following Naruto. On the road. As they left Omegakure and traversed the land of rain, Violet asked, Lord Pain, you possess the ability to teleport. Why not use it to travel directly to Sunagakure? Naruto replied without turning back, that ability requires a marker to teleport to. I haven't left any markers in the land of wind, so I can't jump directly there. I see, Violet said. But you've left markers in the land of fire, haven't you? Why not teleport there and take a shortcut? Naruto glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. You seem to know a lot about my abilities. Violet maintained her composure. As an ANBU captain, such observational skills are essential. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Oh. Is that so? Whoosh. He suddenly accelerated, widening the gap between them. Violet frowned and quickened her pace to catch up. Swish. Naruto casually tossed a kunai behind him. Violet's eyes narrowed as she drew her blade. Clang. With a precise strike, she split the kunai in two. Naruto smirked. Your swordsmanship has improved, but... Swish. Swish. Two shadow clones suddenly emerged from the split kunai. This was the unique property of the Flying Thunder God kunai. Even if the kunai was divided, the seal on it would remain effective. Violet was caught off guard. Shadow clones. When did he? Splat. She stumbled and fell onto the water's surface. Before disappearing, one of Naruto's shadow clones said, "Catch up to me. Consider this your training." Splash. Violet slammed her fist into the water, her cold and determined expression revealing her frustration. Elsewhere, a brewing storm. In Kumogakure, the Reikage received confirmed reports that Naruto had left Omegakure and was heading toward Sunagakure. Finally, the chance I've been waiting for. The Reikage slammed his fist on the table, his voice thunderous. Relay my orders, split our forces into two groups. One will attack Omegakure and raise his home base. The other will follow me to hunt down and eliminate Naruto Uzumaki. Nightfall in the land of fire's northwest forest. After running for hours, Naruto stopped and said calmly, "You've arrived. We'll camp here for the night." Panting heavily, Violet bent over, hands on her knees. After running at high speed for so long, don't you ever feel tired? This is the result of consistent training. Naruto sat down, opened a bento box, and began eating while flipping through a book. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves as the night deepened. For reasons unknown, perhaps curiosity or something else, Violet silently rose and approached Naruto from behind. Tap. Naruto closed his book and shut his eyes. Step. Violet stopped in her tracks, holding her breath. Click, click. What happened next was beyond belief. Two mechanical heads sprouted from Naruto's shoulders, one on each side. From beneath his arms, four mechanical limbs, two on each side, extended outward. 3 heads, 6 arms. ZZZ. Beneath his mask, Naruto's tightly closed left eye opened. Azura Path. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Yuroshirku, Nightfall Strikes. To unlock bonus chapters. Reach 50/100/200/400 Power Stones. 1 extra chapters. Reach 800 Power Stones to activate NP. Resets weekly. Monday. Azura Path, 5-finger missile. Shing. Naruto Uzumaki detached the wrist of one of his mechanical arms, revealing a series of missiles from the open mechanism. He aimed at a distant forest and fired without hesitation. Boom. 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 A deafening explosion followed, leveling the forest and reducing the pack of wolves lurking in the shadows to lifeless corpses. Violet stood in shock, her mouth agape. What was that? A jutsu. Clack. Naruto reattached the wrist to his mechanical arm, flexing it with a crisp mechanical sound. The Azura Path, Naruto explained, is one of the 6 abilities of the Rinnegan. It allows the summoning of mechanical armor onto the user's body, enabling feats of physical prowess far beyond human limits. It can even summon weapons unknown to this world, ranged artillery, close combat tools, you name it. It's versatile enough to handle any combat situation. Naruto continued, these armors and weapons come from a place called the Azura Workshop. Unlike the Animal Path summoning realm, the Azura Workshop is inaccessible to its users, at least for now, there's no known way to enter it. For Violet, Naruto's explanation was far from reassuring. She murmured, so it's a jutsu, then. Naruto responded casually, you could say that. A night of creation. Click, clack. After eliminating the wolves, Naruto calmly began dismantling the mechanical heads on his shoulders and the arms beneath his own. Under Violet's astonished gaze, he started disassembling his own body. What is he doing? Taking apart his own body. But, it seems like those parts were pieced together in the first place. Violet thought, her confusion growing. In truth, Naruto was deep in thought. The mechanical components summoned by the Azura Path are functional but rigid. Except for the head, which is customized for the user, the rest are standard issue. They're effective but lack flexibility. Why not disassemble them into parts and reassemble them into something I truly need? This was the expansion Naruto had mentioned to Conan earlier. It was also why he had asked for books on mechanical engineering. Click. Clack. Clack. Naruto meticulously disassembled the summoned components and began reassembling them into new mechanisms. If he lacked the necessary parts, he would summon more armor to break down. If the size of a part didn't fit, he used a lightning-release chakra blade to refine it. If his theoretical knowledge fell short, he referred to the books he had brought along, learning as he worked. The more Violet watched, the more unsettled she became. I can't understand him at all anymore. The techniques he's using have already surpassed the scope of what a shinobi should be capable of. I used to doubt whether he was really Pain, but now, there's no doubt. He's Pain, through and through. Only someone like him could defeat Hanzo the Salamander and unify the northern and southern factions of Omegakure. He's a monster. Click. Clack. After working through the night, Naruto, a complete novice in the field of mechanics, actually managed to assemble a humanoid machine. Finally, he inserted the mechanical Rinnegan he had removed earlier into the eye sockets of the machine. With that, the Mecha Naruto prototype was complete. Phew. Naruto removed his mask, wiped the sweat from his face, and sighed. Using my brain is way more tiring than using my fists. This is as exhausting as fighting the Raikage. Taking out a summoning scroll, Naruto sealed the Mecha Naruto prototype within it. Turning to Violet, who was resting with her eyes closed, he asked, "Are you ready to move on?" Violet opened her eyes. "Yes, Lord Pain. I'm ready." "Let's continue, then," Naruto said. "We've already delayed long enough. Let's push through and make up for lost time." "Understood." Violet nodded. Conan and Jiraiya in Omegakure. Back in the Rain Village, on the 7th floor of the tower, Conan sat by Jiraiya's bedside, speaking calmly. "Sensei, this is what Naruto has experienced in the future and what he must do now that he's returned. In the past, he changed Nagato. He changed me. He even became Hokage and achieved peace in the ninja world. If there were no threat from external enemies, that would have been the perfect ending. But the enemy's power was too overwhelming. Everything Naruto once cherished was destroyed, trampled upon without mercy. Now that he's back, he's doing things that may not yield results people want to see in the short term. But in the long run, they're necessary. Nagato once said that this world is still a child and needs a god to guide its growth. That statement wasn't entirely wrong. However, Nagato's method of using pain to guide the world has already been proven ineffective. Now it's Naruto's turn to guide the world. His method is a balance of love and discipline, a fusion of his past ideals with Nagato's philosophy. This ninja world must maintain a certain level of conflict. Without it, the strength of shinobi will stagnate. But the conflict must also be kept within limits, otherwise, it will breed new chains of hatred. Naruto is like a scale, maintaining the balance between the two. Yet, there are so few who can truly understand him right now. "Sensei, what do you think of this Naruto?" Jiraiya fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he picked up the pen and paper on his bedside table and wrote 2 words. "Watch over." This was the second time Jiraiya had written since his resurrection. The first time, he had written the word forgive. "Thank you, Sensei." Conan stood and bowed respectfully. Jiraiya flipped the paper over, his expression solemn, and began writing again. Conan watched quietly, only to see him write a string of codes and numbers. A cipher. Conan frowned. She recalled the day Nagato had killed their master. At that time, Jiraiya had also written a cipher on Fukasaku's back. Why would Sensei encode his message? If he has something to say, why not write it plainly on the paper? Is he afraid of it being leaked to someone? Or is there another reason? Boom. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a rumble of thunder. The window blew open, letting in a gust of wind and rain. Raindrops fell on Conan's face, casting a pale, cold hue. Has an enemy arrived? Conan carefully stored the paper with the cipher, then closed and locked the window, drawing the curtains shut. "Sensei, it's late. Please rest. If you need anything, just ring the bell." Swish. Conan exited the room and leaped from the tower into the rain below. From the second-floor window, Kisame Hoshigaki jumped down, his massive same had a sword in hand. The ANBU stationed in Omegakure also gathered at the scene. Conan gazed toward the village entrance, her voice icy. Let the hunt for the intruders begin. At the border of fire and wind. After hours of running, Naruto and Violet reached the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. Ahead lay the vast desert sands of the wind country. Crackle. Suddenly, a streak of lightning shot toward them. Clang. Naruto swiftly drew the Uchiha fan from his back, holding it up to block the lightning. The Reikage glared, his eyes widening. Behind his mask, Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. Uzumaki rebound. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Gaara, the Beloved. Uzumaki rebound. In truth, it was simply the Uchiha reflection, renamed for dramatic effect. Crackle. The lightning surrounding the Reikage's fist vanished in an instant, only to be explosively reflected back from the fan in Naruto's hands. Bang. The Reikage was sent flying backward, skidding dozens of meters before finally stabilizing himself. His expression was one of shock and confusion. What was that? Swish. Naruto lifted the fan with a playful smirk. This is the fan passed down through generations of our Uzumaki clan. It can reflect any attack. Ridiculous, the Reikage roared in fury. Lord Reikage. The accompanying shinobi from Kimogakure quickly gathered behind him. Their numbers were in the hundreds, every one of them an elite among elites. Naruto's tone turned amused. You came well prepared, didn't you? But are you sure you're up for this? The injuries you sustained in the Valley of Hell don't seem fully healed yet. TCH. Damn it. At Naruto's words, the Reikage's shoulder wound throbbed faintly, but he gritted his teeth and retorted, I won't fall in the same place twice. This time, I've come prepared. I've studied all your past abilities thoroughly. Is that so? Your resilience is admirable, I must say. Perfect timing, I have something I'd like to test out as well. Naruto slung the fan over his back and pulled out a scroll from his ninja pouch. Unrolling it, he pressed his palm against the seal at its center. Poof. With a puff of white smoke, a towering figure emerged, a Mecha Naruto, a conceptual machine built through modifications using the Azura path. Reikage, you'll serve as my quality assurance tester, Naruto said with a grin. He opened a hatch on the mecha's back, revealing a hidden slot. Into it, he inserted several black rods, which acted as chakra receivers. Buzz. The mecha's Rinnegan-like eyes lit up, signaling its activation. Is that a puppet? One of the Kimogakure shinobi exclaimed in disbelief. To be precise, Naruto corrected, it's an offline puppet, one that doesn't require chakra threads for control. Secret technique, dustless bewildering cover. Naruto's figure vanished into thin air. What? He disappeared. Is it some kind of camouflage jutsu? Sensor ninja, report. A sensor ninja quickly scanned the area. Aside from that puppet and the woman behind it, I can't sense any other chakra signatures. Then let's take care of the woman first. At the rear of the battlefield, Violet, who was still trying to comprehend the situation, suddenly felt invisible hands grab her shoulders and legs. She was lifted into the air in a bridal carry. Ah. Violet's face turned pale with shock. Don't worry, it's me, Naruto's voice reassured her. Lord Pain? Violet asked, still startled. This place isn't safe. Let's move, Naruto replied. 1 kilometer away. This should do, Naruto said as he gently set Violet down and deactivated the dustless bewildering cover. If the Reikage calls out my name in front of Violet, Naruto muttered to himself, it could complicate things. Swoosh. Naruto flicked his cloak and sat down cross-legged. The Mecha Naruto was being controlled remotely via the black rods, which acted as chakra receivers. Its Rinnegan-like eyes were linked to Naruto's vision, allowing him to see everything the mecha saw. Let's begin, Naruto said with a smile, raising 2 fingers. Boom. 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 The mecha's shoulders opened, revealing missile launchers that fired a barrage of rockets. Kaboom. Explosions erupted across the battlefield. Scatter, the Kimogakure shinobi yelled. Ridiculous, the Reikage roared, his body transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged forward. Naruto smirked. Coming already. Rocket arm. The mecha's forearm detached, propelled by a burst of chakra from the severed joint. The arm shot forward like a missile. What? The Reikage hadn't anticipated such an attack, but his reflexes allowed him to react in time. He raised his fist to block. Boom. The impact sent the Reikage skidding back a few steps, but the mecha's arm remained undamaged. The severed joint emitted a magnetic pull, drawing the arm back into place. That attack. If I had been more cautious, I could have dodged it, the Reikage muttered, his eyes narrowing. He charged again, his speed even greater this time. Bang. The mecha's arm launched again, but the Reikage, moving at high speed, managed to evade it. Saw blade strike. From the mecha's waist, a flurry of saw blade-like tendrils shot out, reaching for the Reikage. What? The Reikage jumped back to avoid them. Thud. But the previously launched arm returned, striking the Reikage's back with a heavy blow. Ugh. The Reikage stumbled, his lightning-release chakra mode disrupted momentarily. The tendrils seized the opportunity, wrapping around him and pulling him forward. Lightning drill. A high-speed drill emerged from the mecha's mouth, enveloped in lightning chakra. It spun rapidly, aimed directly at the Reikage chest. Screech. Sparks flew as the drill made contact with the Reikage's lightning armor, which began to thin under the relentless assault. The Reikage's eyes widened, bloodshot with desperation. Lord Reikage. The Kumogakure shinobi rushed forward to assist. Stay back, the Reikage roared. You'll die if you interfere. Slash. In a desperate bid for survival, the Reikage unleashed a surge of strength, breaking free from the tendrils. With a swift hand chop, he severed the mecha's arm, disarming the drill. The crisis averted, the Reikage continued to furiously slash at the remaining tendrils. However, more tendrils emerged, entangling him once again. Lightning drill Mk2. The mecha's throat opened, revealing another drill, this one larger and spinning even faster. It lunged toward the Reikage's chest. Clang. The Reikage caught the drill with his bare hand, but the immense power shredded his palm, leaving it bloodied and raw. The pain was excruciating, yet he held on. Why, the Reikage screamed internally. Why does this man always have new abilities every time we meet? Why? Suddenly, he recalled the words of Dodai, his trusted advisor. Lord Reikage, Uzumaki Naruto uses black rods as chakra receivers to control his summons remotely. These summons share his vision, making them incredibly dangerous. Black rods. Wait. The Reikage's eyes darted to the mecha's back, where Naruto had inserted several black rods earlier. He realized the mecha's eyes had been fixated on him the entire time. I see now, the Reikage shouted. Everyone. Attack from its blind spot and target the black rods in its back. Use long-range techniques, quickly. The Kumogakure shinobi launched a coordinated assault, their ninjutsu bombarding the mecha's rear. Several black rods were destroyed, leaving only one intact. The chakra flow weakened significantly. Sensing the drill's power diminishing, the Reikage seized the opportunity. With a mighty twist, he broke the drill and severed the tendrils binding him. He dashed forward, his lightning release chakra mode pushed to its limit, and lifted the mecha high above his head. Reikage bomb. Boom. The mecha exploded into countless fragments, its head flying hundreds of meters away before its glowing eyes finally dimmed and went dark. Panting heavily, the Reikage stood amidst the rubble, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto. Show yourself. 1 kilometer away. So, that's the limit of the conceptual mecha, Naruto murmured, rising to his feet. It seems creating such puppets still requires the expertise of Sunegakure's traditional puppet masters. He turned to Violet. Stay here and wait. Swish. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto reappeared on the battlefield. Clapping slowly, he addressed the Reikage. Hey, you've improved. But are you sure you're up for this? Your chakra seems significantly drained. Humph. I came prepared for this, the Reikage retorted. Everyone, show this outsider the true power of Kumogakure's lightning style. Rah. The Kumogakure shinobi roared in unison as faint lightning release chakra modes flickered to life around them. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh. You've all learned this technique. The Reikage smirked. Our village's secret scrolls always have backups. Now witness the signature move of the first Reikage. The shinobi formed seals, channeling their chakra toward the Reikage. Lightning release, unified magnetic wave. The Reikage's chakra surged exponentially, his lightning release chakra mode intensifying to several times its previous strength. Even his pupils turned a silvery white. And now, the Reikage declared, behold the ultimate technique I created to surpass you, lightning release chakra mode, 100-fold thunderclap. Beneath his mask, Naruto's lips curled into a genuine smile. Hey, I'm truly impressed. You didn't come here recklessly, and your growth proves one thing. What's that? The Reikage demanded. It proves my challenges have value. Crackle. Purple lightning erupted around Naruto as he faced the Reikage head-on. Come at me. Boom. The two clashed, their battle shaking the earth. From a distance, Gaara, the Kazekage, watched the spectacle unfold. Flanked by his Sunegakure shinobi, he stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Naruto, Gaara said softly, his voice carrying across the battlefield. I've been waiting for you. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 107, Nakama Time. A journey to Suna. A caravan from Sunegakure arrived, with a cart specifically prepared to transport the injured Reikage. Using his sand, Gaara carefully lifted the unconscious Reikage onto the cart. With great effort, the accompanying shinobi began to pull it, slowly making their way toward the land of lightning. During this time, Gaara extended an invitation to Naruto Uzumaki to visit the sand village. From the deserts of the land of wind to Sunagakure, the two deliberately avoided discussing the changes in the shinobi world after the 5 Kage summit. Instead, they chatted casually, like old friends meeting after a long time. While the two leaders appeared relaxed, the accompanying shinobi, Temari, Kankuro, Baki, and others, were on high alert, their nerves stretched taut. Naruto's current identity and unpredictable actions had made him one of the most sensitive figures in the shinobi world. Gaara's decision to invite him to the village was met with widespread concern and debate. Throughout the journey, the Suna shinobi remained vigilant, fearing any potential mishap. Naruto, of course, noticed their apprehension but chose to act as if nothing was amiss. A private conversation with Gaara. Upon reaching Sunagakure, the group stopped outside the Kazekage's residence. Gaara turned to his accompanying shinobi and said, "From here on, I need to speak with Naruto alone. Please wait outside." Kankuro protested, "Hey, at least let me and Temari join." Gaara interrupted, "That won't be necessary." But Temari placed a hand on Kankuro's shoulder, shaking her head. Deep down, she trusted Naruto. Years ago, she had accompanied him during his mission to rescue Gaara. She still vividly remembered the tear blown onto her face by the wind, Naruto's tear, and his declaration of loneliness. With that, the other shinobi stayed outside while Naruto followed Gaara into the residence. The door closed behind them. The lights turned on, and the sound of wind and sand howled outside the windows. Naruto sat on a sofa. Gaara approached the tea table and asked, "Do you prefer black tea or green tea?" Naruto replied with a faint smile, "Whatever you make is fine." Gaara chuckled softly. "Then, how about oolong tea?" He prepared the tea and handed a cup to Naruto. The two sat across from each other in silence for a long time. Unspoken truths. Huff. Naruto adjusted his emotions, reached up, and removed his mask. His face, along with the Sharingan hidden beneath the mask, was revealed. Gaara remained composed. "You wear that mask not just to hide your eye, do you?" Naruto's voice carried a mix of complexity and weariness. "You're right. It's also to keep old acquaintances from seeing the expression on my face." "That must be exhausting," Gaara said softly. "Not too bad," Naruto replied. Another moment of silence passed before Gaara broke it, no longer avoiding the pressing topic. "I've heard about what happened with Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure." Naruto nodded, acknowledging the inevitable conversation. "I knew you'd eventually visit Sunagakure," Gaara continued. "So, I decided to invite you first. This way, it feels more natural, and we can avoid unnecessary awkwardness." Gaara stood, walked to a cabinet, and retrieved a thick stack of scrolls, many of which were covered in dust. He brushed them off and placed them in front of Naruto. "Everything is here." Naruto stared at the pile of scrolls, his emotions churning. Although he had already suspected Gaara's intentions when the invitation was extended, the reality still struck him harder than he expected. For a moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to reveal the deepest secret he had been hiding in his heart. "Gaara, You don't need to say anything," Gaara interrupted him. "If you say it now, it will feel like you're saying it out of obligation. I don't want that. Wait until you truly want to tell me. I'll wait for that day." Naruto was taken aback, his gaze meeting Gaara's sincere eyes. "We're friends," Gaara continued. "I believe everything you're doing is for the sake of the shinobi world. Just as you once saved me, I believe you'll save many others. Your methods may be different, but your intentions remain pure. So, if there's anything I can do to help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll disregard my identity, my position, and my responsibilities to stand by your side. If need be, I'm willing to give up my title as Kazekage and fight alongside you, even if it means opposing the entire shinobi world. Therefore, no matter what happens, Sunagakure, or rather, Gaara of the Desert, will always be your unwavering support." Naruto's eyes grew misty. In that moment, words seemed inadequate. All he could manage was the simplest, most heartfelt response, "Thank you." Gaara raised his teacup. "Then, let's drink to that." "Sure. Let's have a few drinks." Naruto replied, clinking his cup against Gaara's. They downed the tea in one gulp. Hack. Cough. The sharp taste hit Naruto's throat, causing him to cough. "Wait, this is alcohol." Gaara smirked. "We're not of age yet, so I guess this is a first for both of us." The return to Omegakure. The warm moment between friends was brief yet unforgettable. Later that night, Naruto bid farewell to Gaara and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the outskirts of the Land of Wind. Violet, who had been waiting, noticed the strong scent of alcohol emanating from beneath Naruto's mask. "Lord Pain, have you been drinking?" Naruto waved dismissively. "Let's head back to the village." Swish. Using the Flying Thunder God, they returned to Omegakure, where the battle had already concluded. Captured shinobi from Kimogakure, bound in chains, were lined up in the muddy streets. Among them were Samui, Omoi, and Karui. Russell. Naruto glanced at them briefly before striding past, heading toward the tower. In the corridor, Konan approached. "You're back." "Yeah," Naruto replied. "Those outside, are they from Kimogakure?" Konan nodded. "They planned to attack the village but were discovered by one of my paper clones stationed outside. It seems the Reikage didn't come himself. Did he go looking for you instead?" Naruto smirked faintly. "Looking for trouble?" "Not exactly." Konan noticed the weight in his tone and said, "You should rest." The two parted ways, each returning to their rooms. Naruto lay on his bed, and soon, the sound of steady breathing filled the air. An attempted assassination. Swish. In the dead of night, a shadowy figure landed in the rain outside the tower, their eyes fixed on the 7th-floor window. "He's drunk. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Swish. The figure vanished, scaling the tower with agile movements. Whoosh. The window opened, and the intruder slipped into the dark room. They crept to the bedside, raised a blade, and plunged it toward the sleeping Naruto. Their intent was unmistakably lethal. Clang. Without opening his eyes, Naruto's hand shot out, catching the assassin's wrist mid-strike. In one swift motion, he pinned them to the ground. Clatter. A black rod slid from his sleeve, embedding itself into the assassin's hand and pinning it to the floor. Ah. The female shinobi let out a pained cry. Bang. 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 The commotion alerted Konan, who burst into the room. The lights flickered on, and her expression darkened as she took in the scene. "Violet," she said coldly. "You hid yourself well." Konan raised her sleeve, ready to strike Violet down. "Wait," Naruto interjected, leaning against the window. His gaze was calm, his voice devoid of drunkenness. "Let's hear her reason first. Then, you can decide what to do." Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, A Shocking Revelation. Violet raised her eyes to look at Naruto Uzumaki and asked, "When did you realize that I harbored killing intent toward you?" With his arms crossed, Naruto replied, "Probably back in the woods of the Land of Fire when I was engrossed in reading. At the time, there were wolves lurking nearby, so I wasn't sure if your killing intent was directed at me or at them. I decided to wait and observe. Later, throughout our journey, you behaved very well, so." Violet interrupted with a knowing tone, "So, you pretended to be drunk to confuse me and lure me into revealing my intentions." Naruto nodded. Something like that. Honestly, I was really hoping it was just my imagination." Violet scoffed, "You're such a calculating man. But the fact that I failed to see through your schemes and exposed myself shows my own inadequacy." Naruto asked, "Now, can you tell me why you did it?" Violet's eyes glimmered with sorrow. "Both my parents were ninjas from Omegakure, Hidden Rain Village. They were killed by Konoha shinobi during the Third Great Ninja War. My younger sister and I survived only because of a benefactor who saved us, and we've relied on each other ever since." She continued, "Later on, my sister, who had become a Chunin, was sent on an S-rank mission. She was killed by Konoha's root ninjas." Konan interjected, "So, it was because of Xianghua. Back then, when I decided to requisition her body, you agreed, didn't you? That way, her appearance could be preserved. Don't tell me, you resented us for sending her on that mission." Violet laughed coldly. "Don't think so narrowly of me. As a ninja, one must embrace the resolve to sacrifice. My sister was a ninja, dying on a mission was her destiny. I don't blame anyone for that." Konan frowned. "Then why?" Violet turned her gaze to Konan, a knowing smile playing at her lips. "It's about time you dropped the act, isn't it, Angel? Or should I say, Konan, student of Jiraiya?" Konan's face betrayed a flicker of confusion. Violet pressed on, "You're one of the orphans of war from the Second Great Ninja War, taken in by Jiraiya. It was thanks to Konoha's kindness that you survived to this day. And the pain you serve, he's your fellow disciple, isn't he?" Konan's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure. "Fellow disciple? What are you talking about?" Violet sneered. "Don't bother pretending. He's Jiraiya's other student. The evidence lies in his use of Konoha's forbidden technique, Flying Thunder God. That jutsu isn't something just anyone can master. The only one who could use it was the men who earned renown during the Third Great Ninja War." She continued, her voice filled with conviction. 16 years ago, during the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, he faked his death. The former Hokage transformed into pain. It all adds up. The downfall of Hanzo the Salamander's faction also coincided with that time. That's right. The true identity of Pain is none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His ultimate goal is to control Omegakure and turn it into a branch of Konoha. And you, Conan, as Jiraiya's student, have become a pawn in his plan, haven't you? Naruto and Conan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the room. Violet smirked. When I became a captain of the ANBU, I heard a rumor during one of my intelligence-gathering missions. It was said that Pain was killed by Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. That was your doing, wasn't it? To sever the connection between Pain and Konoha. And now, at this critical juncture, you formed the ANBU to feed us this information and make us believe it wholeheartedly. She added, her voice heavy with accusation. Looking back, my sister Xianghua was killed by Konoha's root. That was likely part of a conspiracy. In other words, the mastermind behind it all was Danzo Shimura, the very embodiment of darkness. Later, Danzo became Hokage, the true ruler of Konoha. Meanwhile, the supposedly deceased fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, became the secret puppet master of Omegakure. She concluded, her tone resolute, though Danzo recently died, I don't know who killed him, I believe it was my sister Xianghua's spirit delivering justice, punishing the darkness that sought to manipulate Omegakure. And as for the other darkness, Minato Namikaze, I resolved to eliminate him myself. As a ninja of Omegakure, I love this land deeply. Even if it costs me my life, I must restore its purity. Now that my plan has failed, I have no more to say. Kill me. Crash. The rain outside intensified, and the room fell into a dead silence. Naruto and Conan were still reeling from the shock of her words. Violet demanded, what are you waiting for? My conspiracy has been exposed. Do it. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Naruto replied, tell me, why are you so convinced that I'm Minato Namikaze? Just because I can use Flying Thunder God doesn't mean only he could master it. Violet, unwavering, argued, your hair color is the proof. I investigated, Minato Namikaze had blonde hair, just like you. And why else would you wear a mask if not to hide your identity? Sighing, Naruto remarked, wow, I've really learned something today. With that, he removed his mask, revealing his youthful face. Violet was stunned. So young. If Minato Namikaze were alive, he'd be in his 30s by now. Naruto said firmly, listen carefully. I'm not Pain, nor am I Minato Namikaze. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Violet, taken aback, exclaimed, you're the one who defeated Pain. Impossible. Why would you defeat Pain and then replace him? Naruto explained, your understanding is flawed from the very beginning. Minato Namikaze was my father. He truly died during the Ninetales attack on Konoha to save the village. He continued, the true identity of Pain was indeed Nagato, another of Jiraiya's students. But he's no longer alive. I did defeat Pain, but I later became a rogue ninja of Konoha. Joining Omegakure and concealing my identity was a matter of timing. Violet, in disbelief, shouted, no. That's impossible. You're a hero of Konoha for defeating Pain. Why would you betray Konoha? It doesn't make sense. This must be a conspiracy, a plot by Root and Danzo. At this moment, Conan spoke again. You're wrong. The one who killed Danzo wasn't your sister's spirit. It was the man standing right in front of you, Naruto Uzumaki. Violet was dumbfounded. What? How could that be? Conan, dropping another bombshell, revealed, and let me tell you something else. The benefactor who saved you and your sister during the Third Great Ninja War was none other than his father, Minato Namikaze. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Flowers, Birds, Wind, and Moon. A misunderstanding resolved. Upon learning the truth, Violet fell into a deep silence, her emotions conflicted. Naruto Uzumaki knelt beside her, pulling out the black rods that pinned her hands to the floor and tossing them aside. He then retrieved bandages and antiseptic, carefully tending to her wounds. Violet looked at him in disbelief. You're not going to kill me. Naruto's voice was calm and warm. I don't kill the innocent. Since this was all just a misunderstanding, then even your motive for trying to harm me stems from a misunderstanding. Besides, didn't you say you love this land and love Omegakure? He continued, that proves your intentions were for the sake of the village you serve. And the fact that you dare to defy power and act according to your own beliefs is even more commendable. After finishing the bandaging and tying the knot securely, Naruto stood up and said, whether you choose to stay or leave in the future is entirely up to you. I'll respect your decision. Take your time to think it over, and when you've made up your mind, let me know. With that, Naruto turned and walked out of the room with Conan, leaving Violet behind. The door closed, and the rain outside continued to pour relentlessly. Violet leaned against the corner of the wall, hugging her knees and burying her head in them. Memories long blurred by time resurfaced, growing clearer and clearer in her mind. On the ruins of her home, she had cradled her infant sister in her arms. Before her stood a young man who had saved their lives, a man she would regard as her benefactor for years to come. At the time, she had been too terrified to even look directly at him. But that man had gently patted her tangled hair with his slender hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid. When you grow up, you'll have the strength to protect your village. Until then, live well." His reassuring tone had calmed her heart. Unable to resist, Violet had glanced up at him. A warm smile, golden hair shining brightly in the sunlight. Flash. The face in her memory overlapped with Naruto's. Violet's eyes widened in shock. It's him. He's that man's son. Her thoughts raced. So, he really has. The realization of Minato Namake's death struck her hard. Her hands clenched the fabric of her pants tightly. For years, she had harbored an unrealistic dream, to find that man and tell him that she had grown into a capable shinobi. If he hadn't married, she had even dreamed of marrying him and bearing his children. But now, knowing her benefactor was gone, tears streamed down Violet's face. After crying her heart out, she looked at the knot on the bandage on her hand and made a firm decision. This debt of gratitude cannot be repaid. I will dedicate myself entirely to repaying his son, Naruto Uzumaki. Reflections in the rain. In the corridor, Naruto stared out at the rain, deep in thought. The love and hatred intertwined in this shinobi world. It's truly unfathomable. Konan stood beside him, her voice tinged with emotion. Indeed. Who would have thought that the person she wanted to kill was the one who saved her all those years ago? Her thoughts drifted to her own past, and guilt washed over her. Luckily, Jiraiya had been resurrected, giving her a chance to make amends, not just for herself but also for Nagato. After a moment, Konan spoke seriously. Violet, do you really plan to keep her by your side? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem appropriate. Naruto replied thoughtfully, everyone has the right to make mistakes, and everyone deserves a chance to be forgiven. I believe that after this experience, she'll grow, both as a shinobi and as a person. Konan lowered her gaze, murmuring, as a shinobi, huh? Naruto turned the conversation. Those Kumogakure captives, they're still out in the rain, aren't they? Konan nodded. Yes. Well, I'm not sleepy anymore. Let's go take a look. Naruto put his mask back on and descended the tower with Konan. The prisoners of Kumogakure. Behind the tower, in the open courtyard, the prisoners from Kumogakure were chained and left to stand in the pouring rain. Boom. Thunder rumbled across the sky. Omoi, biting the stick of a long-melted lollipop, muttered nervously, it's thundering. If lightning strikes this tower and breaks off the top, the falling debris might hit us. If it kills us outright, that's one thing. But if it doesn't and we're left paralyzed, stuck in bed for the rest of our lives, needing someone to take care of us, we wouldn't be able to get married. No marriage means no kids, and our family line would end. Hey. Karui interrupted, clearly annoyed. Can you stop saying such unsettling things? Quiet, Samui said, her calm voice cutting through the tension. She glanced toward the corner of the tower. Someone's coming. Naruto emerged from the shadows, his eyes immediately catching Samui's striking blonde hair and fair skin. With a playful tone, he said, well, this isn't our first meeting, is it? Samui gritted her teeth. It's you, the one who impersonated me, deceived everyone, and attacked our village. Behind Naruto, Konan's gaze flicked to Samui's chest before glancing down at her own. Her brows furrowed slightly. Naruto walked up to Samui. The reason I impersonated you was to avoid unnecessary conflict. Karui shouted angrily, stay away from Captain Samui, you spiky-haired jerk. Naruto turned to look at her. Karui, with her dark skin and wiry frame, reminded Naruto of their past life. After the Pain assault, Karui had come to Konoha and even beaten Naruto up over Sasuke's actions. In the aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Karui had married Choji Akimichi and given birth to Chocho Akimichi, who became classmates with Naruto Uzumaki and Sarada Uchiha. Naruto wasn't one to hold grudges. With a chuckle, he said, girls shouldn't be so hot-tempered. Otherwise, you might end up marrying a chubby guy. Karui scoffed, huh? I, Karui, would rather die than marry a man who weighs over 80 kilograms. Konan interjected, what do you plan to do with these people? Naruto replied, take them to the cells. They'll serve as bargaining chips for negotiations with the Reikage in the future. Konan nodded. That makes sense. Even if the Reikage and Kimogakure can't deal with you, that doesn't mean they can't target other Omegakure shinobi. The prisoners were escorted to the cells by ANBU. As Omoi was led away, he sighed in relief. Finally, we're away from that tower. Now there's no chance of debris falling on us and paralyzing us. Boom. Lightning struck the tower, breaking off a corner of the roof. Debris fell exactly where Omoi had been sitting moments ago. Naruto stared in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. A message from Jiraiya. After the incident, Naruto looked up at a window on the 6th floor of the tower and murmured, I wonder if Pervy Sage is asleep by now. Conan's expression shifted as she remembered something. He went to bed earlier, but before that, he wrote this. She handed Naruto a piece of paper with what appeared to be a cipher written on it. Naruto stepped under the eaves to avoid the rain and unfolded the paper. After a quick glance, he confirmed, it's definitely a cipher. Back then, Pervy Sage used the same method to deliver information about pain. The key to decoding it is make out paradise. By matching the page numbers and words, the message can be pieced together. Conan's eyes softened. Make out paradise. If I remember correctly, that's one of Sensei's novels, right? Like the tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi. Naruto hesitated. Ah, yeah, sort of. Pervy Sage must be trying to tell us something. But why go through the trouble of using a cipher? Anyway, we'll need a copy of Make Out Paradise to decode it. Is there one in any of Amagekyu's bookstores? Conan shook her head. No. Amegakure is very insular and values its local customs and culture. Foreign books rarely make their way here. Naruto sighed. I see. Then we'll have to find another way to get our hands on a copy and decode the message. Conan offered, how about this, once we get the book, let me handle decoding the cipher. Naruto blinked in surprise. You. Conan nodded. It's a small way for me to atone. As Sensei's student, I've never even read his works. It's shameful. Naruto scratched his head. All right, fine. I have some important matters to attend to, so I'll need to return to Konoha soon anyway. Conan didn't press for details. Come back soon. And be careful. A meeting in Konoha. Under the dim light of a street lamp in a secluded alley in Konoha, Shikaka Nara leaned against a utility pole, lighting a cigarette with a kerosene lighter. Shikaka wasn't usually one to smoke, but the recent turmoil in Konoha had taken its toll on him. Exhale. He blew out a puff of smoke and turned his gaze toward the dark corner of the alley. His voice was steady and calm. With your sage mode and exceptional sensory abilities, you deliberately left a flying thunder god mark where I'd pass by. You must have wanted me to notice. Since then, I've been waiting here every night. Come out, Naruto. From the shadows, Naruto stepped forward. Shikaka-san, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Unlike you, I don't have a brilliant mind, so I needed time to reflect and decide my next steps. Shikaka smiled knowingly. It's fine. You're here now. Why don't we talk at my place? Naruto grinned. Is that really okay? Shikaka chuckled. Shikamaru and his mother are out visiting friends. It's just me at home. No one else knows, not even Kakashi. Naruto smirked. Got any alcohol? You're not of age yet, are you? But, tonight, we'll make an exception. Shikaku extinguished his cigarette in a portable ashtray and tucked it into his pocket before leading the way. Then, I'll be in your care, Shikaku-uncle, Naruto said, following him. That night was a night for sages. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 110, The Sage's Night. Shikaka Nara locked the door behind him as he entered his home. The light in the tatami room flickered on, illuminating a square table set in the center. Naruto Uzumaki and Shikaka sat across from each other. Unlike his interactions with Gaara, who was his peer, Naruto maintained a sense of respect toward Shikaku, considering him a senior figure, at least in his heart. After sitting down, Naruto took the initiative to remove his mask. Shikaku, without asking about Naruto's eyes or other matters, calmly heated some sake and prepared a few dishes. He didn't press for answers, knowing that Naruto's presence here meant he was ready to speak his truth. As the sake flowed and the dishes were tasted, Naruto finally broke the silence with a bombshell. Uncle Shikaku, do you believe that people from the future can return to the past? Shikaku smiled faintly, as if listening to an amusing tale over dinner. Such fantastical things usually only exist in works of fiction. Naruto's tone grew heavy. Indeed. The past me would have dismissed it as a fairy tale, until one day, a man from a faraway land brought with him a treasure that didn't belong to this world. That treasure is called Pear. And to talk about this man and Pear, we can't avoid discussing Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails, the God Tree, and the Otsutsuki clan. The story is long. Will you listen? Click. Shikaku lit a cigarette, placed the lighter aside, and said calmly, no one will disturb us until dawn. Speak freely. All right. Naruto gathered his thoughts, his gaze turning deep as though piercing through time and space, back to the distant past. He chose to narrate instead of using genjutsu because he needed this opportunity to unburden himself. He believed that if it was Shikaku, he would come to his own conclusions. By the time Naruto finished his story, 3 more pots of sake had been consumed, and the ashtray in front of Shikaku was filled with cigarette butts. Shikaku massaged his temples, his mind racing to piece together everything he had just heard. So, you. He paused, reaching for his sake cup, only to find it empty. Naruto refilled it for him, and after taking a sip, Shikaku steadied himself and looked directly at Naruto. You experienced that kind of future firsthand. At the moment of your death, you returned to the present using pair, taking the place of the younger you. Everything that happened after, your defection and subsequent actions, was all to change that future, correct? Naruto nodded solemnly. That's right. It sounds like a fairy tale, doesn't it? If you don't believe me, I completely understand. Shikaku replied, if you had told me this right after defeating pain, I would have dismissed it as a delusion caused by head trauma. But considering everything you've done since, it all makes sense. So yes, I believe you. Phew. Naruto exhaled deeply, as if releasing the weight he had carried for so long. Shikaku's expression turned serious. However, my belief doesn't mean others in the village will believe you. Some things are hard to empathize with unless experienced firsthand. Even a hero of the village isn't exempt from that. Naruto chuckled wryly. A hero? Someone like me doesn't deserve those words anymore. Shikaku said gravely, true. Even though Danzo is dead and Root is practically dismantled, the negative image they painted of you still lingers, and it's only getting worse. He added, the day Sasuke Uchiha attacked the village, the figure that appeared on the Hokage rock, was that you? It was me, Naruto admitted. Shikaku sighed. But afterward, most people refused to believe it was you. Some even speculated that you came specifically to assist Sasuke. Naruto replied calmly, none of that matters. There are countless shinobi who sacrifice themselves in silence, their names forgotten even in death, sometimes leaving behind only infamy. As long as what I protect remains safe, nothing else matters. He declared, that's why I'll keep walking this path, no matter what. Shikaku asked, have you ever considered that there might be a better way? Naruto, swirling his empty sake cup, pondered aloud, a better way. I've thought about it. For example, I could have returned and acted as if I knew nothing. When the Fourth Great Ninja War broke out, Sasuke and I could have received the Sage of Six Paths blessing together. Using the prestige of saving the ninja world, we could have unified its resources to oppose the Otsutsuki clan. Clang. Naruto pressed the empty cup onto the table. But I'm not that kind of smooth operator. I can't pretend nothing happened. And I refuse to take the easy way out. If change is to happen, it must be fundamental, not a quick fix to seize the most advantageous moment. He continued, the Sage of Six Paths sought stability within the ninja world. His entire life was devoted to sealing Kaguya and preventing her resurrection. But he never realized that beyond this world, there exist beings 100 times stronger than him, monsters who could easily bypass his seals and threaten this land. Well, I don't blame the Sage of Six Paths. From his perspective and experience, what he accomplished was already extraordinary. At least he brought decades of peace to the ninja world. But that peace was fleeting, as the subsequent tragedies proved. And so, this time, I'm taking a path completely different from his, a path to truly save this world. Shikaku sighed. At this point, there's no point debating whether your method is the optimal solution. At the very least, it's a feasible one. But being too far ahead of your time comes with a price, you'll face criticism. Be prepared for that. Naruto smiled. Compared to everything I've endured, criticism is nothing. I'll just laugh it off. Shikaku chuckled. At the very least, Konoha's Ino Shikacho will stand by your side. The rest, we'll leave to time to prove. Saying this, he pulled out a box from under the table and pushed it toward Naruto. What's inside should be useful to you. It contains the secret techniques of the Ino Shikacho trio, techniques not even recorded in Konoha's Book of Seals. This is, after all, another reason for your visit, isn't it? Naruto accepted the box with both hands, his expression solemn. Thank you, Uncle Shikaku. Shikaku said, if you ever find yourself stuck, don't hesitate to come to me for advice. Naruto replied, of course. I've never believed I could accomplish everything alone. When it's time to rely on my comrades, I won't hesitate. After a moment of reflection, Shikaku added, according to the normal timeline, the Fourth Great Ninja War would have ended by now, correct? And both Haichi and I would have died at the Allied Forces Command Center, crushed by the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb, right? Naruto nodded. That's correct. Shikaku smiled faintly. At least your return changed that outcome. Personally, I'd much rather watch my son grow up and enjoy the warmth of family than die a hero. Naruto smiled back. I believe that day will come. Bang. 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 A heavy knocking echoed from the door. Shikaku, Open the door right now. It was Shikaku's wife. Looking at the mess on the table, Shikaku sighed bitterly. The lioness of the house has returned. What a headache. I'll be taking my leave, Uncle Shikaku. Whoosh. Using Flying Thunder God, Naruto vanished, leaving Shikaku alone on the battlefield. Click. Lighting another cigarette, Shikaku murmured, looks like I won't be able to smoke for a while. Bang. 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 The knocking grew more impatient. Coming, Shikaku said, extinguishing his cigarette and standing up, bracing himself as if heading to his execution. Elsewhere in Konoha, late at night. Having been discharged from the hospital, Kakashi Hatake returned to his home, now back to his usual routine. Rustle, rustle. Hearing noises from his bedroom, Kakashi immediately grew alert. Leaning against the doorframe, he channeled lightning into his kunai and burst through the door, only to see a familiar figure rummaging through his belongings. Kakashi froze in place. You. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you're finally back, Naruto muttered as he turned around, looking completely serious. Where did you hide Make-out Paradise? I've searched everywhere and can't find it. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 111, each shines in their own way. Over the course of a single night, Naruto Uzumaki successfully acquired the secret technique scrolls of both Sunagakure and Konohagakure. These were the two villages he was most reluctant to resort to force with, which is why he left them for last. Now that everything had gone smoothly, the weight on his heart could finally be lifted. Reflecting on the past 3 months, Naruto realized that his interactions with the 5 great shinobi villages had been achieved through 5 entirely different approaches. His journey to Kimogakure was a contest of strength. His visit to Iwagakure was an exchange of interests. His time in Kirigakure was a repayment of kindness. His dealings with Sunagakure were a gift of friendship. And his return to Konohagakure was met with the affection of his elders. Each of these approaches was a microcosm of the bonds that tied the shinobi world together. They also determined how he would interact with the 5 great shinobi villages in the future. Back in Omegakure, Naruto immediately secluded himself in his study to inventory the scrolls he had obtained. With so many scrolls in hand, it was clear that his training needed to follow a specific order. Given his prior basic knowledge of mechanical assembly, Naruto decided to strike while the iron was hot and delve into Sunagakure's puppet techniques. The puppet techniques of Sunagakure were originally created by the second Kazekage, Shaman, and later popularized by the first puppet master, Monzaemon Chikamatsu. Over time, the art was refined and passed down through masters like Chiyo and Ebizo, eventually reaching its pinnacle under Sasori of the Red Sand. Puppet techniques are divided into 2 major domains, creation and control. Simply put, creation refers to the ability to develop puppets, while control refers to the ability to maneuver puppets in battle. Only by mastering both domains can one be considered a top-tier puppet master. However, Naruto's 6 paths technique granted by the Rinnegan gave him a unique advantage. He could remotely drive puppets using chakra without the need for chakra threads. This alone set him apart from the rest. Thus, he only needed to focus on creation without worrying about control. So, the joints can be constructed this way. Indeed, this design greatly enhances both mobility and durability. Naruto immersed himself in the study of puppet techniques, working tirelessly. Before he knew it, he had already sketched out blueprints and, using parts disassembled from the Azura path, assembled a brand new Mecha Naruto. By evening, Konan arrived with dinner. Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Hey, Konan-ne, do you know something?" "What is it?" Konan responded calmly, placing the tray on the table. Naruto said, "I think I'm starting to understand Sasori of the Red Sand's puppet artistry. Even though I'm stronger than him, I can't help but admire him. What should I do?" Konan picked up a meat bun from the tray and handed it to him. "Eat first, then talk." Naruto took a big bite, nearly finishing half in one go. "Hey Konan-ne, how about we? Yura yura yura." Thud thud thud. Naruto choked, pounding his chest. Thud thud thud. Konan handed him a glass of water and patted his back. "Swallow it slowly before you speak." Gulp. Naruto swallowed the meat bun and finished his thought, "How about we recruit Sasori too? I want him to be my assistant." Konan handed him a napkin, her gaze shifting to the Mecha Naruto standing nearby. "Is this your creation? I heard you designed one while traveling to Sunagakure as well." Naruto grinned. "Ah, that's right. But while that one was just a concept, the one you see here is my debut work, Mecha Naruto, Prototype Unit 01. Is that so?" Konan responded indifferently. "And look at this, my grand vision." Naruto slowly unfurled a scroll before her, revealing a series of design blueprints. Mecha Sasuke, Mecha Hinata, Mecha Sakura, Mecha Kakashi, Mecha Madara, Mecha Obito, Mecha Tsunade, Mecha Reikage, all meticulously planned. Conan remarked, they all seem to be your old acquaintances. Tada. Check this out. Naruto opened the scroll to its final section, revealing a rough draft of Mecha Conan. Conan's face, half hidden behind her high collar, betrayed no emotion. Her already dull eyes seemed to lose their remaining light. Naruto gestured enthusiastically at the curves on the blueprint. Conan, could you share your body measurements with me? I'll need those parameters for the design. After a moment of silence, Conan replied with a surprising statement, don't you already know them? Naruto tilted his head. Conan shook her head. Forget it. I'll measure them later and let you know. The puppet play interlude came to a temporary close. Conan gathered the empty dishes and suddenly remembered something. By the way, did you find Ika Ika Paradise during your trip to Konoha? Naruto smacked his forehead. Oh. If you hadn't reminded me, Conan, I'd have completely forgotten. He pulled out the small orange-covered book from a drawer, hesitating. Do you really want to read it, Conan? Of course, Conan replied earnestly, already taking the book from his hands. Not only do I want to decipher the code hidden within, but I also want to understand the ninja way and spirit that Jiraiya-sensei sought to convey through this work. I'll head back to my room to read now. Don't stay up too late, get some rest. With that, Conan left the room, leaving Naruto scratching his head. That book was practically Hinata's and my teacher in enlightenment. The ninja way it conveys is practically the antithesis of the 3 ninja prohibitions. But then again, Conan probably counts as someone who's been through it all, right? Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, night had fallen. Sakura Haruno walked toward the Hokage's office. These past weeks had been filled with endless setbacks for her. First, her mission to track down Sasuke ended in failure. Then, she received the devastating news of her parents' deaths. To make matters worse, her parents had died during Sasuke's attack on Konoha. The person she loved most had killed the people she was closest to. The pain was overwhelming, like a tidal wave drowning her. Tsunade, understanding her disciple's turmoil, decided that Sakura was unfit for missions in her current state and granted her some time off. But as the days passed, Sakura found that idle time only deepened her sorrow, leaving her unable to move forward. She decided to request a return to active duty. Standing outside the Hokage's office, Sakura raised her hand to knock but paused when she heard voices from within. Kakashi, that's right. Naruto came to me last night and asked for that thing. Tsunade, that boy has no interest in such frivolous things. What could he possibly want it for? I was curious too, but Naruto explained it to me. Kakashi paused, as if gathering his thoughts. Jiraiya-sama has been resurrected. Naruto used the Rinnegan's forbidden technique to bring him back. What? Tsunade slammed her hands on the desk, her eyes trembling. When did this happen? Kakashi, recently. He spent nearly 2 months recovering Jiraiya-sama's body from the ocean near Omegakure and successfully revived him. Before Naruto left, he said you could visit him anytime. By the time the conversation ended, Sakura Haruno had already disappeared from the corridor. End of chapter. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 112, A Lone Bloom. Morning at the corridor. The next morning, Naruto Uzumaki stretched his limbs along the corridor. From the room at the end of the hallway, the door creaked open, and Conan stepped out, dark circles heavy under her eyes. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, Conan, what happened to you? Conan gazed at the rain falling outside the window and replied, it's a long story. Anyway, I've cracked the code left by Sensei. Take a look. She handed Naruto a piece of paper with the deciphered code written on it. The code was a single sentence. I returned from Yomi, leaving memories, the Pure Land's dead, a taboo for the living, beware. Conan asked, what do you think? Naruto's gaze deepened. From this one sentence alone, it's hard to figure out the full picture. But Erosenin must have discovered a great secret, one so profound that he couldn't express it directly in words. He had to use this coded message to guide us. Crash. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and rain poured down in torrents. 6th floor of the tower. Jiraiya sat on his bed, his weathered eyes filled with deep concern. 7th floor corridor. Naruto said, I think there's more to this code. It might take a long time to truly understand what Erosenin is trying to tell us. Conan's expression turned somber. She faintly sensed that behind Jiraiya's resurrection and his silence lay a shroud of mystery, one that involved a monumental secret. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Naruto grinned and said, but didn't Erosenin say he's watching over us? So everything will turn out for the better. Conan nodded, her unease dissipating somewhat. Seeing Naruto all geared up so early in the morning, she asked, are you heading out? Naruto replied, yeah, there's a place I need to visit. Is it dangerous? Conan asked. Not really, Naruto replied casually. Relieved, Conan said, Alright then. Konan, take care of Erosenin. I'll be back soon. With that, Naruto opened the window, ready to set off. But Konan reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Konan. Naruto looked at her, puzzled. Konan's eyes flickered. Actually, after reading that book, I find it hard to face Jiraiya-sensei. If it's not too dangerous, could you leave a shadow clone and come with me to see him? Alright then, Naruto said with a helpless smile, leaving behind a shadow clone. A dim hideout in the land of fields. Half a day later, in a dark hideout in the land of fields, a battle broke out, and ended swiftly. Amidst the wreckage of kunai and shuriken, Shin Uchiha, who had been knocked to the ground, glared in terror at the masked man approaching him. With his body enhanced by cloned Mangekyo Sharingan, he demanded, "Who are you? How do you possess such overwhelming power?" Naruto's voice was cold and steady. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you, Shin Uchiha, have something I want." Many people weren't familiar with Shin Uchiha. Originally one of Orochimaru's test subjects, Shin possessed a unique body that could accept transplanted organs without rejection. Because of this, Orochimaru implanted numerous Sharingan, collected by Shimura Danzo during the Uchiha clan massacre, into Shin's body. Later, Shin's right arm, which had been implanted with various Sharingan, was given to Danzo as his new arm. Orochimaru also cloned multiple copies of Shin using his cells. Eventually, Shin betrayed Orochimaru, taking his clones, whom he referred to as his sons, and using them as tools and spare organs for himself. Though not an Uchiha by blood, Shin became obsessed with Itachi Uchiha, even adopting the Uchiha surname. Misinterpreting Itachi's actions, Shin rejected the value of peace, believing that only through constant conflict, like that pursued by Itachi and the Akatsuki, could humanity evolve. At this point in time, Shin was lying low. In Naruto's previous life, during the Boruto era, both he and Sasuke had fought Shin. However, due to their unfamiliarity with Shin's abilities and their diminished combat instincts after years of peace, they had initially struggled against him. In this life, Kabuto Yakushi had used Shin's cells to enhance Danzo, transforming him into a monster capable of defeating Sasuke. Shin growled, "Damn it. Whoever you are, you'll regret this." Tap. A single-eyed creature landed beside Shin. Its deformed face bore a Mangekyo Sharingan, which began to spin, creating a spatial vortex to absorb Shin. "So, it finally appears," Naruto muttered. Swish. Naruto vanished in a flash of flying thunder god, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shin flying. The single-eyed creature, sensing danger, attempted to flee. Bansho Tenin. Naruto extended his hand, and with a surge of gravitational force, pulled the creature toward him. He then gouged out the creature's Mangekyo Sharingan, which possessed spatial abilities. Among all of Shin's Mangekyo Sharingan, only this one had developed spatial manipulation abilities. Naruto already knew the origin of this eye from Orochimaru in his previous life. During the cloning process, an accident had caused two eyes to merge into one, granting it a unique, unnamed ocular technique. Byudo-dome, a technique that extended the ability to manipulate ninja tools to spatial manipulation. Although it didn't develop a power like Kamui, which allowed teleportation between marked targets and the user, it was still formidable. Tap. Naruto formed a hand seal, and the Mangekyo Sharingan crumbled into sand in his hand. This was the secret technique, True Eye of Sand, a hidden technique of the sand village created by the first Kazekage, Reto. Superior to Gaara's third eye, it allowed the user to control an external eye made of sand. By designating an eye to turn into sand, the sand could later reassemble into the original eye and reconnect to the user's optic nerve when needed. With this technique, I now have an external Mangekyo Sharingan. Beyond the Flying Thunder God, I've gained another spatial manipulation ability, allowing for more versatile strategies. As for you, Shin Uchiha. Sizzle. Naruto removed his mask, revealing his right eye, which transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Koto Ematsukami. Treat your sons well. It's not too late to become a good father. Snap. The malice in Shin's eyes vanished. From that day forward, he disappeared with his cloned sons, living in obscurity. Return to Omega-Kure. After resolving this matter, Naruto returned to Omega-Kure. Naruto, Konan said, a girl from Konoha wants to see you. Naruto froze, his composure momentarily shattered. Could it be Hinata? Konan replied, she said her name is Haruno Sakura. Phew, so it's Sakura, Naruto exhaled in relief. As long as it's not Hinata. Calming his nerves, Naruto resumed his characteristic air of depth upon his return. Bring her to me, he said. Support for 200 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 113, Clenched Fists. Lord Naruto, Lady Konan, the target has been brought. Violet arrived at the Shinobi Hall of Omega-Kure, Hidden Rain Village, escorting Sakura Haruno. Konan's voice was as cold as ever. Good work. You may leave now. Yes, ma'am. Violet replied respectfully before exiting the hall and closing the door behind her. Underneath the imposing statues with wrathful, glaring faces, Naruto Uzumaki stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The somber and oppressive atmosphere created by the cold hues of the hall, combined with the unfamiliar aura emanating from Naruto's silhouette, made the long-traveled Sakura feel deeply uneasy. It was as though the Naruto who had once cared for her so deeply now existed in a world far removed from her own. This wasn't the first time Sakura had felt this way, but she still couldn't get used to it. Clasping her hands before her chest, she steadied her nerves before speaking. Naruto, Boom. A deafening clap of thunder echoed across the skies outside, its rumbling reverberations shaking the stone pillars of the grand hall. Sakura's words were drowned out by the thunder. Naruto turned around slowly, his face hidden behind a mask as he addressed his old comrade in a low voice. Say what you need to say. Sakura's gaze flickered as she hesitated. In the past, I mocked you for not having parents. At the time, I didn't understand how you felt. Now, I want to apologize for my words and actions back then. Beneath the mask, Naruto's expression revealed a trace of surprise. She had traveled all this way just to say this. Naruto responded calmly. That kind of thing never bothered me. Sakura insisted earnestly. But I still need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Perhaps it was because Sakura had gone through so much recently that she had grown as a person. Naruto replied. There's really no need to apologize. We're shinobi. Sakura's tone turned cold and sorrowful. My parents, they're dead. Whoosh. Naruto's expression beneath the mask changed instantly. When did this happen? He asked. Sakura's voice was as icy as her demeanor. They were killed by that bastard Sasuke. Naruto frowned. He personally attacked your parents? Sakura shook her head, her grief evident. He destroyed a building. My parents died saving civilians when the walls collapsed on them. Naruto's hand, still clasped behind his back, instinctively clenched into a fist. He hadn't foreseen this. For a moment, his thoughts were in disarray. Sasuke, Sakura cut him off decisively. That scum is irrelevant now. As far as I'm concerned, he's already dead. Naruto sighed deeply. Sakura shifted the conversation abruptly. I heard that Lord Jiraiya has been resurrected. Standing nearby, Konan narrowed her eyes. Is this what she's been leading up to all along? Sakura's voice trembled as she continued. So, could I ask you to bring my parents back to life? Naruto fell silent. From the moment Sakura mentioned Jiraiya, Naruto had a vague sense of where this conversation was headed. If it weren't for Jiraiya's speechlessness after his resurrection and Orochimaru's warnings, Naruto might have agreed to help Sakura. After all, even if their paths had diverged, the bonds of their previous lives still held some weight. Sakura pleaded urgently. It's a simple task for someone like you now, isn't it? Just a small effort, and you could save lives. This is my one and only request. Even if it's just for the sake of our old camaraderie, please help me, I beg you. As she spoke, Sakura dropped to her knees. Naruto stepped forward and said. Sakura, listen to me. That kind of resurrection technique isn't something that can be used lightly. Sakura, her head bowed, interrupted him. You used it for Jiraiya, but not for my parents. Naruto explained. It's not like that. Manipulating life and death comes with a cost, it carries unknown consequences. Sakura countered. If they're unknown, doesn't that mean there's a chance they don't exist? Naruto replied. But if they do? Sakura interrupted again, her voice rising with desperation. Please. Just this once. I promise I'll never trouble you again. Naruto's clenched fists tightened further. It was his return that had altered history, indirectly leading to Sakura losing her parents. And now, because of this tragedy, it would be nearly impossible for Sakura and Sasuke to reconcile. When Sasuke learned the truth someday, he might even resent Naruto for it. Even so, Naruto had no intention of breaking his own rules. The resolve he had upon returning to this world would not be swayed by guilt or personal emotions. Naruto released his tightly clenched fists and said, Sakura, while I can't use that resurrection technique, I can offer another way for you to see your parents again. Sakura looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. Really? Naruto turned his gaze to the side. Konan, could you bring those 2 white Zetsu over? Before this, Naruto had captured 3 white Zetsu during a mission. Sai had used one for his Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, leaving 2 remaining. Konan asked. Without Orochimaru here, are you sure about this? Naruto replied. I've witnessed that technique more than once. I know how to perform the hand seals. While I'd prefer not to use it myself, I'll make an exception this time. Conan nodded. Understood. Based on the current information, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique was a forbidden jutsu that violated the taboo of manipulating the living. However, the Edo Tensei seemed to be less extreme. Otherwise, Orochimaru and Kabuto wouldn't have survived its use in the previous timeline. Ultimately, it likely had to do with the use of living sacrifices, a life for a life. And even then, it wasn't true resurrection. Conan brought the two white zetsu forward. Naruto asked. Did you bring any biological material from your parents? I did. Sakura, as a medical ninja, had anticipated the need for a medium. After all, Naruto had gone to great lengths to recover Jiraiya's body. She retrieved 2 vials of blood from her ninja pouch. Naruto prepared the ritual circle in the hall, pouring out the blood as Conan wrapped the 2 white zetsu in paper and placed them within the circle. Once everything was ready, Naruto formed the necessary hand seals. Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei. Aha. Naruto Uzumaki, you dirt-eating bastard. Aha. Eating dirt isn't enough for you, why not eat shit too? The 2 white zetsu screamed insults as their bodies were enveloped in dust, transforming into Sakura's parents. Naruto lowered his hands and reminded Sakura. This is not a permanent solution. If there's anything left unsaid, now's the time. Father. Mother. Sakura couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. She rushed forward and embraced her parents. Conan observed quietly. That should resolve everything. Naruto said. Let's hope so. Conan, nay, I'll leave the rest to you. I have other techniques to master today. Go ahead, Conan replied. As Sakura basked in the joy of reuniting with her parents, she suddenly looked around. Where's Naruto? Conan's tone was cold. He's busy. Do you have any other requests? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Sakura said. Well, I haven't eaten anything since I got here. Could I have a meal in a Megakure before I leave? Conan replied indifferently. Fine. But don't speak about Naruto or pain. Eat and leave. Understood. Sakura nodded firmly. Don't worry. I'm the tight-lipped type. At a local restaurant. Sakura and her parents sat together, enjoying a meal. How's the food, Dad? Mom. Sakura asked. Even though their Edo Tensei bodies had no sense of taste, her parents smiled and replied. It's delicious. Really delicious. The other diners chatted among themselves, naturally bringing up pain in their conversations. After all, the one who had defeated Hanzo and united a Megakure wasn't just a name, Pain was a symbol of faith for the entire village. These peaceful days are all thanks to Lord Pain and Lady Angel. Absolutely. Hearing these discussions, Sakura muttered to herself. That's strange. Didn't Pain die in Konoha? Wasn't he defeated by Naruto? Do they not know? Whoosh. The air in the restaurant froze instantly. Every diner, including the owner, turned their eyes toward Sakura. A chill ran down Sakura's spine as she suddenly remembered Conan's warning. Damn it. She hurriedly paid her bill and left the restaurant with her parents, eager to avoid trouble. From a nearby street corner, Violet watched the entire scene unfold. Her gaze fixed on Sakura's retreating figure, her eyes glinting with cold intent as she clenched her fists tightly. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 114, Fallen Petals, Ruthless Fate. The land of rain, once again, Sakura Haruno raced toward the direction of a Megakure, her heart weighed down by a mix of determination and despair. A heavy burden. In the days since her parents' resurrection through the Edo Tensei technique, so much had transpired. Because her parents were reanimated corpses, tainted by forbidden jutsu, Sakura knew she couldn't openly bring them back to Konoha. Using her savings, she rented a small house outside the village, where she would visit them whenever she had free time. But Konoha had always been strict about its curfews, and after Sasuke's attack, the restrictions had only intensified. Even as the disciple of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, her frequent absences from the village without a valid reason raised suspicion. Word eventually reached Tsunade herself, who questioned Sakura on multiple occasions. But each time, Sakura deflected her mentor's inquiries with vague excuses. Still, she knew this couldn't last forever. Sooner or later, the truth would come to light. The stress of it all left Sakura utterly exhausted. Her parents, unwilling to see their beloved daughter sacrifice her bright future for the sake of the dead, made a heartbreaking decision. With a strong resolve, they broke free from the Edo Tensei and willingly returned to the afterlife. That night, when Sakura visited their rented house again, she was greeted by the sight of their disintegrated white zetsu bodies and a single message left behind. Our dear daughter, live well on our behalf. Sakura collapsed to her knees, tears streaming uncontrollably as memories of her time with her parents flooded her mind. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't bear to lose them again. If only it weren't for the Edo Tensei, she thought bitterly. I could have brought them back to the village openly. But she refused to beg Naruto to use that resurrection technique again. She resolved to rely on her own strength. Her thoughts turned to the forbidden jutsu of Chiyo, the reanimation technique. During their battle against Sasori, Chiyo had used this very technique to save Sakura's life. Later, Chiyo had employed it to resurrect Gaara. If Sakura could master it, she could bring her parents back to life. The quest for a forbidden technique. With this determination, Sakura ventured to Sunagakure, seeking to obtain the scroll for the technique from Gaara. Of course, Sakura wasn't naive. She knew that if she told the truth, Gaara would never hand over such a dangerous scroll. So she lied, claiming that the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, wished to study the jutsu to see if it could be refined into an advanced medical technique to benefit the ninja world. Since it was a request from the Hokage herself, Sunagakure was more than willing to assist. Gaara agreed without hesitation, but after searching, he realized the scroll was missing. Recalling the past, a realization dawned on him. Damn it. That night when Naruto and I got drunk, I must have accidentally handed the scroll over to him along with the others. That technique is far too dangerous to leave unchecked, I need to get it back from him. Gaara was about to set off for a Megakure when Sakura volunteered. Let me go instead. We need the scroll as well, and it wouldn't be right to trouble you further. As the Kazekage, it was indeed inappropriate for Gaara to leave his village unattended. And since Sakura was a former comrade of Naruto, he saw no reason to refuse her offer. Very well. I'll leave it to you, Sakura. A dangerous determination. And so, Sakura found herself running toward a Megakure once more. But as she ran, her mind churned with conflicting thoughts. According to Chiyo, the technique worked by transferring one's life force entirely to another. Even if she mastered it, her own life force would only suffice to revive either her father or her mother, never both. And would her parents even want her to sacrifice her life for one of them? Her thoughts shifted. In that case, I might have to ask Naruto to use the jutsu, the one he used to resurrect Jiraiya-sensei. But would Naruto agree to help me now? Her gaze hardened with resolve. This is my last chance to bring my parents back. No matter what it takes, I'll make Naruto agree, even if I have to grovel or do something even more humiliating. If I can't bring them back, my hatred for Sasuke will never fade, and I won't be able to move forward as a ninja. With these thoughts, Sakura finally arrived outside a Megakure. Betrayal in the shadows. Whoosh. From the shadows, Violet, an ANBU operative, appeared to intercept her. Recognizing Violet as the one who had guided her to Naruto before, Sakura spoke urgently. Please, take me to your leader. Behind her mask, Violet's eyes gleamed. What is it this time? Sakura replied, it's an important matter. I've been entrusted by the Kazekage of Sunagakure to retrieve something from your leader. Please, take me to him immediately. Is that so? Then follow me. Violet turned and began leading the way, with Sakura close behind. As they moved through the forest, Violet suddenly stopped and handed Sakura a water flask. Thirsty? Have some water. After the long journey, Sakura was indeed parched. Thanks, she said, accepting the flask. But as she drank, Violet's lips curled into a cold smile. Shing. Without warning, Violet's blade flashed, slicing cleanly across Sakura's throat. Clatter. The flask fell to the ground as Sakura's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Blood poured from the deep gash in her neck. Her throat and windpipe had been severed. Ugh. Ugh. As a medical ninja, Sakura knew exactly what this meant. Without air, her brain would succumb to oxygen deprivation within moments. Thud. She collapsed to the ground, her fading consciousness driven by a desperate will to survive. I have to use the strength of 100 seal. The mark on her forehead began to stir, its power ready to activate. But Violet was already behind her, her voice cold and merciless. Do you realize how much trouble your foolish actions have caused Lord Naruto? Shing. With precision, Violet drove her blade into the back of Sakura's head, piercing her brainstem. Instantly, Sakura's life ended. The light in her eyes dimmed, and the strength of 100 seal faded away. Erasing the evidence. Violet withdrew her blade, wiped it clean, and sheathed it calmly. Looking down at Sakura's lifeless body, her expression remained cold. She was one of Lord Naruto's comrades. If he finds out, my already low favorability with him will plummet further. More importantly, Naruto might try to resurrect her, even at great personal risk. That jutsu he used to bring back Jiraiya required not only a soul but also a body. Pulling out a vial, Violet smirked. To eliminate any risk, let's dissolve her. She poured the chemical solution over Sakura's corpse, watching as it disintegrated into nothingness. A serpent's witness. Unbeknownst to Violet, a small snake had been observing the scene from the underbrush. But before it could escape, Violet's sharp eyes caught its movement. A snake, huh? No matter what you are, if you've seen this, you must die. With a swift motion, she crushed the snake underfoot and poured the remaining solution over its remains. Elsewhere. Far away, in a hidden lair, Kabuto Yakushi licked his lips in delight. What an intriguing woman. Her personality suits my tastes perfectly. Adjusting his glasses, he murmured, though I didn't manage to collect her, I might still have something from years ago that could prove useful. If I'm lucky, it might just work. His sly grin widened as he began rummaging through his collection. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 115, Great Fall and Great Rise. I'm the kind of person who treasures everything, whether it's useful or not. Keeping it never hurts, muttered Kabuto Yakushi, holding a candlestick as he rummaged through the room. He opened an old, dusty freezer that had been sealed for years. Inside, cold air billowed out, revealing 3 small bottles, each labeled with the names Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura Haruno. Found them, Kabuto said with a smirk. These were collected back during the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death. Taking out the bottle labeled Sakura Haruno, Kabuto carefully drew a summoning circle on the ground. He then poured the blood from the bottle onto the circle and used a white zetsu as a living sacrifice to perform the Edo Tensei technique. One like you, one like Naruto, you're all the same, a bunch of lowlifes. Ugh! The white zetsu let out a tortured scream as its body became enveloped in dust, transforming into the form of Sakura Haruno. In a spacious training hall within the hideout, Sasuke Uchiha was practicing a new technique. Sasuke, look who I've brought. Kabuto's voice echoed as he entered the room. Sakura. Sasuke froze upon seeing Sakura trailing behind Kabuto. His expression quickly turned cold. What are you doing here again? Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Kabuto pushed up his glasses with a sly grin. Don't misunderstand, Sasuke. Take a closer look, she's been brought back using Edo Tensei. Sasuke scrutinized her carefully, noticing the cracks on her skin and clothing, as well as her dull, lifeless eyes, all telltale signs of the Edo Tensei. His gaze darkened. Then, with a mocking tone, he sneered, Sakura, you foolish woman. In the end, you were stupid enough to get yourself killed. To his surprise, Sakura remained unusually calm in the face of his ridicule. You're right, Sasuke. I died because of my own foolishness. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. Sakura continued, her tone melancholic. My biggest mistake was holding onto the past and hesitating when I should have ended things decisively. If I had been as resolute as someone else, none of this would have happened. This outcome is my own doing. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. Ha! Realizing this now. It's far too late. Sakura's voice trembled. My parents, they died during your attack on Konoha. Sasuke's pupils contracted, but he quickly resumed his cold demeanor. So, you finally understand what it's like to lose your loved ones, huh? Yes, I do, Sakura replied. She suddenly charged at Sasuke, clenching her fist. A Byakugo no in mark reappeared on her forehead, glowing with power. Sizzle. Sasuke's eyes morphed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the skeletal frame of Susanoo ignited around him. Crack. But Sakura's punch shattered the skeletal frame and struck Sasuke squarely in the chest. What? Boom. Sasuke's back slammed against the wall, several ribs broken. Blood dripped from his mouth as he stared at her in shock. How does she have such strength? Do you get it now? This is how it feels. Sakura roared, launching another assault. She leapt into the air, raising her leg high above her head, ready to bring it down with crushing force. Whoosh. Sasuke narrowly evaded her attack. Boom. The ground beneath them shattered, and the entire training hall trembled. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Her killing intent, she's serious. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Kabuto prepared to use Edo Tensei to restrain Sakura. Don't interfere. Let her come, Sasuke commanded, his voice cold but firm. Kabuto hesitated but ultimately stepped back. Whoosh. A blade of Amaterasu flames slashed through Sakura, disintegrating her upper body. Yet, the dust quickly reformed, and her body regenerated. Sakura's expression turned sorrowful. So this is the Edo Tensei body, trapping the soul in a living sacrifice. There's no pain, and even if you're destroyed, you regenerate. All the sensations of being alive are gone. My parents must have pretended to enjoy the food I cooked for them, even though they couldn't taste it anymore. I was so selfish. She's nothing but an indestructible, brute force monster now. Sasuke's eyes sharpened as his Susanoo evolved into its Tengu form. Perfect. I'll use you as a punching bag to test my new powers, he declared, laughing maniacally as he charged at her. Time and time again, Sakura's body was destroyed and reformed. Each time, her perception of Sasuke grew colder and more distant. Why did I ever like someone like him, she thought bitterly. Was it just because he was good-looking and aloof? How shallow could I be? Finally, Sakura muttered, "Thank you, Sasuke, for shattering my first love into pieces." Sasuke sneered. "It was always just your one-sided fantasy, you annoying woman." Boom. An arrow from Kagutsuchi pierced through Sakura, sending her crashing through the training hall's wall and out into the open. When she regenerated again, she didn't return. Trying to escape. Kabuto frowned and began forming hand seals. "Let her go," Sasuke interrupted, panting heavily. He stared at the broken wall and muttered, "Just let her leave." By the next evening, Sakura appeared before Naruto Uzumaki. "Hey, Sakura. What happened to you? You've been brought back with Edo Tensei." "Who killed you?" Naruto exclaimed in shock. Behind him, Violet, wearing her mask, broke into a cold sweat. "What? I thought I disposed of her body. How is this possible? This is bad." But Sakura replied calmly, "No one killed me. I accidentally fell off a cliff, and Kabuto used my body for Edo Tensei." Naruto clenched his fists, his expression dark. "Listen, Sakura. Edo Tensei can be undone if you know the hand seals. I'll teach you the technique right now. Break free from his control." "All right." Sakura formed the seals as instructed. Edo Tensei, release. Snap. The connection between her and Kabuto was severed. "Naruto," Sakura said, her voice filled with guilt. "I've made too many mistakes. I can't face Lady Tsunade or return to Konoha. Can you take me in?" Naruto hesitated. "Don't worry," Sakura continued. "I won't ask you to revive my parents. I just want to atone for my past mistakes. Your village, Omegakure, doesn't have a proper medical ninja, right? If you take me in, I'll do my best to help." Naruto looked at her intently before nodding. "All right, you can stay. I'll explain everything to Granny Tsunade later." Sakura bowed deeply. "Thank you so much." Late at night, Violet confronted Sakura privately. "Why didn't you expose me? If you told them what I did, I'd be finished." "So, what are you planning?" Violet demanded. Sakura's gaze was calm. "At this point, what would be the point of saying anything? Your decisiveness taught me the true nature of being a ninja. I genuinely want to join Naruto. You're his trusted ally, I have no reason to burn bridges. If you insist on calling it a plan, then yes, I have one. I want to improve my medical ninjutsu to restore the face of a girl who was scarred because of me." Violet fell silent. Sakura looked her in the eye. "So let's keep this secret buried forever, just between the two of us." After a moment, Violet removed her mask and extended her hand. "Fine. My name is Violet. Welcome to Omegakure, Sakura Haruno." Sakura shook her hand firmly. "Thank you. Please take care of me." From the rooftop, a summoned parrot flew away. In a high tower, Naruto stood watching the rain. "So that's how it is," he murmured. Conan approached him from behind. "Perhaps this is the fate of your Team 7, an unbreakable bond, even in another life." Naruto's voice was complicated. "Where will we go from here?" He donned his mask once more. "Time will tell." Author's note. The portrayal of characters in this story is serious and nuanced. Different experiences shape different personalities. Team 7 will rebuild itself from the ashes, creating an unprecedented dynamic. From this moment, Sakura Haruno will face everyone with a renewed spirit. Stay tuned. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, A New Storm Rises. The Angel of Omegakure, the people's representative, and a cry for justice. Angel-sama. Please, hear the voices of the common people. Angel-sama. Let Pain-sama show himself and dispel those rumors. Without his presence, we cannot live in peace. Outside the southern gates of Omegakure, hundreds of strong, young villagers gathered, shouting their pleas. To demonstrate their determination, they had gone days without food or water, standing unprotected under the relentless rain. 9th floor of the tower. Conan stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the scene below, her brows furrowed in concern. The situation had been deteriorating rapidly. Merchants had begun striking, and now, the villagers had chosen representatives to pressure the leadership. If they continued to ignore the people's demands, things would spiral out of control. For those pampered daimyo in their gilded halls, the response might have been dismissive. Strikes. Excellent. Let these insolent peasants starve a bit, and they'll soon learn their place. But Naruto Uzumaki, a former Hokage and a leader with insight and empathy, was different. Sitting calmly, he chewed on buttered bread while flipping through a scroll of forbidden techniques. His tone was composed as he remarked. I think the people's reactions stem from years of living under the shadow of war. Deep down, they lack a sense of security. Even Hanzo the Salamander, despite his reputation, failed to address this issue. He continued, when pain descended upon a Megakure and uprooted Hanzo's regime with overwhelming force, the villagers saw a beacon of strength and hope. The mystery surrounding pain only deepened their reverence, elevating him to the status of a god. Naruto spoke with clarity, for the people, livelihood is paramount. It doesn't matter who leads a Megakure, what they need is a sense of security. Ultimately, the only way to ensure that is for me to grow even stronger. Konan's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. That may be true, but... Naruto glanced up with a playful smile. Konan-ne, you don't look so good. Are you constipated lately? Konan shot him a sidelong glance. If this continues, I just might be. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. No problem. I know a tried and true home remedy for that. Works wonders, date Bayo. Finally, Konan rolled her eyes so hard she nearly saw the back of her head. She muttered, with emotional intelligence like yours, no wonder that girl Hinata pined for you for over a decade without you noticing. In the end, it was Konan who stepped forward to pacify the gathered villagers, dispersing them for now. However, this was merely a temporary solution and did not address the root of the issue. Late night. In his room, Naruto sat on the toilet, dealing with business while casually reading a scroll of secret techniques. As he reached the final scroll, his expression grew serious. This is. The scroll detailed the forbidden technique reanimation by sacrificing one's life, created by Chiyo of Sunagakure. The technique allowed the user to transfer their life force to a deceased person, reviving them. So this is the technique Chiyoba used to bring Gaara back to life. Naruto murmured. The scroll, however, clearly stated the limitations of the technique. In addition to the user's life being the cost, there was another restriction. The technique could only be used on someone who had been dead for less than a day. After death, a soul lingers in the mortal realm for 1 day before departing to the afterlife. Even if the technique were used to restore the body, it would be impossible to bring the soul back, leaving the revived person in a vegetative state, a living corpse. So that's how it works, Naruto mused. If we hadn't recovered Gaara's body back then, even if Chiyoba had succeeded, Gaara's consciousness wouldn't have returned. Life and death truly are mysterious. We who are alive should remain respectful of them. This scroll. I won't learn it. I'll return it to Sunagakure when I see Gaara next. After carefully putting the scroll away, Naruto reached out to grab some toilet paper, only to find nothing. Where's the paper? I swear there was half a roll left last time. Did Konan-ne take it? Knock, knock, knock. Naruto pounded on the wall with urgency. After a while, Konan's cold voice came from the other side. What is it? Naruto pleaded, Konan-ne, where did you put the toilet paper? I just finished, and I can't wipe. A soft laugh seemed to escape before Konan replied in her usual icy tone, didn't you have a home remedy? Is it not working now? Naruto's voice softened. I miscalculated. I won't do it again. Please, have mercy this time. Click. At the base of the wall, a small panel slid open, revealing a narrow gap. A roll of toilet paper rolled through. Thank goodness. Naruto sighed in relief, picked up the paper, and began to clean up. Next time, he muttered to himself, I'll invent a self-cleaning toilet with the Azura path. Being at someone else's mercy is just not my style, date Bayo. But as he wiped, a fiery sensation spread from his posterior. Konan's teasing voice echoed, oh, by the way, that paper is coated with Amagakure's special ghost pepper oil. Refreshing, isn't it? Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Note to self, never, ever make Konan-ne angry again. The sound of the toilet flushing finally broke the tension. Naruto sighed in relief, flush toilets are amazing. Every time the water swirls down, it feels like all my worries are being washed away. Outside a Megakure. Madara Uchiha gripped the throat of an Megakure patrol ninja, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Ugh! The ninja struggled, his kunai slipping from his hand and clattering to the ground. Madara glanced coldly at the weapon. Oh! A flying thunder god kunai. So this is the protection he's given you. Pathetic. You can't even channel chakra into it. Crack. With a twist, Madara snapped the ninja's neck. Whoosh. Above, a shadow darted through the sky. Madara looked up to see Sai riding his ink bird. Humph, an Edo Tensei body, Madara muttered. No matter. Let him be. In the end, Naruto has nowhere to run. Minutes later. Madara descended upon a Megakure in his Susanoo, its immense form towering over the village. The rain from Rain Tiger at Will technique was repelled by the sheer force of Susanoo's chakra. In his quarters, Naruto immediately sensed the disturbance. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto. Konan burst through the door, her expression urgent. Naruto, already dressed in his flame-patterned cloak, nodded calmly. I know. Repelling the intruder is my duty as the leader of Omega-Kure, Datebao. Under the cold rain, Madara stood within his three-faced Susanoo, his expression wild with confidence. Naruto, he sneered, to thank you for the surprise you gave me last time, I've prepared a little gift for you. Take this. Boom. The three-faced Susanoo formed seals simultaneously with its 6 massive hands. Super weighted rock technique, planetary devastation. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 117, Unmatched through the ages. Uchiha Madara was not a man who would fall in the same place twice. The last time, he had been sealed by Naruto Uzumaki using a super-weighted rock technique combined with Rinne Tensei, planetary devastation. After escaping that imprisonment, the very first thing Madara did was absorb the chakra of the second Utsutsuki, Mu, and use the human path to extract the jutsu knowledge from his mind. This allowed him to master Iwagakure's weighted rock techniques and further develop the devastating super-weighted rock, heavenly obstacle quaking stars. By increasing the weight and density of the heavenly obstacle star 1,000-fold, each meteor became a catastrophic weapon of destruction. Boom. A heavenly obstacle star descended, flames igniting from the friction of the atmosphere as it tore through the sky, dominating the heavens above Omega-Kure, hidden rain village, with earth-shattering momentum. The entire village was instantly shrouded in despair. What is that? A meteor. No, it's a calamity. We're doomed. Crackle. But just then, a streak of violet lightning shot up from the tallest tower in Omega-Kure, racing toward the meteor. It's Naruto Uzumaki. As he ascended, Naruto's gaze was sharp yet calm. Madara has mastered that technique too. And he's combined it with the heavenly obstacle star. If this meteor falls, it won't just destroy Omega-Kure, it'll obliterate the entire land of rain. But, it's not a problem. Naruto's hands moved steadily, forming seals as he braced himself beneath the meteor, his body enveloped in crackling lightning. Earth release, super lightweight rock technique. Hum. The meteor's immense weight was instantly reduced. Note, the effects of the weighted rock techniques are replaced when applied repeatedly to the same object. For example, in the combination jutsu used by the Utsutsuki and Reikage, the super lightweight rock technique was first used to accelerate their speed to its maximum. Immediately after, the super weighted rock technique was applied, not reverting to normal weight but instead creating an extremely heavy effect. Similarly, this meteor wasn't merely reduced to its normal weight, it was directly transformed into a super lightweight meteor. With the meteor's weight drastically reduced, Naruto, with his current strength, could now shatter it with ease. Crackle. Naruto gathered an immense amount of lightning chakra. Lightning style, Reisnon burst. Boom. 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 The violet Reisnon didn't pierce like a blade but unleashed a powerful explosion of lightning that spread throughout the meteor's structure. Crack. Crack. The super lightweight meteor began to crumble rapidly, but the falling debris still posed a significant threat. Naruto raised his hand high, creating a gravitational core. Chibaku Tensei. Boom. The disintegrating fragments of the meteor were instantly drawn together, forming a new celestial body. As Naruto lowered his hand, the reconstructed meteor descended gently to the ground, causing a rumbling quake as it landed safely away from the village. The first meteor was dealt with, but Naruto didn't relax. His eyes turned toward the darkened sky above. He knew the second meteor was already on its way. Humph. Naruto, you never fail to impress me, Madara muttered with a smirk. High above the clouds, Madara's perfect Susanoo rose majestically, its massive figure cutting through the heavens. As the second meteor streaked downward, Madara deactivated his Susanoo, extending his hand toward the meteor's tail. His Rinnegan gleamed ominously. Let's see how you handle this, Super Shinra Tensei combined with super weighted rock, heavenly obstacle quaking stars. Boom. A repulsive force powerful enough to level mountains surged from Madara's hand, striking the meteor's tail and accelerating its descent. With this force, the moment you touch the meteor, you'll be obliterated. You won't even have the chance to use a jutsu. Your only option is to abandon the village, use your precious flying thunder god, and run like a coward. In midair, Naruto clenched his fists. Beneath his mask, his expression was a mix of shock and exhilaration. This is incredible. It's enough to make my blood boil. Fine, Madara, let's do this. Zazip. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. An overwhelming repulsive force clashed with the descending meteor, creating a titanic struggle between opposing forces. The battlefield became a chaotic storm of sonic booms and turbulent winds, leaving the citizens of Omegakure in awe and terror. What's happening? Who's fighting? Could it be Lord Pain? Whoosh! Thousands of paper fragments gathered in the sky, forming the figure of Konan, the angel of Omegakure. With her paper wings spread wide, she shouted at the top of her voice. People of Omegakure. As you've heard, Lord Pain is no longer with us. Silence. Aside from the deafening clash of forces in the heavens, the entire village fell silent at Konan's words. She continued, her voice resolute. Pain attacked Konoha. The one who stopped him was his disciple, Naruto Uzumaki. The villagers murmured among themselves. So, the rumors were true. Pain really attacked Konoha. But why would he do such a thing? Konan explained. Pain was not the god you believed him to be. He was a mortal, just like us, one who could be blinded by hatred and lose his way. But Naruto Uzumaki, who trained under the same master as Pain, brought him back to his senses. Pain was not killed by Naruto, he sacrificed his own life to revive those who had died in Konoha. Konan extended her arms, her voice rising. Afterward, Naruto came to Omegakure, determined to carry on Pain's will. And now, as you can see, he is risking his life, fighting to protect Omegakure and all of you. The villagers were moved to tears by her words. Lord Naruto. We pledge our allegiance to you. We will live and die alongside you. Actions spoke louder than words. Naruto's selfless defense of the village had already won over the hearts of Omegakure's people. He had become their new leader, replacing pain in their eyes. Whoosh! Naruto removed his mask and tossed it into the wind, revealing a bright and determined smile. Nothing fires me up more than protecting others. Let's go. Zap. The repulsive force from his palms surged dramatically. Caught between the opposing gravitational forces, the superweighted meteor began to fracture under the immense pressure. Madara's eyes narrowed in shock. This boy, his power is still increasing. Boom. The heavenly obstacle star shattered completely. As the fragments of the meteor scattered, Naruto's sharp eyes caught the danger. This isn't good. If the debris spreads, I won't be able to stop it all in time. His mind raced, torn between options, when suddenly, on the ground below, Sakura Haruno formed a seal and slammed her hands onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. With a massive puff of smoke, Katsuyu appeared. The slug looked at the reanimated Sakura in surprise. Lady Sakura, what's going on here? Sakura replied decisively. I'll explain later, Katsuyu. Right now, I need your help to protect everyone. Katsuyu nodded. Understood. Sakura sat cross-legged, closing her eyes as the strength of 100 seal fully released. She thought to herself. With this reanimated body, my chakra remains constant and inexhaustible. I can continuously transfer chakra to Katsuyu, allowing her to split into enough clones to shield everyone. Reanimated 100 seal, infinite Katsuyu technique. Boom. Katsuyu's massive body split into countless clones, spreading across Omegakure to protect its citizens. From above, Naruto caught sight of Sakura's actions and was visibly moved. Sakura. Sakura shouted up at him. Naruto. Don't hold back for even a second. The village can be rebuilt, but as long as I'm here, not a single life will be lost. Naruto grinned widely, his heart swelling with pride. That's the Sakura Haruno I know. Let's do this. With no more hesitation, Naruto unleashed his full power. Madara's expression faltered as he watched. This boy, his strength is still growing. Boom. Boom. The heavenly obstacle star was utterly obliterated. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 118, Clash of Titans. Boom. The Chibaku Tensei shattered into tens of thousands of fragments, raining destruction upon Omegakure. Countless buildings were reduced to rubble, yet the citizens remained unharmed, shielded by the soft, protective embrace of the slugs summoned by Katsuyu. Whoosh! From the sky, Madara Uchiha descended, his eyes gleaming with a calculated glint. Should I summon a third one, he mused. Screech! The cry of a bird pierced the air as Sai unleashed his ink creation. Ninja Art, Super Beast Scroll. Chakra-infused ink transformed into a mighty ink warrior, charging ferociously at Madara. Madara countered with effortless precision, his strikes obliterating the warrior. With a swift fire release, Dragon Flame Song, he reduced Sai's ink bird mount to a mere puddle of black liquid. No, Madara muttered to himself, the power of the Deva path is temporarily depleted. If I use another Chibaku Tensei, Naruto will simply destroy it again. Madara's advance. Tap. Madara landed atop a fragment of the shattered meteorite, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. The ground was littered with Katsuyu's split bodies, their bulbous eyes glaring at him. Humph, the place is crawling with vermin, Madara sneered. The slugs retaliated, spewing streams of corrosive acid that converged midair into a massive wave, cascading down toward Madara. Boom. The acid melted through the stone, but Madara emerged unscathed, shielded by his Susanoo. Without hesitation, he surged toward the source of the slug's technique. That pink-haired woman, she's the source. If I eliminate her, the slugs will vanish. An Edo Tensei body, is it? Then I'll use the human path to extract her soul. The slug sensed the danger and cried out, Lady Sakura, the enemy is coming straight for you. Sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, Sakura Haruno remained calm, her focus entirely on channeling chakra through her strength of 100 seal. At a time like this, I'll trust my comrades, she said resolutely. Slash. 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 Madara's Susanoo cleaved through the slugs in its path, reducing them to a slimy mess. 10 meters away from Sakura, Madara dispelled his Susanoo, opting for a direct approach. He prepared to use the human path to rip her soul from her body. Not on my watch. Crackle. Lightning erupted as one of Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones, cloaked in a veil of purple electricity, intercepted Madara with a devastating lightning-style prelude of thunder. Madara was sent flying but quickly regained his footing, his expression darkening. Humph. I can tolerate interference from the real one, but even a shadow clone dares to challenge me. With a flick of his wrist, Madara unleashed a volley of Susanoo Yasaka Magatama, obliterating the airborne shadow clone. He turned his gaze toward the ruins several hundred meters away, where Naruto's true body was fully immersed in gathering sage mode chakra. So that's your game, Madara muttered. You weren't ready to fight when I arrived, and you had to engage me without entering sage mode. Even the shadow clone you left in the tower to gather chakra was dispelled when you destroyed my Chibaka Tensei. Now's the perfect time to strike. Unlike Hashirama, you still need to meditate to enter sage mode. The flames of battle. Boom. Madara surged toward Naruto like a storm, weaving hand signs as he went. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. A sea of fire roared down upon Naruto's location. No, cried Konan, stepping forward to shield him. Boom. But before she could act, a towering figure clad in wooden clogs landed in front of her. Jiraiya-sensei. Konan gasped. Jiraiya didn't respond, but the two toads on his shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima, did. Enemies become allies, huh? Shima remarked. So this is the path you've chosen, Jiraiya boy, Fukasaku added. Together, they unleashed a combined technique. Sage art, Gomen. A torrent of oil, fire, and wind surged forward, clashing with Madara's flames in a fiery stalemate. Madara's eyes narrowed. Another sage, huh? For such a small village, Omegakure certainly has its surprises. But. Would release, flower tree world. Boom. Massive trees erupted from the ground, their blossoms releasing a thick, sleep-inducing pollen that filled the air. I'll handle the pollen, you take care of the trees. Agreed. Shima asked Konan. Konan nodded. Understood. Shima formed hand signs, her cheeks puffing up. Sage art, wind release sand dust. Whoosh. A fierce wind scattered the pollen, clearing the air. Meanwhile, Konan activated her own technique. Summoning jutsu, explosive great flame formation. Millions of explosive tags materialized, wrapping around the trees. Boom. 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 A series of earth-shaking explosions obliterated the forest. A new challenger. From the rear of the battlefield, a figure wielding a massive sword stepped forward. So, you're the legendary Madara Uchiha. It's an honor to meet you in person, said Kisame Hashigaki, his voice dripping with mock courtesy. Madara glanced at him. That sword. Same Hada. You must be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. State your name. Formerly of Kirigakure, Kisame Hashigaki. Let's see how I measure up. Kisame raised Same Hada high, unleashing a devastating technique. Same Hada, shark wave slash. Boom. A water blade, shaped like a shark's dorsal fin, tore through the battlefield, slicing through even the remnants of the forest. Impressive, Madara admitted, retreating slightly as his Susanoo blocked the attack. If I can trouble you even a little, I'll consider it an achievement, Kisame said with a grin. Now, let's see how you handle this. He plunged Same Hada into the ground, forming hand signs. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. But before the technique could fully manifest, Madara's Susanoo blade erupted from the ground, impaling Kisame and lifting him into the air. Gah. Kisame coughed up blood. What is this? A wood clone, Madara explained coldly. Only I can tell them apart from the real thing. You should feel honored to die by this technique. The Susanoo wielding wood clone emerged fully from the ground, its skeletal frame towering over Kisame. Even in your final moments, you put up a decent struggle, Madara said, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Conan's Gambit. Whoosh. At the last second, a paper clone of Conan rushed toward Madara, dispersing into countless paper tags, each inscribed with summoning seals. Madara's eyes narrowed. What is this? Dance of the Shikigami, infinite explosive tags. Boom. 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 An endless chain of explosions engulfed Madara, obliterating the wood clone and forcing his body to reform from the Edo Tensei. A narrow escape. Kisame, severely injured, watched as Same Hada absorbed the chakra Sakura had transferred into it. The sword swelled with energy, transferring it back to Kisame and healing his wounds. With a healer like her around, dying is harder than I thought, Kisame muttered, shaking his head. The final duel. As the dust settled, Madara's voice echoed through the battlefield. This is all so pointless. In this body, I can't even feel pain. His form reconstituted amidst the swirling dust. Hashirama isn't here anymore. In this era, only you, Naruto, can provide me with any semblance of entertainment. Madara turned his gaze toward Naruto, who had just completed his transformation into Sage Mode. So, are you ready yet? Naruto opened his eyes, orange markings glowing. Sorry to keep you waiting. This battlefield is too cramped for what's coming next. Let's move to a more open space. I promise I won't escape using the flying Raijin. Madara smirked. Very well. I'll be waiting outside. Whoosh. He vanished into the horizon. Naruto, Conan said with concern, he's unimaginably powerful and immortal. A one-on-one fight is reckless. Naruto adjusted his mask and summoned his fan, strapping it to his back. Fearless in the face of challenge, growing stronger with every opponent, that's who I am. And that's who Madara is too. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. From here on out, it's just me and him. One-on-one. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 119, Unrivaled Dance of Chaos. Outside Omegakure, on the vast expanse of land, Naruto Uzumaki and Madara Uchiha meet once more. Madara's gaze fell upon the fan strapped to Naruto's back. In a low voice, he said, that fan in your possession, it means Obito has suffered yet another defeat. Oh, this thing. Naruto replied casually, unstrapping the fan from his back. He murmured, yeah, it's Obito's. He disappeared for quite a while after our last battle. I wonder where he is now and what he's up to. Madara's eyes narrowed as he noticed the Uzumaki clan emblem covering the 3-Tomo Sharingan symbol on the fan. His tone turned icy. Not only did you take someone else's possession without permission, but you also dared to cover the Uchiha's emblem with the Uzumaki crest. Uzumaki crest. Naruto was momentarily stunned. Then, with an incredulous expression, he exclaimed, that's not a clan emblem, it's the swirl from the fish cake in Ichiraku ramen. Chhhhhh. Madara suddenly began to emit smoke. Naruto tilted his head in curiosity. Whoa, are you smoking? Is this some kind of jutsu? Could it be boil release? How dare you? Madara seethed, visibly shaking with rage. But he quickly suppressed his emotions, and the smoke dissipated from his head. Madara sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Now I understand one thing, you exist solely to pollute the air around you. Naruto shot back, and you, a guy who doesn't even need to breathe, shouldn't be lecturing anyone about air pollution. Speaking of which, how long has it been since you washed your hair? Doesn't it get tangled? Enough. Madara growled, forming hand seals with both hands. Let's settle this with our fists, not words. Naruto's gaze sharpened. That's a summoning seal. Even in your Edo Tensei body, you can access the Rinnegan's powers. Buzz. Suddenly, Naruto felt a searing heat emanating from his abdomen. He doubled over in pain. He's summoning the 9 tails inside me. Madara smirked. The 9 tails you can't control is nothing but a burden to you. Boom. Madara lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Naruto, his chakra in disarray, gritted his teeth in pain. So this is your play, huh? Madara's sharp eyes gleamed with confidence. Neither my Rinnegan's Deva Path powers nor his Flying Thunder God technique can save him now. In this moment of chakra disruption, he's utterly vulnerable. Let's end this with the human path. Closing the distance in an instant, Madara reached out with his soul-extracting hand. Ha! In a clash of fate, the brave emerge victorious. Fortune favors the bold. Naruto's masked face broke into a fearless grin as he simultaneously extended his own hand toward Madara. Madara's eyes lit up. Oh! Trying to counter my move with boldness. Clever, but futile. I am Uchiha Madara. Their hands passed each other, each grasping for the other's soul. Both their Rinnegan gleamed with a chilling light. Human path. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two passed by each other, simultaneously extracting each other's souls. In this moment, strictly speaking, both were already in a state of death. But as their souls left their bodies, they were both illuminated by a brilliant blue light. Their souls transformed into spectral versions of themselves, mirroring their physical forms, and began forming identical hand seals. Spirit Transformation Technique. This was the S-rank soul ninjutsu once used by Konoha ninja Dan Kato, Tsunade's late lover, to separate his soul from his body. However, the true origin of the technique dates back to the Warring States period. By transforming one's soul into a living spirit, the user could traverse vast distances to assassinate enemies, control their bodies, or invade their mental world. This technique allowed the user to separate their spirit from their physical form, turning into a soul capable of possessing an enemy and destroying them from within. However, the applications of the technique extended far beyond mere possession and assassination. As demonstrated now, even souls extracted by the human path could manipulate their way back into their original bodies. This forbidden art, recorded in the Scroll of Seals, was mastered by Naruto in his past life as Hokage, alongside the Flying Thunder God technique. As for Madara, hailing from the Warring States period, his mastery of the Spirit Transformation technique was hardly surprising, given its rarity as a soul-based ninjutsu. Whoosh. Whoosh. Both souls returned to their respective bodies, bringing this round of combat to an intense but inconclusive end. Clink clink clink. Chains unraveled from Naruto's sleeve, attaching themselves to the fan's handle. This was Obito's method of extending the fan's attack range. Madara turned his head slightly, his voice cold. I never expected a 16-year-old brat to dabble in such techniques. After his previous failure, Madara had become intrigued by Naruto and had gathered extensive intelligence on him through Black Zetsu, including details about Naruto's origins and age. But before Madara could finish forming seals to summon the Nine Tails again, Naruto interrupted him. Lightning release, chain fan. Slash. The fan, now wreathed in purple lightning, swung through the air, severing Madara's hand seals. Swish. Madara bent backward to the extreme, narrowly dodging the fan's edge. His sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the symbol on the fan's surface. That's a Flying Thunder God mark. Whoosh. Naruto teleported directly from the mark, his palm slamming onto Madara's chest. Madara's eyes narrowed. A contract seal. Now you can't summon the Nine Tails anymore. Naruto declared. Swish. The fan, guided by its chain, returned to Naruto's hand. Leaping back, Naruto caught the fan and noticed the chain disintegrating into iron dust. He murmured, the fan is useful, but the chain can't handle the purple lightning. Madara steadied himself, his gaze fixed on Naruto. The breadth of your techniques. Your adaptability in battle. Madara's lips curled into an exhilarated smile. Naruto, if you told me you were Hashirama's reincarnation, I might actually believe it. Naruto waved dismissively. No, I wouldn't dare claim that. I can't use wood release, and my Sage mode isn't even close to Hashirama's level, at least not yet. Madara chuckled, shaking his head. Hey, if time were on my side, I'd love to let you continue growing. It would certainly make things more interesting in the future. Unfortunately, time is not a luxury I can afford. Susanoo, complete form. A massive, sky-blue chakra construct emerged, towering over the battlefield. The fully realized Susanoo radiated an aura of absolute dominance. The color of the Susanoo reflected the user's inner essence. Sky blue, the color of the heavens, symbolizing Madara's ambition to reign supreme over both heaven and earth. From the forehead of the Susanoo, Madara looked down upon the land and declared, Naruto, your super-weighted rock Chibaku Tensei is meaningless against me now that I've mastered the super-lightened rock technique. Without wood release or the Nine Tails power, you stand no chance against my Susanoo, complete form. Not here. Not against me. Naruto took a deep breath. It's reckless, but let's try that move. Boom. Naruto's body began to expand rapidly. Madara's gaze slowly lifted. That's the Akimichi clan's secret technique, Super Multisize. The Super Multisize technique, a yang release-based secret art of the Akimichi clan, converted calories into chakra to achieve massive physical size and strength. However, for someone like Naruto, with an immense chakra reserve, he could activate the technique without relying on calorie conversion. Whoosh. Whoosh. Naruto's body grew to a size that rivaled Madara's Susanoo, complete form. A pair of radiant, kaleidoscopic butterfly wings unfurled from his back. Gripping the now enlarged fan, Naruto's colossal masked face, with its equally massive Rinnegan, stared directly at Madara's Susanoo. Unlike the Susanoo, I am still flesh and blood. So, let's add the purple lightning chakra mode to the mix. Boom. Purple lightning erupted, enveloping every inch of Naruto's enormous body. His spiky golden hair gleamed with a metallic sheen. Purple lightning chakra, unrivaled mode. Madara couldn't help but marvel. Naruto Uzumaki, you've once again surpassed my expectations. Naruto clenched his giant fist, his voice booming like thunder. Oh, really? The surprises have only just begun. Madara, brimming with excitement, declared, come. I can't wait any longer. Boom. 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 The two colossal figures charged at each other, their clash shaking the earth and sky with a deafening roar. Support for 200+ advanced chapters. Chapter 120, Whirlwind of Scorching Winds. A clash of titans, perfect Susanoo versus Naruto in purple lightning unrivaled mode, enhanced by the super multi-size technique. Boom. The ground shook violently as the two colossal forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Perfect Susanoo staggered back 3 steps, while Naruto Uzumaki, in his unrivaled mode, slid 5 steps backward. Madara Uchiha chuckled, his voice laced with confidence. Though our sizes are comparable, when it comes to raw power, my perfect Susanoo clearly holds the advantage. Crackle. Naruto's figure vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing behind the massive Susanoo. With a thunderous roar, he drove his elbow into its spine. Thud. Madara leaned forward slightly within the Susanoo, murmuring. Speed, however, seems to be its forte. But, speed can always be countered with range. Slash. The giant sword of Susanoo materialized, sweeping horizontally in a devastating arc crash. 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 Mountains in the distance were cleaved cleanly in half, their peaks sent flying. Naruto narrowly evaded the first strike, but the relentless swings of the Susanoo blade left him with little room to maneuver. The sheer force of the attacks compressed his dodging space, forcing him into a corner. Even with the lightning release enhancing my reflexes, this oversized body lacks the agility to keep up. Naruto muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning for an opening. Swish. 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 The intersecting waves of sword strikes soon left Naruto with no escape route. The Susanoo loomed closer, its massive blade descending in a vertical slash aimed directly at him. Clap. In an audacious move, Naruto clapped his hands together, catching the massive blade with his bare hands in a daring display of strength. Whoosh. The air around them spiraled wildly, the sword momentarily halted in its descent. Madara's eyes gleamed with admiration. Catching the blade of the perfect Susanoo. The only one to ever achieve such a feat was Hashirama with his wood release, ranking pillars technique. You're the first to do so barehanded. Naruto grinned. And you think just stopping it is all I can do? Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh. Raya. Naruto roared, unleashing his unparalleled strength. With a resounding crack, the massive sword snapped in two. Impressive, but... Slash. The broken blade regenerated instantly, thrusting forward toward Naruto's chest. Even with the protective layer of purple lightning chakra cloaking his body, Naruto knew better than to take the piercing strike head-on. Without hesitation, he raised his enormous fan-like weapon to block the attack. Clang. The blade collided with the fan, the impact reverberating through the battlefield. Naruto braced the fan with his right hand, channeling chakra into it. Uzumaki style, unrivaled rebound. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending the sword flying hundreds of meters away and forcing the Susanoo to retreat dozens of meters. Madara smirked. You're using my fan well, but this is where the fun ends. Clang. Clang. The perfect Susanoo summoned twin blades, their edges gleaming ominously. Susanoo dual blade style, sword dance. Not so fast. Naruto retorted, spinning his fan with a grin. Thunderstrike, unrivaled fan dance. Clang. 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 Fan met blade in a flurry of strikes, the clash of steel and chakra lighting up the battlefield. Thunder roared, and storms raged as the two titans traded blows. The sky darkened, the sun and moon obscured by the chaos. The land below bore the scars of their battle, mountains shattered and rivers diverted by the sheer force of their attacks. Realizing that direct confrontation was futile, Madara shifted tactics. The Susanoo spread its enormous wings, ascending into the sky. Swish. Swish. From above, the twin blades danced in the air, unleashing waves of destructive energy that rained down upon Naruto. Forced to dodge, he found himself at a disadvantage. The wings enhanced by lightning release have become too rigid. I can't take flight in this state. Looks like I'll have to use that technique. Finding a brief opening, Naruto formed a series of hand seals. Super multi-size shadow imitation technique. Whoosh. A massive shadow extended from Naruto's feet, connecting with the Susanoo's shadow on the ground. Even if you can fly, as long as your shadow touches the earth, you can't escape my grasp. Snap. The perfect Susanoo froze midair, its movements completely halted. Madara's eyes narrowed. You've even mastered the Nara clan's shadow techniques. I suppose you've also dabbled in the Yamanaka clan's techniques as well. Naruto chuckled. You could say that. Though it takes a bit of preparation to pull off. Suddenly, sand began to gather outside the Susanoo's forehead, forming into a distinct Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara's expression darkened. This is the technique of the first Kazekage, Reto. Naruto grinned. That's right. The true Eye of Sand. By transforming my real eyes into sand, I can freely scatter and reform them while maintaining a connection to my optic nerves. This allows me to use ocular techniques remotely. I even went out of my way to find this Mangekyo Sharingan specifically for this purpose. With it, I marked you earlier during our contract seal. Fabric blade reversal. Whoosh. A vortex erupted from the Mangekyo Sharingan, forcibly pulling Madara out from within the Susanoo and ejecting him outside. What? Madara exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Naruto's gaze burned with intensity. Fabric blade reversal allows me to teleport objects between marked locations. Unfortunately, it doesn't have an internal dimension like Obito's Kamui. Otherwise, this would all be over. Madara's voice turned cold. I have an immortal body. Even if you pull me out of the Susanoo, what can you possibly achieve? You'll find out soon enough. Naruto clasped his hands together, directing his focus toward the immobilized perfect Susanoo. Inorganic mind transfer. Buzz. Madara's eyes flickered with surprise. Controlling a non-living entity. This is the Yamanaka clan's ancestral technique, inorganic mind transfer, created by Yamanaka Amano. I never imagined it could be used to take over the perfect Susanoo. Your mental strength rivals that of the Uchiha. Naruto didn't respond. His consciousness had already left his body, manifesting as a white thought form resembling himself. This ethereal form took control of the Susanoo, its expression beaming with childlike excitement. To be honest, I've always wanted to try this out myself. Naruto's thought form exclaimed. Slash. The Susanoo's massive blade cleaved through a distant mountain, splitting it in two. The energy wave stopped just short of Naruto's resting body. Phew. That was close. I almost hit myself. Naruto muttered, his excitement giving way to caution. The situation had become too precarious for jokes. He needed to focus. Meanwhile, Madara descended rapidly from the sky, using a powerful wind release to accelerate his fall. Thud. Upon landing, he clasped his hands together. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Rumble. Massive wooden dragons erupted from the ground, coiling toward Naruto's resting body. Boom. But Naruto, piloting the perfect Susanoo, descended with overwhelming force. With a single slash, the wooden dragons were severed. Trying to target my body? Not on my watch. Naruto declared. Madara smirked. You're quite adept with my fan, and now you've turned my Susanoo into your plaything. How amusing. But this works in my favor. There's one technique I've been meaning to test on a worthy opponent. Madara's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wood release, wood golem technique. Rumble. A colossal wooden golem, rivaling the perfect Susanoo in size, rose from the earth. As the winds howled and the earth trembled, Madara's voice echoed with fervor. Hashirama. Is this what you felt when you faced me? This exhilaration. It's intoxicating. Support for 200 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Dust Settles. Boom. 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 The clash between the perfect Susanoo and the wooden golem was nothing short of legendary. Even with Naruto Uzumaki and Madara Uchiha now at the helm, they could only recreate this iconic battle but not surpass its grandeur. Yet, both combatants relished the moment, each wielding the techniques once mastered by their former rivals and closest friends. From atop the wooden golem, Madara observed Naruto's proficient control over the Susanoo. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. His mastery over the Susanoo is far too adept for a first-time user. Could it be because of his past battles with Sasuke? But that doesn't seem right. According to Black Zetsu, their interactions were limited to the Valley of the End, weren't they? Naruto, on the other hand, was pondering something entirely different. Even though both are perfect Susanoo, Madara's dwarfs Sasuke significantly in size. If I were to compare them, it's like Kin's Hiki standing next to Momoshiki. Could this merely be a difference in chakra levels? But Sasuke's chakra grew stronger later on, and yet his Susanoo never increased in size. Does this mean? Boom. Boom. The perfect Susanoo and the wooden golem locked hands, fingers interlaced, caught in a fierce contest of strength. Seizing the moment, Naruto called out, Madara, you must have some secret ocular technique that enhances the Susanoo. Am I right? Oh. Madara's voice was low and calculating. So you've deduced this by comparing me with Sasuke. He continued, indeed, my Izanagi no Mikoto is a new ocular technique that emerged when I awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It doesn't require active activation, it passively amplifies the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even ocular techniques to an extraordinary degree. I see. Naruto's thoughts raced. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to use Itachi's Tsukuyomi, but he never developed a new ocular technique like Madara's. Ameno Jikara, on the other hand, is a Rinnegan ability. Could it be? Madara's voice broke his train of thought, the evolution of ocular power requires a process. Sometimes, taking too big a leap can cause one to miss certain opportunities. And what is missed, is lost forever. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that Sasuke evolved from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the Rinnegan too quickly, thereby skipping the awakening of latent ocular powers? It's like missing a critical learning phase in childhood. Once missed, it's nearly impossible to recover. Naruto exclaimed, Madara, thank you. You've solved a mystery that's plagued me for years and clarified the path I must take for my own ocular evolution. Madara smirked. I have no idea what you're babbling about. Now, continue to entertain me. Boom 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 boom. The fierce battle resumed. Just as Madara was reveling in the thrill, the perfect Susanoo before him suddenly disintegrated. Swoosh. Naruto's consciousness returned to his original body as he opened his eyes. The mind-body switch technique has been released. It seems that with my current mental strength, controlling Madara's perfect Susanoo for this long is my limit. Madara's excitement waned. What? Are you unable to continue the dance? Crackle. Naruto stood up, his body once again cloaked in purple lightning. I can still fight you. How unfortunate. Madara's tone turned cold. At this moment, you are no longer worthy to dance with me. Boom. A fierce wind swept through as Madara's long hair billowed. The Susanoo armor ignited and enveloped the wooden golem, transforming it into a colossal armored titan. Naruto gasped, that's the technique Sasuke and I invented together. The wind howled, drowning out Naruto's words. Madara, lost in his own world, murmured, the combination of the Nine Tails and the Susanoo I named Beast Calamity. Now, the fusion of the wooden golem and the Susanoo shall be called Adamantine Catastrophe. No, Buddha Demon Unity is more fitting. Hashirama, be grateful. This is the true union of the powers of the Senju and the Uchiha. Naruto's expression turned grave. This is bad. Power isn't simply additive. Madara pressed forward, his voice sharp and commanding. Naruto, few have entertained me to this extent. But you are no Hashirama. Boom boom boom. The Susanoo armored wooden golem launched its offensive. Earth release, rock fist technique. Massive rock fists extended from its arms. Naruto braced himself and charged forward. Crack. But with just one clash, the rock fists shattered, sending Naruto stumbling backward, his arms numb from the impact. Swoosh. Suddenly, the wood dragon, now armored with Susanoo, coiled around Naruto, its fangs sinking into his lightning-cloaked shoulder. Naruto realized with horror, not good. This wood dragon is absorbing my chakra. Swoosh. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto teleported to a safe distance. Madara smirked as the wood dragon opened its maw, firing a barrage of Yasaka Magatama. Clang 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 clang. Naruto swung his gunbai, deflecting the projectiles. Madara's voice rang out, Naruto, unlike the Flying Thunder God mark, your Blade of Fate ocular mark can be erased. The trick you used earlier to eject me from the Susanoo won't work anymore. And judging by your chakra levels, your super expansion technique won't hold much longer, will it? Naruto replied solemnly, yeah, which is why I have to act now. Clang. As the last of the Magatama struck, Naruto's gunbai flew from his grasp. Detached from its wielder, the gunbai rapidly shrank back to its normal size and fell to the battlefield. Rinne Tensei. Boom. A sudden surge of repulsive force swept away the remaining projectiles. Naruto's spirits lifted. The power of the Deva path has finally returned. Time to unleash my trump card. Chibaku Tensei. ZZZZ. Naruto spread his hands, generating the core of a Chibaku Tensei. Unlike before, he didn't hurl it skyward but clenched it tightly in his fist. Boom 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 boom. The ground ruptured as countless boulders converged on Naruto's fists, forming the Chibaku Tensei, rock fists. Even Madara was impressed. To integrate Chibaku Tensei into a rock fist technique for a giant form, remarkable. Crackle. The purple lightning erupted, cloaking the newly formed rock fists. Naruto shouted, "Madara, this is it." Humph. Madara remained unfazed as multiple wood dragons coiled around the wooden golem Susanoo's arms. Come on. The two titanic figures charged at each other. Buddha demon unity, adamantine strength. Thunder roar, twin star explosion. Boom boom boom. But just as their fists collided, Naruto added a final touch. Earth release, ultraweighted rock fist technique. Boom. The Susanoo armored wooden golem's arm shattered. The explosive force of Naruto's starburst fist struck the Susanoo armor, causing cracks to spread across its surface as the entire structure was sent flying. Unlike Hashirama's overwhelming numerical advantage with the true several thousand hands, this was a decisive blow capable of turning the tide with a single strike. If one strike wasn't enough, then two. Crack. Crack. Naruto's right arm's rock fist crumbled. Reiaha. With a roar, Naruto charged forward, his left fist gathering power for another ultraweighted rock fist. Boom 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 boom. Another direct hit. The Susanoo armor of the wooden golem faltered, its structure on the verge of collapse. Crack. Crack. Naruto's left arm's rock fist disintegrated. Ha ha ha. Magnificent. I must admit, Uzumaki Naruto, even without wood release or sage art, you are a force equal to Hashirama himself. Madara's laughter echoed even as the wood dragon coiled around Naruto, absorbing his chakra. Naruto could have used the flying thunder god to escape once more. But he knew this was his only chance. If he let this moment slip, he wouldn't have the strength to break the Susanoo armored wooden golem again. He had to give it everything he had. Reiawa. Naruto, with his now freed hands, grabbed the Susanoo armored wooden golem by the waist, lifting it overhead. His body erupted with lightning that surged to a blinding intensity. Reia. Thunder roar, peerless explosive barrage. Boom 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 boom. The earth shattered, and the skies trembled. The deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, even reaching the distant Omegakure. Crash. The battlefield lay in ruins, with fragments of Susanoo armor and wooden debris scattered everywhere. Madara, having leapt out of the Susanoo just before its destruction, was still caught in the shockwave, parts of his body crumbling. Naruto's super expansion technique had dissipated. He now stood gaunt and skeletal, his body drenched in sweat. Huff, huff, huff. Chakra depletion. I've burned through my reserves to the point of tapping into my fat stores. No choice but to. Naruto's form and chakra vanished, leaving behind the Mecha Naruto, Unit 01. Madara, hovering midair as dust swirled around him, scrutinized the mechanical figure. A puppet mechanism. How dull. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, rockets launched from below. Rinne Tensei. Boom. The repulsive force stopped the explosions a meter away. Rustle rustle rustle. The third eye of sand reappeared, instantly teleporting Mecha Naruto to another position. Azura path, backstab mechanism. Clang clang clang. From Mecha Naruto's arm mechanisms, a series of black rods shot out, piercing Madara's still recovering back. Madara's heart sank. These black rods. They're targeting my chakra points. Zzz. Naruto revealed himself, biting his wrist to draw blood and forming seals. Buzz. The black rods emitted a powerful interference. This was the same overwhelming chakra suppression that Madara had once used after his revival, even subduing Sage Mode Hashirama. This is bad. Madara realized that one misstep could lead to eternal regret. Naruto stepped forward, placing his hand on Madara's chest and activating the Preta path. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Madara's chakra surged into Naruto's palm, converting into calories through yang release. Naruto's emaciated body began to recover. With his chakra points sealed, even Madara's Edo Tensei body couldn't regenerate chakra. Crack. Crack. Cracks spread across Madara's body, signaling its imminent collapse. But just as Madara was on the verge of shattering, Naruto released his grip. Madara, both confused and enraged, demanded, "Why? If you drained all my chakra now, this Edo Tensei would end completely. Why didn't you finish me? Do you dare to look down on me?" Naruto retrieved the fallen gunbai and slung it across his back, his expression inscrutable. "Is that how you see it?" Rustle rustle rustle. The ground turned black as Black Zetsu emerged. "Madara-sama, we should retreat for now." "Humph, you're just like Hashirama, naive to the core. When the time comes, don't regret this decision." Madara's Rinnegan remained fixed on Naruto as he sank into the shadows with Black Zetsu, disappearing without a trace. The second clash between Naruto and Madara ended in a hard-fought victory for Naruto, bringing this chapter to a close. Huff. Naruto exhaled deeply, exhaustion washing over him like a tide. Thud. He collapsed forward, only to be caught in a soft, warm embrace. You've worked hard. A gentle voice whispered in his ear. It was. Support for 250+ advanced chapters. P.S. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I took a few days off for myself, haha. Moving forward, updates will be stable. The new book will also be launched within 3 days. Wishing everyone a pleasant weekend. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, A New Wind Arrives. Naruto Uzumaki, supported by Konan, returned to Omegakure amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the villagers. The scene was reminiscent of the time he defeated Pain years ago. Naruto couldn't help but be moved. Despite his exhaustion, a gentle smile, like the warmth of spring, spread across his face. Sakura Haruno, sitting quietly at the back of the crowd, felt genuine happiness swell in her heart. Naruto, even after all these years, you remain the same, an unwavering ninja trusted and loved by everyone. The battle had left Omegakure severely damaged. Over half the village's buildings were destroyed by fragments of the meteorite. However, thanks to Sakura and the unwavering support of the Slug Summon, not a single civilian life was lost. Afterward, Naruto expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Sakura. Sakura, without you, I wouldn't have been able to protect everyone. You deserve the highest praise. Sakura replied with humility. This is simply what a ninja is supposed to do. In the forest outside Omegakure, guided by Sai, the group discovered the body of an ANBU member who had fallen victim to Madara's attack before the battle began. The deceased was identified as the captain of ANBU Squad 1, one of Ryuko's subordinates. Ryuko spoke in a somber tone. His name was Yayoi. He was a war orphan from Omegakure. He had no surviving family. Though he often seemed scatterbrained, deep down, he was a dedicated and serious individual. Naruto removed Yayoi's mask and immediately recognized him. It's him. Yayoi was none other than the young man who, on the second day after the formation of Omegakure's ANBU, had humorously teased the white Zetsu listed on the roster, describing them as creatures with barbs under their crotches. His antics had earned him a public reprimand from Ryuko. Now, that lively young man had become a cold, lifeless corpse. Naruto's mind instinctively considered impure world reincarnation. Yet, as his gaze shifted to the grieving ninjas behind him, he dismissed the thought. Let Yayoi's sacrifice serve as a wake-up call for all of us. This is the true way to honor his life. Naruto picked up the blood-stained flying thunder god kunai from the ground and spoke in a solemn voice. No matter the time or place, ninjas walk a path stained with blood and sacrifice. I hope you'll remember Yayoi's sacrifice and reflect deeply on your future paths. Protect the village, but also cherish your own lives and the lives of your comrades. Yayoi was given a proper burial, and his name was engraved on Omegakure's memorial stone. Late night. The homeless villagers of Omegakure set up temporary tents on cleared land outside the village. Meanwhile, Naruto and Konan engaged in an intense discussion about the village's reconstruction plans. Konan. Rebuilding the village will require substantial funds. I've already contacted the Land of Rain to request financial support, but as a small nation, their contribution will be limited. The bulk of the funding will need to come from us. Naruto. Konan, let's be honest, what's the current state of the village's finances? Konan's expression grew grim. Severe deficit. We can't afford the reconstruction costs. Naruto's face darkened as well. Konan continued. In the past, Akatsuki's finances were managed entirely by Kakuzu. The public funds were used for Akatsuki's operations, but it's said that Kakuzu personally amassed a significant fortune, which he deposited in a certain exchange office. Now that Kakuzu is gone, we have no way of locating that exchange office. If we could find it, we might just overcome this crisis. Naruto tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. Kakuzu, huh? In a way, I suppose we shared a life and death bond. Naruto murmured to himself as he pulled out a small notebook. Beneath the names of Itachi Uchiha and Sasori of the Red Sand, he added Kakuzu's name. All three names pointed to one person, the impure world reincarnation practitioner, Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto closed the notebook with a meaningful smile. Though Kabuto is still necessary for making Sasuke stronger, business is business. When Orochimaru finishes his tasks, it'll be time for us to deal with Kabuto. Konan asked. But before we confront Kabuto, how will we resolve the funding issue? Naruto grinned. Funds are just a means to rebuild the village. Let's start by utilizing the meteorite fragments left behind by Madara. That should solve the issue of construction materials. Konan nodded in agreement and began making arrangements immediately. Naruto then asked. Is Captain Yamato still in the village? Konan's tone turned icy. Oh, the square-faced guy revived alongside Jiraiya-sensei. He returned to Konoha last night, just before Madara's attack. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on his pace, he should be near the border of the Land of Rain by now. Swish. Naruto vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. 10 minutes later, he returned to Omega Kure, carrying a bewildered Yamato over his shoulder. Yamato protested. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto responded earnestly. Captain Yamato, for your safety, you should temporarily stay in Omega Kure. Yamato's voice was anxious. I can't do that. After being captured by Akatsuki, the village still doesn't know my whereabouts. I must return and report immediately. Naruto reassured him. No need to worry about that. Tsunade-bachan has already sent word, she's currently en route to Omega Kure. Yamato was stunned. The fifth Hokage. Is she coming specifically for me? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. She's coming for Pervy Sage, but she's also coming for you, sort of. Sort of. Yamato sighed in frustration. Naruto chuckled. When Tsunade-bachan heads back, you can return with her. Isn't that more convenient? Yamato thought for a moment before confronting Naruto directly. Naruto, you clearly want me to stay. What exactly do you need me to do? Naruto hesitated briefly before admitting. Well, actually, it's like this. Building houses. Yamato exclaimed. Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes. Captain Yamato's would release, multiple pillar house technique is unparalleled in the ninja world. We need your help. Yamato sighed deeply. Fine. Naruto, even though you're technically a rogue ninja now, I'll repay the debt of you saving me from that masked man. Show me the areas that need rebuilding. Naruto led Yamato to the residential zone of Omega Kure. Looking at the vast ruins, Yamato shook his head and chuckled bitterly. You're really asking me to give my life to repay this favor, aren't you? Naruto grinned sheepishly. Not at all. Whatever you can't finish, I'll take over. Yamato shook his head. Forget it. You don't even know would release. Naruto smirked, remaining silent. Not yet, but maybe soon. Finally, at dawn, Orochimaru returned to Omega Kure after many days away. Support for 250+ advanced chapters. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Amazing Grace. It seems a lot has happened during my absence. Orochimaru removed his hat, his vertical pupils gazing at the rain-drenched and battered village with a hint of melancholy. Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, stepped forward, her face filled with confusion. She had encountered Orochimaru midway, and although she knew that he had been resurrected and had pledged allegiance to Naruto, she still couldn't entirely let go of the past grievances. The only reason they managed to coexist peacefully on this journey was because Tsunade had other pressing matters on her mind, leaving little room for conflict. Even so, they had barely exchanged any words along the way. Tsunade grandma, you're here, Naruto, accompanied by Konan, greeted them at the entrance of the village. Tsunade asked directly, Naruto, what happened here? Naruto replied nonchalantly, Omega Kure was attacked, but the situation has been resolved. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. What about casualties? Do you need medical assistance? Naruto responded, no casualties, just some structural damage. Tsunade was surprised. An attack of this scale, and no casualties. Could it be? Naruto interrupted, for now, come inside. That person is waiting for you. Tsunade clenched her fists, her eyes flickering with emotion. Without further questions, she strode into Omega Kure. Shizune, holding Taunton in her arms, followed closely behind, nodding at Naruto in passing. At the nameless lakeside within Omega Kure. Huff, huff. Tsunade stopped in her tracks, panting as her eyes fixed on the weathered figure before her. Before she could call out, the figure seemed to sense her presence and turned around. His lips moved silently in a greeting, followed by a warm and gentle smile. Tsunade could no longer restrain herself. Ignoring the mud splashing onto her pants, she ran forward and threw herself into his solid embrace. The two reunited souls embraced by the rain-drenched lakeside. Though no words were spoken, the silence spoke volumes. Thank goodness. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Shizune, holding Taunton with one hand, wiped her tears with the other. If there were music to accompany this moment, it would undoubtedly be White Reflection. From the distant embankment, Naruto and Orochimaru stood side by side, silently observing the scene, each moved in their own way. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly opened an oil paper umbrella. Naruto-kun, perhaps we should leave those two alone for now. What do you think? Naruto nodded. I think so too. The two of them headed toward the research base. This facility was one of Amagekyu's key infrastructures. After the battle with Obito, it had undergone a second round of repairs and fortifications. As a result, Madara's recent attack had not affected this location. Of course, a bit of luck was also involved. Was it successful? Naruto asked. Orochimaru replied, Mito-sama's cells have been successfully extracted and activated into 2 samples. Naruto smiled. Orochimaru never disappoints. Inside the base, Orochimaru closed the oil paper umbrella. The one who attacked the village was Madara, wasn't it? I can't imagine anyone else causing such destruction under your watch. Naruto's gaze deepened. Yes, Madara escaped from the ocean depths and has gained even greater power. If I hadn't combined the secret techniques of the 5 great shinobi villages with the Rinnegan to develop a new combat strategy, I wouldn't have stood a chance against him. However, any combat strategy ultimately relies on chakra as its foundation. My current reserves are insufficient to support even stronger techniques. To move forward, I must achieve a fundamental breakthrough. The perfect physique of the Uzumaki clan and the would-release power of Hashirama Senju, these are the keys to that breakthrough. Orochimaru chuckled. Then let us proceed. Everything is ready. Follow me into a brand new realm. This was a power that even the 6 paths enhanced Naruto of his previous life had never touched. To truly master Hashirama's cells, one often developed a grotesque second face resembling the first Hokage, a clear sign of incompatibility. This imperfection not only limited the power's completeness but also posed significant risks. Orochimaru had proposed a solution: harness the true power of the Uzumaki clan. Even someone as powerful as Naruto only possessed half of the Uzumaki bloodline. While his chakra reserves were immense, without borrowing the power of the tailed beasts, he couldn't compare to the first Hokage. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan was unique. While outsiders could transplant Senju cells to gain some of their power, transplanting Uzumaki cells to non-clan members yielded minimal results, usually just enhanced recovery abilities. Through his research, Orochimaru discovered another unique trait of the Uzumaki bloodline: within the clan, cell transplantation could awaken latent bloodline potential. Naruto, with his half-Uzumaki lineage, was a prime candidate for this process. The most perfect Uzumaki bloodline belonged to Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. By obtaining her cells and combining them with Naruto's status as the reincarnation of Azura, the ultimate Uzumaki power could be awakened. Mito's cells would serve as the catalyst, igniting Naruto's full Uzumaki potential. Orochimaru's task was straightforward: inject Mito's cellular sample into Naruto's body. In the depths of the research base, Orochimaru's fingers pressed steadily on the syringe, injecting the substance until the needle was empty. In a low, raspy voice, he said, "It's done. Mito-sama's cells have been injected. Now, all we can do is wait. Wait for your Uzumaki bloodline to awaken completely. Once that happens, whether it's Hashirama cells or any other power, they will all be yours to command." Naruto slowly closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting. After this, how should I track down Kabuto? Right, Sakura escaped from Kabuto's hideout. I'll ask her later. 1,000 miles away, in Kabuto's hideout. In the training room. After rigorous training, the blazing Amaterasu flames had finally transformed into an armor of fire. Sasuke Uchiha, his aura blazing, sneered, "Humph, it works. It works perfectly." Without a doubt, this blaze release chakra mode can surpass Naruto's purple lightning release. Watching Sasuke's success, Kabuto should have felt genuinely pleased, if not for the complication of Sakura Haruno. Kabuto said seriously, "Sasuke, Sakura has already joined Naruto. There's a risk that our location has been compromised. We should relocate before it's too late." Sasuke replied firmly, "No. I'm done running and hiding. We'll stay right here." Kabuto frowned. But under Sasuke's intense gaze, Kabuto relented. "Fine, as you wish." Sasuke glanced at a row of coffins lined up against the wall. "Forget that. Let's move on to combat training." Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Who should we use today?" "I was thinking of the third Raikage." Sasuke interrupted, "Use Nagato." Kabuto hesitated. "That's unwise. Nagato's mastery of the Rinnegan's 6 paths techniques is unparalleled. Even Naruto, with his single Rinnegan, can't match Nagato's expertise. Moreover, after absorbing the Nine Tails chakra from Kinkaku and Ginkaku during the battle against Might Guy's 8 gates, Nagato has fully recovered. Even you might not." Sasuke cut him off again. "I said, use Nagato." "Fine, as you wish." Kabuto formed a series of hand seals. Clang. The second coffin on the right fell open. Nagato stepped out slowly, his expression blank. Despite having fully recovered his chakra, his legs were still frail. Kabuto asked, "Should I control him, or should we activate his consciousness?" Sasuke replied coldly, "Let him act on his own." "Understood." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold, white light as a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Rebellious Sasuke is truly hard to please. Let Nagato go all out. After all, even if he dies, we can revive him with the Outer Path's Naraka realm. Hehehe. Sasuke's eyes burned with determination. Naruto only has a single Rinnegan. If I can defeat Nagato as he is now, defeating Naruto will be child's play. Support for 250+ advanced chapters. Chapter 124, Sasuke's Challenge. Nagato opened his eyes, gazing calmly at the young man before him cloaked in black flames. Uchiha Sasuke, is it? Sasuke's voice was cold and resolute. Nagato, fight me with everything you've got. Nagato smiled faintly. Before I agree, may I ask, what is your purpose in battling a dead man like me? Sasuke's reply was sharp and unyielding. I want to become stronger, strong enough that no one can stand in my way. Nagato remained composed, his tone steady as he said, becoming stronger is the lifelong pursuit of nearly all shinobi, myself included. But strength must be built on the foundation of the right beliefs, otherwise, you'll stray down a misguided path. I've made too many mistakes in the past and understand this all too well. Tell me, what is your reason for seeking strength? That will determine whether I accept your challenge. Sasuke's eyes burned with intensity. The reason I, Uchiha Sasuke, seek strength is to take vengeance on those who inflicted pain upon the Uchiha in the past. That's right, I will turn the flames of revenge into the fires of war. His voice grew darker. I will annihilate the ignorant fools of Konoha, those who laughed and lived carefree lives while the Uchiha clan was being massacred. Every last one of them will be wiped out. Nagato's expression darkened. Revenge. Konoha, you say. So, you intend to destroy what Naruto has risked his life to protect. Sasuke sneered coldly. Naruto. To be honest, he and the Omega Kure he's currently in are also on my list of targets. Oh. Nagato's gaze sharpened. Naruto and Omega Kure, you say. It seems allowing you to live would cause great trouble. Sasuke smirked. So, you're saying you want to kill me? Fine, give it a try if you think you can. I'll make sure Kabuto doesn't interfere with your Edo Tensei. You're free to fight with all your might. In that case, I won't hold back. Nagato extended his hand towards Sasuke. Bancho Tenin. Swoosh. The gravitational pull dragged Sasuke forward. But having faced the Rinnegan before, Sasuke remained calm. Here it comes, the Rinnegan's gravitational pull, the same ability Naruto has used. But I can also use this pull to launch an attack. However, Nagato's expression shifted slightly. Rinne Tensei. Boom. The pull suddenly reversed into a repulsive force. Ugh. Caught between the push and pull, Sasuke was slammed as if hitting an invisible wall, sent flying backward. From the edge of the battlefield, Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses and observed with interest. Let's see just how powerful Nagato is when fighting with his fully restored body and his own consciousness. Though Sasuke had taken a heavy blow, his blaze-release chakra mode protected him, leaving him unharmed. If Nagato's abilities are like Naruto's, there's a 5-second interval between his repulsive forces. And with his limited mobility, this might be my chance. Sasuke activated the second stage of his Susanoo, unleashing a massive arrow aimed directly at Nagato's position. Whoosh! But Nagato's hands moved swiftly through a series of seals. Summoning technique. Bang! A gigantic summon panda appeared in front of him, its sturdy body blocking the arrow. Without pausing, Nagato continued weaving seals. Bang! Next, a summoned bird appeared, carrying Nagato into the sky as it dove toward Sasuke. Clang! 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 From beneath Nagato's sleeves, black rods shot out, embedding themselves into the skeletal structure of Sasuke's Susanoo. Buzz. To Sasuke's shock, his Susanoo began to disintegrate. He's using those black rods to inject his chakra into the Susanoo, disrupting it. Bancho Tenin. As Sasuke reeled from the disruption, the gravitational pull once again yanked him into the air. This time, he's not following up with a repulsive force. Is he planning to absorb my blaze-release chakra? Too bad for him, I didn't create this mode to be absorbed. Before you can absorb it, I'll destroy your body. Blaze release, flame lance. Swish. 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 3 spears of black flames erupted from Sasuke's fiery cloak. Just as Nagato prepared to activate the Predapath's absorption, the lances pierced through both him and his summoned bird. Sasuke sneered. If it weren't for your Edo Tensei body, you'd be dead by now. Poof. But in a puff of smoke, Nagato's pierced body transformed into a wooden log. Sasuke's eyes widened as he turned. A substitution jutsu. That absorption move earlier was just a feint. Azura path, mechanical arm. On the ground, Nagato's true form emerged, a mechanical arm extending from his shoulder and grabbing Sasuke, who was still cloaked in blaze release. What the hell is this? Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief. Nagato bit down on a scroll and formed seals with his hands. Sealing flame formation. Swoosh. The blaze release chakra surrounding Sasuke was stripped away, flowing through the mechanical arm and into the scroll, where it was sealed. Azura path, rocket propulsion. Clang. Clang. From Nagato's back, rocket boosters ignited, propelling him instantly in front of Sasuke. Human path. Swoosh. Nagato's hand reached Sasuke's chest, pulling out a spectral form, a fragment of his soul. Sasuke's face twisted in horror. What is this? Something like my soul is being pulled out of my body. Neither Naruto nor Madara has used this move against me. Driven by survival instinct, Sasuke channeled his chakra into the skeletal arm of his Susanoo, desperately gripping onto his soul. But even that couldn't stop the extraction. His face turned pale. Damn it. As this soul-like thing is being pulled out, my strength is draining away. Crack. Crack. Nagato's killing intent was resolute. As he pulled at Sasuke's soul, the mechanical arm on his other side transformed into a precise laser cannon, aimed directly at Sasuke's face. Buzz. Buzz. The humming laser made Sasuke's heart sink. It's over. I'm done for. Ugh. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes burned with searing heat. A fiery red chakra erupted from his body, manifesting as a crimson Susanoo arm. It tore off Nagato's mechanical arm and summoned a flaming gourd-shaped object, from which descended a massive sword. Kabuto's eyes widened in shock. The Tatsuka blade. Swish. At the last moment, Nagato ceased his soul extraction and used his rocket boosters to retreat, narrowly avoiding the blade. From the sidelines, Kabuto's gaze grew contemplative. The Tatsuka blade. Judging by the fiery red chakra, that isn't Sasuke's power. He thought back. It was the same before, when Might Guy tried to kill Sasuke, the Yata mirror appeared, seemingly independent of Sasuke's will. Could it be? Kabuto's sharp mind pieced it together. His eyes flicked toward the third coffin on the right. Itachi. Even in your slumber, are you still protecting your brother with those eyes of yours? Having narrowly escaped death, Sasuke no longer dared to hold back. He unleashed the perfect Susanoo, causing the training ground to collapse under its weight. Chibaku Tensei. Nagato clasped his hands together, forming a black gravitational core and hurling it into the sky. As massive rocks ascended, Sasuke stood tall and defiant. That move. Naruto once used it to create a massive ceiling star. My perfect Susanoo could break free, but in hindsight, there's a better way, to attack the gravitational core itself. Swish. 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 The heavenly bow of Indra formed, firing successive Kagutsuchi arrows at the core. When the attack reached a critical threshold, the gravitational core shattered. Crash. 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 The falling debris scattered across the battlefield. Within the perfect Susanoo, Sasuke sneered arrogantly. What now? Is that all you've got? Nagato murmured, it can't be helped. Swoosh. His iconic red hair of the Uzumaki clan began to flow as if caught in an unseen wind. Adamantine sealing chains. Suddenly, golden chains erupted from Nagato's back, wrapping around the perfect Susanoo, binding its arms, legs, wings, and neck, dragging it toward the ground. Sasuke's confidence wavered. What is this? Another Rinnegan ability. From afar, Kabuto's glasses glinted ominously. Oh. The adamantine sealing chains, a powerful binding technique unique to the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan. If wielded by Mito Uzumaki or Kushina Uzumaki, its strength could suppress even the Nine Tails. Nagato's Uzumaki chakra may not match Mito's, but it rivals Kushina's. These chains are more than enough to suppress Sasuke's perfect Susanoo. Crash. The perfect Susanoo was forced to its knees under the chain's pull. Damn it. Sasuke roared, struggling to break free. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Gurgle gurgle. The ground beneath the Susanoo turned into a swamp, robbing it of footing. Sasuke's face twisted in panic. No. Without solid ground. With its wings bound and footing lost, the perfect Susanoo toppled forward under the chain's relentless pull. Now. As the Susanoo's head drew closer, Nagato's eyes sharpened. At the perfect moment, he extended his hand toward Sasuke's cockpit. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. A colossal repulsive force shattered the Susanoo's head, sending Sasuke flying. Arg. Though the Susanoo absorbed most of the impact, the residual force slammed Sasuke heavily into the ground. Thud. Nagato's rocket boosters ignited again, propelling him toward the defenseless Sasuke. His hand, imbued with the human path's soul-extracting power, reached out for the final blow. Sasuke screamed, "Kabuto! What are you waiting for? Stop him!" Kabuto smirked coldly, adjusting his glasses. Ah, it seems Sasuke has finally realized his place. He formed a hand seal with 2 fingers. Snap. Nagato's hand froze inches from Sasuke's face. The Edo Tensei was forcibly halted by Kabuto's command. Nagato's eyes slowly closed as his body fell still. From the sidelines, Kabuto mused, they'll likely relocate their base after this. But no matter, I've left behind a phantom clone. When Naruto arrives, I'll use the resonance of the Rinnegan to share the location of the Edo Tensei caster with him. Support for 250+ advanced chapters. Chapter 125, Lingering Thoughts. Kumogakure, village hidden in the clouds. It had been some time since Naruto Uzumaki defeated the Reikage outside the Land of Wind and left him to be escorted back to Kumogakure by Tsunagakure using a carriage. These days, life had been anything but kind to the Reikage. The shame of defeat. That was secondary. What truly tormented him was the super-weighted boulder jutsu that Naruto had used to increase his body weight to 10 tons. Now, the mighty Reikage was immobilized. Sleeping crushed his bed, using the restroom shattered the toilet. Even his excrement, affected by the super-weighted boulder jutsu, weighed hundreds of pounds per session. To keep his body functioning, he had to consume literal tons of food every single day. Unable to bear seeing the Reikage suffer any longer, Dodai pleaded earnestly, "Reikage-sama, I beg you, please seek assistance from Iwagakure. If you refuse, allow me to make the request on your behalf." The super-weighted boulder jutsu was a secret technique of Iwagakure, and surely Inoki, the Tsuchikage, would have a way to undo it. But the Reikage, ever the proud men, scoffed at the idea. "You want me to bow to that old man Inoki? Not in this lifetime." Dodai pressed further, "Then do you plan to handle daily affairs in your current condition?" The Reikage snorted, "Humph. Ever since I returned, I've done a lot of thinking. This body may be a burden, but it's also an opportunity. 10 tons. I'll master it and show everyone. Once I can move freely in this form, my taijutsu will become unparalleled. I want to see the look on Naruto's face when I beat him to the ground and make him regret ever crossing me." Dodai sighed deeply. He knew the Reikage's stubborn nature and chose not to push further. Besides, the idea of mastering his new body wasn't entirely far-fetched. For anyone else, it might have been impossible, but with the Reikage's physical strength and rigorous training methods, it just might be achievable. That day, news of the attack on Omegakure, Hidden Rain Village, began to spread across the major ninja villages. Dodai once again approached the Reikage. Thud. Thud. At that moment, the Reikage was practicing walking. Each step he took was accompanied by a heavy thud and beads of sweat dripping down his face. Through grueling training, he had barely managed to walk on his own, though squatting or lying down was still beyond him. Dodai spoke, "Reikage-sama, I wish to discuss the situation in Omegakure with you." The Reikage, panting heavily, replied, "Ha, ha. I would love to launch an attack, but alas, I am unable to at the moment." Dodai explained, "Actually, both Tsunagakure and Kirigakure have sent supplies to aid in Amigakure's reconstruction. While Iwagakure hasn't provided resources, they've sent personnel to assist." The Reikage sneered coldly, "Humph. That old man Inoki is such a hypocrite. Trying to leave a good impression for Iwagakure and protect his reputation in his twilight years. In the past, he would have immediately sent forces to attack. 2 scales Inoki, he's truly grown old." Dodai continued, "Actually, I've sent scouts to investigate, and it turns out that Samui and the others are still alive. They're just being held captive in Omegakure." Thud. The Reikage stopped in his tracks. "Are you suggesting we send a rescue team?" Dodai responded, "No. I propose we send financial aid to Omegakure instead." "What did you say?" The Reikage exploded in anger. But Dodai quickly interjected, "Please hear me out. Sending financial aid serves 2 purposes. First, it helps mend relations with Naruto Uzumaki and resolves past grievances. Second, if we offer them something of value, they'll naturally release Samui and the others. It's a win-win." The Reikage roared, "Are you kidding me? That would be like admitting I'm afraid of them. It would mean Kumogakure is bowing to Omegakure and the Akatsuki." He added sharply, "And Dodai, don't think I've forgotten about the last time you handed over the scroll without my permission. Go reflect on your actions." Dodai sighed deeply. "Reikage-sama is so stubborn. I can't tell if this is a blessing or a curse for Kumogakure." Then, a thought crossed his mind, wait a minute. Naruto Uzumaki didn't kill the Reikage. Instead, he used the super-weighted boulder jutsu on him. Was it really just to humiliate him? Omegakure, Hidden Rain Village. Naruto awoke, feeling as though his body had undergone a complete transformation. So this is the perfect chakra of the Uzumaki clan. I never knew I had such power within me. Orochimaru chuckled. In truth, even with Lady Mito's cells transplanted, you shouldn't have awakened so quickly. It must be all the training you've done over the years, coupled with the recent intense battles, that laid the foundation. Also, the influence of the Rinnegan cannot be overlooked. Naruto smiled. Well, that's good to hear. Orochimaru advised, you've fully inherited the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, but if you plan to transplant Hashirama's cells, I suggest waiting until your body has completely adapted to its new state. Alright, I'll follow your advice. Naruto walked to a mirror. The changes weren't limited to his chakra. His once spiky golden hair had softened and turned red. Looking at his reflection, Naruto felt a wave of emotion. Red hair, just like Mom's. I've imagined it before, but I never thought it would actually happen. Leaving Orochimaru's lab, Naruto headed straight to a barber shop in Omegakure. He dyed his hair back to its original golden color and styled it to look as it always had. Orochimaru teased, Naruto-kun, don't you like red hair? Naruto laughed, no, I love it. But I'm used to looking like this. I'm not just an Uzumaki. I'm also the son of Minato Namikaze. Later, Naruto confirmed another surprising change. Who would have thought? Even the hair down there turned red. I'll leave that as it is, though. No need to dye it. Afterward, Orochimaru grew serious. What about the Nine Tails, Naruto-kun? Do you have any plans? The Nine Tails, huh? Naruto murmured, placing a hand on his stomach. Closing his eyes, he entered his mental realm to confront the beast. Kurama glared at him with slitted pupils, mocking, oh, so you've gained power akin to Mito's and came here to show off, huh? Ignoring the taunt, Naruto said something shocking, you've met the other me, haven't you? Snap. Kurama's eyes narrowed sharply. During Naruto's slumber, as he awakened his bloodline, he had realized something significant. His former self hadn't disappeared, it still existed within him. In fact, it had already reached an understanding with Kurama on a deeper psychological level. This was an unexpected development. Kurama growled, humph. If you want my power, you'll have to defeat us first. Sizzle. Another Naruto appeared in the mental realm, cloaked in the golden aura of the Ninetales chakra mode. With his fox-like eyes glaring, the doppelganger roared, I'll never acknowledge someone like you as me. Give me back my body, Date-Bayo. Boom. 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 Tailed beast bombs rained down, wreaking havoc in the mental realm. Snap. In reality, Naruto opened his eyes, his gaze deep and resolute. Before I can truly reclaim Kurama's power, I need to visit the Falls of Truth again. But this time, it's not to confront my inner darkness, it's to defeat the truest version of my former self. Support for 250+ advanced chapters. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, The Prophecy of the Sage. The resurrection of Jiraiya and the summoning of the two great toad sages signified that some unresolved matters could no longer be ignored. Avoidance would never solve anything. It was time to face them head-on. Naruto decided to make a trip to Mount Myaboku. Beyond explaining the current situation to the great toad sage, there was another critical task. The key to the four-symbol seal on his body was entrusted to the scroll toad of Mount Myaboku. To move forward, he had to face this challenge as well. That very day, through the reverse summoning technique, Naruto returned to the long-lost Mount Myaboku. The croaking of frogs, lotus flowers and leaves, the waterfall of toad oil, these familiar sights brought back memories of his training in his previous life. As nostalgia filled his heart, a certain unease also crept in, the kind of nervousness one feels when returning home after a long time. Finally, under the guidance of the two great toad sages, he arrived at the Hall of Longevity in Mount Myaboku. The great toad sage, aged and frail, sat on his throne with his eyes half closed, looking as though he had just woken from a long slumber. Little Shima, little Fukasaku, who is this unfamiliar young man? The sage's memory, as always, was unreliable. Fukasaku reminded him, have you forgotten? This is little Naruto. The great toad sage muttered in a daze, oh so it's Naruto. It's been a few days, hasn't it? But why are your eyes all swirly now? The question struck a sensitive chord. Though the sage asked casually, Naruto couldn't help but feel awkward. At this moment, Fukasaku explained, those are the Rinnegan. They belong to Nagato of the Six Paths. After Naruto defeated him, he transplanted those eyes. The power of those eyes even helped resurrect little Jiraiya. Although my wife and I are not fond of those eyes, at least Naruto hasn't used them for anything evil. Shima added, not evil per se. He's only betrayed the Leaf Village and attacked the Hidden Cloud Village, that's all. Naruto lowered his head, unable to refute her blunt honesty. Oh ho, is that so? I already know everything, the great toad sage said calmly. Little Fukasaku, little Shima, please step outside for a moment. I need to have a private chat with Naruto. Shima protested, hey, old man, what could you possibly say that even we can't hear? Fukasaku reassured her, all right, wife. If the old man insists, he must have his reasons. Let's wait outside. Senile old man, always acting so mysterious. Shima grumbled as she and Fukasaku stepped outside to wait. Clang. The grand doors of the hall shut behind them. The great toad sage opened his eyes slightly, revealing a flash of brilliance that sent chills down Naruto's spine. Lee. You came back using that artifact, didn't you? Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. The great toad sage continued, no need to be surprised. Toads have the ability to foresee the future. Changes in the timeline cannot escape our sight. The progression of the world is inherently dynamic. Any intervention through time creates an uncertain state, also known as chaos. The reason toads sometimes appear muddled is because the world has not yet fully stabilized. Your return has caused the chaotic state to dissipate. No, to be precise, it wasn't merely your return that caused this. The true reason lies in the destruction of the only artifact capable of manipulating time, Lee. Naruto clenched his sweaty palms and asked, Great Toad Sage, I don't fully understand. What do you mean? The Great Toad Sage explained, oh, did I make it too complicated? Simply put, Lee, as a unique artifact that transcends time, possesses singularity. Its existence allowed time to be interfered with, enabling even past events to be rewritten. That's why it created uncertainty. Naruto began to grasp the idea. So, you're saying that Lee is unique across the past, present, and future? Exactly. After transporting you back, Lee exhausted its final reserves of power and was destroyed, wasn't it? This means there is no longer any factor in existence capable of interfering with the timeline. From the moment you returned, everything you've done and the impact you've had on the world has determined the future. That future is now the final and only resolution. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. He never imagined that the great Toad Sage had seen through everything. He suddenly recalled a revelation from his past life. During the great catastrophe that led to the destruction of the shinobi world, the sages had also been involved. On his deathbed, the great Toad Sage had disclosed a shocking secret. The three great sage lands did not originate on Earth, where the shinobi lived, but on the Otsutsuki clan's homeworld, Takamagara. The ancestors of the three great sages were contemporaries of the Otsutsuki progenitors. No wonder. Naruto murmured to himself. No wonder the great Toad Sage even knows about Lee. Indeed, I know you are Naruto and that everything you've done is to prevent history from repeating itself. The great Toad Sage's tone shifted, however, because Lee no longer exists, the causality tied to it will also be rewritten. This means the future may change in ways you cannot predict. Naruto pondered deeply. The causality tied to Lee. Could it be Otsutsuki Urashiki? In his previous life, it was Urashiki Otsutsuki who brought Lee to the shinobi world. Now that Lee was gone, the chain of causality might alter Urashiki's actions entirely. This, in turn, could affect Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and everyone connected to them. The great Toad Sage continued, in other words, they may arrive sooner than you expect, or much later. If it's later, that's fine. But if it's sooner? A bead of sweat rolled down Naruto's face. In his previous life, the Otsutsuki trio, Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and Urashiki, only appeared during Boruto's era, over a decade from now. If they came later, all would be well. But if they arrived earlier, the shinobi world would face its trial prematurely. This is the consequence of interfering with time, the great Toad Sage said. Risk and opportunity coexist, it's up to you to navigate them. The night you returned, I had a dream. The dream brought a revelation, a boy returning from the future would elevate the shinobi world's power to unprecedented heights. The true destiny of this world will be decided, either unparalleled prosperity or utter destruction. And remember, this time, it's not just the shinobi world, but the whole world. Naruto raised his gaze. So, the fate of the entire world rests on my shoulders. The great Toad Sage replied solemnly, if you truly are the child of prophecy. Wait. Naruto suddenly thought of something. Even if Lee is destroyed, the one who created it could theoretically make another one, right? The great Toad Sage smiled. To think of that so quickly, you've truly grown, Naruto. But that's impossible. The creator of Lee was my ancestor, the prophet Toad Sage, who brought me to this planet to escape calamity. He perished over 1,000 years ago, his body and soul have completely vanished, never to return. Plop. Plop. The scroll toad leaped out from beneath the throne, unfurling the scroll to reveal the key to the four-symbol seal. The great Toad Sage said, now, Naruto, go and do what you must. You've lived this life once before, surely you know the way forward. I understand. Whoosh. Naruto rolled up his left sleeve, baring his arm as he pressed his palm firmly onto the scroll. Zzzzz. The seal imprint burned itself into his hand. Unlike his previous life, this time, he used his left hand, a symbol of his resolve to walk a path completely different from before. Support for 280+ advanced chapters. Chapter 127, Paradise Island. The night air was cool as the moonlight shimmered over the lake behind Omegakure, hidden rain village. A wooden bridge stretched across the water, leading to an octagonal pavilion at the lake center. Beneath the pavilion, Tsunade and Jiraiya sat together, reunited after years apart, sharing their thoughts and burdens. Inevitably, their conversation turned to Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol she had consumed, leaned her head gently against Jiraiya's shoulder. Her gaze was fixed on the ripples spreading across the lake's surface, her amber eyes reflecting a deep uncertainty. Naruto has become a complete mystery to me, she admitted, her voice soft and tinged with regret. I don't understand why he left the village, nor do I know what he hopes to achieve in the future. I can't even decide how I or Konoha should approach him now. Jiraiya, you were his teacher. Can you tell me what you think? Jiraiya remained silent for a long while, lost in thought. Finally, he reached for his pen, only to find that his paper had run out. Tsunade extended her hand, palm up, and murmured, "Write it here." Jiraiya hesitated briefly, then gently held her delicate hand and wrote 2 characters on her palm. Trust. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, carrying away the ripples, and the uncertainty clouding Tsunade's eyes. Jiraiya, she said resolutely, if this is your choice, then I will stand firmly by your side. After leaving the Hall of Eternal Life on Mount Myaboku, Naruto declined Shima's invitation to a bug feast, and returned to Omegakure that same night. With the key to the 4-symbol seal now in his possession, he was ready to unlock the seal on the 9 tails. His next destination, the Falls of Truth on Paradise Island in the Land of Lightning. Before his departure, Tsunade came to see him off. You're leaving? Naruto asked, his tone casual. Granny Tsunade. Yes, she replied. Jiraiya, I'll leave him in your care. Of course, Naruto said with a faint smile. That's my responsibility. By the way, about Sakura. Later that night, Sakura Haruno knelt on the path Tsunade would take to leave the village. Tsunade stopped in front of her. Sakura. Sakura, her head bowed deeply, replied, yes, master. Tsunade's gaze darkened. Naruto and Katsuyu have already told me everything. Including, what happened to your parents. Sakura's voice trembled as she fought back tears. I'm sorry, master. I failed you in your teachings. Tsunade's tone was firm but not unkind. From this day forward, you are no longer my disciple, nor are you a shinobi of Konoha. Sakura's fingers dug into the dirt, her voice barely audible as she forced out, understood. Tsunade's voice softened, though it carried the weight of finality. Now, for my last lesson to you, lift your head. Sakura raised her head slowly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Medical ninjutsu transcends nations and villages, Tsunade began. Its purpose is to save lives, no matter where those lives are. You've mastered the strength of 100 seal and possess the ability to summon Katsuyu. As a medical ninja, you are already my equal. From now on, you will remain in Omegakure, by Naruto's side. Use this opportunity to contribute to this village, not just for its sake, but for Konoha's as well. Tsunade's voice grew heavier as she continued. During the past shinobi wars, the great nations, including Konoha, ignored the suffering of smaller nations and villages, leaving them with scars that can never heal. This is why Pain sought to destroy Konoha. We planted the seeds of our own destruction and reaped the bitter fruit. Even if Konoha defeated Pain, as long as the root of the problem remains unresolved, another Pain will rise. It's time to make amends. But as Hokage, I must prioritize the interests of my nation and village. There are limits to what I can do. Sakura, I am entrusting this mission of redemption to you. Can you fulfill it, as a shinobi born in Konoha but now a part of Omegakure? Tears finally spilled from Sakura's eyes, not tears of weakness, but of determination. I will give my life for this mission, she declared. Tsunade smiled, her expression filled with pride. She helped Sakura to her feet, removed her Konoha headband, and replaced it with one bearing the symbol of Omegakure, which she had received from Naruto. Though you and Naruto have left Konoha, the village will not consider you traitors. Let this be your new beginning. As a shinobi, make your mark on the world. With those parting words, Tsunade strode away, her figure disappearing into the wind. Shizune, carrying Taunton in her arms, paused to offer Sakura a warm smile of encouragement. As she watched Tsunade's retreating figure, Sakura bowed deeply, her heart filled with resolve. At the gates of Omegakure, Yamato came running, breathless. Lady Tsunade, wait for me. Tsunade stopped, turning to face him. Tenzo. Panting heavily, Yamato managed to say, "Please, let me return to the village with you." Tsunade frowned in thought before replying, "Naruto is preparing to harness the power of the Nine Tails. To be safe, Yamato, you will accompany him. Your wood release may prove invaluable in critical moments." "What?" Yamato exclaimed, visibly distressed. Naruto is now considered a rogue ninja, and he's been linked to the Akatsuki. While I personally want to help him, the village will surely disapprove. Tsunade's voice was unwavering. "This is an order from the Hokage. I will take full responsibility for the consequences." Yamato straightened, his expression serious. "Understood," he said. Then, hesitating, he asked, "Once my mission is complete, may I return to the village?" Tsunade considered this for a moment before replying, "Stay and assist with the reconstruction of Omegakure. Once the work is done, you may return to Konoha." "Understood," Yamato said with a nod. And so, Yamato became one of the companions on Naruto's journey to Paradise Island. On a ship bound for Paradise Island in the Land of Lightning, Yamato sat stiffly, his discomfort palpable. The reason for his unease? Another companion on this journey, Orochimaru. Of all people, Yamato thought grimly, I have to travel with Orochimaru. Just thinking about it is shortening my lifespan. Orochimaru turned to him with a sly smile. It'll be a while before we reach Paradise Island. Why don't you rest for a bit? Yamato jolted upright. No, thank you. I'm not tired at all. Orochimaru chuckled, his tone unsettlingly friendly. You don't need to be so nervous. After all, you're one of my adorable little experiments. Of all the children, you were the only one who survived and grew into such a fine adult. Just looking at you fills me with nostalgia. If Yamato hadn't witnessed Orochimaru's monstrous battle with Naruto in his Four Tails form during the Tenchi Bridge incident, he might have believed the men had turned over a new leaf. What is Orochimaru plotting? Yamato wondered. Could he be the reason Naruto left the village? Did he manipulate him? At dawn, their ship approached Paradise Island. Naruto, Yamato asked, this place is sacred to the Land of Lightning and falls under Kimo's jurisdiction. Did you notify them in advance? Naruto smiled faintly. I did. Whether they approve or not, though, is another matter entirely. Yamato felt a chill run down his spine. I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered. Support for 280+ advanced chapters. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Overwhelming Force. So, here I am, teaming up with two rogue ninjas. If anything goes wrong, Konoha will inevitably get dragged into the mess. With a flash of inspiration, Yamato removed his forehead protector, which was attached to his mask, and used a kunai to carve a scratch across it, the universal symbol of a rogue ninja. After putting the mask back on, Yamato chuckled to himself, now, even if something happens, Konoha's reputation won't be tarnished. I'm a genius. The ship docked, and the three of them stepped onto the island. As expected, a large group of Kimogakure shinobi was already waiting for them. Leading them were Darui and C, elite jonin of the Hidden Cloud. Darui had once served as the Rakich's bodyguard during the 5 Kage summit. Months ago, Darui had narrowly escaped death from Obito's cursed seal, brain-inserting technique. His left arm was severely injured and had to be amputated. Since then, he had been recovering in Kimogakure. Now fully healed, Darui's strength had not diminished but had instead grown. His right arm was even stronger than before, and he had already mastered the lightning release chakra mode, a technique he would later use as the 5th Raikage. Facing the three uninvited intruders, Darui held a large jar tied with a white hemp rope in his right arm. From behind his mask, Naruto's left eye immediately recognized the object. He tensed. The Amber Purifying Pot. The Amber Purifying Pot was one of the 5 treasured tools left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths. Anyone who responded to the wielder's words would be sealed within the pot. Note, unlike the Red Gourd, which uses word-binding techniques, the Amber Purifying Pot relies on responding to the wielder's call. Like the other 4 tools, the Amber Purifying Pot was originally wielded by the Gold and Silver brothers of Kimogakure. However, after Ginkaku's defeat at the hands of the 3rd Raikage, the pot was reclaimed by Kimogakure. So that's their plan, Naruto thought to himself. Darui's mind raced. Using the Amber Purifying Pot consumes a massive amount of chakra. At most, I can seal one person before I'm drained. The other 2. I'll leave them to see in the others. Bang. Darui removed the lid of the pot, pointed its opening at Naruto, and shouted, Uzumaki Naruto. But instead of responding, Naruto raised his hand and activated Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull. Whoosh. The pot was yanked out of Darui's grasp and flew into Naruto's hand. Now in control of the situation, Naruto immediately turned the pot's opening toward Darui. No. He knows how the Amber Purifying Pot works. Darui was alarmed and quickly clamped his mouth shut. Naruto smirked, then turned the pot toward C and called out, "C." Ha. Unlike Darui, C wasn't as quick-witted. He instinctively responded. Whoosh. An irresistible suction force emanated from the pot. Arg. C screamed as he was pulled into the pot. Darui's face turned ashen. This is a disaster. Clang. Naruto sealed the pot and placed it aside. Turning to Darui, he said calmly, "If I didn't know how the amber purifying pot worked, I might have really fallen for your trick today, Darui." Darui clenched his fists. Damn it. Attack. Crackle. Lightning flickered as the Kumogakure shinobi charged forward in unison. Naruto's gaze sharpened. These shinobi are the same group that intercepted me outside the Land of Wind last time. They've all learned the lightning release chakra mode, and they're clearly stronger than before. No choice, I'll have to take them all out in one go. He reached behind him and pulled out a fan. From beneath his flowing sleeve, a dark golden chakra chain dangled down. It was the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto connected the chains to the fan's handle. As purple lightning crackled around it, he swung the fan with a wide arc, lightning release, adamantine fan. Zap. Wherever the lightning swept, the Kumogakure shinobi fell like dominoes. Darui broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? He just used the amber purifying pot, but his chakra levels haven't dropped at all. That was to be expected. With the complete Uzumaki physique, Naruto could wield the Six Paths tools effortlessly, even without relying on Kurama's power. Behind him, Yamato was trembling with fear. This is too reckless. Orochimaru chuckled. The adamantine sealing chains are a bit overkill. But using them to channel purple lightning through the fan. Only Naruto could pull off such a combination. In just a few moments, all the Kumogakure shinobi were defeated, incapacitated but alive. I avoided their vital points, so they'll survive. But they'll be out of commission for a while, Naruto muttered as he put away the fan. Turning his gaze to the now terrified Darui, he said coolly, "Darui, do you want to end up like them? Why not surrender?" Darui knew he was no match for Naruto, but he remained resolute. The word surrender doesn't exist in the dictionary of a Kumogakure ninja. Very well. Naruto picked up the amber purifying pot, opened its lid, and once again called out Darui's name. Darui gritted his teeth, his expression dark and grim. The pot had another secret: even if the target didn't respond, remaining silent for too long would still result in being sealed. Darui's thoughts raced. Defeating him is impossible. But escaping, there might still be a chance. Crackle. Lightning coursed through Darui's body as he activated the lightning release chakra mode. Enhancing his reflexes and physical speed with the lightning body flicker technique, he made a desperate run for it. Heh. Naruto chuckled softly, purple lightning crackling around him as he carried the pot and pursued Darui with ease. Darui's heart sank. His speed. It's on par with the Reikage in his prime. Unable to fight, unable to escape, whether he was sealed by the pot or forced to surrender, either outcome would disgrace Kumogakure. So, Darui made the only choice he could. Shing. Drawing his lightning-infused blade, he turned it toward his own heart, ready to end his life. Hey, don't go that far. Naruto exclaimed, startled. In a flash, he removed his mask and activated his right eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Koto Amatsukami. Clang. The blade froze mere inches from Darui's chest. Phew, just in time, Naruto sighed in relief. Clang. Darui dropped his blade, walked over to Naruto, and knelt on one knee. Lord Naruto. Naruto asked, where is the Reikage? Darui replied, the Reikage is currently incapacitated, training tirelessly in the village. Naruto smirked. Makes sense. Even that muscle-headed old man needs time to adapt to his ridiculously heavy body. Darui, from now on, you'll work for me. Without hesitation, Darui removed his Kumogakure forehead protector, carved a rogue ninja slash across it, and put it back on. It would be my honor. Naruto glanced at Darui's missing left arm and thought, I'll use the Azura path to craft him a mechanical arm later. Consider it compensation. Yamato approached hesitantly. Hey, Naruto. What did you do to him? Naruto turned, his Sharingan reverting to its three-tomo state. Smiling warmly, he replied, oh, it's my Mangekyo ability, Koto Amatsukami. After I defeated Danzo, I took this eye from him. It originally belonged to Shursue Uchiha. It can subtly alter someone's thoughts without them realizing it, making them believe the new thoughts are their own. As you can see, it works perfectly. Yamato couldn't help but feel uneasy. If he used that on me. Naruto smirked knowingly. Relax, Captain Yamato. You were once the leader of Team 7, practically half a teacher to me. I wouldn't use Koto Amatsukami on you. Cold sweat drenched Yamato's back. This is the Naruto of today. Perceptive, unpredictable, and even more dangerous than Orochimaru. Zzz. The Sharingan vanished from Naruto's eyes as he put his mask back on. Whoosh. The hem of his cloak billowed as he declared resolutely, let's go. To the Falls of Truth. Support for 280+ advanced chapters. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Falls of Truth. Paradise Island, The Falls of Truth. This was a mystical waterfall. Simply sitting before it allowed one to meet an unknown version of oneself, buried deep within their heart. In his previous life, Naruto Uzumaki had fought against his inner darkness here. It was said that tailed beasts were incarnations of malice and resentment. If one harbored even a sliver of darkness within, they would immediately lose themselves upon using the chakra of a tailed beast. Thus, training at the Falls of Truth was a necessary step on the path to becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. However, as Naruto's perspective broadened, he learned more about the truth. Tailed beasts were not, as the legends claimed, pure embodiments of evil. Becoming a perfect Jinchuriki depended on whether one could reach a mutual understanding with their tailed beast. If such harmony could be achieved, even a heart with darkness could wield the tailed beast's power, so long as the beast didn't mind. That said, tailed beasts were inherently inclined toward goodness, so eliminating one's inner darkness was generally beneficial. Another truth Naruto discovered was the essence of the Falls of Truth itself. Like the Valley of Hell, this place was also a relic of the Six Paths ninja sect. The waterfall contained immense release energy. If one's spiritual power was strong enough, they could see not only their inner darkness but also other entities. In his previous life, Naruto's son, Boruto, had come to the Falls of Truth to harness the power of the Karma Seal. It was here that he encountered Momoshiki Otsutsuki. When such encounters occurred, the waterfall would create an illusory battlefield visible only to the individual. Anything that happened in this battlefield would have no impact on the outside world. At this moment, Naruto sat cross-legged on the stone platform before the Falls of Truth, his heart calm and steady. Whoosh! 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 From the cascading water emerged a younger version of Naruto from this timeline, a naive and innocent Naruto. The young Naruto sneered, so, the imposter who's taken over my body finally dares to face me, huh? Date Bayo. The returning Naruto responded calmly, you are my past self, and I am your future self. We are both Naruto Uzumaki. There's no such thing as an imposter. The young Naruto pointed accusingly, idiot. I'll never become you. I've seen everything you've done since taking over my body. You've done nothing but disgraceful, underhanded things under my name. Date Bayo. The returning Naruto didn't deny the accusations. Instead, he asked gently, you've seen not only what I've done but also everything that will happen in the future, haven't you? Do you deny those futures as well? The young Naruto faltered, his expression dimming, but he quickly retorted, even if those futures are real, what you've done is still wrong. There must be a better way. Such as, the returning Naruto asked. The young Naruto clenched his fists. Such as everyone coming together to fight those enemies as one. The returning Naruto smiled faintly. That's exactly what I tried to do in the past. And what was the result? The young Naruto tightened his fists even further. You underestimated them back then. This time, don't underestimate them. We'll all grow stronger together. The returning Naruto chuckled, my plan is for everyone to grow stronger together. It's just that the time isn't ripe yet. That's why I've temporarily taken the lead. The young Naruto accused, but your methods have hurt others. There must be a way to achieve this without hurting anyone. The returning Naruto shook his head. Without hurting anyone? That's impossible. The young Naruto insisted, no. If we just believe in it, we can make it happen. If we give up, we'll achieve nothing. The returning Naruto raised his gaze. Then let me ask you this, you believe in a future where people understand one another, don't you? Then why, when you became Hokage, did the shinobi world continue to suffer from endless disasters? The young Naruto was momentarily speechless. The returning Naruto stepped forward, his tone firm. Let me ask you again, you promised to give Sister Konan a peaceful Omegakure. And what became of it? Omegakure turned into one of the hideouts for the Kara organization, a place of despair for its people. The young Naruto had no answer. The returning Naruto pressed on, his voice sharp. Your naivety has a powerful charm that inspires others to trust you wholeheartedly. Perhaps even you truly believed in it. But the world doesn't work that way. There are too many things that, no matter how well-intentioned, simply cannot be resolved perfectly. Shut up, the young Naruto shouted. The returning Naruto smirked. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Are you trying to escape reality? Or is it that you simply can't stand the idea of being replaced by someone like me? Does the future even matter to you at all? Shut up. I'm not that narrow-minded, the young Naruto yelled. Then who is this? The returning Naruto asked, pointing to the side. To their shock, a third Naruto had appeared in the illusion created by the waterfall. This Naruto had black pupils and exuded a dark, oppressive aura. The returning Naruto spoke calmly, "That's your inner darkness. It embodies many things, your subconscious resentment toward those in Konoha who once ostracized you, your unwillingness to accept that I've taken over your body. The falls of truth have manifested it clearly for all to see." As the young Naruto stood frozen in disbelief, the dark Naruto grinned and spoke. "Yo, naive me. Let's forget about the future for now. How about we team up and take down this imposter who's hijacked our body? Sound good?" The young Naruto clutched his head, utterly bewildered. "No. I don't acknowledge your existence. That would mean I'm narrow-minded. This isn't real. It must be some kind of illusion." The returning Naruto shook his head. Still unwilling to face reality. "I suppose it's understandable. Unlike my past self, who faced his inner darkness alone, you now have to deal with me as well. It's a lot to handle." The dark Naruto smirked at the young Naruto. "Narrow-minded? So what? Only by being true to your desires can you live freely. Honestly, everything he's done," he gestured to the returning Naruto, "is what I've always wanted to do. But his methods are still too soft. If it were up to me, I'd be far more thorough. For example, why not start by wiping out everyone who ever bullied us? We're strong enough now, aren't we?" Hearing this, the returning Naruto sighed with a wry smile. "Ah, so I had a phase like this, huh? I guess I can understand Sasuke a little better now." The young Naruto finally snapped. "You're not me. None of you are me. Disappear from my sight." Boom. 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 Responding to his fury, the golden cloak of the Ninetales chakra mode enveloped him. The dark Naruto's grin widened. "A weakness," he said, vanishing in a flash. Sizzle. One of the young Naruto's eyes turned black, a symbol of corruption. Simultaneously, the golden chakra cloak became shrouded in black mist. The returning Naruto's gaze sharpened. The intense emotional stimulation has caused him to resonate with his inner darkness. This is an unexpected development. But Kurama, you've already reached an agreement with him despite his unresolved inner darkness. That's not like you. You must be desperate to deal with me. Roar. The black misted golden chakra transformed into the form of the Ninetales. Its massive jaws opened, gathering energy for an ultramassive tailed beast bomb. The returning Naruto's expression darkened. So it's come to this, huh? In his previous life, battles at the Falls of Truth were perfectly balanced. Both sides shared identical techniques, strategies, and skills. But this time was different. The opponent was his past self, who couldn't use the Rinnegan or Sharingan but could wield the Ninetales chakra mode. Snap. The returning Naruto, now the Naruto shaping the future of the world, felt his fighting spirit surge. Very well. Past, future, former life, current life, let's settle it all here and now. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 130, Self-Redemption. Faced with the enormous tailed beast bomb filling his vision, returned Naruto extended his left palm. Outer path, sealing technique absorption seal. Whoosh. A hemispherical barrier appeared before his palm. The tailed beast bomb halted upon contact with the barrier and quickly began to shrink. Boom. Naive Naruto followed up with a smaller tailed beast bomb, aiming it at the rear of the first bomb, attempting to detonate it before it could be absorbed. Oh. Trying that trick, are you? With his free right hand, returned Naruto immediately formed a hand seal. Whoosh. The smaller tailed beast bomb hit its target but failed to explode. Returned Naruto smirked confidently. This is the Wu-Wei seal from Elder Chiyo of Sunagakure. It nullifies the delayed explosion of techniques, preventing premature detonations even when absorbing large chakra-based techniques with the outer path. Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb was completely sealed by the outer path. Damn it. Boom. 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 Naive Naruto unleashed a rapid barrage of smaller tailed beast bombs. Lightning released chakra mode. Wrapped in purple lightning, returned Naruto weaved through the explosions, scattering flying thunder god kunai across the battlefield as he moved. Swish. Finding an opening, he teleported behind the Ninetales. You reckless troublemaker. In Ninetales chakra mode and having entered Sage mode, naive Naruto's enhanced perception immediately caught on to return Naruto's intent. All 9 golden tails lashed out simultaneously toward his back. Thud. What? Just as returned Naruto appeared, he was struck squarely by the tails, slamming him into a mountainside. Though protected by his lightning cloak, he found himself momentarily on the defensive. Whoosh. Naive Naruto shouted, I've tracked the location of every flying thunder god kunai. Whoosh. The Ninetales raised its head, gathering another tailed beast bomb. This time, the bomb split into dozens of smaller orbs, each targeting the locations of the scattered kunai, obliterating them in one fell swoop. Returned Naruto frowned. Wait a minute, I don't remember having this level of mastery over the Ninetales chakra mode in my past life. Naive Naruto retorted, you think I did nothing after you took over my body? I've been training with Kurama for this very moment. With that declaration, naive Naruto formed the hand seal for Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. 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 The massive form of the Ninetales split into three. Returned Naruto broke into a cold sweat. No way. He's not planning to use that technique, is he? The technique he referred to was his strongest move from his past life, Sage Art, Six Paths Azura mode, which involved channeling natural energy from the earth through the tailed beast. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. No, that's only possible after mastering the six-path sage techniques. He shouldn't be able to pull it off now. And indeed, that wasn't the case. Naive Naruto and his shadow clones faced three different directions, each fully concentrating on forming a tailed beast bomb. Returned Naruto understood immediately. I see, it's an indiscriminate attack. This battlefield within the waterfall illusion is enclosed. No matter how fast I am, my evasion space is limited. And since I can't use the Flying Thunder God to escape, even the outer path can only absorb one tailed beast bomb. The remaining two explosions will engulf the entire battlefield. But if you're playing tactics with me, you're still too green. Azura Path. Clank. A mechanical arm extended from Returned Naruto's shoulder. He detached its wrist, revealing a row of missiles aimed at the forming tailed beast bombs. The process of forming the bombs slowed due to the shadow clones, creating an exploitable opening. Five-finger missiles. Boom. 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 The missiles struck one of the forming tailed beast bombs, causing it to detonate prematurely. At the edge of the battlefield, Returned Naruto watched the explosion with a deep gaze. By triggering the explosion early, I can avoid the shockwave. But for you, at the core of the blast, it's a different story. As the explosion subsided, two shadow clones were gone, and the Ninetales' main body was left severely damaged. The tables have turned. Now's my chance. Rustle. High above the Ninetales, a sand-eye formed, using the Blade of Destiny reversal to teleport Returned Naruto beside it. Whoosh. With a flick of his sleeve, 9 black rods pierced the Ninetales' golden tails with precision. Damn it. Those black rods are sealing Kurama. Naive Naruto cursed. Landing on the ground, Returned Naruto formed a tiger seal with both hands, lightning crackling at his fingertips. He gazed at the exposed rear of the Ninetales and murmured, "Don't blame me for being ruthless, Kurama." Kachak. Lowering his stance, he launched himself forward. Lightning strike, 1,000 years of death. Roar. The Ninetales let out an ear-splitting scream. Returned Naruto pierced through the Ninetales' rear, using his lightning-coated fingers to carve a path through its chakra, heading straight for naive Naruto at its head. Returned Naruto declared, "Once I've got you, it's over. You know that, don't you? Curse you." Naive Naruto roared. In desperation, naive Naruto leapt from the Ninetales, forming a shadow clone mid-air and crafting a Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, hurling it forward. Rinne Tensei. Boom. The Rasen Shuriken was shattered by repulsive force, and Returned Naruto continued his advance. Roar. A massive chakra hand formed around naive Naruto, swinging forward. Partial Expansion Jutsu. Returned Naruto's left arm expanded, covered in lightning, shattering the chakra hand with a resounding boom. Partial Expansion Jutsu released. Returned Naruto extended his hand toward naive Naruto. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh. The gravitational pull dragged naive Naruto toward him. The latter, unfazed, released chakra from his palms and summoned additional chakra hands to spin. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Raisnon. Returned Naruto chuckled. Ah, such a nostalgic technique. By now, you shouldn't need assistance to spin chakra anymore. So why take such a roundabout approach? Naive Naruto, with his fox-like sage eyes gleaming fiercely, retorted, "Because if I did, I'd become a fallen person like you. I refuse to stoop that low." "Is that so? You're as stubborn as ever." Returned Naruto met the attack with his own single-handedly. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Raisnon. Boom. 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 The two Raisnon collided mid-air, creating a violent vortex. Whoosh. Whoosh. Both figures retreated simultaneously, landing apart. Whoosh. In the background, the golden form of the Ninetales dissolved from naive Naruto's body, reigniting as chakra flames. Returned Naruto clasped his hands together. It's time I got serious. Chibaku Tensei. This wasn't the ordinary Chibaku Tensei. Instead of creating a gravitational core, returned Naruto used the Ninetales chakra surrounding naive Naruto as the core, forming a massive celestial sphere. Boom. 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 The Ninetales was lifted into the sky, encased in layers of rock. But naive Naruto struggled desperately to escape. Returned Naruto soared upward, placing his hand beneath the sphere. Earth release, superweighted boulder jutsu. Buzz. The Chibaku Tensei's weight and density increased exponentially, slamming it into the ground with a deafening crash. Returned Naruto smirked. This is the same technique that left Madara helpless. If you want to escape, there's only one way. Earth release, super lightweighted boulder jutsu. Buzz. Under the Ninetales' immense chakra, the technique countered the weight, causing the Chibaku Tensei to crumble. Ha! Returned Naruto chuckled. Adamantine sealing chains. Clank. 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 Golden chakra chains erupted from returned Naruto's back, binding the Ninetales' head, limbs, and tails. He strode forward. What's wrong? Didn't you disdain using my techniques? Then why resort to the super lightweighted boulder jutsu? Naive Naruto faltered. I. Whoosh. Wrapped in lightning, returned Naruto stepped into the Ninetales chakra, his voice resounding. Because you know, don't you? Without it, you couldn't escape. Naive Naruto's expression darkened. Naruto. Don't waver. Kurama roared. Returned Naruto continued, this world is full of helpless realities. If you can't change the world, then change yourself. Isn't that right? He stepped up to naive Naruto, who instinctively tensed in defense. But returned Naruto closed the distance and embraced him tightly. He gently stroked the back of naive Naruto's head, whispering, growth always comes with pain. Take this step, and you'll truly mature. A single tear slid down naive Naruto's cheek. Sizzle. The darkness tainting his left eye faded, restoring its bright blue hue. Snap. Dark Naruto appeared nearby, his form dissolving into nothingness as naive Naruto's inner turmoil and confusion dissipated. Simultaneously, the Ninetales chakra's golden form faded away. Naive Naruto let go of his grudges. I'll try to trust you. My future self. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 131, A New Destination. After reaching reconciliation, returned Naruto and innocent Naruto sat down for a heartfelt conversation beneath the falls of truth. Sharing a single body was never a sustainable solution. Thus, innocent Naruto chose to leave. Returned Naruto asked, do you have someone you wish to protect? Innocent Naruto replied, someone I want to protect. There are too many to count. Honestly, I still want to protect everyone. To protect everyone, what once was stubbornness had now become a cherished belief. Innocent Naruto was no longer innocent. Returned Naruto patted innocent Naruto on the shoulder and said, that's impossible, you know. Pick one person. As for those you can't protect, there's me and our comrades to look after them. It was decided. After serious contemplation, innocent Naruto made his choice. Whoosh. His body began to dissolve into particles of light. Returned Naruto stood up to bid him farewell. Innocent Naruto, promise me one last thing. Returned Naruto, say it. I'll promise as many things as you want. Innocent Naruto, no matter what Sasuke becomes in the very end, you absolutely must, bring him back to the right path. Returned Naruto, do you even need to ask? He's our most important friend. Innocent Naruto, protect our home. Don't let that future repeat itself. Returned Naruto, I will. Before disappearing completely, innocent Naruto mouthed a silent message. Returned Naruto understood the words, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. I understand. Then I'll leave it to you. Whoosh. The original Naruto, innocent Naruto, scattered into particles of light. A single tear slid down the cheek of returned Naruto. It was the tear of a final farewell to the innocent version of himself. At 4 a.m., the village of Konoha was enveloped in silence. In the back mountains, however, Hinata had just finished her training from the previous day. Since parting ways with Naruto in the Land of Iron, she had resolved that no matter what happened to him, she would become someone who could stand by his side. But currently, her strength was barely enough to protect herself. So, she had to become stronger. Exhausted from her training, Hinata fell asleep leaning against a wooden post. Whoosh. Particles of light, like fireflies, gathered to form the phantom of innocent Naruto. He gazed at the sleeping Hinata, wanting to reach out and touch her cheek, but he pulled his hand back. He was about to leave, but leaving did not mean disappearing, it meant becoming a new form of strength. Hinata, I will use my chakra and soul to unlock the true power of your Byakugan. Whoosh. The crystalline light formed by innocent Naruto's chakra and soul flowed into Hinata's eyes. MMM. Hinata's closed eyelids trembled as she opened her eyes. Naruto-kun. Seeing the fading phantom before her, and as Naruto's chakra and soul merged with her, Hinata understood what had happened to him. Naruto, whether in the past, the present, or the future, I will always be with you. Leaving these gentle words behind, innocent Naruto's form completely dissipated. Tears streamed down Hinata's face. Sizzle. Her Byakugan, now cleansed of its former limitations, transformed into a radiant orange color. The awakening of the Tenseigan was not merely through methods like Tonari's, which involved merging multiple Byakugan. Such an approach was ultimately inferior. For one with pure Hamura lineage to receive the nourishment of pure Hagoromo lineage chakra and soul, this was the authentic way to awaken the Tenseigan. Knowing this from returned Naruto's memories, innocent Naruto decided to help Hinata in his own way, granting her a power she never had in her previous life. He also wanted her to understand everything that had led to this moment. Unlike returned Naruto, innocent Naruto lacked the unyielding resolve to leave Hinata in uncertainty and waiting. At this point, no further explanations were necessary. Hinata Hyuga, gentle yet strong, said firmly, Naruto-kun, I will use this power you've given me to protect Konoha, to protect everyone in the village. And then, I will wait patiently, no matter how long it takes, for the day you fulfill your wish and come back to take me home. Under the falls of truth, Naruto opened his eyes. He knew that the innocent version of himself had left his body and, in his own way, continued to safeguard the people and things most important to him. Naruto stood up and extended his hand. Whoosh! The waterfall split into two, revealing an entrance to the depths beyond. Seeing this, Yamato, who stood behind him, was shocked. This is... Orochimaru smirked. The Paradise Island isn't just a simple training ground for Jinchuriki to control their tailed beasts. The area behind the Falls of Truth is the true battleground for Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts. So, Naruto-kun, will you proceed? Naruto said resolutely, I've come this far, there's no reason to stop now. Orochimaru, I'll leave what I entrusted to you in your hands. Of course, Orochimaru replied with a cryptic smile and followed Naruto into the area behind the waterfall. What kind of secret are these two hiding? Yamato, filled with unease, followed them as well. The battle wasn't over, it was just beginning. What awaited Naruto ahead were challenges both familiar and entirely new. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 132, Steady Progress. Passing through the waterfall, the three entered an ancient ruin. The walls bore majestic carvings of the eight tails, and headless Buddha statues stood solemnly on all sides, evoking a profound sense of awe. Beyond the entrance hall, they arrived at a dimly lit chamber. The concealed door there served as the gateway to the sacred land. Beside the door stood a grotesque stone statue, its gaping mouth seemingly ready to devour any unwelcome intruders. In his past life, Naruto Uzumaki had visited this place. Back then, his companion Killer Bee had jokingly mentioned that only those who passed the statue's test could enter the sacred land. Anyone harboring even a sliver of darkness in their heart would have their heads bitten off by the statue. But the statue was merely a decoration, and the supposed test was nothing but a myth. In his previous life, Naruto had played a prank, pretending to have his head bitten off, scaring Captain Yamato out of his wits. Naruto's lips curled into a reminiscent smile, speaking of which, Captain Yamato was with me that time too. He already looked so tense this time, maybe I should spare him the scare. Retracting his gaze, Naruto pushed open the concealed door. What lay before him was a vast and breathtaking sight, a world entirely different from the one outside. The sacred land was vibrant and colorful, resembling the spiritual realm of a Jinchuriki. Thus, it was often used as a battlefield for Jinchuriki to purify themselves and confront their tailed beasts. Returning to this familiar place, Naruto couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The Land of Lightning truly lives up to its reputation as the inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths legacy. Most relics related to the Six Paths power are under its control. With a loud clang, the concealed door shut, sealing the sacred land off from the outside world. Naruto explained, here, all you need to do is close your eyes and clear your mind, and you'll be able to meet the tailed beast within you. Yamato questioned, meet the tailed beast. Can't you already do that normally? Why go through all this trouble to come here? Naruto smiled, meeting the tailed beast in the spiritual realm is something any Jinchuriki can do. But only here can you truly engage in a real confrontation. Otherwise, why would it be called a sacred land? Reaching the center of the sacred land, Naruto sat cross-legged. Yamato murmured to himself, he seems southwest familiar with this place. It doesn't look like it's his first time here. Naruto said calmly, if there are no issues, I'll begin now. Wait. Yamato interjected cautiously. You're about to face the terrifying Nine Tails. No one knows what might happen. Let me make some preparations first. Clang. 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 With a series of hand signs, wooden stakes rose from all directions, their tips adorned with iron spikes. This was the preparatory phase of the wood release, binding nest technique. ZZZ. Yamato placed his left hand on his right wrist. His open right palm revealed a black kanji 4 seat. Treating the situation as if he were facing a great enemy, Yamato declared, "All right, you can start now." Even though Yamato didn't fully understand Naruto's intentions, as a Konoha shinobi, his duty was to follow the Hokage's orders and assist Naruto in mastering the Nine-Tails power to the best of his ability. "Captain Yamato, you're as reliable as ever," Naruto said with a smile, closing his eyes. "Then, I'll be counting on you. Orochimaru." The scene shifted. In the spiritual realm, water rippled ankle-deep. Before Naruto stood the four-symbol seal's prison, where the Nine-Tails glared at him menacingly. Naruto greeted, "Yo, it's finally time, Kurama. Judging by your expression, you don't look too thrilled." The Nine-Tails roared, "Damn it. Where have you hidden the real Naruto?" Naruto chuckled, "The real Naruto is right here in front of you, Kurama. So, what will it be this time? Tug of war or a fistfight? Your choice." The Nine-Tails lashed its tails in anger and bellowed, "Who the hell wants to fight someone like you? Never in this lifetime. That's truly unfortunate." Whoosh. Naruto rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the key to the four-symbol seal etched on his left palm. The intricate markings extended down his arm. With a swift motion, he pressed his hand against the sealing formula on his abdomen, twisting his fingers. Four-symbol seal, release. Click. Click. The locks materialized by the four-symbol seal began to turn and disengage. Boom. The Nine-Tails burst forth, breaking free from its prison. The tug-of-war began, a battle of chakra between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. The victor would gain control of the other's chakra. The first step was to unlock the seal. The second step was to extract the tailed beast's chakra from its host. In his past life, Naruto had only succeeded with the intervention of Killer Bee and the Eight Tails. But this time, he intended to do it on his own. Universal pull. Whoosh. A powerful gravitational force dragged the Nine-Tails forward. However, its limbs released an intense chakra that adhered to the water's surface, rendering it immovable despite the pull. While its body remained stationary, its chakra began to take on the form of a monstrous fox, surging forward. "Curse that Rinnegan. You've mastered it well, brat." Whoosh. The Nine-Tails tilted its head back, rapidly forming a tailed beast bomb and launching it at Naruto. Pretapath. Naruto extended his hand, and a translucent barrier materialized, absorbing the tailed beast bomb before sealing it. The second step was complete. The third step was to bind Naruto's chakra with the Nine-Tails chakra. Gurgle. Naruto's chakra took on a humanoid form, emerging from his shoulder and extending a chakra rope to connect with the Nine-Tails chakra. The moment they connected, the tug-of-war truly began. The Nine-Tails growled, "Damn it. How is this brat's chakra so strong that I can't overpower him?" Naruto smirked, "As I expected, this is way too easy. At this rate, it won't work at all." In the outside world. Orochimaru quietly rose to his feet. Rustle. Rustle. Wood tendrils immediately coiled around Orochimaru's body. Yamato demanded, "What are you trying to do, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru replied calmly, "When the fourth Hokage, Minato, set up the four-symbol seal, he infused it with the chakra of Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. The condition for triggering Kushina's chakra was for Naruto to be at a disadvantage in his confrontation with the Nine-Tails." Yamato narrowed his eyes. "And then?" Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Given Naruto's current capabilities, it's nearly impossible for him to be at a disadvantage against half of the Nine-Tails. That's why he needs my help." Yamato hesitated. "I don't understand. Isn't having the upper hand a good thing? Why deliberately create a disadvantage?" Orochimaru explained with a knowing tone, "It's no wonder you don't understand. Back then, Konoha completely disposed of Kushina's body to prevent the Uzumaki clan's exceptional lineage from leaking. Not a single cell was left behind, making it impossible to revive her through Edo Tensei. In other words, this is Naruto's only chance to meet his mother. How could he not seize it?" Yamato pondered deeply. "Can I trust your words?" Orochimaru smiled slyly. "This was something Naruto and I agreed upon before we came here." Recalling their cryptic exchanges earlier, Yamato realized, so that's what their hidden agenda was all about. Rustle. Rustle. The wood bindings loosened. Yamato warned, "I'll be watching you closely. Don't try anything funny." Orochimaru chuckled, "Yamato, you're truly dependable. Tsunade made a wise choice in sending you." Yamato's thoughts raced in frustration. Seriously, with these two scheming like this, what's the point of me even being here? What am I supposed to do, really? Fwoosh. 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 Flames ignited at the tips of Orochimaru's fingers. With a crisp sound, he pressed his hand against Naruto's abdomen. This 5-element seal will temporarily suppress Naruto's own chakra. Incidentally, I used the same technique on him when he was a child. The odd-numbered 5-element seal combined with the even-numbered 4-symbol seal will cause the Ninetales chakra to interfere heavily with his own, making it nearly impossible for him to mold chakra properly. But for the current Naruto, this measure is too simplistic. I'll add a curse mark as well. Whoosh. Orochimaru's neck extended, coiling around Naruto once before sinking his teeth into the latter's neck. The curse mark's chakra flowed continuously, disrupting Naruto's own chakra. Ugh. In the spiritual realm, Naruto staggered as the Ninetales chakra suddenly gained the upper hand, gradually pulling Naruto's own chakra out of his body. Yet Naruto smiled. Finally, it's happening. Clang. 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 Just as Naruto was about to lose completely, several adamantine sealing chains erupted from the water's surface, binding the Ninetales tightly. The Ninetales' eyes burned with rage. This chakra. Kushina. In a radiant corner of the spiritual realm. After what felt like a lifetime, Naruto finally saw her again, the beautiful woman with red hair. His determined gaze softened into one of tenderness. 1,000 words condensed into a single heartfelt call, transcending time and space. Mom. Support for 350+ advanced chapters. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Heavens Will Fulfilled. Kushina Uzumaki gazed at Naruto, her eyes filled with countless emotions. Suppressing a torrent of thoughts, Naruto flashed her a reassuring smile. Could you wait for me just a little while, Mom? Kushina nodded gently, her voice tinged with warmth. I'll wait. The you right now no longer needs your mother to hold your hand, Date Bane. Clap. With a fist striking his palm, Naruto stood tall with determination. That's right. All you need to do, Mom, is sit back, enjoy some tea, and watch me shine, Date Bayo. Though there was no tea to enjoy, Kushina struck a strongman pose with gusto. Go on then. Mom will be cheering for you, Date Bane. In the battlefield of his spiritual world, Naruto, who had been leaning back, straightened his posture. Indeed, no matter the age or life experience, the bond of blood and family is something that can never be severed. Mom, being able to see you again, it's just so wonderful, Date Bayo. Boom. Naruto's chakra surged forth, completely unleashed. External world. As Orochimaru sank his teeth into Naruto's neck, releasing the power of his curse seal, he was suddenly flung away by an invisible force. Sitting on the ground, Naruto-kun's slit pupils gleamed as he stared at Naruto's abdomen. The 5-element seal engraved there was disintegrating on its own. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Naruto-kun, he's breaking through the 5-element seal with his own power. How is this possible? Even if he inherited the full Uzumaki bloodline, achieving this in such a short time is unthinkable. Could it be? Naruto-kun has already fully adapted to this body. Sizzle. Orange eyeshadow appeared on Naruto's eyelids. Yamato narrowed his eyes. He's entered Sage mode. Is this the final battle between him and Kurama? Spiritual world. Naruto spoke with resolve. Mom, please release the adamantine sealing chains. From here on, it's between me and Kurama. Kushina responded with a smile. All right, do your best. Crack. Crack. The chains binding Kurama shattered. You damn brat. How dare you look down on me? Kurama's rage burned, setting the skies ablaze. Whoosh. A fully charged tailed beast bomb shot towards Naruto. Bring it on. Naruto smirked, raising his hand. Whoosh. In an instant, a supermassive Reisnon formed, rivaling the tailed beast bomb in power. Leaping forward, Naruto confronted the incoming attack head-on. Sage Art, Ultramassive Reisnon. Boom. The Reisnon collided with the tailed beast bomb, both exploding into a fiery spectacle. Kurama's eyes widened in disbelief. Using a Reisnon to block a tailed beast bomb. Impossible. His power, it's stronger than before. Damn it. A cold-hearted brat like him, don't you dare pull some hot-blooded hero act in front of me. It's disgusting. Boom. 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 Tailed beast bombs rained down like a relentless barrage. Crackle. Lightning surged as Naruto, clad in a purple lightning armor, weaved through the explosions. Meanwhile, in his hands, 2 Rasen shuriken began to form. The right hand's shuriken infused with wind release, the left hand's, with lightning release. Watching from the sidelines, Kushina's eyes sparkled. If it were Minato, he'd probably name that move something like, my style, Swift Thunderbolt Flash Strike, Date Bane. Naruto chuckled. Then let's go with that, Date Bayo. Sage Art, my style, Swift Thunderbolt Flash Strike. Whoosh. Whoosh. The wind release and lightning release Rasen Shuriken were hurled forward. Kushina cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Naruto. Wind and lightning are opposing elements. Swish. Naruto calmly formed hand seals. Then I'll harmonize them with fire release. Whoosh. A Sage Art, fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet followed in pursuit. As the techniques combined, the move evolved. Sage Art, my style, Swift Thunderbolt Flash Strike, Blazing Oil Heroic Bomb. Boom. A storm of wind, lightning, and fire erupted, engulfing Kurama's slender frame. Roar. Kurama howled in agony, his voice filled with fury. You two, your back and forth banter, has completely enraged me. Naruto clasped his hands together. Adamantine ceiling formation. Clink. 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 From his back, 10 adamantine ceiling chains coiled outward. Partial expansion jutsu. Naruto's left arm enlarged, grabbing the chains and swinging them with incredible force. Boom. 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 Kurama was slammed left and right, his vision spinning, his consciousness fading. Snap. Releasing the chains, Naruto's enlarged left palm thrust forward. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. The repulsive force surged forth. Kurama's chakra was completely extracted from his body, flowing along the chakra tether and into Naruto's own. Whoosh. A golden chakra cloak ignited around Naruto. Black markings coursed across his body, 6 magatama adorning his collar. Since this was merely a tug-of-war to extract a portion of Kurama's chakra, full synchronization with Kurama wasn't achieved. Thus, the iconic Kurama chakra mode cloak was absent. This form was commonly referred to as the golden body mode. Naruto looked at Kurama, who had collapsed on the distant water's surface, emaciated and utterly drained of strength. His gaze softened with guilt and sorrow. I'm sorry, Kurama. I really wanted to fight you with my fists, not through a tug-of-war. But right now, I truly need this power. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Rest well. Placing his left hand on his abdomen, Naruto rotated his fingers counterclockwise. Click. 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 Clang. The cage reformed, sealing Kurama once more. Kurama's eyes slowly closed. Naruto, you better remember this. Spiritual world. Returning to the radiant corner of his spiritual world, Naruto stood once again before Kushina. Kushina gazed deeply at her son, tears shimmering in her eyes. She stepped forward and pulled him into a tight embrace. You've been through so much, haven't you, my child? Everything you've endured. Mom has seen it all. Everything. Naruto's eyes trembled. He understood now, when his mother said everything, she didn't just mean the 16 years of his current life, but the 100 years spanning both his lives. Even the experiences of his past life, his mother had seen them through his memories. This embrace, therefore, carried an unparalleled weight. Mother and son talked about many, many things. But as Kushina's chakra dwindled, her form grew increasingly transparent. Yes, after all, this was merely a manifestation of Kushina's chakra left within the sealing technique, a body of pure thought. As the moment of parting approached, Kushina reluctantly said, Naruto, though I hate to leave, Mom must go now. Naruto rose silently. Kushina smiled tearfully. Would you like a farewell hug? If possible, Kushina truly wished to stay by his side, witnessing his growth. No matter how old a child gets, in a parent's eyes, they are always their child. But fate is cruel. Naruto Uzumaki, however, declared boldly, no. This time, I will make sure Mom stays. I'll keep you by my side. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. This isn't possible, Date Bane. Naruto extended his hand. Whoosh. Above them, a glowing orb appeared. It was the chakra Naruto had extracted from Kurama. It's stored in a corner of my body, ready for me to use at any time. Madara used the Geto statue to cultivate Hashirama's cells, which shared the same origin as would release. So, can't I use Kurama's chakra to nourish Mom, who was once Kurama's Jinchuriki? Under Kushina's astonished gaze, Naruto beamed brightly. Mom, go into that chakra. It will continuously nourish your chakra, allowing this body of thought to persist. Every time I use Kurama's chakra, I'll get to see you again, Date Bayo. Support for 350 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 134, A Peaceful World. The Sanctuary of Paradise Island. A fiery aura burst forth. Naruto Uzumaki stood tall, enveloped in the golden glow of the Ninetales chakra mode. Golden flames of chakra radiated from his body, and the wooden stakes around him began sprouting branches and leaves under the influence of its life force. Yamato, stunned, thought to himself, such vibrant vitality. Is this the power of the Ninetales chakra? But Orochimaru had a different perspective. This Ninetales chakra mode might look flashy, but in reality, it pales in comparison to Naruto's own chakra strength. Naruto himself reflected, this mode's power is weaker than my own chakra. Well, that's because I haven't fully reconciled with Kurama yet. Without mutual agreement, I can't combine its chakra with my own and can only use one at a time. Yes, you heard that right, Naruto's strength was actually greater when he didn't activate this chakra mode. However, that didn't mean the golden mode was useless. At the very least, it served as a backup chakra source during combat. He could use this mode first to conserve his own chakra or rely on it for endurance when his reserves ran dry. Moreover, this chakra mode possessed an ability even Sage mode couldn't achieve, the ability to sense malice. No matter how skilled an enemy's disguise was, as long as they harbored ill intent, they couldn't escape detection. Thinking of this malice-sensing ability, Naruto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In my previous life, after the Fourth Great Ninja War, I neglected this ability. In hindsight, during the battle against Ishiki Otsutsuki, if I had retained this malice-sensing power, his secret technique called Daikokuten wouldn't have been so troublesome. And Momoshiki, when we defeated Ishiki, he took over Boruto's body and, while we were off guard, blinded Sasuke's Rinnegan. If only I had kept the malice-sensing ability, Momoshiki wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Crack! Naruto clenched his fist tightly. We once learned to fly, but forgot how to run. This time, I won't make the same mistake. I will cherish every power I gain and ensure each step of growth is meaningful and constructive. In the spiritual realm, Kushina Uzumaki floated within the Ninetales chakra, her ethereal form stabilizing and gradually recovering thanks to Kurama's chakra nourishment. Naruto asked, Mom, how do you feel? Kushina smiled contentedly, it feels so good it's like soaking in a hot spring. Naruto was genuinely pleased, his approach was correct, Kurama's chakra could indeed preserve his mother's lingering spirit. Kushina lamented slightly, it's a pity that Minato's consciousness left within the seal is gone. Otherwise, we could have soaked in the hot spring together. Soaking in a hot spring as a family of 3 had been Kushina's dream ever since she became pregnant. Naruto reassured her, someday, there'll be a chance, I think. Kushina advised, Naruto, although this Ninetales chakra can regenerate after being consumed, don't keep it activated for too long. Whatever you do in the future, remember to pace yourself. Naruto replied softly, yeah, I understand. But at least on the way back to Omegakure, let me keep it on, I want to talk with you more. Kushina, both indulgent and helpless, said, you really are impossible to deal with. Naruto didn't teleport directly back to Omegakure using the Flying Thunder God technique. After leaving Paradise Island, they boarded the ship they had arrived on, docked at the Land of Lightning's port, and then traveled on foot toward the Land of Rain. Throughout the journey, Naruto kept his golden chakra mode active, conversing with Kushina. Even though he knew they would have plenty of time together in the future, he couldn't suppress his emotions and wanted to make up for the beauty he had missed in his previous life. Meanwhile, Orochimaru seized the opportunity during their return trip, using equipment stored in his scrolls to transplant Hashirama Senju's cells into Naruto's body. He calculated that by the time they returned, the cells would have fully assimilated with Naruto, granting him enhanced vitality and the power of wood release. The supreme wood release, could it really be obtained so easily? Perhaps it seemed rushed, but it wasn't rushed at all. After all, Naruto had already awakened the true power of the Uzumaki clan. Everything was simply a matter of course. Light and shadow intertwined. In a dark underground lair, Madara Uchiha stared at the flickering candlelight before him, lost in thought. This proud man had once believed that after Hashirama's death, no one could stand in his way again. Yet not long ago, he suffered defeat, twice in a row, at the hands of the same person. If the first defeat was due to a careless mistake, the second was undoubtedly due to a difference in strength. Naruto Uzumaki, within a short period, he adapted to my Rinnegan and, through sage techniques and the secret arts of various ninja villages, displayed strength comparable to Hashirama. I, Madara Uchiha, with a soul tempered by war, a century of experience, and the reputation of a strongman, guarantee that no matter how gifted a ninja is, it's impossible to achieve such accomplishments at the age of 16. There's definitely a massive secret hidden within Naruto Uzumaki. Madara's eyes burned with madness, I'm curious about this secret. Whispering shadows. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, Lord Madara, at this point, you shouldn't dwell on such things anymore. Black Zetsu, huh? Madara glanced sideways. Well then, do I have evidence for suspecting Naruto of harboring a secret? Before retreating last time, Naruto left me with a message, Black Zetsu is Kagaya's will. It altered the Uchiha stone tablet. Regardless of whether Naruto's words are true or false, he at least knows about Kaguya and the tablet. Black Zetsu asked for instructions. Sasuke has gone to Kabuto's new hideout. Obito remains inactive. What should our next move be, Lord Madara? Madara's gaze shifted. Madara replied coldly, Sasuke won't obtain the Rinnegan overnight. Until Obito officially makes his move, we'll remain dormant. Black Zetsu hesitated, but won't that cause us to lose the initiative? Madara glanced at his cracked, weathered hand. The initiative is already lost. Naruto has undoubtedly grown stronger by now, while my Edo Tensei body's chakra can no longer increase. Crack. He clenched his fist tightly. How humiliating. I, Madara Uchiha, who once stood against Hashirama without allies, now have to rely on a pawn to confront Naruto Uzumaki. Days later. Upon returning to Omegakure, Naruto, accompanied by Konan, Orochimaru, Kisame Hashigaki, and Yamato, arrived at the last undeveloped area in the western part of the village. The moment had finally come. Clap. Naruto's eyes shone brightly as he formed seals with his hands, then clasped them to his chest, radiating overwhelming power. Would release, Forest Mansion Technique. Support for 350+ advanced chapters. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Destiny Fulfilled. Would release, Linked Pillar House Technique. Whoosh. In an instant, tens of thousands of saplings burst from the ground. As they grew into towering trees, they intertwined in clusters of dozens or hundreds, transforming into fully constructed houses standing upright. Though not a combat-oriented would-release technique, the Linked Pillar House technique was a true test of chakra control and mental fortitude. Constructing a house wasn't as simple as growing trees, it required the caster to design the structure, account for every detail, and ensure stability. This was why Captain Yamato would be utterly exhausted after creating just a single house. But as he watched a sprawling array of magnificent buildings rise one after another, stretching to the horizon, Yamato was utterly dumbfounded. Building an entire complex in one go. Are you kidding me? Sure, I know his chakra reserves surpass mine, and his would-release scale is larger, but this is construction we're talking about, not just mindlessly growing trees. It requires architectural knowledge and immense mental focus. How does a 16-year-old kid manage this? Yamato recalled his own struggles. He had undergone a full month of architectural training just to improve his proficiency with the Linked Pillar House technique. Boom. After completing the technique, Naruto lowered his hands from the seal and let out a sigh. Phew. Would release really is mentally taxing. Fortunately for him, in his previous life as Hokage, he had read extensively. He had always thought his home was too small and had dreamed of building a grand mansion after retiring, managing every detail from design to decoration himself. To prepare for that, he had studied countless architectural books in his spare time. Yamato, of course, was unaware of these details. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Can I inspect your houses?" Naruto beamed. Of course. Having Captain Yamato, the most experienced builder in the shinobi world, as my quality inspector is a blessing. This is my first time building houses, so I'd appreciate your feedback. Though Naruto's words were complimentary, Yamato couldn't bring himself to feel flattered. Donning his black gloves, Yamato replied seriously, "Then I won't hold back. When it comes to the safety of the residents, I'll be thorough. A luxurious exterior doesn't mean much if it's not up to code." Naruto nodded generously, "Please, go ahead." And so, Yamato began inspecting the houses one by one. To his astonishment, every single structure exceeded his expectations in both safety and functionality. He began to doubt his own abilities as a shinobi. Is this real? Is he truly omnipotent? Was his goofy, clueless demeanor all an act? No, that's impossible. No one could fake that. So what made him so capable? Could becoming a rogue ninja really make someone this much stronger? With these nonsensical thoughts swirling in his mind, Yamato reached the largest mansion at the end of the row. A castle keep. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yamato hurried inside. From the entryway to the top floor, the interior was a blend of traditional Japanese castle architecture and modern functionality. The exterior resembled an ancient castle keep, yet the interior was a multifunctional space designed for both comfortable living and shinobi training. My God, what craftsmanship! Even the homes of the daimyo in various nations pale in comparison. Ascending to the top floor, Yamato peered out of an unfinished window to take in the breathtaking view of the ocean beyond Omegakure. Clatter, clatter. Rainwater flowed through carefully constructed channels, turning a mill wheel. So that's it, a clever design to make efficient use of rainwater, Yamato murmured in admiration. Naruto could live a fulfilling life even without being a ninja. After completing his inspection, Yamato exited the mansion and addressed the waiting Naruto. All the houses pass inspection. Yamato's attention was drawn to a plaque nearby, on which the words, Yamato Residence, had been inscribed. What's this? Naruto smiled earnestly. Captain Yamato, you've worked so hard these past few days. I've decided to gift this mansion to you as your home. Yamato's heart swelled with emotion. Though many things about him have changed, his genuine nature remains the same. Truly admirable, truly admirable. Despite his joy, Yamato maintained a serious tone. Naruto, your kind gesture is more than enough for me. I helped you and Omegakure on the orders of the Hokage. Now that my mission is complete, I must return to Konoha to report. As for this house, you should offer it to the displaced people of Omegakure. Naruto sighed in disappointment. I see, what a shame. How about this, Captain Yamato, I'll keep the house for you. Whenever you visit Omegakure on a mission, you can stay here. How does that sound? I doubt I'll ever return to Omegakure, Yamato thought to himself. There's already too much to handle in Konoha. But he couldn't bring himself to reject Naruto's sincerity. If that's the case, then I humbly accept. Naruto nodded solemnly. Let me use the Flying Thunder God to take you back to the village, Captain Yamato. Yamato hesitated briefly before agreeing. All right. I'm exhausted from all the travel and would appreciate getting back to the village quickly. But given your current, sensitive status, just drop me off outside the village. I'll handle the rest. Understood. Naruto placed a hand on Yamato's shoulder and teleported them to the forest outside Konoha. Yamato bid him farewell. This is far enough. You can go now, Naruto. All right, I'm off. Swish. Naruto vanished with the Flying Thunder God. Finally, I'm back. The experiences of these past few days. I'll never forget them, Yamato muttered as he made his way toward Konoha. At the village gate, Izumo and Kotetsu, the guards, stopped him. Halt. Identify yourself. It's me, Yamato. I'm here to report back. Izumo frowned. I know who you are, Yamato-senpai. But you've betrayed the village. What? I've done no such thing. Yamato exclaimed. Kotetsu pointed to Yamato's forehead protector. Your headband says otherwise. I saw you through the telescope earlier and already reported it to the village. I suggest you surrender quietly. Only then did Yamato remember, before heading to Paradise Island, he had scratched his forehead protector to avoid tarnishing Konoha's reputation. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Yamato pleaded. Izumo and Kotetsu drew their weapons. Save it for Ibiki in the interrogation room. Stop. A low voice interrupted. Yamato turned to see Kakashi approaching. Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo, Kakashi said, using Yamato's original name. The Hokage wants to see you. Kakashi escorted Yamato to the Hokage's office, where he explained the situation to Tsunade. After hearing the full story, Tsunade rested her chin on her hands. I see. I understand now. Yamato sighed in relief. So, can I go home and rest now? Tsunade shook her head and pulled out a booklet. This is the latest bingo book of rogue ninjas. Take a look. Confused, Yamato flipped through the pages until he found his own picture. What is this? He stammered. Tsunade explained, a cloud ninja on Paradise Island recognized you from a past mission. Seeing your scratched headband, they reported you immediately. Without consulting us, they added you to the bingo book. You're now a wanted man in every nation. Thud. Yamato collapsed onto the floor, devastated. Does this mean I can't stay in Konoha anymore? Tsunade sighed. I'll assign you a long-term mission to keep you out of sight for now. A long-term mission? Yamato asked. Tsunade nodded. Naruto has inherited my grandfather Hashirama's wood release. While powerful, it's also extremely taxing on chakra. More importantly, the healing properties of Hashirama's cells pose a hidden danger. Unchecked regeneration can shorten one's lifespan. Even my grandfather, as mighty as he was, succumbed to these side effects and died young. She continued, Tenzo, I want you to stay by Naruto's side, monitor his usage of wood release, and ensure he doesn't repeat my grandfather's mistakes. Naruto has already agreed. This is a mission of great honor and responsibility. What do you say? Yamato hesitated. You mean I'm to return to Omegakure? Tsunade nodded. Yes. I take full responsibility for the misunderstanding that led to you being labeled a rogue ninja. During your mission, you'll retain the benefits of a Konoha Jonin. When the time is right, I'll personally clear your name. Do you accept? Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Yamato's shoulder. Tenzo, this is a golden opportunity. Clenching his fists, Yamato declared, I'll do it. Still in a daze, Yamato packed his belongings and left the village once more. Sigh. If I'd known this would happen, I would have asked Naruto to delay his return. Now I have to travel again, oh well. If this is my fate. With that, Yamato set off for Omegakure. Swish. Moments after he left, Naruto reappeared at the same spot. He hadn't returned to Omegakure earlier, instead, he had negotiated with Konoha to retrieve 2 items, the corpse of the animal path from Pain's invasion and the 3 prisoners, Yugo, Soijetsu, and Karen, captured during Sasuke's attack. Konoha had agreed to release the prisoners on the condition that Naruto would take responsibility for their future actions. Looking around, Naruto muttered, "Huh? Captain Yamato's already left. Oh well, I'll wait for him back in Omegakure." Swish. With the Flying Thunder God, Naruto and his companions returned to Omegakure. Now that everything was in place and his strength had grown significantly, Naruto began making new plans. The time has come to recruit a few talents from Kabuto. Kakuzu, Sasori, Uchiha Itachi, especially Itachi. His foresight and wisdom are invaluable to the future of the ninja world. And through him, Shinsuke's left eye can also see the light of day once more. Support for 350 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 136, The Phantom of Light. From Sakura's information, Naruto and Konan set out together to locate Kabuto Yakushi's hideout, a rare opportunity for the two to travel side by side. In recent days, Jiraiya, having been resurrected, had been under Konan's care for his daily needs. Now that Jiraiya had adjusted to life in Omegakure, he no longer required Konan's constant attention. To ease Konan's mind, Jiraiya had specifically asked Naruto for a telescope, claiming it was for research on his new novel. The two shared a knowing look. Since then, Konan had stopped visiting the open-air hot springs, instead asking Naruto to use wood release to build a private bathhouse. As they journeyed, Naruto and Konan naturally started chatting. Konan, so, Jiraiya-sensei is writing again. What kind of work will it be this time? Could it be a sequel to Make Out Paradise? Naruto, probably not. Konan, why do you say that? Naruto, oh, I see. So you don't know, Konan-e. Make Out Paradise is actually the first book in the Make Out series. The sequel is Make Out Violence, and the final installment is Make Out Tactics. In the industry, they're known as the Make Out Trilogy. Surprised, Konan asked, apart from the continuity of the story, is there any other difference between the three? Clearing his throat, Naruto placed a hand under his nose and replied, in terms of explicit content, Make Out Paradise is entry-level, it can serve as an introduction for beginners. Make Out Violence is expert-level, enough to be appreciated even by seasoned veterans. As for Make Out Tactics, that's master-level. Its content is so intense that it was banned. You can't find the published version of Make Out Tactics on the market anymore. However, manuscript copies are widely circulated among hardcore fans. A collector's edition of Make Out Tactics can even fetch tens of millions at auction. Shocked, Konan exclaimed, tens of millions. The bounty for a top-tier ninja's head on the black market doesn't even reach that amount. And yet, it's comparable to a single book. Naruto sighed with admiration, it's no longer just a book, it's a belief. To treat something like that as a belief. I really don't understand, Konan remarked, pinching her delicate chin in deep thought. But for Make Out Paradise, a work already unsuitable for children, to be considered entry-level. Speaking of which, Jiraiya-sensei's recent codes can no longer be deciphered using Make Out Paradise. I thought it was because I hadn't studied hard enough. Could it be that his latest codes are based on Make Out Violence or even Make Out Tactics? If that's the case. Stopping her train of thought, Konan came to a direct conclusion, Naruto, later, find me those two sequels as well, Make Out Violence and Make Out Tactics. Huh. Naruto was startled. That's not really appropriate, is it? I mean, the content is just too. Konan, however, responded calmly, it's fine. I'm not a little girl anymore. Though, I can't compare to your vast experience. As they ran, Naruto rubbed his chin, thinking, is that so? Come to think of it, Konan-e and Yihiko were once lovers. Although they didn't marry, it wouldn't be surprising if they had that kind of relationship. And indeed, they had. In the early days of the Akatsuki's rise, Konan and Yihiko had become lovers. They had shared the kind of intimacy that lovers naturally would. The turning point came when Yihiko was injured, and Konan tended to his wounds. Two youthful faces, two hearts stirred with emotion, it was only natural for sparks to fly. See chapter 511 of the manga, where Konan's memories before her death reveal this. However, shortly after their relationship was established, Yihiko died, willingly impaling himself on Nagato's kunai to protect Konan. Yihiko's death became a lifelong source of pain for both Konan and Nagato. Naruto, with a serious expression, asked, Konan-e, if it were possible, would you want Yihiko to be resurrected? Conan, momentarily stunned, then replied with deep sincerity, the dead should rest in peace. Cherishing the living is what Yahiko and Nagato would want to see. Naruto, I understand your intentions, but there's no need for such things between us. I genuinely support your ninja way and want to help you from the bottom of my heart. You don't owe me anything in return. Is that so? Naruto's expression softened, deeply moved. Even so, the weight of this kindness was too overwhelming for Naruto to accept without feeling indebted. He silently vowed, Conan nay, this time, I will lead a Megakure to prosperity. I don't seek dominance over the ninja world, but I will ensure that no one dares to look down on us. Hours later, the two stopped in a forest outside the location mentioned in the intelligence. Through the gaps in the leaves, Naruto gazed at the pitch-black mountain face. That's the place Sakura remembered. Conan suggested, I'll send in a paper clone to scout the area. No need, Naruto replied. Kabuto is always cautious. He should be aware of your abilities, and it could alert him unnecessarily. Let's rely on my new invention instead. As he spoke, Naruto opened his palm to reveal a small, disc-shaped mechanism embedded with a black rod at the back and a mechanical Rinnegan at the front. This is the Yata drone I created using the Azura path. It's perfect for reconnaissance. Naruto held the drone aloft, sending it into the air with a gesture. With 2 fingers raised, he activated it. Whoosh! The Yata drone vanished, silently flying above the hideout. The mechanical Rinnegan at the front rotated, its infrared sensors penetrating the thick mountain walls. The drone captured the interior of the hideout and transmitted the images directly to Naruto's vision via the Rinnegan's shared sight. The cave was empty, but signs of intense battle were evident. This was undoubtedly Kabuto's hideout, but it seemed they had arrived too late. Still, Naruto remained cautious. Kabuto might have left traps. Since he's not here, there's no need to risk going inside. Having lived a second life, Naruto had developed a habit of acting prudently, especially when dealing with high-intelligence opponents like Kabuto. Just as Naruto was about to leave and search elsewhere, the Yata drone detected a fleeting, indistinct light source, catching his attention. Sizzle. Entering Sage mode, Naruto confirmed it. In Sage mode, there was no special chakra reaction. This meant it could only be detected by the Rinnegan. Naruto's gaze deepened as he analyzed, Kabuto also knows Sage mode. To deliberately avoid its detection while leaving a message specifically for me, there's only one person who would do this. Click. The Yata drone descended through an opening at the mountain's peak, entering the hideout. Whoosh. Using the Flying Thunder God seal left on the drone, Naruto and Conan teleported into the hideout. Retrieving the Yata drone, Naruto fixed his gaze ahead. Whoosh. The prismatic light coalesced into a familiar silhouette. Conan's eyes flickered. This is a phantom of light. The phantom of light technique, a power of the Rinnegan, allowed Pain to convert the chakra waves of Akatsuki members into amplified thoughts, which then manifested as holographic projections in specific locations. Unlike ordinary projections, these phantoms could channel various jutsu through Pain's relay. The projections glowed with vibrant, multicolored patterns. Early Akatsuki meetings had all been conducted through this technique. It not only facilitated communication among members across vast distances but also ensured the safety and secrecy of their gatherings. Even if the meeting location was discovered, enemies would find nothing but empty space. An old acquaintance appeared, smiling warmly through the phantom of light. Naruto, Conan, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Nagato. Both Naruto and Conan were filled with emotion. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 137, A Gamble on Fate. Conan, Nagato, why did you leave a projection clone here? Nagato, it's a long story. Naruto, is the Preta path ready for use? Naruto, it's ready. Nagato, absorb my projection clone, and you'll understand everything. Alright. Naruto raised his hand and activated the Preta path, absorbing Nagato's projection clone. Instantly, memories of Nagato's battle against Sasuke while under the influence of impure world reincarnation flooded into Naruto's mind. Naruto, I see now. Sizzle. Nagato's projection clone appeared within Naruto's mental world. Nagato, Naruto, I've shared my sensory link with you. By tracing the connection between this projection clone and my original body, you can locate Kabuto's hideout. However, Kabuto commands a large number of impure world reincarnation soldiers. You and Conan must proceed with caution. Naruto, understood. With that, Naruto and Conan set off once again, heading toward Kabuto's true lair. During the journey, through mental communication, Nagato resolved some lingering doubts. Nagato, so, that's why you transplanted my eyes and left Konoha to come to Megakure. Naruto, yes. The masked man who guided your actions wasn't Uchiha Madara but a Uchiha named Obito. After your death, he came to Omegakure to retrieve Madara's Rinnegan, which led to Konan sacrificing her life to stop him. Nagato, but those tragedies have been undone thanks to your actions. Konan is alive, and even Jiraiya-sensei, whom I killed, has been brought back to life. Naruto, I'm truly sorry, Nagato. When I first appeared before you, my soul had just traveled through time. I hadn't fully grasped the situation, and it was difficult to explain everything to you. Nagato, it's only natural. Naruto, the path I've chosen diverges greatly from the promises you once believed in. Do you resent me for that? Nagato, there's no such divergence. Despite experiencing such a cruel future, you've not given up hope. You've chosen to relive everything to change the course of fate, to rise where you once fell. Your unwavering determination and resolve, that is your ninja way, and it aligns with the promise you made to me, doesn't it? Naruto remained silent, moved by Nagato's words. Nagato, since you've chosen to press forward, as your senior and someone who understands you deeply, how could I abandon my resolve? I will continue to support you. Naruto, thank you, senior. Nagato, it's a pity that, being under the impure world reincarnation, I cannot act of my own will. There's a chance I might even have to fight against you. Naruto, Nagato, those under impure world reincarnation can break free of control if they know the hand seals to do so. Nagato, I see. The chakra in this projection clone is similar to a shadow clone. Once it dissipates, the memories will return to my original body. However, my original body is currently in a dormant state and unable to form seals on its own. I'll need to wait until Kabuto reactivates me. Just if, things go wrong, promise me you'll stop me. I trust you can do it now. Naruto, I promise. Tap. Naruto landed gracefully, leaping high into the air. Below him, a swamp teemed with countless small snakes, their forked tongues flicking as their slitted eyes followed his movements. Naruto, snakes. Looks like Kabuto has placed numerous white snakes as sentries along the path to his lair. Not that I planned on sneaking in anyway. Crackle. Ahead, a flash of lightning revealed none other than the impure world reincarnation of the third Reikage, charging forward with his signature Hell Stab. As killing intent surged toward him, Naruto remained calm. Naruto, the third Reikage, a man who possessed both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Back then, I defeated him by using his own spear against his shield. But now, there's no need for such complications. Crackle. Purple lightning coiled around Naruto's left hand, spiraling into a 4-foot-long blade. He met the third Reikage's lightning spear head-on. Naruto, lightning release, spiral blade. Slash. The arm wielding the third Reikage spear was shredded to pieces. Clang. As they passed each other, golden chakra chains shot out from Naruto's back, binding the third Reikage tightly. Kabuto, adamantine sealing chains. Kabuto, who was controlling the third Reikage, was stunned. Whoosh. Bound by the chains, the third Reikage regained his consciousness. Looking at his shattered arm, he sighed in admiration. To think you could break my defense. Truly remarkable. Send me to the afterlife. Naruto, gladly. Although the third Reikage was powerful, he wasn't strong enough to warrant Naruto using Koto Amatsukami. Moreover, the Reikage himself seemed unwilling to remain bound by impure world reincarnation. Thus, sending him to the afterlife was the only option. Naruto combined the adamantine sealing chains with the human path. Naruto, human path, soul extracting chains. Rip. The chains pulled the third Reikage soul from his body. As his soul departed, the impure world reincarnation technique unraveled, leaving only the sacrificial corpse to fall into the muddy swamp. Nagato's projection clone praised him. Beautifully done. You've grown so much stronger, Naruto. Naruto, haven't I? Nagato smiled faintly. Then I can rest easy. The rest is up to you. Whoosh. Nagato's projection clone dissipated. Naruto and Konan pressed forward at full speed. Kabuto's lair was now within reach. Inside the lair, Kabuto chuckled sinisterly. Hehehe. How interesting, how very interesting. Sasuke frowned. Kabuto, what are you laughing at? Kabuto, Naruto is here. Sasuke, what did you say? Where is he now? Kabuto, right outside. Sasuke, that persistent bastard. Is he here for me again? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lens catching the light. No. I suspect he's here for Nagato. Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. Kabuto, however, remained composed. Regardless of whom he's here for, you should step aside, Sasuke. Sasuke, you're telling me to avoid Naruto. Do you think I'll just get in the way? Kabuto, listen to me. The time will come when you'll have the strength to face him, but that time isn't now. For the sake of that future, you must exercise patience. Do you understand, Sasuke? After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke unclenched his fists and left to hide. Though reluctant, Sasuke knew he wasn't yet a match for Naruto. Once Sasuke was gone, Kabuto smirked slyly. Now that he's out of sight, I can finally use this. Forming a series of hand seals, Kabuto activated his signature technique. Kabuto, summoning, impure world reincarnation. Boom. 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 6 coffins rose from the ground. As their lids fell away, 6 legendary figures emerged: Deidara, Kakuzu, Sasori, Hanzo of the Salamander, Nagato, and Itachi Uchiha. Kabuto's eyes gleamed with excitement. If Naruto is indeed here for Nagato, then I'll control him personally. Can't afford any mistakes. With that, Kabuto formed a 2-finger hand seal. Sizzle. Nagato's consciousness was instantly overwritten by Kabuto's control. Adjusting his glasses once more, Kabuto's lips curled into a sinister grin. Now, let the grand spectacle begin. Support for 350+ advanced chapters. Chapter 138, Order Amid Chaos. Boom. A giant summoned bird descended before the hideout, carrying the reanimated Nagato on its back. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Nagato hasn't broken free of the Edo Tensei control seal. This means Kabuto Yakushi is deliberately manipulating him. His willpower is truly formidable. Swish. Under Kabuto's control, Nagato formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. 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 One by one, Deidara, Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand, Hanzo of the Salamander, and Itachi Uchiha appeared. They're here. Naruto and Konan halted their steps. Konan commented, "Everyone you wanted to recruit is present." Naruto smiled faintly, but it won't be that easy. After all, Kabuto is pulling the strings. Behind the scenes, Kabuto was calculating meticulously. Naruto, aside from Madara's left eye, he also possesses Shisui Uchiha's right eye. Koto Amatsukami, the only genjutsu capable of overriding Edo Tensei. Though it's ineffective against Nagato's Rinnegan, it can still affect the others. No matter. That genjutsu can't be used consecutively. As long as Itachi doesn't fall under its effect, sacrificing one of the others, Kakuzu, Sasori, Hanzo, or Deidara, won't matter much. Swish. Under Kabuto's command, the 6 reanimated figures arranged themselves into a battle formation. Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hanzo stood at the front. Nagato remained stationary in the center of the formation. Itachi retreated behind Nagato, taking the rear. Deidara soared high above, riding his clay bird. A 3-dimensional combat formation was complete. This formation, it's familiar. It's almost like when I fought Pain's 6 paths. Even the aerial angle is covered. Seems like using diversion tactics won't work this time, Naruto mused, his mind racing. I think I understand Kabuto's strategy here. He knows I have access to Koto Amatsukami, so he's putting the less critical pawns up front, tempting me to use it on them. Well, my targets are Sasori, Kakuzu, and Itachi. Including the crow that Itachi implanted in me, I can use Koto Amatsukami twice. Between Kakuzu and Sasori, one of them will have to be turned through other means. As Naruto pondered, Kakuzu spoke up, "Even though you're wearing a mask and the Akatsuki cloak, that unmistakable golden spiky hair. You're the Nine-Tails brat from Konoha, aren't you? The one who destroyed 2 of my hearts." Naruto's expression shifted. He casually removed his mask and greeted, "Yo, Kakuzu, long time no see. Let me formally introduce myself, I'm now the leader of a Megakure and a proud member of the new Akatsuki." Kakuzu sighed, "Even a hot-headed brat like you has donned this cloak that symbolizes darkness. This ninja world is truly absurd. As I thought, the only reliable thing in this world is money." At this, Konan interjected coolly, "Kakuzu, you still have a stash of money hidden somewhere, don't you? Why not tell me the location of that exchange office? After all, you can't use it anymore. Why not let others benefit from it?" Kakuzu's moss-green pupils shifted. "Konan, how do you know about that stash?" Konan replied honestly, "Haiden once let it slip by accident. I overheard." Kakuzu growled in frustration, "That idiot. If he were in front of me right now, I'd rip his head off." Konan offered, "He's currently in a Megakure. If you tell me where the money is, I can bring you his head." Interested? Kakuzu scoffed coldly, "Humph, that does sound tempting. But unfortunately, I'm holding onto that money to let it accrue interest. I can't just let you squander it." Konan turned to Naruto, "That's his answer." Naruto sighed, "What a pity, Kakuzu. Looks like I'll have to invite you to a Megakure to be our accountant." Sizzle. Naruto's right eye suddenly transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan, locking onto Kakuzu's gaze. "Koto Amatsukami. buzz. The connection between Kabuto and Kakuzu's reanimated body was instantly severed. Earth grudge fear. Black tendrils extended from Kakuzu's shoulders, spreading outwards. Boom. Boom. Hanzo and Sasori immediately distanced themselves from Kakuzu. Behind Kakuzu, Nagato raised his hand. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh. Gravitational force from behind began pulling Kakuzu backward. Kabuto calculated, I'll use the human path to finish Kakuzu off and reanimate him again. That way, Naruto's Koto Utsukami will be wasted. Not on my watch. Naruto raised his own hand. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh. Gravitational force from the front counteracted the pull from behind, causing Kakuzu's body to hover in place. Crack. 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 Kakuzu's reanimated body began to fracture, on the verge of splitting apart. Shoo. At that moment, sand gathered beside Kakuzu, forming a true eye of sand. Blade of Fate. Whoosh. A vortex enveloped Kakuzu, teleporting him to Naruto's side. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As dust swirled, Kakuzu's fragmented body began to regenerate. Naruto smiled, Kakuzu, I'll be counting on you from now on. Kakuzu replied, that may be so, but I still live by my creed of money above all else. Let me make this clear, from now on, every expenditure in a Megakure must go through me, including yours. His obsession with money even surpasses the control of Koto Utsukami. Naruto, intrigued, replied, all right, I promise. From now on, Amegakure's finances will be entirely in your hands. Kakuzu nodded, then it's settled. Now, let's wrap this up quickly. I haven't counted money in so long, my hands are itching. Though Kakuzu had been turned, Kabuto remained unfazed. Hehehe. Losing Kakuzu? Not the worst outcome. At least his Koto Utsukami is no longer a threat. Now I can move more freely. High above, Deidara shouted, hey. Naruto. Do you remember me? My art gave you such a hard time back then. Naruto looked up. You are. Deidara's face turned pale with rage, what did you just say? My magnificent art left less of an impression on you than that money-grubbing old man Kakuzu. Kakuzu coldly retorted, Deidara, watch your words. Curse you all. You'll perish alongside my art. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Deidara threw down a swarm of clay spiders. Swish. But with a wave of his sleeve, Naruto unleashed a barrage of purple lightning senbon, precisely neutralizing the spiders and rendering them duds. Deidara frowned, damn it. When did that brat learn lightning release? Konan cautioned, be careful of Deidara's aerial combat. It's not to be underestimated. I agree, Naruto said, forming hand seals. Boom. A massive wooden pillar rose from the ground. Would release. Before anyone could react further, Naruto altered his hand seals, a combination of the Nara clan's shadow techniques and would release, shadow pillar technique. Whoosh. The wooden pillar's shadow extended, connecting with Deidara's shadow on the ground. Snap. As Deidara flew on his clay bird, he suddenly hit an invisible barrier, unable to move further. Turning around, he hit another barrier at an identical distance. He quickly realized, I see. Using that wooden pillar as the center and the shadow's length as the radius, you've confined my movement to a circular area. In that case, I'll just blow up the pillar. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Deidara smirked, reaching into his pouch to mold a clay bird bomb. But as he attempted to throw it, he found it stuck to his hand. What? It stuck. What's going on? Naruto lowered his hands from the seal, the restriction doesn't just apply to you. Anything connected to your shadow is treated as part of a single entity. Because of the shadow's link, you can't separate from it. In other words, you can't throw any bombs. Deidara, dumbfounded, exclaimed, what kind of joke is this? My art, rendered useless. Ignoring Deidara, Naruto shifted his focus back to the 4 remaining reanimated foes. Konan stepped forward, I'll take care of Hanzo. Naruto nodded, alright, then Sasori, Itachi, and Nagato are mine. Support for 350 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Tempering the Will. The confrontation continued, tension thick in the air. Kabuto Yakushi pondered to himself, Hanzo's abilities could disrupt the others. Naruto's Koto Utsukami has already been used. This is the perfect opportunity to divide the battlefield. Swish. Hanzo of the salamander darted swiftly into the distance. Swish. Konan transformed into paper sheets, chasing after Hanzo. In the sky, Deidara hovered in circles, while by Nagato's side, only Sasori and Itachi remained. Kabuto continued his internal analysis, Naruto also possesses the Rinnegan. The human path can obliterate Edo Tensei summons. Even with a numerical advantage, I must tread carefully. I suppose I'll use Sasori to test his current strength. However, Sasori of the Red Sand had no puppets at his disposal. His resurrection through Edo Tensei did not restore him in the form of a human puppet. Kabuto shrugged mentally, no matter. I'll provide him with some pawns to control. Nagato formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Boom. 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 10 coffins rose from the ground ahead. Emerging from them were the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Kinkaku, Ginkaku, and the former Kimogakure magnet release ninja, Troy. Swish. Mangetsu Hozuki summoned several scrolls, retrieving the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Blast Sword, Shibuki, Splash Blade, Hiramakarei, Executioner's Blade, Blunt Sword, Kabutowari, Long Sword, Nuabari, and Lightning Blades, Kiba, returning them to their rightful wielders. However, the twin swords, Kiba, once seized by Tobi, and the same Hata, now wielded by Kisame, were not summoned. Additionally, while Suigetsu had been brought back by Naruto, the Executioner's Blade had been confiscated by Konoha and remained without a master. Thus, Mangetsu summoned it as well. For those whose original swords were unavailable, such as Mangetsu himself and Fuguki Suikeisen, chakra-forged blades served as substitutes. Boom. Boom. Kinkaku and Ginkaku summoned the 6 Paths tools, the 7-star sword, golden canopy rope, crimson gourd, and banana palm fan. Meanwhile, Troy used his magnet release to manipulate spinning Fuma shuriken around him. ZZZ. Once all preparations were complete, their eyes dulled, stripped of consciousness. Swish. Chakra threads extended from Sasori's 10 fingers, attaching themselves to the napes of these 10 resurrected warriors. Kabuto's sly voice echoed in Sasori's mind, Sasori, I trust your expertise and mastery of puppet techniques will allow these 10 to fully unleash their original strength. I've already taken their consciousness. Now, show me your performance. Sasori's dim eyes betrayed no emotion, as lifeless as the puppets he once controlled. Kabuto. Once, you were manipulated by my technique, no different from a puppet. Now you control me, while I, in turn, control the dead as puppets. How ironic. So be it. Life will inevitably wither, but art is eternal. Swish. Sasori's 10 fingers danced. The 10 fingers of Chio. Allow me to recreate your masterpiece. White Secret Technique, 10 Puppet Collection, modified. Naruto's sharp gaze fixed on Sasori. Sasori of the Red Sand, I understand that for a ninja with your unique beliefs, no amount of raw power can truly subdue you. Only in the realm of art can we resonate. That's why I've prepared this feast of Azura just for you. Swish. Naruto unfurled a long scroll horizontally. From 4 summoning arrays, 4 Azura Path puppets emerged. They were modeled after Mecha Naruto, Prototype Unit, Mecha Sasuke, Prototype Unit, Mecha Sakura, Prototype Unit, and Mecha Kakashi, Prototype Unit. Azura Path Formation, Team 7. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted as dirt and debris rained down. Hanzo, wielding a scythe and chain, stared at the winged figure of Conan hovering above. With a sigh, he remarked, Conan, I never expected that in this war-torn shinobi world, a woman like you could survive until now and attain such formidable strength. Swish. Swish. Paper folded into spears, which rained down diagonally as Conan raised her hand. Her voice was icy. Have you always seen me as weak? Clang. 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 Hanzo swung his scythe, deflecting the paper spears. Instead of responding to her words, he asked, Nagato has been resurrected through Edo Tensei. That boy who resembles Yahiko, his name is Naruto Uzumaki, isn't it? Why does he have Nagato's Rinnegan? What is his connection to pain? Hanzo had been killed by pain. In his final moments, he had seen the deceased Yahiko, bearing Nagato's Rinnegan, deliver judgment with overwhelming power. He had died without ever understanding the truth about pain. Conan's cold gaze hardened. Pain is no more. Naruto Uzumaki is the inheritor of Nagato and Yahiko's will. He is the one who will lead a Megakure to prosperity and bring peace to the shinobi world. Hanzo's aged eyes dimmed with sorrow. A Megakure. Compared to these rising stars, my era has indeed ended. But I can't accept it. I can't understand why. Swish. Hanzo formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. Amid a massive cloud of smoke, a giant salamander appeared beneath Hanzo. Hiss. 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 The salamander spewed a toxic mist, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. Hanzo's voice echoed from within the poisonous fog. Conan, as a former enemy, can you tell me? Why did I fail? Why was I cast aside by this era? Conan's icy gaze softened with reflection. If not for Hanzo, we would never have truly grown, would we? Very well. Whoosh. Her paper wings spread wide as she dove into the poisonous fog. Huh. Hanzo was stunned. Why? You aren't wearing a gas mask, yet you're immune to the salamander's poison. Swish. In Hanzo's bewildered gaze, Conan formed hand seals and pressed her palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu, explosive flame array. Rustle. 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 The ground shifted as countless explosive tags surged toward the salamander. Hanzo was shaken. This is my technique. How can you use it on such a scale? Conan's voice was low and resolute. You were mired in the glory of your past as a demigod, paralyzed by fear of death and loss, stagnant and unchanging. We, however, have long surpassed those limits. Hanzo, we once respected you greatly, but you lost the conviction and determination a true warrior must possess. That is why you failed and were replaced by pain. And now, Naruto, who defeated and changed pain, continues to grow amidst adversity. He knows that stagnation leads only to repeating your mistakes. Hanzo trembled. You mean to say that Naruto defeated pain? That insurmountable existence was overcome by him alone? Conan's tone remained cold. To us, you were once just as insurmountable. After this explosion, the paper will seal you. Do you have any last words? Perhaps. I finally understand. Hanzo smiled faintly, closing his eyes. Please, give Megakure a bright future. Conan's voice was firm and unwavering. We will. Because Megakure is my home, our home. Boom. 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 The explosions roared, shaking the heavens and earth. But as the dust settled, Hanzo's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had not been resurrected again. Thus, there was nothing for Conan's paper to seal. When an Edo Tensei summon resolves the regrets of their past life, their soul breaks free from the binding of the sacrificial body and returns to the pure land. Conan cast a lingering gaze at the shattered ground before heading toward the battlefield where Naruto awaited. Support for 350+ advanced chapters. Chapter 140, The Banquet of the Azura. The scene shifts back to Naruto's main battlefield. He was about to face Sasori of the Red Sand, who was controlling 10 Edo Tensei resurrected shinobi, in a battle where Naruto would unleash his Azura Path-crafted mecha puppets. Azura Path Formation, Team 7. This formation consisted of 4 mecha units: Mecha Naruto, Unit 01, Mecha Sasuke, Unit 01, Mecha Sakura, Unit 01, and Mecha Kakashi, Unit 01. It was the first fully assembled formation among all the creations Naruto had crafted using the Azura Path. Mecha Sasuke, Unit 01 was stripped of all heavy firearms to reduce weight and maximize mobility. Equipped with laser-based cutting weapons, it excelled in close combat and was the spearhead of the formation. Mecha Naruto, Unit 01 was outfitted with light firearms, saw-like weapons, and various grabbing mechanisms, making it the most versatile unit. It served as a mid-to-close range support fighter in the formation. Mecha Sakura, Unit 01 was packed with heavy artillery, relying on guns and cannons for overwhelming destructive power. It provided long-range firepower support to the team. Mecha Kakashi, Unit 01 was devoid of offensive weaponry but was equipped with advanced auxiliary mechanisms. However, this didn't mean it lacked combat potential. Its built-in sensors were connected to the Azura factory Naruto had constructed underground in Megakure, allowing it to summon powerful machinery at any time. Its role in the formation was that of a long-range tactical supporter. In his future plans, Naruto even envisioned equipping Mecha Kakashi with an AI system, turning it into a commanding unit. However, due to technical and financial constraints, this idea had yet to be realized. Sasori of the Red Sand stood on the opposing side, his eyes narrowing as he observed the 4 metallic figures gleaming in the sunlight. Are those puppets? And he's controlling them without chakra threads. Kabuto Yakushi, observing through Nagato's Rinnegan, scoffed dismissively. It's just the Azura Path, isn't it? Flashy and impractical. The Azura Path is nothing more than a way to summon specialized ninja tools. Why go to the trouble of crafting such mecha puppets? What a waste of time. Even if his power has increased, Naruto is still just a naive child playing with toys. Using Nagato's voice, Kabuto added, Sasori, don't be intimidated. Those mecha are powered by the Rinnegan's black receivers, which channel chakra to operate them. Aside from being convenient to control and sharing vision, they're not particularly formidable. Besides, the Edo Tensei puppets under your control are immortal. Sasori responded coldly, in the realm of my art, I don't need an amateur like you to dictate what's strong or weak. I'll judge their power for myself. Snap. With a flick of his chakra threads, Zabuza Momochi, wielding the executioner's blade, charged toward Naruto's formation. This was merely a probing attack. Naruto smiled and raised 2 fingers. Let the banquet of the Azura begin. This is Team 7's first battle. Clang. Mecha Sasuke led the charge, twin laser blades extending from its arms to intercept Zabuza's executioner's blade. Slice. Slice. The thick blade of the executioner's blade was instantly severed into 3 pieces by the laser blades. Zabuza's arm was also sliced clean off. Sasori's eyes narrowed. Those weapons, they're not ordinary. Swish. Sasori pulled Zabuza back with his chakra threads and formed a one-handed seal. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Whoosh. A dense mist rose, obscuring the Rinnegan's vision. At this moment, Mecha Naruto, who was charging from behind, extended a spindle-like device from its arm. It emitted a powerful suction, inhaling all the mist in one go. Sasori then commanded the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to attack as a group. Mecha Sasuke swiftly retreated. Mecha Sakura, locking onto the 7 swordsmen with its Mecha Rinnegan, unleashed a barrage of missiles from its back-mounted cannons, which were arranged like a fan. The missiles rained down like fiery comets. Clang. She then lifted a modified Gatling gun from the Azura path and unleashed a storm of bullets on the 7 swordsmen. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a. In mere moments, the Edo Tensei bodies of the 7 swordsmen were shredded into pieces. Naruto, watching with satisfaction, remarked, "This 6-barrel cannon was inspired by Amato, the scientist from Kara." Sasori's expression faltered. Those weapons use chakra as ammunition, and combined with the mecha's structure, they achieve a firing speed unattainable by ordinary ninja. After regenerating, Amiri Ringo plunged the Thunder Swords, Kiba into the ground. Lightning release, Thunder Gate. This was Amiri's signature technique, summoning lightning from the sky through her swords to create a wide-area lightning strike. Sasori smirked. "Let's see how you handle this. Metal conducts electricity." Boom. But before the Thunder Gate could activate, Mecha Sakura raised its arm and fired a heavy cannon shot. Boom. Amiri's body was obliterated from the chest up. Swish. Immediately after, Mecha Sakura launched a grenade into the sky. Upon detonation, it created a fiery field on the ground. The remaining 6 swordsmen scrambled to evade. Mecha Kakashi summoned a massive magnetized iron disc. Infused with lightning chakra, it emitted a powerful magnetic pull, causing all the ninja swords to fly out of their hands and clang against the disc. Clang. 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 Mecha Sasuke, now covered in laser blades, spun at high speed, slicing through the 7 swordsmen's bodies and rendering them incapable of using jutsu. Clang. 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 Meanwhile, Mecha Naruto's back hatch opened, releasing 21 spindle-shaped devices. Grouped into sets of 3, they descended upon the 7 swordsmen, emitting beams of lightning that entangled their heads and began spinning rapidly. Naruto's gaze turned sharp. The photon spindles. Once they ensnare you, you won't be able to move. At this point, Sasori prepared to send Ginkaku, and Troy into the fray. Click. Mecha Kakashi raised his hand and snapped his fingers. From the ground, hundreds of small robots armed with high-explosive bombs swarmed toward Sasori. Click. Another snap. The sky darkened as Azura Path warplanes streaked across the battlefield, unleashing devastating aerial firepower. Seeing this overwhelming display, Sasori of the Red Sand finally conceded. In the field of puppetry, you've reached a height that no other puppet master can aspire to. I admit defeat. Your puppet artistry is unparalleled in this world. Master Sasori, a voice interrupted. You call this art? No, no. Such flashy nonsense will never be art. Art is an explosion. In the sky, Deidara's body began to swell rapidly. Kabuto Yakushi's face turned pale. That lunatic Deidara. He plans to self-destruct without hesitation, even if it means killing me, the caster, along with him. Conan exclaimed, this is bad. Deidara's self-detonation could flatten everything within a 10-kilometer radius. I understand. Naruto raised his hand. Universal pull. Whoosh. Sasori's body was yanked through the air. Naruto grabbed Sasori with his left hand and Conan with his right, teleporting them back to a Megakure with the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. But in the instant before the explosion, Naruto teleported back, snatching the 4 Six Paths ninja tools held by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and returned to a Megakure once more. Whoosh. Boom. The explosion's fireball engulfed everything in its path. A Megakure. Naruto instructed Sasori, listen carefully. By forming the following hand seals, you can break free from the Edo Tensei's control. After regaining his autonomy, Sasori asked, why did you risk your life to bring me back? Naruto replied, to be honest, my victory over you in puppetry was purely due to the convenience of the Rinnegan's Azura Path abilities. But I understand the principle of specialization. My achievements in this field will always be limited. Are you interested in taking this further? Right now, I have a proposal. Consider this, partial painification. You'd retain your mind and personality, but your body would serve as my Azura Path pain. This way, you'd gain access to the Azura Path's abilities. After some thought, Sasori ultimately agreed. For now, Naruto had no choice but to return to the battlefield. After all, the most critical figure, Itachi Uchiha, was still out there. Support for 350+ advanced chapters. Chapter 141, Unraveling the Threads. Kabuto Yakushi's hideout had been reduced to ruins following the explosion. Several kilometers away, Kimimaro, reanimated through Edo Tensei, poured fresh blood from a bottle he carried, a contingency plan left by Kabuto Yakushi in case of emergencies. He formed the summoning jutsu seal and pressed his palm against the ground. Boom. With a massive plume of smoke, a colossal summoned snake corpse, far larger than Manda, lay sprawled on the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. From the snake's open mouth emerged Kabuto Yakushi and Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke stared at the snake's corpse in shock. Is that Manda? Wasn't he already dead? Kabuto's expression turned grim. This is the second-generation Manda, painstakingly cultivated using Manda's cells. It surpasses the original Manda in both size and strength. And now it's wasted, damn that Deidara. He blew himself up without any warning. I'll make sure to strip away his consciousness and turn him into a completely obedient pawn someday. Sasuke frowned. What about Naruto? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied. He knows the Flying Thunder God technique and can come and go as he pleases. Even an explosion 10 times stronger wouldn't be able to harm him. Hearing this, Sasuke's furrowed brows relaxed. Kabuto's mind raced. Not only the 7 ninja swordsman's weapons but also the 6 paths tools of the Gold and Silver brothers have fallen into Naruto's hands. Fine. The Nine Tails chakra inside the Gold and Silver brothers is irreplaceable and can't fully unleash the tool's power anyway. Letting Naruto take them might even help intensify tensions between him and the Hidden Cloud village. Wait a minute. How did I miss this? The Edo Tensei connection between me and Sasori has disappeared. Could it be, he was defeated by Naruto just now? Did his pride take such a hit that he released himself from Edo Tensei? That's why I can't stand these self-proclaimed artists. And Naruto. Knowing that Koto Amatsukami wouldn't work on Edo Tensei's Nagato, he still insists on targeting him. There's only one explanation, Naruto sees Nagato as a potential threat and wants to eliminate him. There's no other explanation. Both wielders of the Rinnegan, but Naruto only transplanted a single eye, while Nagato has both. Their capabilities aren't even on the same level. Besides, during Sasuke's previous battle with Nagato, I took the opportunity to analyze Nagato's abilities. This time, under my direct control, I won't lose to Naruto. Rustle, rustle, rustle. On the battlefield, amidst the ruins, Edo Tensei reanimated figures began to take form. The Flying Thunder God markers couldn't survive such an explosion, but Edo Tensei reanimated bodies were an exception. When Naruto retrieved the 6 paths tools, he had left Flying Thunder God markers on the Gold and Silver brothers. As their bodies regenerated, Naruto teleported in and swiftly used the human path to extract their souls. Deidara also regenerated. Looking at his restored body, he grumbled. TCH. Not even self-destruction can kill me. This body goes completely against my art, it's infuriating. Upon spotting Naruto, Deidara frowned. Still alive. Spacetime ninjutsu. When did that Uzumaki Naruto master so many techniques? Damn it, I've run out of explosive clay. Creating more under his watchful eyes would be impossible. At this point, I might as well. After weighing his options, Deidara turned and fled. Kabuto, entirely focused on Naruto, paid no attention to Deidara. He even wished Deidara would run far away and not cause trouble. He could deal with retrieving him later after the battle. Staring at the corpses of the Gold and Silver brothers, Kabuto muttered. Useless Edo Tensei reanimations. They'll only end up having their souls extracted by Naruto. I might as well take back what I can. Clap. Nagato clasped his hands together. Bang. 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 Coffins rose from the ground, sealing away the 7 ninja swordsmen and Troy before disappearing. Left on the battlefield were only Nagato and Itachi Uchiha. However, Nagato's mobility was limited. Summoning some creatures would help. Let Itachi lead the charge and buy me some time. Swish. Itachi moved to Nagato's front, directly facing Naruto. Since the moment he was summoned, Itachi had silently observed the battlefield, particularly Naruto's actions and demeanor. By now, he had gathered enough information. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower Claw Crimson. Whoosh. Under the influence of Edo Tensei, Itachi was forced to form seals, combining shuriken with the Phoenix Sage fire technique to create dazzling flames resembling phoenix blossoms. Clang. 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 Naruto swung his gun by, deflecting the kunai. Though Itachi's body moved against his will, his mind was racing. Nagato's Rinnegan and Shirsue's right eye are both in Naruto's possession. Coupled with what I observed through Sasuke's eyes during my dormant state, I can piece together the cause and effect. He truly is Naruto. Moreover, such a drastic personality shift in a short time can only mean one of two things: either his past demeanor was a facade, much like how I acted in front of Sasuke, or he experienced some significant event. It must be the latter. I trust my ability to read people. Thud. 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 After a brief exchange of blows, the two separated. Itachi probed. Naruto, what happened to you? Naruto glanced at Nagato, whose body was being puppeteered by Kabuto and continuously summoning creatures. He spoke startling words. Itachi, use Amaterasu on me. Itachi's gaze sharpened, then turned contemplative. Are you serious? Naruto smiled. I'm always serious. Itachi's lips curled into a faint smile. Then I can rest assured. Sho. Itachi's right eye transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Drip. Blood trickled down. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Naruto's throat made a choking sound as he opened his mouth. A hidden crow finally emerged, carrying Shirsue Uchiha's left eye, seeing the light of day once more. Sho. As their gazes met. The preset Koto Ematsukami tied to protecting the Leaf Village activated. Buzz. Itachi Uchiha broke free from Edo Tensei's control. He turned his gaze, unleashing the prepared Amaterasu to ignite Nagato. What? Several miles away, Kabuto's face turned pale in an instant. Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. How could this be? Naruto's Koto Ematsukami was already used on Kakuzu, wasn't it? Even with Hashirama cells, he shouldn't be able to use it again so soon. Could it be? That crow carried Shirsue's left eye. Why? Naruto knew all along that Shirsue's left eye was hidden within him. So, he wasn't targeting Nagato. He was targeting Itachi. If that's the case. Kabuto realized things were spiraling out of his control. Caw. The crow, having completed its task, perched on Naruto's shoulder before flying over to Itachi's outstretched hand. Snap. But Naruto reached out and grabbed the crow. Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly. Itachi, I need this eye. Naruto calmly stated, extracting Shirsue's left eye from the crow's socket and placing it into a prepared container. Itachi slowly lowered his hand, speaking calmly. You'll explain everything to me later. Naruto smiled. Of course. I'll tell you everything. Whoosh. Itachi turned his attention to Nagato, who had absorbed the Amaterasu using the Preta path, and asked Naruto. Do you need my help? Naruto nodded. Yes, track down Deidara for me. He's 2 kilometers away at 6 o'clock, preparing a second self-destruction. If he succeeds, it'll be troublesome. All right, leave it to me. Itachi Uchiha dashed towards the horizon. Nagato rose, his eyes blazing with fury, as Kabuto roared. Naruto. Now, I can finally focus on dealing with you. Nagato is someone I respect as a senior, I won't let you treat him like a pawn, Kabuto. Clap. With those words, Naruto clasped his hands together. With style, Deep Forest Emergence. Support for 350+ advanced chapters. Chapter 142, Soul-Stirring Explosions. The earth trembled as massive trees burst forth from the ground, transforming into a labyrinth of a forest. The Deep Forest Emergence surged toward Nagato's position, rolling and crushing everything in its path. Slash. 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 Nagato swung his arms, unleashing sharp wind blades to cut down the approaching trees. However, for every tree he severed, 10 more replaced it. It was a futile effort. Damn it. The range is too vast. Should I use Choshinra Tensei to clear the field? No, this is just Deep Forest Emergence. It would be a waste. Nagato summoned a giant bird and ascended into the sky, escaping the forest's onslaught. However, the other summoned beasts he left on the ground were not as fortunate. Entangled by the relentless trees, they were mercilessly crushed, disappearing in puffs of white smoke. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at Nagato's shadow on the ground, his hands forming seals. With style, shadow pillar technique. Crack. A wooden pillar emerged directly beneath Nagato's shadow. Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination. If the shadow pillar overlaps with the target's shadow, it restricts their movement, confining them to a single vertical axis. From a gaming perspective, they can only move along the z-axis. Slash. Nagato, who had ascended into the air, quickly realized his predicament. He could only move up or down, any lateral movement was impossible. Kabuto Yakushi, observing from afar, frowned. Damn it. This technique doesn't just restrict movement, it also prevents projectile-based jutsu from being executed properly. Otherwise, he could have used the bird to drop explosives and destroy the pillar. Naruto's gaze sharpened. In that case, his next move is predictable. Boom. Forced into a corner, Nagato cancelled the bird summon, plummeting straight down onto the wooden pillar. Activating the Preta-path, he began absorbing the shadow's chakra. Naruto smirked. Now, my chance has arrived. Naruto quickly formed seals. Wood style, violent spear trees. Slash. 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 A barrage of sharp wooden spears erupted from the ground around the shadow pillar, piercing Nagato's Edo Tensei body. Naruto's left Rinnegan glowed intensely. In this situation, you can't stop me from using Chibaka Tensei, can you? Whoosh. A black sphere of gravitational energy was hurled into the sky. Rumble. The earth quaked as massive rocks, along with the sprawling forest, were pulled upward toward the black orb. Under Naruto's command, the debris coalesced into a massive celestial body, blotting out the sun. Crack. Naruto clenched his fist, solidifying the Chibaka Tensei. Whoosh. Naruto's feet left the ground as he manipulated the gravitational field to ascend toward the massive structure. Now, just one application of superweighted boulder jutsu, and the battle is over. Boom. But just as Naruto rose higher, the Chibaka Tensei was suddenly destroyed from within by an overwhelming repulsive force. It turned out that Kabuto, knowing that allowing Naruto to finish with superweighted boulder jutsu would spell the end, had Nagato unleash Cho Shinra Tensei at all costs. However, using Cho Shinra Tensei temporarily disabled the Deva Path's abilities. Against Naruto, who also wielded the Rinnegan, Kabuto was forced into a corner. As the massive rocks dispersed and Nagato emerged from the debris, Naruto's gaze turned contemplative. Oh. So there's no other option left for you, huh? Several kilometers away, Kabuto clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. That Naruto. His foresight is terrifying, it's as if he's calculated every single move. How can he already be this proficient with the Rinnegan and with style when he only recently acquired them? Naruto raised his hand. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh. The gravitational pull dragged Nagato toward Naruto. Damn it. Slash. 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 As Nagato was pulled closer, dozens of adamantine sealing chains shot out from his back, aiming to ensnare Naruto. Naruto smirked. Adamantine sealing chains, huh? Too bad I can use them too, and in greater numbers. Slash. 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 Chains erupted from Naruto's back, clashing with Nagato's. Two of Naruto's chains broke through, binding Nagato's arms. With your arms restrained, you can't form seals or use ninjutsu. Even the Deva Path's repulsive force is out of the question. So, how will you handle this? Whoosh. Naruto flicked his sleeve, sending several black rods hurtling toward Nagato's face. The rod's trajectory was aimed directly at Nagato's Rinnegan. Kabuto, controlling Nagato, forced him to lower his head, narrowly avoiding the rods. However, to his shock, new rods emerged from the shadows of the first ones. What? Shadows within shadows. Slash. Slash. Two black rods pierced Nagato's Edo Tensei eyes. Without the Preta-path, you can't absorb this next move. Naruto declared, a confident smile playing on his lips as he formed seals. Ninja art, shadow imitation technique. Whoosh. Naruto's shadow stretched forward, seamlessly connecting with Nagato's shadow. The shadow imitation technique is a success. The chains binding Nagato's arms released as Naruto dropped his hands from the seal. The shadow imitation technique forces the target to mimic the user's movements. Nagato can't be placed under genjutsu, and the only way to break free from your control is for him to perform the seals to release Edo Tensei himself. But how can he do that while you're controlling him? Naruto raised his hands, and Nagato mimicked the gesture. Naruto formed the seals for Edo Tensei's release, and Nagato followed suit. Naruto thought to himself. Without chakra, forming seals would just be meaningless hand movements. But, big brother, even under control, I believe you wouldn't completely lose your consciousness. You'll cooperate, won't you? I believe in you. Buzz. As the seals were completed, a violent storm erupted. Crack. Crack. The black rods embedded in Nagato's eyes disintegrated. His once dull, controlled eyes regained their clarity. Nagato had successfully broken free from Edo Tensei's control. Boom. Several kilometers away, Kabuto slammed his fists into the ground in frustration. Naruto. He actually knew about this loophole in Edo Tensei. So, Sakura didn't escape control because of Koto Umatsukami, he told her the release seals. That means, he planned to use the shadow technique to guide Nagato into releasing himself from the start. Cold sweat drenched Kabuto's back. Even Sasori. He didn't break free because of some emotional blow. Naruto must have told him the seals as well. Just how far ahead can Naruto see with those eyes? Nagato looked at his younger brother with pride. Naruto, you've truly done it. Naruto smiled warmly. I never break my promises, big brother. Suddenly, Nagato's Edo Tensei body began to glow with a white light. Big brother, you. Crack. Crack. Nagato's body and face began to crumble, but his serene smile remained. Naruto, seeing you now, I have no regrets. It's time for me to join Yahiko. Naruto's expression turned somber. Is this your choice, big brother? Nagato nodded with hope in his eyes. Promise me I'll see your story to the end. To me, you're the final chapter of a trilogy. The first was Jiraiya Sensei's, a masterpiece. The second was mine, a failure, unrecognized even by our teacher. But the third chapter, your story, is the true conclusion. Rewrite the ending, Naruto. Make it perfect. Naruto raised his thumb in farewell as Nagato's soul ascended. Big brother, thank you. Nagato's soul departed to the pure land, leaving behind only dust. Naruto whispered sincerely. Big brother, thank you. Support for 350 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 143, a perfect conclusion. Time rewinds slightly, back to the moment when Naruto and Nagato were still engaged in battle. Itachi appeared before Deidara, who was on the verge of self-destruction. Knowing that it would be difficult to stop Deidara if he insisted on detonating himself, Itachi, who understood Deidara's personality well, decided to provoke him with words. Deidara, is hiding sneakily and blowing yourself up what you call art? Huh. Deidara retorted confidently, art is the explosion of a moment. The explosion itself is pure, unrestrained by its medium or external environment. You can't tarnish my art. Itachi chuckled softly. Deidara was irritated, why are you laughing? After laughing, Itachi's expression turned serious. You call your explosion release art, but I say the Uchiha eyes can discern counterfeits. Deidara was bewildered, what did you say? Itachi stared directly at Deidara with his Sharingan. Deidara, pardon me for being blunt, but your explosion release, your techniques, they're all counterfeits in the eyes of the Sharingan. Deidara trembled all over. Itachi continued calmly. Let the facts speak for themselves. You are my defeated opponent, aren't you? Years later, you were also defeated by my younger brother, Sasuke. Ha 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 ha. Deidara burst into hysterical laughter, then snarled, fine, Itachi, let's have a duel. The loser will shut up. Itachi casually brushed his hair aside, not that he had this habit, but in this situation, he used the seemingly unintentional gesture to provoke Deidara. His earlier chuckle served the same purpose. Itachi said nonchalantly. How do we duel? Both of us have bodies that can't die. If you suddenly decide to blow yourself up, this will never end. Deidara guaranteed. I won't self-destruct. Since both of us have immortal bodies, let's set some rules for the game. Oh. Itachi seemed intrigued. Tell me, what rules? Deidara formed a gun shape with his fingers and pointed to his temple. Just this, if one of us can destroy the other's head, they win. Itachi pondered. If we're talking about vital points, it's not necessarily just the head. The heart counts too, right? Deidara chuckled. Heh, true, but in ninja combat, even if the heart is destroyed, one might still manage to drag the opponent into mutual destruction before dying. If the head is destroyed, however, death is instantaneous. So, destroying the head means losing. Itachi asked. And what happens to the loser? Deidara declared. The loser will bow their head and admit to being the eternal defeated underling. How about that? Itachi smiled faintly. Deidara, you really are a child. Deidara snapped. Are you agreeing or not? Itachi replied. All right, I agree. Heh, don't regret it, Itachi. I've long wanted to avenge myself and restore the name of art. Boom. Deidara's clay bird soared into the sky, carrying him high above. Looking down at Itachi's figure on the ground, Deidara murmured to himself. Itachi, back in that duel in the Akatsuki temple years ago, I suffered because I didn't understand your abilities. You can't fly, can you? At this height, your techniques won't reach me, and you're not like your brother who has wings. More importantly, you're not skilled in lightning release, so you can't turn my bombs into duds, right? Earlier, when I wanted to self-destruct, I had already planted numerous landmines to prevent Naruto from chasing me. In an instant, I could flatten this entire area. From the start, you were destined to lose. He raised 2 fingers in front of his chest. Ha! Boom. 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 The explosions of the landmines were continuous. Yet, the spot where Itachi stood remained untouched. Deidara was shocked. What's going on? Itachi explained calmly. The landmines you planted cannot escape the sight of my Sharingan. The place where I'm standing is the blank spot where explosions won't occur. Also, triggering the landmines right away was actually a mistake. If you had dropped bombs from above to lure me into moving, then those surrounding landmines might have posed a real threat to me. Unfortunately, you've already used them up. Now I can evade freely. Deidara protested. So what? Right now, you're just a sitting duck in my eyes. Crunch. Crunch. Deidara reached into his ninja pouch with both hands, injecting chakra into the clay to craft a new masterpiece. Once completed, he admired it. C3, Model 18. No matter how you look at it, this is a perfect work of art. I'll use it to bury you, Flame. At this moment, fiery red chakra ignited around Itachi, transforming into the second form of Susanoo. Deidara froze momentarily. That technique. I seem to recall Sasuke using something similar during his battle with Konoha's Taijutsu monster. Is this the unique dojutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan? No matter, that thing won't be able to withstand the power of Model 18, which is second only to C4, Garuda and CO, self-destruction. He raised his hands, preparing to drop C3. Crunch. But at that moment, Susanoo's hand condensed a fiery red Magatama, which was instantly hurled skyward. Yasaka Magatama. Crash. The clay bird carrying Deidara was shattered by the Magatama. Deidara was stunned. What kind of attack range and accuracy is this? Itachi murmured. Yasaka Magatama can be considered a shuriken technique released by Susanoo. Hitting the target is effortless. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. As Deidara fell, he threw C3, Model 18 downward. Boom. After forming a seal, Model 18 expanded in size, accelerating its descent. Itachi remained composed. Unlike the landmines, explosions triggered from high altitude won't affect the ground beneath me. The Yata mirror will suffice for perfect defense. Crunch. Susanoo transformed into its Tengu form, and the fiery red Yata mirror enveloped Susanoo's front. Deidara formed a seal with 2 fingers. Ha! Boom. 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 The explosion's flames engulfed an area of nearly 100 meters. Deidara landed outside the explosion zone, smugly declaring. How about that? Were you blown to pieces? As the flames and smoke dissipated, Itachi stood unharmed within Susanoo, the Yata mirror having blocked everything. Deidara's face turned pale. What's going on? This can't be. My C3, Model 18 couldn't destroy that mud-footed shield. Time to counterattack. Itachi formed seals with his hands. Water release, wave riding strike. Splash. Using water release, Itachi created a watery terrain ahead and charged forward swiftly, enveloped by Susanoo. Not good. Deidara retreated quickly. Thud. Thud. Almost simultaneously, shuriken landed where he had just stood. Deidara reached into his ninja pouch with both hands, crafting bombs while his thoughts raced. Shuriken techniques aside, at least with this Edo Tensei body, Itachi's most prized genjutsu is useless against me. And after careful observation, the chakra armor around Itachi is different from Sasuke's, it doesn't cover his feet. As long as I carefully evade his attacks and avoid getting my head struck, then lay down more landmines, I'll have a chance to win. Are you sure genjutsu is useless? Suddenly, a haunting voice echoed behind him. Deidara's heart skipped a beat as he turned around in panic. Itachi stood there, staring straight at him. You've already fallen into my Tsukimi. In desperation, Deidara threw a centipede-shaped bomb forward. Ha! Boom. After the explosion, Itachi's body vanished. Deidara realized. A shadow clone. It wasn't Tsukimi at all. He's deliberately manipulating my thoughts to make me waver. Swish. The real Itachi had already closed in, and the Totsuka blade pierced through Deidara's chest. Deidara's eyes widened. Itachi, you. Itachi replied calmly. Even if I destroyed your head, you, in your rage, wouldn't bow down but would choose self-destruction again. So this is the most secure option. As he spoke, Itachi added meaningfully. Well, technically speaking, you haven't lost yet. If we ever work together in the future, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Is my art truly counterfeit? Swoosh. 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 Muttering to himself, Deidara's body turned into liquid and flowed into the gourd attached to the Totsuka blade. Boom. Susanoo dissipated, and Itachi turned to look behind him, unsurprised by Naruto's arrival. Itachi asked calmly. Where's Kabuto? Aren't you planning to pursue him? Naruto smiled. I've already obtained what I wanted. As for Kabuto, it's not wise to push him too far right now. Itachi seemed thoughtful. I see. Naruto formally invited him. Come back to Omegakure with me, Itachi. I'll explain everything to you. Support for 350 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The Hunt of the Shadow Crow. Back in Omegakure, Naruto and Itachi had a long conversation through the night, with Naruto revealing the events of the future to Itachi. After listening, Itachi felt both comforted and sorrowful. He was comforted because Sasuke, despite having gone astray, eventually became a capable ninja, protecting Konoha, safeguarding the ninja world, and restoring the Uchiha name. But he was sorrowful because neither Sasuke, Konoha, nor the ninja world could escape such a tragic fate in the end. Naruto's gaze was heavy and serious. That's why I came back. To prevent that ending from happening again, I broke free from the shackles of the village and began to act independently. As for why I let Sasuke fend for himself, it was to turn his hatred into a driving force for his growth. After all, power itself knows no distinction between noble and ignoble. Do you blame me for this, Itachi? Itachi walked to the window, his figure weighed down by gravity. Speaking of using Sasuke's inner hatred, wasn't I the same? When I decided to die by Sasuke's hand, I once regretted my choice. I thought if I had believed in his strength and opened my heart to him from the start, maybe things would have ended better. But Itachi clenched his fist tightly. If there truly exists an enemy beyond all common sense, then that's a different matter. When faced with a survival crisis for the entire ninja world, morality and emotions must take a back seat. Those abstract ideals are mere self-gratification. Once you're dead, everything ends. Given the circumstances, as long as Sasuke eventually finds his way back to the right path, that would be the best outcome. Itachi. Looking at Itachi's back, Naruto's expression grew complicated. He understood how much resolve it took for Itachi, who valued Sasuke more than Konoha, to say such words. Itachi turned around, his gaze earnest. Don't hesitate. Do what you need to do. I'll lend you my strength as well. Naruto was overjoyed. Huh? Is that really okay? Aren't you under the influence of the genjutsu to protect Konoha? Itachi explained. The genjutsu implanted by Shirsue's left eye does indeed compel me to protect Konoha. But I was already inclined to do so myself. This genjutsu has no impact on my personality or actions, it merely serves as an additional safeguard, eliminating the theoretical possibility of me turning against Konoha. Besides, your plans inherently include protecting Konoha, don't they? At this, Itachi smiled knowingly. Naruto, you actually have a bit of selfishness, don't you? Earlier, to obtain the secret technique scroll, you were prepared to attack Kimogakure and even considered taking action against Iwagakure, Kirigakure, or Sunagakure. Yet, you never once thought about targeting Konoha. Naruto scratched his head. So nothing escapes your eyes, huh? Itachi patted Naruto on the shoulder. It's fine. Everyone has their own selfishness. The love people hold for things beyond themselves, that proportional love, is the essence of genuine care. Only through self-awareness can one extend that care to others. Too lofty and empty a love will only be fleeting and unsustainable. Naruto sighed sincerely. Itachi, you're really suited to be a life mentor. Later that night, the two strolled through the empty, rain-soaked streets of Omegakure. Stopping under a street lamp, Naruto gently touched the fresh cement walls and remarked. Not long ago, Madara came here. Omegakure suffered heavy damage and was only recently rebuilt. Thanks to everyone's help, the village managed to retain its foundation, and I was able to step forward from behind the scenes and gain recognition as the village leader. Naruto turned to face Itachi, his expression earnest. Itachi, you once bore the burden of infamy, walking in darkness and sacrificing silently. This time, I sincerely hope you can stand in the light. So, please become the deputy leader of Omegakure. The street lamp stretched Itachi's shadow long. His face, in the rain, was calm yet profound. The talents of a ninja and the ability to govern are two entirely different things. Crows are birds naturally suited for the night. Returning to the darkness is their destiny. So, while I appreciate your kind offer, there are other tasks more suited for me than being a deputy leader. Itachi declined Naruto's invitation and shifted the topic. Earlier, you mentioned that after Kagaya Otsutsuki consumed the chakra fruit, she, fearing the arrival of her clansmen, not only used infinite Tsukuyomi to cultivate a large number of white Zetsu but also manipulated space with her Rinne Sharingan, preventing her clan from sensing our dimension. The arrival of Momoshiki, Kin's Hiki, and Yura's Hiki was triggered by spatial disturbances. Can you elaborate on this? Naruto recalled. Ah, that happened years after I became Hokage. Somayer Keikei, a contemporary of my son Boruto, turned out to be the sole daughter of Tanuki Shigaraki, a remnant of Root. Before his death, her father implanted Danzo's legacy, the Nu, into her body. Unaware of the truth, Somayer, driven by revenge, summoned the Nu in Konoha using the Gozu Tenno. Though the Nu incident was resolved and Somayer returned to the right path, it ultimately planted the seeds of disaster. The spatial cracks appeared, and our planet re-emerged within the perception of the Otsutsuki clan. Not long after, Momoshiki, Kin's Hiki, and Yura's Hiki, as their clan's vanguard, launched an attack. The Nu incident might have been the beginning of it all. But at this point in time, Somayer hasn't been born yet, so maybe there's no need to rush. Itachi, however, had his own considerations. Didn't the Great Toad Sage's prophecy state that the pair that could manipulate time had been destroyed, and the causality tied to it would be rewritten? The Otsutsuki Yura's Hiki, who once held the pair, and his close associates Momoshiki and Kin's Hiki, have all become variables. Their arrival could be advanced or delayed. We cannot let our guard down. The amount of time we have to grow will determine the success of your plans. As of now, Somayer hasn't been born, Shigaraki is still alive, and Danzo's legacy, the Gozu Tenno, remains in his hands. This is an unstable factor. During my time in Konoha's Umbu, I had extensive contact with Root. No one is better suited for this mission than me. I'll try to locate Shigaraki and seal the Gozu Tenno. Perhaps this will delay the Otsutsuki clan's arrival, buying time for you and the ninja world to grow. Naruto was astonished. Itachi, you've thought this far ahead in just one night? Naruto asked. When will you set out? Itachi replied. Before dawn. Naruto nodded. All right, I'll assign someone to accompany you. Itachi was curious. Oh. Who might that be? Naruto smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Before dawn, at the gates of Omegakure. When Itachi saw the tall figure behind Naruto, he was also slightly surprised. Kisame. Under his hat, Kisame Hoshigaki smiled warmly, his voice filled with emotion. Itachi-san, I never thought I'd have the chance to work with you again. Naruto handed over a brand new Akatsuki cloak and the ring symbolizing the Suzaku, vermilion bird, position in Akatsuki, smiling. Itachi, welcome to Akatsuki Reborn. Swoosh. Without hesitation, Itachi donned the Akatsuki cloak over his slender frame. His right hand slipped out from the sleeve, emerging near the collar to reveal the ring on his ring finger. Buzz. The tomo of his Sharingan spun into view within his pupils. Itachi placed the hat on his head with his left hand, then turned and stepped into the rain. Let's go. Support for 350+ advanced chapters. Chapter 145, Mastery Beyond Reach. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki embarked on their journey to find the Ox-Headed King. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of stopping. He turned back towards Omegakure, Hidden Rain Village. Now, he had reclaimed Shisui Uchiha's left eye. I've already gathered both of Shisui's eyes and Kagami's right eye. To achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, all that's left is Kagami's left eye, which should also be in Kabuto Yakushi's possession, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto's original plan was to collect all four eyes and fuse them in one go to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, during his encounter with Madara Uchiha, he learned more profound secrets about the Sharingan. Flashback, Naruto and Madara's conversation. Naruto, Madara, you possess some kind of hidden ocular technique, don't you? Something that makes your Susanoo even stronger. Madara, indeed. It's called Izanagi no Mikoto, a new ocular ability born alongside the awakening of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It doesn't require active activation, it passively amplifies the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even ocular techniques to an unprecedented degree. Naruto, I see. At that moment, Naruto recalled something. In his past life, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could use Itachi's Tsukuyomi, but it never manifested a new ability like Madara's. As for Amenoto Jikara, that was a power of the Rinnegan. Madara, the evolution of ocular power requires a process. Sometimes, if you rush too much, you might miss out. And once missed, it's lost forever. Naruto was struck by a sudden realization. Could it be that Sasuke transitioned from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the Rinnegan too quickly, thereby skipping over the awakening of potential ocular powers? It's like education, some skills, if not learned in childhood, become nearly impossible to master as an adult. Madara's words enlightened Naruto, giving him clarity on how to proceed with his own ocular evolution. Naruto's new plan. After reflecting, Naruto decided to take a more gradual approach. Transitioning from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan should also be done step by step. I'll start by transplanting Shirsue's eyes. Once I've used them to the brink of blindness, I'll then transplant Kagami's eyes, Naruto resolved. Though he lacked concrete evidence, Naruto had inadvertently stumbled upon a truth even Madara hadn't explicitly revealed. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan gradually seals itself as it approaches blindness. This sealing is, in essence, a form of preservation. Blindness doesn't mean the ocular power vanishes, instead, it becomes sealed within the body. The key to unlocking the seal is another Mangekyo Sharingan from a close blood relative. Thus, if one hastily transplants another pair of eyes before nearing blindness, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan won't awaken. Instead, it would merely be a simple eye replacement. This revelation also disproved another theory. The idea that brothers could exchange eyes and both obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is fundamentally flawed. The process requires one eye to reach the brink of blindness to store its power. The surgery begins. Have you made up your mind, Naruto-kun? Even with Hashirama cells, only one Mangekyo Sharingan can be prevented from going blind. If you use both, you'll inevitably face blindness, Orochimaru remarked as he accompanied Naruto into the depths of the experimental base. At this moment, Naruto's eye sockets already housed Shisui Uchiha's pair of eyes. Thanks to his Uzumaki lineage, Naruto's body was highly compatible with the Uchiha's ocular powers. On the Sharingan's level, he was equivalent to the original owner. If these eyes eventually evolved into the Rinnegan, Naruto would be considered their rightful master. Yes, I've made my decision. Blindness is a trial I must endure. Only by overcoming it can I truly grasp the power of the eyes. Naruto declared resolutely. Hey, true power, huh? I'm curious to see what that will look like, Orochimaru chuckled seductively as he pushed open the door to the operating room. Inside, Sakura Haruno was already waiting. This surgery is extremely delicate. In the past, even I required Kabuto's exceptional medical ninjutsu to assist. Now that he's not here, Tsunade's apprentice, Sakura Haruno, is indispensable, Orochimaru explained. Sakura hesitated, her voice tinged with worry. Orochimaru, are you sure about entrusting something so important to me? This concerns Naruto's future. Orochimaru smirked, I'll guide you every step of the way. Are you doubting your own abilities? Sakura glanced at Naruto. Naruto smiled reassuringly, Sakura, go ahead. I trust you completely. You're impossible. Sakura smiled back, half exasperated and half moved. Tying her hair back and donning surgical gloves, she declared, let's do this. The procedure, a test of resolve. The surgery Naruto was about to undergo was called hand nerve aperture surgery. It involved creating openings in the palms to implant eyes, reconnecting the nerves to the ocular pathways. Orochimaru had performed a similar procedure for Danzo in the past. However, this time, the eyes being transplanted were Rinnegan, whose immense power significantly increased the difficulty. Naruto placed his stored left and right Rinnegan onto the operating table. Sitting down, he spread out his hands. Sakura prepared a syringe filled with anesthetic, but Naruto stopped her. No anesthesia, he said firmly. Are you serious? The pain will be beyond imagination. Sakura exclaimed. Do it, Naruto replied calmly, closing his eyes. Sakura hesitated briefly but ultimately put the syringe away. All right. Let's begin. First. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Sakura carefully proceeded. She occasionally glanced at Naruto, noting the beads of sweat rolling down his face. Despite the excruciating pain, he didn't utter a single sound. How can he endure such pain? Just how strong is Naruto's willpower? Sakura marveled. Yet, she couldn't understand why Naruto insisted on foregoing anesthesia. Is he trying to show off? No, Naruto has matured so much, he wouldn't do something so childish. There must be a deeper reason, Sakura thought as she wiped the sweat from her brow and refocused. Hang in there, Naruto. I'm about to pull the nerve lines in your left hand. Removing her gloves, Sakura concentrated an incredibly refined amount of chakra at her fingertips. She began delicately guiding the nerves from Naruto's wrist upward. SSSSS. Smoke rose as the procedure progressed. The pain was so intense that Naruto's left hand trembled uncontrollably, and his tightly shut eyelids quivered violently. SSSSS. After completing the left hand, Sakura found the right hand much easier. Phew. With both hands' optic nerves successfully connected, Sakura let out a sigh of relief. Now, all that's left is the eye transplant, a relatively simple procedure for me. Opening the container holding the Rinnegan, Sakura prepared for the final step. A moment of temptation. As Sakura worked, Orochimaru's slit pupil eyes gleamed momentarily. Right now, Naruto-kun is at his weakest. And before me lies the only existing pair of Rinnegan in the world, within arm's reach. Even the most disciplined hearts waver in the face of overwhelming temptation, let alone a man who, just 6 months ago, was consumed by ambition. But the dark thought vanished as quickly as it came. Forget it. Witnessing Naruto-kun's journey, I'm certain he is the one and only wind that can reshape this world. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile. Orochimaru, you've passed my final test. Had you acted, I wouldn't have hesitated to use Koto Ematsukami on you. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Turning the World Upside Down. The surgical procedure was a success. Both of Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan were now transplanted into the palms of Naruto's hands. Thanks to the Hashirama cells in Naruto's body, his optic nerves connected almost instantly, no waiting required. Snap. Snap. Naruto clenched his fists, testing the compatibility of the transplanted eyes. They fit perfectly, with no sensation of discomfort. Good thing that's the case, otherwise, it could have been a big problem, he thought. Orochimaru spoke with a rare tone of seriousness. Naruto-kun, though it might seem trivial, I must clarify something. This hand nerve aperture surgery doesn't create new nerve lines out of thin air. Instead, it modifies the sympathetic nerves in your hands, integrating them with your optic nerves. This allows you to relocate your eyes to your palms. Naruto nodded, half understanding. Oh, I see. Orochimaru continued, the sympathetic nerves control the sweat glands in your body. From now on, your hands will no longer sweat. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that sweat won't be expelled, which may lead to clogged pores and itching. The upside is that during intense combat, sweat won't flow into your palm eyes, avoiding any adverse effects. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. So the downside is a minor inconvenience in daily life, but the upside is a significant advantage in battle. That's totally worth it. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Oh. Is that how you see it? Well, it's not a big issue. During your free time, you could soak in hot springs or find a skilled masseuse to help alleviate any discomfort. Naruto nodded firmly, got it. Sakura Haruno removed her headband, letting her short pink hair fall freely. Naruto, now that you have eyes in your hands, won't it be inconvenient to wield weapons? She asked with concern. Naruto replied confidently, not at all. Back in the day, Momoshiki had eyes on his palms, yet he wielded his crimson moonlight side with incredible skill. Still unconvinced, Sakura suggested, how about this, Naruto? I'll teach you mystical palm technique. Its antibacterial properties can prevent infections in your palm eyes. Naruto's face lit up. Oh. That would be a huge help. Thanks, Sakura. Naruto quickly mastered the mystical palm technique. As for other medical techniques, he didn't need them. Hashirama cells already provided unparalleled self-healing capabilities. Testing the new power. Leaving the experimental base, Orochimaru opened an umbrella against the rain. Naruto-kun, now that you have a pair of Rinnegan, all abilities associated with the Rinnegan should have significantly improved, he remarked. Naruto's excitement was palpable. Indeed. I've been waiting to test them out. Together, they headed to the training grounds in Omegakure. After marking distance grids on the ground, Orochimaru stood his ground, channeling chakra to his feet. Among the 6 paths abilities of the Rinnegan, the one that best reflects the difference in ocular power is the Deva path. Show me what you've got, Naruto-kun. Naruto took a deep breath, extending his palm forward. Rinne Tensei. Almighty push. Boom. A burst of repulsive force erupted. Despite having chakra anchored to his feet, Orochimaru was pushed back, sliding nearly to the edge of the grid before coming to a halt. Looking at the distance markers, Orochimaru exclaimed, 17.5 meters. That's a 1.5x increase compared to the 7 meters you achieved with a single eye. Naruto murmured thoughtfully, this is the lower limit of improvement. The upper limit might not scale as much, since the ultimate power of a technique depends not just on the number of eyes but also on chakra reserves. Let's try this next. Clap. Naruto brought his hands together, forming a gravitational core for Chibaka Tensei, planetary devastation, which he hurled into the distant sky. Boom. 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 Outside Omegakure, entire mountains crumbled and ascended, coalescing into a massive celestial body that blotted out the sky. After observing the results, Naruto seemed slightly dissatisfied. The maximum scale of Chibaka Tensei is roughly 1.5x larger than before, a mere 0.5x improvement. Orochimaru, however, was impressed. Considering the baseline of Chibaka Tensei, a 0.5x enhancement is extraordinary. At the very least, Sasuke's perfect Susanoo shouldn't be able to break free anymore. Even Madara's might struggle. Naruto formed a hand seal. Buzz. The surface of the celestial body was enveloped in faint black lines before it plummeted back to the earth with a thunderous crash. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Naruto lowered his hands, smiling. After transplanting both eyes, I can now directly apply superweighted boulder jutsu to Chibaka Tensei. I no longer need to fly into the sky and physically touch it. This greatly enhances its practicality. Orochimaru marveled, this is a revolutionary leap forward. Dual-handed mastery. Naruto-kun, would you like me to use my shadow clone for your next test? Orochimaru offered. Shadow clone. That's child's play for me. I even have a more advanced snake shadow clone. Rustle. A snake slithered off Orochimaru's shoulder, transforming into a clone of himself. This snake shadow clone has exceptional durability. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, it doesn't disappear after taking a heavy hit. The downside is that I can only create one at a time. One is enough. Let's do this, both you and your clone together. Naruto instructed. Orochimaru's original body and clone stood on either side of Naruto. Thanks to having eyes in my hands, I can multitask. I can look left while simultaneously looking right, not just in the literal sense, but in terms of action as well. Swish. Swish. Naruto extended his arms to either side. Shinra Tensei. Almighty push. Bansho Tenin. Universal pull. Boom. On the left, repulsive force exploded, sending Orochimaru's original body flying over 10 meters. His upper body was buried in the ground, leaving only his legs sticking out awkwardly. On the right, gravitational force pulled Orochimaru's clone into Naruto's grasp, suspending it in midair. Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Deva Path abilities of attraction and repulsion are polar opposites, making it difficult to use them simultaneously. But now, I can do it. Suspended in midair, Orochimaru's slit pupils trembled. USODA. Unbelievable. Rustle. The snake clone dissolved into a shed skin. Naruto approached the pit and pulled Orochimaru's original body out. Dusting off Orochimaru's shoulders with the back of his hand as a gesture of goodwill, Naruto grinned. There's still one more ability I haven't tested yet. But before he could continue, Konan arrived at the training grounds. There's a limit to how much you can test your powers, Naruto. That star you dropped earlier. The villagers thought it was another meteor and started panicking, preparing to evacuate. Konan scolded gently. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, sorry, Konan-ne. I got carried away. Konan shook her head with a mix of exasperation and affection. Next time, try testing your powers outside the village, perhaps in Kimogakure instead. She then turned serious. More importantly, Kakuzu and Sasori are waiting for you. Make arrangements for them soon. We don't tolerate idlers in Megakure. Got it. I'll head over right away. Naruto and Konan walked side by side into the rain. Watching them leave, Orochimaru folded his arms, his gaze contemplative. Naruto-kun. Without realizing it, you've reached this level. The next step might be achieving the same mastery as the first Hokage's Sage Mode. A brewing storm, Kabuto and Sasuke. After losing yet another base to Naruto, Kabuto Yakushi had to relocate overnight to the borders of the Land of Grass. Inside their new hideout, Kabuto and Sasuke Uchiha walked in single file toward the depths of the lair. Clang. Suddenly, Sasuke's Kusanagi blade was pressed against Kabuto's neck. Kabuto froze, his expression calm. Sasuke-kun, what is this? Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowed coldly. Kabuto, I have serious doubts about your capabilities. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto replied, are you referring to the modifications I promised for your body? We've just settled here, the timing isn't right yet. Sasuke's voice was icy. No. So far, all I've seen from you is your ability to control Edo Tensei. If you're as powerful as they claim, you shouldn't be weak yourself. Kabuto glanced at Sasuke out of the corner of his eye. And what are you suggesting? Sasuke sneered, fight me. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I'll acknowledge your strength. Kabuto chuckled darkly. Could you give me a few minutes to prepare? You have 10 minutes, Sasuke replied, sheathing his sword and walking toward the hideout's exit. As Sasuke left, Kabuto's glasses gleamed ominously. Oh dear, it's come to this, hasn't it? My luck really has been terrible lately. But seeing Naruto now, perhaps Sasuke just needs to vent. Kabuto's lips curled into a sinister smile. But Sasuke-kun, you're not the only one who needs to let off some steam. In the dim light, Kabuto revealed a jar containing a snake's slit pupil eye, which dissolved into blood. Drip, drip, drip. A trail of blood ran down Kabuto's tightly closed left eye, followed by a puff of smoke. Zzz. When the smoke cleared, his left eye opened, revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Kabuto's gaze darkened. With Kagami Uchiha's left eye, this should be interesting, don't you think? Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 147, Words of Command. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sasuke-kun. 10 minutes later, Kabuto Yakushi arrived outside the hideout. Sasuke Uchiha turned to face Kabuto, scrutinizing his changes. So that's it. You've swapped out one Sharingan. Are you planning to use Izanagi like Danzo to save your skin? That might help you survive 10 moves, but it seems the rules will need some adjustment. Guess I'll just have to aim to kill you outright. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a meaningful smile on his face. Now that Nagato is no longer here, if anything happens to me, there's no one to revive me. I hope you remember that, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke chuckled coldly. Well, I'll leave you barely alive, won't I? You have medical ninjutsu, don't you? Hehehe. Kabuto lowered his head, chuckling quietly, as he formed seals with his hands. Rustle. 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 4 white snakes slithered out from under his robe, growing larger as they swayed and flicked their tongues. 4 pairs of vertical pupils simultaneously fixed their gaze on Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, those are Orochimaru's summoned snakes. Did he acquire them by transplanting Orochimaru's cells? Why are they so large? Kabuto spoke in a low voice, no, you've misunderstood, Sasuke-kun. I hope you take care not to inflict injuries on yourself that even medical ninjutsu can't heal. If that happens, I'll have no choice but to use Edo Tensei to resurrect you. But remember, an Edo Tensei body cannot train or enhance chakra. At that point, you'd merely be a pawn. You wouldn't want that, would you? TCH. Sasuke tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, his gaze growing colder. Are you suggesting that someone like me, who possesses the supreme Uchiha ocular power, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, could lose to you? A mere dabbler who transplanted a counterfeit Sharingan and plays with Orochimaru's outdated tricks. Counterfeit Sharingan, outdated tricks, dabbler. Is that how you see it? Well then. Kabuto chuckled openly. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what I mean. How dare you? Sasuke's rage erupted as Susanoo materialized in response, launching a violet arrow aimed directly at Kabuto's position. Such arrogance. Let's see how you deal with this power. Boom. The arrow pierced Kabuto's body, and his gray robe scattered into a pile of white snakes. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. This is Orochimaru's signature shedding technique. Kabuto's voice echoed from the serpent's mouth. You're mistaken, Sasuke-kun. This isn't Orochimaru-sama's shedding technique, it's the liquefied physiology of the Hozuki clan. I can turn my body into liquid to escape, which makes it look like shedding. Rustle. 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 The scattered white snakes melted into water, leaving only the one hosting Kabuto's essence coiled atop a rock. Sasuke sneered, I thought it might be something impressive, but it's just Suigetsu's ability. Do you think evading one arrow means you can stand against Susanoo? TCH. The white snake opened its mouth, and Kabuto's arm emerged, wagging a finger at Sasuke. TSK. Susanoo, is it? Then let me show you how someone with sage powers deals with that. Sasuke's pupils contracted. You said. Sage powers. Whoosh. The white snake spewed forth a transformed Kabuto. Amidst the viscous liquid, Kabuto's appearance had changed drastically from before. Paired horns symmetrically adorned his head, while pale purple eyeshadows curved from the corners of his eyes to his nose. Sizzle. A snake's cornea covered his right eye. Kabuto smirked with a crazed grin. Sasuke, this is the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave. Its power surpasses your former cursed seal by dozens of times. Whatever you are, burn away. Drip. Blood trickled down from the corner of Sasuke's left eye, veins spreading across the sclera as his gaze locked onto Kabuto's body. Amaterasu. Flame. Black flames ignited Kabuto's form. Hehehe. Amaterasu, huh? In this sage mode, I can freely use Orochimaru-sama's shedding technique. TCH. The white snake connected to Kabuto's abdomen opened its mouth, spitting out a completely new Kabuto. The Kabuto consumed by Amaterasu was reduced to shriveled snake skin and burned to ashes. Let me test this further. Sizzle. Sasuke's gaze focused once more. Amaterasu. Flame. Amaterasu ignited again, but Kabuto repeated his escape. After 4 repetitions, Kabuto's chakra showed no signs of depletion, and Sasuke finally realized Kabuto hadn't been bluffing. Kabuto, is shedding all you can do? Sasuke snarled in frustration. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a sinister smile on his face. Of course not, but Amaterasu is indeed troublesome. Without the Rinnegan or Jiraiya-sama sealing techniques, I can only use this method to counter it. Speaking of which, aren't you going to keep burning? Or are you running out of chakra? Even with the eternal Mangekyo, it doesn't mean you don't consume chakra, right? If you're done burning, I'll begin my technique. I'll even tell you up front, I'm targeting the weak point beneath your half-body Susanoo. Damn it. Sasuke cursed as his right eye focused. Kagutsuchi. Flame. 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 Black flame surged around Sasuke's feet, forming a protective barrier. This way, he could guard against attacks aimed at the base of his half-body Susanoo. However, Kabuto remained unfazed, forming seals with his hands. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Crack. 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 The ground beneath Sasuke's feet seemed to come alive, sprouting sharp spikes that instantly pierced through the protective barrier created by Kagutsuchi. Sasuke dodged clumsily, his expression shocked. This is Earth Release. Impossible. Earth Release can't break through Kagutsuchi. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Inorganic reincarnation grants life to inanimate objects, allowing me to control them. It's not merely a chakra manipulation technique. Naturally, its power is on a completely different level. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Boom. Susanoo transformed into its full body form. Flame. 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 Arrows imbued with Kagutsuchi shot toward Kabuto's position. Whoosh. Kabuto's body twisted unnaturally, evading all the arrows with minimal movement. In Sage mode, natural energy is my ally. Such attacks are meaningless against me. Sasuke roared, then how about this? Whoosh. A Kagutsuchi-infused arrow tore through the air, exploding and igniting the atmosphere. The resulting updraft formed cumulonimbus clouds, and soon, the violent natural lightning took shape as the majestic Kirin. Crackle. Sasuke held a sphere of Chidori lightning in his hand, raising his arm high to direct the natural lightning toward Kabuto's location. Lightning release, Kirin. Kabuto smirked. A lightning strike. Indeed, without reflexes on par with Minato Namikaze, it's impossible to dodge this move. Even Sage mode is no exception. Boom. Kirin descended with divine wrath, roaring toward Kabuto. However, the ocular powers of Kagami Uchiha are a different matter. Sizzle. Kabuto's left eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. He commanded, stop. Whoosh. The mighty Kirin halted 3 feet above Kabuto's head. Sasuke stood in shock. What? Kabuto's left eye glowed red as he slowly rose, issuing another command. Disperse. With his words, Kirin's massive form shattered into nothingness. Sasuke stared in disbelief. Kabuto's gaze deepened. The left eye of Kagami Uchiha possesses the ocular technique, words of command. As its name implies, it allows the user to manipulate the power of words freely. It pairs perfectly with the 6 paths linguistic tools, the Red Gourd, 7-star sword, and Golden Rope. Unfortunately, those tools are now with Naruto. But even without them, dealing with you is more than enough, Sasuke. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Tempest Rises. Sasuke Uchiha clenched his fists tightly. Black flames could be evaded by Kabuto Yakushi using his shedding technique, and even Kirin could be countered with Kabuto's ocular powers. Sasuke wasn't a fool, he now fully understood the troublesome extent of Kabuto's abilities. Even Kirin, which harnessed the natural fury of a lightning storm, could be neutralized by Kabuto's ocular jutsu. Other ninjutsu would undoubtedly fare no better. Against the current Kabuto, overwhelming force was the only solution. Damn it. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move again. Sizzle. Sasuke's eyes radiated brilliance. Complete Susanoo. Boom. A torrent of dark purple chakra surged into the sky, stabilizing into the colossal form of complete Susanoo, towering over the earth like a deity of destruction. Kabuto, calm and composed, remarked, "Oh my, going straight for the trump card, are we? But this is indeed the optimal choice. Though it seems like the most chakra-consuming option, it avoids unnecessary waste." Sasuke ascended to the forehead of Susanoo, hundreds of meters above the ground. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at Kabuto, who seemed as insignificant as a matchstick at Susanoo's feet. With an air of dominance, Sasuke declared, "Kabuto. Every ocular jutsu has its limits. If you're capable, use that words of command technique to control this complete Susanoo. If you can do it, I'll immediately admit defeat and kneel before you in apology." Kabuto chuckled, "Hey, you're right. With my current abilities, I'm still incapable of using the jutsu to control your complete Susanoo. However." Boom. Susanoo raised its colossal foot, descending upon Kabuto with the weight of a mountain, enveloping him like an impending avalanche. There was no escape, yet Kabuto remained utterly unfazed. Boom. The earth shattered beneath Susanoo's weight. Splash. From the cracks in the earth, streams of water seeped out, coalescing into Kabuto's form. Just before impact, Kabuto had completely liquefied his body. Sasuke realized, TCH. What an annoying ability. But I know the weakness of the Otsutsuki clan's liquefaction, it's vulnerable to lightning release. Violent lightning chakra wrapped around Susanoo's hand. Boom. Susanoo soared into the sky, its massive form looming overhead. Locking onto Kabuto's position, it dove downward with unstoppable momentum. Susanoo, Chidori. Kabuto murmured, looks like you're really trying to kill me. Very well. Clap. He swiftly formed seals with both hands. Sage Art, Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. Boom. A colossal eight-headed serpent emerged, coiling tightly around Susanoo's arms and torso. Sasuke frowned. Damn it. Kabuto even mastered Orochimaru's strongest technique. Slash. 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 The lightning-infused Chidori of Susanoo slashed at the approaching serpent heads, severing them one by one. However, the heads regenerated almost instantly, their speed unnervingly quick. TCH. Persistent resistance. Fine, I'll completely destroy this eight-headed serpent before dealing with you. Susanoo retreated to create distance, dispersing the lightning chakra from its hand. A giant blade materialized in its grasp, and with a swing, it unleashed a barrage of slashes. Swish. 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 The blade's light wove a curtain of destruction, crashing against the massive serpent. Slash. 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 The serpent's body was caught in a cycle of destruction and regeneration, gradually pushed into a state of decline by the relentless onslaught. Rustle. 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 From the central serpent head, Kabuto's slimy form emerged. Hehe, the eight-headed serpent technique may be powerful, but against complete Susanoo, it does appear somewhat lacking. Very well, it's time to end this farce. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. Kabuto formed seals, his cheeks puffing up as he exhaled a white dragon forward. Words of command. Sizzle. Kabuto's left eye glowed red once more. He commanded, White Rage Technique, pursue Sasuke and detonate in front of him. Whoosh. The white dragon, clutching a dark chakra sphere in its claws, ascended rapidly, hurtling toward complete Susanoo. Sasuke noticed the anomaly. Is that Kabuto's jutsu? Swish. Susanoo's blade slashed at the white dragon. Kabuto commanded, bend. Clang. Susanoo's blade bent midair. Sasuke was stunned. What? Kabuto's gaze turned sinister. I may not be able to control Susanoo as a whole, but I can certainly manipulate its weapon. Swish. The white dragon slipped through, reaching the square section on Susanoo's forehead. Its body spun rapidly, wrapping around the dark sphere before exploding violently. In an instant, blinding white light filled the battlefield. Buzz. The atmosphere blurred as Sasuke, inside Susanoo, clutched his ears in agony. Ugh. Not only his hearing but even his bones seemed to be grinding violently. The White Rage technique created vibrations in the surrounding air, causing the target's bones to feel as if they were grinding against each other, leading to numbness. Additionally, the intense light and sound from the technique inflicted damage on both the target's vision and hearing. Despite the strength of Sasuke's complete Susanoo, it couldn't defend against this type of sensory-based Sage Art attack. No. I can't hold Susanoo any longer. Whoosh. Complete Susanoo began to disassemble due to the limitations of its user's condition. Swish. Within the area affected by the blinding light and vibrations, the eight-headed serpent darted forward. With the snake's cornea shielding my eyes, I can ignore the light. And with my liquefied body, I can disregard the sound vibrations. In this situation, only I can move freely. Suddenly, Kabuto, even in Sage mode, felt a pang of unease. He leaped out of the eight-headed serpent. Clang. In the next moment, a fiery red sword pierced through the white light, plunging into the eight-headed serpent's body. Gurgle. 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 The serpent's massive body rapidly shrank, flowing into a gourd along the blade's path. Sasuke stood on the ground, his eyes unfocused, but his body was enveloped by a fiery red Susanoo that did not belong to him. The weapon that sealed the eight-headed serpent was none other than the Totsuka blade wielded by this Susanoo. Tap. Kabuto landed 100 meters away, his gaze filled with dread as he watched the scene unfold. This is the third time. It's him again, isn't it? Itachi. He's warning me not to harm his brother. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, exiting sage mode. Fine. At least this way, Sasuke should behave for a while. Boom. The fiery red Susanoo dissipated. Thud. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, reverting to his original form. In a desert thousands of miles away. Kisame Hoshigaki glanced at Itachi Uchiha, who had stopped in his tracks, and asked, "Itachi-san, is something wrong?" Sizzle. Itachi's eyes reverted from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the three-tomo state. He replied casually, "It's nothing. Let's keep moving." In the darkness of a distant land. Whoosh. A vortex of spacetime swirled, exuding an ominous aura. During my absence, how much bloodshed has this ninja world endured? But soon, everything will come to an end. With these unparalleled eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I have gained new ocular powers and eternal light. Uchiha Obito has returned. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 149, The Great Debate of Battle. Whoosh. A spatial vortex swirled, and Obito appeared alongside Tobi atop a towering mountain outside a Megakure, Hidden Rain Village. During his time in hiding, Obito had used Sasuke's severed arm, along with Tobirama's forbidden techniques, to transform himself into Sasuke Uchiha's blood brother. Moreover, he transplanted the eyes of Sasuke's father, Fugaku Uchiha, which he had collected on the night of the Uchiha massacre, thereby awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobi asked, "Shall we strike immediately?" Obito replied cautiously, "No. After the lessons of the past two failures, I understand how unpredictable he can be. First, I need to assess Naruto Uzumaki's current strength." Obito partially covered his left eye with his hand, peering through the gaps between his fingers at Amagekyu's southern district, where towers rose like a forest. His pupil zoomed in. The telescope technique was an auxiliary ability that could only be activated with a specific ocular jutsu. With this ability, Obito could even see the pores on someone's face from several kilometers away. Soon, he spotted Naruto walking in the rain, accompanied by Konan. Obito was taken aback. "Oh. So that's Naruto now." Both eyes replaced with the Sharingan, and one pair of Rinnegan transplanted into his hands, clearly Orochimaru's handiwork. But it can't be just that. ZZZ. His left eye glowed with a crimson light. Great Debate of Battle. This was originally the ocular jutsu of Fugaku Uchiha's left eye. It allowed the user to record the target's chakra, techniques, combat intelligence, and hidden capabilities, all combat-related attributes at that specific moment. The data would then be stored in the eye's database, which could be accessed at any time for simulated battles in the mental battlefield created by Great Debate of Battle. After recording the data, Obito closed his eye. Click. 10 minutes later, Obito opened his eyes again. He clenched his fists involuntarily, cold sweat dripping from his face. Tobi asked, "How did it go?" Calming himself, Obito released his fists and replied gravely, "I simulated 100 battles, and I lost every single one. Naruto's current strength is on a completely different level, he might even surpass Madara at his prime." Tobi's expression turned grim. Has he become that formidable? Obito's tone shifted. "However, I now understand Naruto's ninjutsu, secret techniques, strategies, and combo moves. Give me just one day to conduct targeted simulations, and I'll find a way to defeat him. Let's go. By this time tomorrow, it will be the day of reckoning between me and Naruto." Whoosh. They disappeared into the spatial vortex. Meanwhile, Naruto and Konan arrived at a secluded training dojo. The dojo had been specifically built by Naruto for training purposes, protected by a strong barrier to ensure its durability. Click. Naruto approached a large wooden pillar and tore off the sealing talisman attached to it. Whoosh. A second Naruto appeared opposite the pillar. Mirror Striker Technique. When the sealed talisman is removed, it creates a duplicate of the person who removed it, identical in appearance and abilities. The duplicate immediately launches an attack, and its abilities remain constant. Boom. 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 Naruto engaged in a fierce battle with his perfect replica. Watching from the sidelines to prevent any accidents, Konan couldn't hide her astonishment. This is a technique Pain used to stall powerful enemies, but I never thought Naruto would use it for training. Currently, Naruto's strength had reached a level where few in the ninja world could rival him. Yet, he never let his sense of crisis fade. He had set a goal for himself. Every day, he must defeat the version of himself from that same day. To Naruto, defeating yesterday's self was a given. But to defeat the self of the same day, that was the true measure of progress. Thus, he chose the Mirror Striker technique. This was Naruto Uzumaki's version of the Great Debate of Battle. The next evening, after finishing his training, Naruto sat in his study, flipping through scrolls. Konan entered with a serious expression. Violet has been taken. Naruto put down the scroll. Conan placed a blank scroll on the table. This was left at the scene of her disappearance. Can you decipher its meaning? Naruto unrolled the scroll. Indeed, it was blank. But as his eyes shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan, words appeared. Come to Canopy Bridge and face me in battle. No shadow clones to scout ahead, or this woman dies. Signed, Obito Uchiha. Click. Closing the scroll, Naruto stood up and donned his flame-patterned cloak. Conan, I'm heading out. Conan frowned. Obito Uchiha. Then Violet is likely already. Naruto interrupted confidently, no, Obito wouldn't kill Violet yet. This is just a ploy to lure me out. Conan warned, then it's definitely a trap. Naruto replied, Violet is one of my important subordinates. Even if it's a trap, I have to go. Otherwise, how could I command respect? Conan insisted, then let me go with you. He only said no shadow clones, he didn't say you couldn't bring someone else. Naruto shook his head. Not a good idea. Obito must have gained new powers during his time in hiding. Until I figure out what those are, I can't let you take the risk, Conan. Conan's expression darkened. Naruto reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, Conan. I'm not fighting alone. Whoosh. Golden chakra flared around Naruto, and he extended his fist. Understanding his intent, Conan bumped fists with him. Tap. The scene shifted, and Conan found herself in Naruto's mental world, facing a red-haired woman. Conan was startled. You're... The woman greeted her warmly. Conan, right. I'm Naruto's mom, Kushina Uzumaki. I've been watching how well you've taken care of my son. Don't worry, I'll be monitoring the fight alongside him. Conan relaxed slightly. I see. Thank you, Kushina-sama. And please excuse my appearance, I wasn't prepared to meet you. Kushina chuckled. No need to worry, you're such a beautiful and kind girl, just like me. So, how about joining Hinata as one of my daughters-in-law? Conan immediately panicked. Naruto groaned, Mom. Stop embarrassing Conan. You're making this awkward. Besides, one man one wife is the tradition of the ninja world. Kushina laughed mischievously. One man one wife. Sure, one husband, one wife. No problem there. Naruto retorted, then let Dad have a one man one wife deal too. Kushina instantly switched to double standards. What nonsense. Minato doesn't get that privilege. Naruto sighed in exasperation and turned back to Conan. Sorry, Conan. My mom's just like that. Conan smiled gently. It's fine. Kushina-sama is truly a delightful person. The light-hearted moment passed. Naruto lowered his fist and declared confidently, I'm heading out now, Conan. Conan watched him with deep concern. Go, and come back soon. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 150, Unparalleled in History. The Battle of Canopy Bridge was a pivotal event in the youth of Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and their comrades. This battle irrevocably changed the lives of both Kakashi and Obito. This battle produced two heroes of Konoha, both wielding the Sharingan. This battle also shaped the future history of the ninja world. It was for these reasons that Obito chose this place as the battlefield to settle the score. The wind howled. Obito sat atop a stone pillar, staring blankly at the moon shrouded in dark clouds. Below the pillar, Violet, bound in chains, hung her head low, silent and motionless. Zetsu spoke, his tone laced with mockery. Do you think he'll come? For a mere subordinate? I doubt he'd risk it. Obito replied calmly. I interrogated her with genjutsu. She's not just any subordinate, she's one of Amagekyu's ANBU captains and has ties to Minato. Naruto won't ignore this. He sneered, his voice cold and sharp. If he truly doesn't come, it will prove he's no different from me, a cold-blooded opportunist. His previous mercy toward me would then be clear, it wasn't kindness but fear. He's afraid that if I die, the ghetto statue will never manifest. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence. White Zetsu emerged from the ground, bringing news. Naruto. He's here. Obito rose to his feet, his voice tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Oh. He's quicker than I thought. A streak of golden light shot across the horizon, approaching rapidly. Obito's eyes narrowed as he observed. So that's the form he takes after harnessing the Nine-Tails chakra. During our last battle, I analyzed this mode thoroughly. It weakens his ability to use his own chakra, but it grants him a unique power, empathic perception. As Naruto closed in, he began weaving hand signs. Secret technique, Sand True Eye. The sand swirled and gathered before the stone pillar, forming a single eye. The Eye's unique pupil technique, blade reversal command, activated, pulling Violet away and teleporting her to Naruto's side. Violet, filled with guilt, bowed her head and said, "Lord Naruto, it's my fault you're in this predicament. I will end my life to atone." Naruto, however, responded gently. "Don't say that. If he wanted to take someone, he'd find a way. You just happened to be the unlucky one this time." Obito's thoughts raced as he analyzed Naruto's move. Using the Sand True Eye to transform a Mangekyo Sharingan into sand at will. The Eye's pupil technique, blade reversal command, is a type of spacetime jutsu. Though it lacks the dimensional depth of Kamui, it's still a convenient teleportation tool. However, it doesn't pose much of a threat to Flying Thunder God users like Naruto. Obito's voice turned cold. "Take her and leave. Then come back. If you don't return, I'll hunt down and kill people in Omegakure every day until your village knows no peace." Naruto replied calmly. "You don't need to threaten me. I never intended to run. If you wanted to find me, you could have just come straight to me, or are you still haunted by those 6 billion explosive tags?" Obito fell silent. Naruto slung Violet over his shoulder and used Flying Thunder God to return her to Omegakure. Moments later, he reappeared at the battlefield. This time, he kept a distance of 200 meters from Obito, further than the 150 meters from their last encounter. Neither could afford to underestimate the other, especially with Obito's new eyes possibly extending Kamui's range. Obito's voice carried across the distance. "You're as cautious as ever, afraid I'll use Kamui to snap your neck with my left eye." Naruto answered evenly. "Better safe than sorry. And let's be honest, this distance benefits you too. After all, if Koto Utsutsuki succeeds, it's game over for you, isn't it?" Obito smirked faintly. "Koto Utsutsuki, huh?" With a flick of his wrists, Obito drew 2 Fuma Shuriken, leaping down from the stone pillar and charging straight at Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed in surprise. "Charging at me head-on? Without any concern for my Koto Utsutsuki?" Obito's thoughts were calm and calculating. The right eye of Fugaku Uchiha, its innate pupil technique, Teniki no Kishi, grants the wielder absolute immunity to all mental attacks, including Genjutsu and the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu. However, there's a trade-off. The existence of Teniki no Kishi makes it impossible to activate Izanagi. But with my new eyes, the duration of Kamui's intangibility has been extended to 10 minutes. Izanagi is unnecessary now. With Teniki no Kishi, Naruto's eyes are useless against me. Obito hurled both Fuma Shuriken toward Naruto. The shuriken spun rapidly, their trajectories converging on Naruto. Naruto flicked his sleeve, sending 2 kunai flying to intercept. Clang! Clang! The shuriken collided with the kunai, but instead of falling, they unleashed powerful Kamui vortexes. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Combining Kamui with Fuma Shuriken. He can achieve this without relying on Susanoo. More shuriken emerged from the Kamui vortexes, each imbued with Kamui's power. Naruto retreated swiftly, his mind racing. I see now. He can continuously extend Kamui through these shuriken, creating an endless chain of attacks until his stockpile is depleted. Obito's voice was dark and menacing. "You mentioned those 6 billion explosive tags earlier, didn't you? Consider this my tribute. In my Kamui dimension, I've prepared 60 million Fuma Shuriken for you. Each one is infused with Kamui's power, creating an infinite cascade of destruction. I call this technique Kamui, Frenzied Dance of the Mad Shuriken. It will be the end of you, Uzumaki Naruto, and your undefeated streak since pain." Naruto, maintaining his composure, analyzed the situation. 60 million Shuriken. I see. The attacks are cumulative, with each wave containing more shuriken than the last. By my calculations, this assault will last about half an hour. With my current chakra reserves and the mastery I've gained over the past 2 days, I can match him in endurance. Naruto clasped his hands together, his expression resolute. Very well. For the next 30 minutes, I'll maintain Wood Release, Birth of the World of Trees until his shuriken stockpile is completely exhausted. Wood Release, Eternal Forest of Life. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 151, The Rise of the Ascending Dragon. Wood Release, Eternal Forest Technique. This technique is a carnival version of the Deep Forest Emergence, where the user maintains the hand seals, disregarding chakra consumption, to continuously drive the forest's growth. Only with an overwhelming amount of chakra and a masterful command of Deep Forest Emergence can one wield the Eternal Forest Technique. However, even if the conditions for casting are met, this technique inevitably consumes an enormous amount of chakra. For this reason, even Hashirama Senju avoided using it during his lifetime. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki faced Obito Uchiha's lethal attack. The most straightforward and effective method would be to evade using the Flying Raijin technique. But Naruto had a longer-term plan in mind. As long as Obito's shurikens remained in stock, they would always pose a strategic threat. It would be better to exhaust them all in one go. Boom. 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 Madness thrives in chaos, and the forest is reborn amidst destruction. In the end, what remains is the expansion of scale on both sides. The land surrounding the canopy bridge had transformed into an ocean of forests. The spiraling whirlpools triggered by Kamui were like ripples rising and falling in this vast sea. The scene was so grandiose that it defied the limits of language to describe. More than 20 minutes had passed. Obito, watching the stalemate unfold, clenched his fists. In the simulation during the Great Debate, I successfully defeated Naruto with 50 million Kamui-infused mad shurikens. To ensure a margin for error, I prepared 60 million shurikens. Why can't I take him down now? Could there have been an error in the simulation of the Great Debate? No, that was impossible. Obito Uchiha realized a shocking truth. In just one day, Naruto's strength had grown again. And it wasn't just a minor improvement, it was a massive leap forward. How did he achieve this? Finally, the attacks reached their climax. Golden light flickered as Naruto alternated between his own chakra and Kurama's chakra. This wasn't just to allocate chakra efficiently, but also to flexibly use Kurama's golden chakra cloak mode to maintain malicious intent sensing. After all, there was no guarantee that Obito and Zetsu wouldn't launch a sneak attack during the time Naruto's hands were occupied. As the chaotic frenzy approached its conclusion, the final wave of attacks was the most ferocious. Unable to bear it any longer. Whoosh! A Kamui vortex swirled. Obito appeared in the air behind Naruto, attempting to launch a sneak attack with his ocular power. Naruto immediately sensed it. Would release, would clone technique. Rustle. 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 6 would clone sprouted from Naruto's back, shooting toward the sky. Slash. Slash. 2 clones were immediately obliterated by Obito's left eye's long-range Kamui. The remaining 4, cloaked in golden light and wielding Rasengan, charged at Obito. Obito was shocked. He even mastered Hashirama's wood clones. And he can still use them amidst such high-intensity combat. After Obito dealt with all the wood clones, the Kamui, mad shuriken frenzy finally reached its end. Huff, Naruto exhaled deeply, lowering his hands from the ceiling position. Apart from his hands, which, due to sympathetic nerve modifications, would never sweat, his entire body was drenched. But he wasn't tired, it was the sweat of exhilaration. As Obito landed, he spoke in a deep voice, even if you alternate usage, your Kurama chakra must be nearly depleted by now. As for me, I've only utilized pre-prepared ninja tools. My chakra is almost untouched. Note, Obito pre-injected Kamui's power into the shurikens, releasing them in tandem, thus consuming almost no current chakra. Naruto turned around, his expression meaningful. That may be true, but to prepare such a quantity of shurikens must have required immense manpower and resources, right? Obito frowned. What are you trying to say? Naruto reasoned calmly, a major nation's ninja village consumes an average of 80 million shurikens and kunai annually. Even the militaristic Kimogakure, known for its arms race, barely surpasses 100 million. And let's not even mention the exorbitant cost of mad shurikens. With Akatsuki's resources, how many years, or decades, would it take to prepare a similar stockpile of ninja tools again? Isn't that right, Obito? Obito Uchiha clenched his fists. As long as I defeat you in this battle and reclaim Madara's Rinnegan, such costs can be ignored. Naruto smiled faintly, raising his hand. That gesture, was it Rinne Tensei? Whoosh! Obito instinctively retreated, creating distance. But it wasn't Rinne Tensei. Naruto simply pointed at Obito's face, his tone contemplative. By the way, you're no longer wearing a mask, and you've stopped using Madara's name, haven't you? Obito paused, then replied coldly, so what? Whether it's Madara or Obito Uchiha, they're just aliases. As long as the infinite Tsukuyomi succeeds, nothing else matters. Naruto's gaze deepened. Maybe you don't want to admit it, but deep down, you yearn for another way to save the world, don't you? Obito vehemently denied it. Nonsense. That's just your self-satisfaction talking. Naruto's words were shocking. In this dwindling Kurama chakra, my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, is watching you through my eyes. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. Naruto's gaze grew heavier. Do you want to know what she thinks of you now? Enough. I've had enough of you, Naruto. Boom. A pitch-black, ominous chakra erupted around Obito, soaring into the sky. Its darkness was so profound that even the blackest night could not obscure its presence. Naruto looked up and muttered, "Is that the perfect Susanoo?" Clap. Naruto formed a hand seal. Would release, would golem technique. Rumble. 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 A towering wooden golem rose from the ground. Standing atop the wooden golem's head, Naruto closed his eyes. The wood golem's raw strength is enough to rival the perfect Susanoo. Its only drawback is that it doesn't protect the user as securely as the perfect Susanoo does. But, with some creativity, that can be remedied, right? Sizzle. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the three tomo had transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Whoosh. Silver-gray Susanoo chakra materialized, forming skeletal structures, then muscles, and finally armor, solidifying into the form of a Tengu. The color of the Susanoo reflects the user's inner world. Gray is the balance between black and white. It symbolizes that after enduring countless trials, Naruto neither succumbed to the darkness of vengeance nor lost his pure-hearted nature. This gray represents the steadiness and depth forged through a century of tempering. It also signifies Naruto Uzumaki's current stance, straddling both light and shadow. Gazing at the Tengu Susanoo standing atop the wooden golem, Obito couldn't help but marvel. Naruto, it's incredible that you can awaken the Susanoo with Shirsue's eyes. The Uzumaki clan truly is extraordinary. But. Crack. The perfect Susanoo formed hand seals. Whoosh. Obito's eyes activated Kamui, and the vortex swirled. The tailed beast bombs from the 8 tails, propelled by the spiraling vortex, fired like a barrage of cannonballs, embedding themselves with Kamui-infused shurikens launched by the perfect Susanoo. My power is absolute. Kamui, tailed beast bomb shuriken. Huff, Naruto took a deep breath, raising 2 fingers sharply to his chest. Slash. The chest armor of his Susanoo opened, revealing a furnace-like source of fiery red chakra. Fiery red tomo shot out from within. Naruto's hand seals shifted abruptly, forming the seals for the wood dragon technique. Rustle. 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 The over-the-shoulder wood dragon coiled around the wood golem's shoulders split apart, each mouth gripping fiery red tomo as they charged forward. Susanoo, Crimson Lotus Dragon Roar. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, A Decisive Gamble. Boom. A thunderous collision shook the battlefield. The chaotic whirlpool of Kamui surged violently, dragging the explosive torrent and the wooden dragon's body into its depths. Long battles are unfavorable. Full power, quick resolution, let's end this now. Whoosh. Naruto deactivated his Nine Tails chakra mode and used his own chakra to unleash 20 chains of adamantine sealing chains, binding Obito's Susanoo from all directions. Obito's eyes narrowed. This. It's the same ability as Kushina's. Boom. With Susanoo restrained, the wooden golem leaped into the air, its massive hand gripping Susanoo's throat and slamming it forcefully to the ground. Damn it. Obito's left eye focused on the wooden golem's head. Kamui. Snap. The wooden golem's head was twisted off and sucked into the dimensional space. But in that instant, Naruto, now clad in Susanoo, descended. In the hands of Susanoo, a gray spiral blade materialized. Naruto shouted, "This is the divine blade, Great Sun Sakui no Tsurugi. It doesn't have any special abilities, except being absolutely indestructible." Crack. The tip of the Great Sun Sakui no Tsurugi pierced the forehead of Susanoo. Cracks spread across its surface as the spiral blade rotated at high speed, drilling into its interior. Whoosh. Obito switched to his intangibility mode to evade and escape from Susanoo. His left eye locked onto the chains binding Susanoo's arms. Kamui. Snap. The chains were torn apart, and the freed arm of Susanoo began to condense a pitch-black Magatama. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. That's the Nine Tails Kamui Magatama. Naruto had already experienced the terrifying power of the Magatama in their previous battle. It was an attack that phased through everything, making it impossible to block. The Magatama relentlessly pursued its target, and Naruto had only escaped last time by using the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat. Swoosh. The Nine Tails Kamui Magatama was hurled directly at Naruto. Naruto deactivated Susanoo, cloaked himself in lightning, and swiftly dodged. The Magatama adjusted its trajectory to follow him. A flicker of doubt crossed Naruto's eyes. Why? This time, Obito hasn't set up a barrier to restrict my Flying Thunder God technique. In other words, he knows I can escape with it. So why is he still using this move? Naruto kept a close eye on Obito in the distance. He saw Obito covering his left eye, as if preparing something. Could it be? A thought struck Naruto, and he began to suspect something. Swoosh. The Nine Tails Kamui Magatama closed in on him. Without hesitation, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Naruto, Obito murmured to himself, for an entire day, I used Datonabe, simulating over 10,000 battles with you. Through endless combat, my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has finally given birth to a new ocular technique. But with my current strength, I only have one chance. This is the ultimate move I've prepared just for you, an absolute kill. Through the gap between his fingers, Obito's trembling eye focused on the spot where Naruto had just disappeared. Yumatoryu. Whoosh. A white vortex spun, and Naruto, who had just escaped, reappeared at his original position in an instant. His face was filled with shock. This is. Obito, pale but triumphant, declared, Yumatoryu, a time reversal ocular technique. You can't escape. Snap. The Nine-Tails Kamui Magatama struck Naruto's body. Whoosh. The swirling vortex of Kamui dragged Naruto into the dimensional space. Boom. The complete form of Susanoo shattered and dissipated. Obito tilted his head back, exhaling in relief. Finally, it's over. Crackle. Suddenly, lightning flashed behind him. It was Naruto, launching a surprise attack. Swoosh. Obito immediately activated his intangibility mode. In his astonishment, countless possibilities flashed through Obito's mind. How is this possible? Did he use his Anaji? Impossible. He was genuinely pulled into the dimensional space. A shadow clone. No, the Nine-Tails Kamui Magatama can distinguish the real body. It couldn't have been replaced by a clone or substitution technique. Naruto's lightning-cloaked hand remained in constant overlap with Obito's intangible body. Amid his methodical assault, Naruto's gaze was deep and steady. It's the second Tsuchikage splitting technique. It requires no hand seals and allows instant division into two entities. Both are considered the main body. The one pulled into the dimensional space was my split body. The moment I split, I immediately used Dustless Maze to conceal myself. Also, Naruto continued, I know this, in your intangibility mode, the position of your body in the dimensional space changes with a time delay. After my split body was pulled in, I launched my attack immediately. Obito, you understand what this means, don't you? Inside the dimensional space of Kamui. Obito, having been transferred there after being attacked, found himself face to face with Naruto's split body. Obito's expression darkened. You know the secret of my Yumatoryu. Otherwise, there was no way to explain Naruto's terrifying adaptability. Naruto's split body, however, responded coldly, no, I don't. I just felt something was off. I assumed you'd have a contingency plan, so I stayed vigilant. Slash. The lightning-covered hand of Naruto's split body sliced across Obito's chest. Slash. In the outside world, a gash appeared on Obito's chest, blood spraying into the air. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh. Naruto's left hand used gravitational force to pull the blood droplets toward him. Swoosh. At that moment, Zetsu, Tobi, launched a sneak attack from behind with his brain-inserting technique. Naruto coldly extended his right hand backward. Rinne Tensei. Boom. Zetsu was repelled by the gravitational force. Whoosh. Simultaneously, the gravitational pull gathered Obito's blood into a sphere in Naruto's left palm. Calmly, he retrieved a vial and sealed the blood inside. Swoosh. Obito, wounded, distanced himself from Naruto. Whoosh. To avoid further complications, he released Naruto's split body from the dimensional space. Swoosh. The split body returned to the main body's side, merging back into it. With the fusion complete, Naruto's chakra was fully restored. Naruto sighed with a hint of lingering fear. The split body is different from a clone, it can't be dispelled on its own. If Obito had recklessly trapped my split body in the dimensional space, it would have permanently restricted half of my power. That was truly dangerous. In the moment between life and death, Naruto had taken a gamble, and won. Naruto warned coldly, Obito, your blood is in my hands. You can go hunting in Omegakure, but for every time you do, I'll have Haiden stab a hole in you, ensuring your death. Obito knew that the moment his blood was taken, the tide had turned against him. Earlier, he thought, he could have killed me, but he only injured me. Was it because he feared his split body would never return? Or was it? Whoosh. With that lingering doubt, Obito's body vanished into the swirling vortex of Kamui. Fine, he muttered. I'll admit you're the better one this time, Naruto Uzumaki. But mark my words, next time will be our final battle. Whoosh. The vortex closed, and both Obito and Zetsu disappeared from the battlefield. The third showdown between Naruto Uzumaki and Obito Uchiha ended with Naruto's victory. Whoosh. Naruto released the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Only after confirming there were no lingering threats did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Obito's potential is terrifying. I need to quickly address my weaknesses in Senjutsu. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 153, Preparing for the Future. After his battle with Obito, Naruto Uzumaki returned to Omega-kure, Hidden Rain Village. Through the telescope technique, Konan had witnessed the entire fight. Watching alongside her was Captain Yamato, who had come to Omega-kure on a long-term mission assigned by Tsunade. Note from the author, after careful consideration, I've decided to remove the setting where would release consumes life force. The dialogue from Tsunade and the circumstances of the first Hokage's death have been revised as follows. Tenzo, Naruto has now mastered my grandfather Hashirama's would release. While it's true that would release consumes a significant amount of chakra, that's not the real concern. What truly matters is the healing ability of my grandfather's cells. No hand healing is convenient, but it also makes one overlook its dangers. A person's cells can only divide a finite number of times in their lifetime. Once that limit is reached, their lifespan is shortened. Even someone as strong as my grandfather, Hashirama Senju, couldn't escape the accumulated side effects, which ultimately led to his premature death. So, Tenzo, I hope you'll stay by Naruto's side, supervising and reminding him to avoid following in my grandfather's footsteps. Naruto has agreed to this. It's an incredibly honorable yet challenging mission. What do you say, Tenzo? In the southern district of Omega-kure, inside one of the towering buildings, Captain Yamato earnestly advised, Naruto, even though you can now heal injuries with ease, you must still avoid getting hurt whenever possible. During the Warring States period, research on cellular biology was extremely limited. Even the great first Hokage, Lord Hashirama, didn't realize the drawbacks of no-hand healing. Because of this, he often didn't bother avoiding attacks in battle. Sometimes, Lord Hashirama, being the kind-hearted man he was, would even deliberately take hits to preserve his opponent's dignity. But every time he got injured, he would use no-hand healing. The long-term accumulation of side effects from countless battles ultimately led to his untimely death. So, you must be extra cautious. Avoid any attack you can dodge. Don't rely on your regeneration abilities to recklessly waste your finite cellular divisions. Do you understand? Naruto smiled warmly, patiently listening to Yamato's lecture. When Yamato finished, Naruto reassured him, Don't worry, Captain Yamato. I've got it under control. Besides Samehada and Sasuke, no one else has even managed to make me bleed. By the way, how's the new house? Comfortable. Yamato scratched his head awkwardly. The house is amazing, honestly. I've never lived in a place so spacious and comfortable. But, are you sure it's okay for me to live alone in such a big house? Naruto teased, What? Are you planning to marry someone from Omega-kure? Yamato's face turned red. What are you saying? My roots are in Konoha. But if you don't mind, maybe I could bring an Omega-kure woman back to Konoha someday. I might consider it. Naruto laughed and patted Yamato on the shoulder. By the way, go see Kakuzu later to collect your salary for this month. Yamato was stunned. Salary? Is that appropriate? I already receive a salary from Konoha. Getting paid by Omega-kure as well, isn't that too much? Naruto grinned, What's wrong with dual salaries? Save up while you're young. That way, you can enjoy a peaceful retirement. Isn't that the best outcome for a ninja? Yamato couldn't help but ask, Naruto, what about you? What are you working toward? Me. Naruto paused, then said calmly, I'm working so that more ninjas can have that kind of peaceful retirement. With those words, Naruto stepped out into the rain beyond the tower. There's no such thing as a peaceful life without someone bearing the burden of hardship, Konan murmured, her voice cold yet resolute. She opened her oil paper umbrella and followed Naruto. The two shared an umbrella as they walked toward Orochimaru's laboratory. Konan asked, What do we do with Obito's blood? Naruto replied, We'll keep it for now as a deterrent. He mentioned that our next battle would be our last. He's clearly made up his mind. Until he's absolutely confident, he won't show himself again. Naruto's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. But before he reappears, Obito will undoubtedly do one thing. Curious, Konan asked, What's that? Naruto smiled knowingly. He'll kill Haiden. Before making his move, he won't leave any loose ends. Konan frowned. Should we strengthen Haiden's protection? Naruto shook his head. Given the terrifying nature of Obito's time-space jutsu, no amount of protection is absolutely foolproof. That's why I have an idea, we'll have Orochimaru create a clone of Haiden. We'll hide the real Haiden while letting the clone go out in public. The clone will take Haiden's place and be killed by Obito. This way, Obito can proceed with his plans, believing he's eliminated the threat, while we retain Haiden as a crucial trump card. It's the classic strategy of substituting one thing for another. Konan sighed in admiration. Honestly, it's your ability to think this far ahead that's truly terrifying. Upon meeting Orochimaru, Naruto got straight to the point. Orochimaru, I want the same sage mode as Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, setting down the equipment in his hands. Oh. Naruto-kun, you've finally decided to pursue this. Rustle. Naruto sat upright, his expression serious. Tell me everything about Hashirama's Sage Mode. Leaning against the table, Orochimaru's golden slit eyes gleamed with intrigue. Hashirama's Sage Mode is called Freedom Sage Mode. It doesn't belong to any of the three major regions, Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, or Ryuchi Cave, but it incorporates the strengths of all three. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. The strengths of all three. I've studied the three major Sage Modes. Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, also known as Mutation Sage Mode, is known for its violent nature. It emphasizes enhancing physical energy, activates quickly without meditation, and lasts a long time. However, it causes physical changes and induces extreme mental excitement. Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode, also known as Serenity Sage Mode, emphasizes enhancing mental energy. It allows for calm and precise decision-making during battle, reducing mistakes. Its drawback is the long meditation required to activate it. Mount Myaboku Sage Mode, also known as Harmony Sage Mode, focuses on sensing and manipulating external natural energy. It boasts the strongest natural perception among the three, and can weaponize natural energy for attacks. Its downsides are the need for meditation and its short duration. Orochimaru nodded with a sly smile. Exactly. Lord Hashirama mastered all three Sage Modes, extracting their essence while discarding their flaws. He created Freedom Sage Mode, which enhances physical, mental, and natural energy simultaneously. It requires no meditation to activate, has no physical or mental side effects, and boasts extraordinary stamina. Truly, it's a dreamlike Sage Mode. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 154, all set and ready. Naruto Uzumaki, wearing black gloves, clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them as he asked. So, to master true Sage Mode, I need to first learn the three great Sage techniques, correct? Orochimaru nodded, his tone as sly and smooth as ever. Precisely, Naruto-kun. You've already mastered the Sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, which provides a solid foundation for mastering true Sage Mode. Learning the other two Sage techniques shouldn't be too difficult for you. So, where shall we start? Ryuchi Cave or Shikatsu Forest? Personally, I'd recommend Ryuchi Cave. Naruto adjusted his seated posture and asked. Why Ryuchi Cave? Is it because you're acquainted with the White Snake Sage? Orochimaru ran his hand through his hair with a charming yet eerie gesture, replying. Whether I know the White Snake Sage or not is irrelevant. Ryuchi Cave has always treated all seekers equally, whether you're a righteous hero or a heinous villain. As long as you pass the trials, the White Snake Sage will grant you its sage power. He continued, his tone filled with intrigue. However, whether you survive after receiving the sage power, and to what extent you can control it, depends entirely on your own abilities. Even what you choose to do with the power afterward is of no concern to the White Snake Sage, as long as you don't become an enemy of Ryuchi Cave. Isn't that wonderfully fair and liberating? Orochimaru's voice turned slightly mocking. On the other hand, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku and the Slug Sage of Shikatsu Forest have much stricter standards for their disciples. Especially the Slug Sage, who outright refuses to grant sage power to those it doesn't favor. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. You make a fair point. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto asked. If Sasuke were to learn sage techniques, Ryuchi Cave would likely be his first choice, wouldn't it? If we both ended up there at the same time, it could cause unnecessary trouble for both of us. With that consideration in mind, Naruto came to a decision. I'll start with Shikatsu Forest. Meanwhile, in a hidden lair within the land of grass, Kabuto Yakushi observed Sasuke Uchiha sitting in silence, staring at a flickering candle. Sasuke had recently challenged Kabuto, doubting his abilities, only to suffer a humiliating defeat. This outcome left him frustrated and dejected. Kabuto entered the room with a tray of food and water, placing it on the table. Sasuke-kun, don't sulk. Eat something. Sasuke didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the candle flame. Kabuto sighed inwardly, adjusting his glasses before speaking in a sincere tone. Sasuke-kun, let me be honest with you. Deep down, I see you as a younger brother. Sasuke glanced at Kabuto from the corner of his eye, his voice cold and skeptical. A younger brother? You're not planning to take over my body like Orochimaru, are you? Kabuto chuckled lightly. If I wanted to do that, I've had countless opportunities. But that would just be retracing Lord Orochimaru's path, wouldn't it? I've surpassed him, and I have higher aspirations. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Higher aspirations? What kind of aspirations? Kabuto sat down in a nearby chair, his expression serious. Lord Orochimaru followed Naruto. So, I want to personally mold you into someone who surpasses Naruto. By doing so, I'll prove that I've surpassed Orochimaru. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but sneer. That's your reason? Orochimaru? That guy's nothing special. Surpassing him should be easy. Kabuto's tone grew solemn, his admiration for Orochimaru evident. Lord Orochimaru is the person I respect most. While many may surpass him in strength, I believe no one can match his charisma. What you dismiss as trivial is of utmost importance to me, more important than life itself. Whether you believe me or not, this is the truth. Sasuke fell silent, Kabuto's words stirring something within him. Slowly, he picked up the food tray and began eating, albeit absent-mindedly. After finishing his meal, Sasuke made a decision. Kabuto, teach me your sage technique. Kabuto's eyes gleamed with excitement, though his tone remained composed. That technique comes from Ryuchi Cave. You'll need to pass its trials and receive the White Snake Sage's blessing. Sasuke's gaze was firm. Then take me to Ryuchi Cave. I want to meet this White Snake Sage. Back in Omegakure, within Orochimaru's laboratory, the conversation continued. Orochimaru tilted his head curiously. Shikatsu Forest, huh? That's fine. But why choose the more challenging path first? Naruto explained with a faint smile. If I tackle the hardest challenge first, the rest will feel like a breeze. That's just how I like to do things. Orochimaru chuckled. Fair enough. However, the Slug Sage values honesty and integrity. Your actions won't escape its notice, and it likely won't grant you sage power easily. Of course, if Lady Tsunade vouches for you, that's a different story. Naruto furrowed his brows. Granny Tsunade, huh? While we're on good terms personally, I've officially severed ties with Konoha. I wouldn't want to trouble her, especially since she's still Hokage. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. In that case, we'll need to consider other options. Lady Mito Uzumaki would be the perfect choice. Naruto was taken aback. Mito. Orochimaru explained with a scholarly air. Didn't you know? Lady Mito was the first ninja to summon the Slug Sage. Her bond with it is both the longest and the deepest. If she vouches for you, the Slug Sage will undoubtedly agree. Naruto hesitated. But Mito's already. Orochimaru's smile turned sly. Have you forgotten, Naruto-kun? I extracted 2 samples of Lady Mito's life essence. One was used to awaken your Uzumaki bloodline. The other is still intact and can be used for Edo Tensei. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. So you planned this all along? Orochimaru nodded seriously. Indeed. However, Lady Mito passed away from old age. Reviving her in her aged form would be disrespectful. I have a solution. To restore her youthful appearance, I'll need to retrieve the chakra fragment sealed in Itachi's Totsuka blade. Naruto-kun, what do you think? Naruto closed his eyes, his voice resolute. Leave it to me. Far away, Itachi Uchiha, walking under the night sky, suddenly stopped. Naruto is reaching out to me. Kisame, let's use that technique. Kisame grinned. Oh, so the boss knows that jutsu too. This brings back memories. Setting aside his same hata, Kisame sat cross-legged with Itachi, transmitting their thoughts. In Omegakure, Naruto formed hand signs. Projection jutsu. Moments later, the projected forms of Itachi and Kisame appeared before Naruto and Orochimaru. After explaining the situation, Naruto said. Itachi, please empty your Totsuka blade's gourd. Itachi nodded. Understood. Through the projection, Itachi Susanoo flared to life, opening the gourd of the Totsuka blade. With a rush of energy, the chakra fragment sealed within was released, returning to Orochimaru and restoring his full strength. Alongside it, Deidara, who had also been sealed, was freed. Deidara exclaimed. Art is. Zing. Naruto's Koto Amatsukami activated immediately. Deidara's expression shifted as he declared. Art is whatever serves Lord Naruto. Just like that, Deidara pledged his allegiance to Naruto. Minutes later, Naruto captured a white Zetsu to serve as the sacrificial vessel. With all preparations complete, Orochimaru's hair swayed as he formed hand signs. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Amidst anguished screams, dust swirled and coalesced into the form of a regal woman with white robes and vibrant red hair. She opened her eyes, her gaze calm yet commanding as she assessed those before her. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. So, you are the caster of this reincarnation technique? You seem familiar. No matter. To summon me back in my prime proves you are no ordinary ninja. State your name. Orochimaru bowed respectfully. Junior Orochimaru humbly welcomes the strongest kunoichi of the Warring States era, Lady Mito Uzumaki. Mito nodded, her expression indifferent. Orochimaru, is it? I remember you now, Hiruzen's disciple. Speak. Why have you summoned me? Orochimaru gestured toward Naruto. This is Naruto Uzumaki, and he wishes to learn the sage techniques of Shikatsu Forest. Mito's gaze shifted to Naruto, her expression unreadable. Orochimaru added at just the right moment. He is the son of Kushina Uzumaki. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, thus it is. There was a deep connection between Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki. Decades ago, as the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, Mito, nearing the end of her life, needed to select a successor for the role. Thus, Kushina, whose Uzumaki bloodline was among the most exceptional, was brought to Konoha. At that time, Kushina was still a child, filled with anxiety and apprehension about the fate awaiting her. The elderly Mito held Kushina's hand, offering care and guidance with the wisdom of someone who had walked the same path. Now, upon hearing that the successor she had entrusted so many years ago had a child of her own, and that this child stood before her, Mito felt immense relief and joy as she gazed at Naruto Uzumaki. This child possesses the same unique constitution as I do. Not only that, but he also carries Hashirama's strength. This is the chakra of the Nine Tails. Does that mean Kushina has already? Realizing that Kushina had passed away, Mito couldn't help but feel sorrow. As Mito studied Naruto, he was also observing her. So this is the previous Jinchuriki of Kurama before Mom. She has the same red hair as Mom, and she's so beautiful. The Uzumaki clan really does produce stunning women. But still, Mom is the most beautiful of all. Wait, she's also the wife of the first Hokage. The first Hokage was the reincarnation of Azura in the past life, and I'm the reincarnation of Azura in this life. This is all so confusing. Anyway, she's a senior who helped Mom, Tsunade's grandmother. So, does that make her my great-grandmother? After confirming Naruto's lineage, Mito's expression softened. Child, your name is Naruto, correct? Who is your father? Naruto responded earnestly, my father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Mito's eyes lit up in understanding. Oh, the Namikaze family. That reserved little boy. I remember him faintly. He seemed so frail and delicate. Who would have thought he had the makings of a Hokage? Speaking of which, what happened to your parents? And why, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, are you wearing the headband of a Megakure? Naruto's gaze darkened slightly. That's a long story. But I have a way to let you understand everything quickly. Sizzle. Naruto's eyes lit up with the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. Mito's gaze sharpened. The Sharingan. It seems you've been through quite a lot, child. Naruto spoke calmly, Great-grandmother, would you mind if I use the Sharingan to transmit information? With your abilities, if you resist, the ocular power won't take effect. Mito closed her eyes in contemplation. It's fine. Let me see for myself. Naruto nodded. Forgive me, then. Sizzle. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Mito's mind raced as she quickly processed the vast influx of information. So that's how it is. It's truly unbelievable. But there's one thing I'd like to confirm. Whoosh. Golden chakra erupted around Mito, forming a radiant cloak. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, that's Kurama's chakra. Mito explained calmly, in my time, I also engaged in a tug-of-war with the Nine Tails and extracted a portion of its chakra. I carried it with me until my death, so even after being revived by Edo Tensei, I can still use it. In this mode, Mito began sensing her surroundings. After confirming, her expression grew more solemn. I sense no malice from you, which proves that the things you showed me with your genjutsu are true. Sigh. I truly wish you were lying. I didn't want to believe that the peaceful era we worked so hard to create would end in such tragedy. In the end, it seems our efforts fell short. Mito sighed deeply, dispelling the Nine Tails chakra mode. Her gaze toward Naruto was now filled with complete trust. She spoke gently, Kushina. She's within your chakra, isn't she? Could you let me see her? Naruto smiled and raised his hand. Of course. To be honest, Mom has been wanting to see you too. Drip. As their fists connected, ripples spread across the mental landscape. In Naruto's spiritual world, Mito saw Kushina Uzumaki. In Mito's presence, Kushina seemed to revert to her younger self. Overwhelmed with emotion, she exclaimed, Grandma Mito. I never thought I'd get to see you again in my lifetime, after my lifetime. Mito's heart ached as she replied, not in our lifetime, dear. We're both already among the deceased. But seeing you so spirited even after death brings me great comfort. You've endured so much, Kushina. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes. My life may have been short, but it was filled with happiness. When I first arrived in Konoha, it was you who gave me the courage to face reality. Your teachings allowed me to carry love and hope in my heart, leading me to meet the love of my life and giving me a son I can be proud of. Mito spoke with heartfelt sincerity, though I couldn't witness his growth myself. Seeing him now fills me with both pride and sorrow. If only our generation had been more capable, we wouldn't have left such a heavy burden for the next. Kushina, take a good rest. Leave the rest to your grandma. The meeting in the spiritual world came to an end. Mito's gaze toward Naruto grew even warmer. She took his hand and said gently, "Child, you wish to learn the sage arts of the Shikatsu forest, correct? I am willing to vouch for you." Naruto bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you so much, grandmother Mito." Mito chuckled affectionately. "Calling me great-grandmother makes me feel so distant. Since we're of the same clan, and I regard Kushina as a daughter, why don't you just call me grandma instead?" Such warmth and kindness naturally fostered a sense of closeness. Naruto called out eagerly, "Grandma Mito." Mito beamed with joy. "Ah, what a good child you are. I'll summon Katsuyu now. Let's find a spacious area to proceed." They moved to an open field outside Omegakure. Mito released the Yin seal on her forehead. It turned out that Mito was not only the first ninja to summon Katsuyu but also the creator of the Yin seal and the first human to master the silent sage mode of the Shikatsu forest. Whoosh! 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 Mito formed hand seals and pressed her palms to the ground. Summoning technique. Sizzle. A massive summoning array appeared, and a storm erupted. Naruto shielded his face with his hand as his clothes fluttered in the wind. He exclaimed in awe, "So powerful. Even stronger than when Granny Tsunade and Sakura summoned Katsuyu together. Could she summon Katsuyu-sama's entire body?" Orochimaru, standing nearby, spoke solemnly, "Summoning Katsuyu-sama's full form is impossible. But for Lady Mito, summoning 1/5 of her body is more than enough." Boom. With a massive cloud of smoke, Katsuyu descended. Her colossal form, even at 1/5, was more imposing than a perfect Susanoo. Mito greeted warmly, "Sister Katsuyu, it's been a long time." Rustle, rustle, rustle. Looking down at the figure below, Katsuyu's drooping eyes glistened with moisture. She called out tenderly, "Sister Mito, it's so wonderful to see you again." Mito waved her hand. "I have a secret to share with you." Rustle, rustle, rustle. Katsuyu's enormous body bent down, bringing her head closer to Mito. Mito covered her mouth and whispered, "Here's the plan." "Thus it is." Katsuyu responded cheerfully, "Understood. Let Naruto come with me to the Shikatsu forest." Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Arrogance Unleashed. Naruto followed the slug sage to the Shikatsu forest to seek enlightenment. Almost at the same time, Sasuke tore through the trials of Ryuchi Cave with overwhelming force, like a storm sweeping through dry leaves. This was no surprise. The trials were the same as always, and with Kabuto Yakushi passing down his experience, combined with Sasuke's own strength, everything proceeded smoothly. Sasuke, brimming with confidence, smirked. "Humph, so this is all Ryuchi Cave's trial amounts to." However, as they neared the temple of the White Snake Sage, Kabuto warned him, "Sasuke-kun, passing the trial is one thing, but when facing the White Snake Sage, you must mind your attitude. Do not, under any circumstances, offend her." Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Kabuto. "Oh. Kabuto, weren't you the one who never showed respect to anyone but Orochimaru? Why are you acting so servile in front of this White Snake Sage?" Kabuto responded seriously, "It's true that I hold myself in high regard, but that doesn't mean I disregard everyone. The masters of the three great sage lands are transcendent beings, ancient elders who have lived for what seems like eternity. Their power is far beyond what ordinary shinobi could ever hope to achieve. They are witnesses to and participants in history itself. Even the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of ninjutsu, is merely their peer. Such beings deserve respect. Offend them, and your life could be snuffed out in an instant." "I get it," Sasuke replied nonchalantly, though inwardly, he dismissed Kabuto's warnings. If they're really that powerful, why are they so obscure? Before meeting Kabuto, I had never even heard of this so-called White Snake Sage. Buzz. The grand doors of Ryuchi Cave's temple opened. As they stepped into the inner sanctum, Sasuke laid eyes on the legendary White Snake Sage. Looking at the massive figure coiled upon the throne, Sasuke's shock was evident. So it really is a monstrous snake. Compared to her, Orochimaru's snake form is child's play. Does this mean the White Snake Sage is like a stronger version of Orochimaru? The White Snake Sage, puffing on her pipe, fixed her vertical pupils on the group below. Well, if it isn't Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto knelt on one knee, presenting a scroll with both hands in a respectful manner. "Sage, this junior humbly visits you today, bearing a token of goodwill in hopes of pleasing you." The White Snake Sage asked, and what might this be? Kabuto replied, 200 human hearts. I believe they may be of use to you in refining your elixirs. The white snake sage chuckled. Hey, you sly little thing. Of late, there's been a noticeable decline in those foolish enough to attempt the trials. I was running low on spare hearts. This will certainly ease my troubles. A maid stepped forward to accept the scroll. The white snake sage exhaled a puff of smoke. You're here to further refine your senjutsu, aren't you? Kabuto, it's not that I'm brushing you off, but your body has already reached its limit in terms of strength. Kabuto responded politely, I am aware of my limitations. This time, it's not me who seeks to learn senjutsu, but rather this young man beside me, Uchiha Sasuke. He has successfully passed Ryuchi Cave's trial. Oh. The white snake sage turned her gaze to Sasuke. Those eyes. Uchiha. No wonder passing the trial wasn't difficult for you. Kabuto urged, Sasuke, hurry and pay your respects to the white snake sage. Sasuke, expressionless, clenched his fists and remained motionless. Beside him, Kabuto grew anxious. Sasuke. Sasuke refused to bow and instead asserted, White Snake Sage, pass your sage power to me. I've completed the trial. The White Snake Sage's vertical pupils narrowed. Young one, I do not appreciate your attitude. Sasuke reiterated, I passed the trial. I deserve the corresponding reward. The White Snake Sage exhaled another puff of smoke. Passing the trial merely proves that you are qualified to receive Ryuchi Cave's sage power. Whether or not I teach you depends on my judgment. Normally, I wouldn't make things difficult, kneel and bow, and we'll call it even. For Kabuto's sake, I'll overlook your earlier insolence. Just kneel and bow, and it's done. Snap. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. Don't push your luck. I've never bowed to anyone in my life. The White Snake Sage replied indifferently, then start learning humility now. White Snake Sage, don't go too far. Sizzle. Unable to bear it any longer, Sasuke's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Kabuto's face turned pale. Sasuke. Don't do this. Enough. I've had it with her condescending attitude. If she won't give me the sage power, I'll take it myself. Sizzle. Sasuke focused his left eye on the White Snake Sage's massive form. Amaterasu. Whoosh. Black flames ignited on the White Snake Sage's body. Sasuke, clutching his trembling eye, smirked. This is Amaterasu, an eternal flame that will never extinguish. Even if you're a 1,000-year-old snake monster, you'll die if this keeps burning. Pass your sage power to me, and I'll extinguish the flames. How about it? Kabuto let out a long sigh. The White Snake Sage squinted her ancient eyes. I've lived long enough to see all manner of monsters and demons. Today, you've truly broadened my horizons. Clatter. The White Snake Sage's body shook, and her snake scales shed, taking the black flames with them. What? Sasuke's expression changed drastically. Now then, young one, have you considered the consequences of your actions? Sizzle. The White Snake Sage's vertical pupils widened, and a white storm surged through the temple. Sasuke's face twisted in fear. This oppressive force. This killing intent is almost tangible. I can't move under this pressure. The last time I felt this was during the Chunin exams, facing Orochimaru. But now, I've surpassed Orochimaru, and yet, in front of her, I feel powerless once again. Move. Move. Just as he had done back then, Sasuke shakily grabbed a kunai and stabbed it into his own thigh. Slash. As blood spurted out, the intense pain jolted his stiff limbs back into motion. Whoosh. Dark purple Susanoo chakra ignited around him. Swoosh. A massive arrow formed and shot toward the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of smoke, forming a barrier that blocked the arrow. The heavenly bow of Indra. I see. No wonder it felt familiar. You are the reincarnation of Indra. The White Snake Sage's cryptic words drifted from behind the smoke. Huff, huff. Sasuke crouched on the ground, struggling to maintain his Susanoo. The White Snake Sage said, Young one, for the sake of an old acquaintance, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize for your actions. Having witnessed the overwhelming power of the White Snake Sage, Sasuke, despite his pride, relented. He bowed and said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have offended you. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, A Twist of Fate. The training of the three great sage techniques progresses gradually. Initially, a certain amount of sage energy is absorbed so that the body can adapt to the transformation into a sage, paving the way for further breakthroughs. The specific methods vary. In Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Sage directly injects sage energy, a simple and brutal approach. In Mount Mayaboku, toad oil is applied to the skin to passively absorb natural energy. In the Shikatsu forest, one soaks in the slug sage's pool and actively absorbs sage energy through meditation. If the mind is not calm, the sage energy will not move. After Sasuke sincerely apologized, the white snake sage no longer held a grudge against him. Young man, come here. Sasuke stepped forward 3 steps. Swoosh. The body of the white snake sage, coiled on the throne, leaned forward. Its sharp fangs bit into Sasuke's neck. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the pure sage energy entered his body, Sasuke's skin immediately turned grayish-white, his hair grew, markings appeared near his nose, and monstrous wings sprouted from his back. Kabuto observed intently. That's the curse mark that Sasuke-kun once had, awakened by the white snake sage's energy. Oh. The white snake sage's vertical pupils observed the changes in Sasuke's body, thinking, Orochimaru must have tampered with him, giving him a high affinity for the white snake sage's energy. I'm curious to see how much he can withstand. Kabuto was even more anxious than when he received sage energy himself. That was just the beginning. The real test is coming. Can Sasuke-kun endure it? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As excess sage energy was injected, the burden followed. First, veins bulged on Sasuke's face, then his body began to grow numerous polyps, making him appear uneven. Kabuto exclaimed, Sage, if this continues, Sasuke-kun will die. If he can't even withstand this level, is he worthy of being Indra's reincarnation? The white snake sage showed no sign of stopping. Hi. Until Sasuke screamed in pain and his body swelled, the white snake sage finally withdrew its fangs, retracting to the throne, coldly watching Sasuke struggle. Sasuke was almost transformed into a humanoid snake. Kabuto's face turned ashen. Has Sasuke-kun reached his limit with this level of transformation? I can't lose. I can't lose. I have the grand ambition of avenging my clan and reviving the Uchiha. How can I fall here? Boom. 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 With this belief, pores opened on Sasuke's body. Boom. Boom. The violent sage energy transformed into spiritual white snakes, venting from the holes. Seeing this, Kabuto was relieved, controlling the sage-transformed body and releasing the sage energy exceeding one's capacity outside the body. You indeed have a talent for shape transformation, Sasuke-kun. Although you can't absorb all the sage energy, at least you can survive. Sasuke's snake-like body gradually reverted to human form. All the features of the curse mark disappeared. The black dot at the center of his Sharingan elongated into a vertical line. A winding horn emerged from his forehead, followed by a pair of symmetrical horns from his hair. The sage transformation was thus successful. Kabuto exhaled a long breath. But the white snake sage nonchalantly exhaled smoke. The sage energy I injected into you, you've only absorbed a third, but it's acceptable. Boom. Suddenly, the chakra of Susanoo ignited, and the scattered sage energy snakes were forcibly confined within Susanoo. The white snake sage finally showed a surprised expression. Kabuto's eyes brightened. Sasuke-kun is compressing the sage energy he can't bear with Susanoo. Could he be planning to? Sasuke Uchiha, with bright eyes, white snake sage, I won't hesitate to take this sage energy. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After merging with the sage energy, the color of Susanoo remained unchanged, but its form transformed. Long horns sprouted from the head armor. Purple snakes coiled around Susanoo's arms. This is the Susanoo in sage mode, which will become more apparent when it reaches its complete form. The white snake sage chuckled, Hehehe, now that's more like it. She thought, however, there's still a significant gap compared to Indra himself. He endured several times your sage energy with his own power and then contained 10 times his sage energy with Susanoo. The magnitude is vastly different. But Sasuke Uchiha is still young, and his future achievements are hard to predict. Perhaps he's worth cultivating. The white snake sage said in a deep voice, Sasuke, you've initially mastered the sage transformation. The sage energy you possess now is just a starting point. Only by improving from this foundation and entering sage transformation at will can you consider your training successful. Go to the back mountain to train. The rest of the work depends on your own understanding and Kabuto's guidance. Understood. Sasuke nodded, his attitude no longer as arrogant as before. Kabuto stepped forward, Sasuke-kun, please go to the back mountain first. I have some matters to discuss with the white snake sage. Don't keep me waiting too long. Sasuke turned and walked out of the temple. After Sasuke left, Kabuto respectfully said, Sage, I dare to ask you a question. The white snake sage exhaled smoke, let's hear it. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, keenly, you mentioned the name Indra several times just now. The white snake sage's gaze was deep, oh. You noticed. Kabuto cautiously asked, if you don't mind, could you tell me more about Indra's background? The white snake sage's expression was subtle. You have a lot of inquiries. Kabuto eagerly said, next time I come, I will bring generous gifts. The white snake sage pondered, all right, it's all old stories anyway. Indra was the eldest son of the sage of the six paths, Hagoromo. He was supposed to inherit the ninja sect but later became the abandoned child of the six paths. After Hagoromo's death, Indra led his tribe in a struggle against his brother Azura's tribe but was at a disadvantage. He had to come to Ryuchi Cave to seek sage power from me. At that time, Ryuchi Cave had a 9-headed snake sage, a thorn in my side. To show his sincerity, Indra single-handedly eliminated the 9-headed snake sage and its snake demons. Indra was truly strong, one of the few I admired. After hearing the story, Kabuto was shocked. You mean that Indra, his current reincarnation is Sasuke Uchiha? Yes, that's why I was willing to give Sasuke a chance to settle past karma. The white snake sage reminisced. Speaking of karma, decades ago, Azura's reincarnation also visited. He left a deep impression on me. After passing the trial, he kept bowing before me, asking for sage energy to protect the world. His name was Hashirama Senju. Though powerful, he was destined to die young, and indeed, he died early. I wonder who Azura has reincarnated into now, but it probably has nothing to do with me. Kabuto bowed, thank you, sage, for your generous information. Though his head was lowered, he couldn't hide his excitement. Indra, Azura, so that's how it is. I finally understand why Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were so different, and the potential Sasuke-kun holds. Hehe, in that case, Sasuke's growth to defeat Naruto is no longer just talk. From birth, his future was determined. Could it be that Naruto is Azura's reincarnation? How could that be? Hehe. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, each ninja has their own path. Wetbone Forest. Naruto Uzumaki sat cross-legged in the slug sage pool, his torso bare, entering a state of serene meditation. The sage energy within the pool had been refined by the slug sage over countless years. How much one could absorb depended on the practitioner's potential and fortune. A faint blue glow enveloped Naruto's body. Clearly, as his meditation deepened, the sage energy began to flow into him. On the observation platform beside the pool, Mito Uzumaki watched with a sense of awe. Naruto truly possesses extraordinary talent. Generally, the purer one's heart, the easier it is to grasp the secrets of silent sage art, a mindset often referred to as having the heart of a child. Hashirama, back in the day, quickly mastered this art because of his childlike heart. It's a paradoxical pursuit of power where one must not harbor expectations or ambitions for the power itself. Many fail at this hurdle, ending their training in failure. I thought Naruto, burdened by such a heavy future, might rush and stumble in this training. Yet, he progresses smoothly. Why is that? With her vast experience, Mito pondered and found some clues. Perhaps it's because he has seen or possessed even greater power before. Holding a lofty perspective, the enhancement of this power doesn't stir his heart too much. As the saying goes, having seen the vast ocean, one cannot be satisfied with a mere pond. Mito's speculation was indeed correct. Orochimaru approached. Speaking of which, the silent sage art of the slug is known to be the hardest among the 3 great sage arts, right? Until now, only you and the first Hokage have mastered it perfectly, along with the imperfect mastery of the first Mizukage, Hakuren. Looking at Naruto, who was making significant progress, Mito sighed, from today, there will be another perfect master. Naruto's closed eyes opened, revealing Sharingan bright as a mirror. Orochimaru asked, how do you feel, Naruto-kun? Naruto replied calmly, the world through my eyes seems much clearer. Mito explained, the silent sage art of the Wetbone Forest focuses on spiritual energy. Since ocular powers are a primary manifestation of spiritual energy, strictly speaking, the slug sage art is most suitable for the Uchiha. Yet, ironically, the Uchiha often fail to master it due to their excessive pursuit of power. Naruto, test your ocular power now. Alright. Naruto's eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. A silver-gray Susanoo chakra emerged, towering tens of meters high. Once stabilized, it grew lower limbs and stood up, with Naruto positioned at its chest. Orochimaru was visibly shaken. That's. Although it's not the complete form of Susanoo, it's the full-body form, accessible only at the eternal Mangekyo stage. With the enhancement from the silent sage art, Naruto's ocular power allowed him to activate this full-body form. Mito nodded. Indeed, this form of Susanoo has no weaknesses at its feet and consumes less chakra. Madara once called it the energy-saving form. The Susanoo dissipated, and Naruto landed on the observation platform, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Grandma. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have the chance to learn the slug sage art. Mito smiled. No need to thank me. Use this power to protect the future world. As your guarantor, I believe you will stay true to your words. Don't disappoint me. Naruto patted his chest. Of course. Mito continued, taking this opportunity, I'll teach you the Kagura mind's eye of the Uzumaki clan. It's our innate sensing ability, allowing you to sense chakra over a vast area even without being in sage mode. Thus, Naruto learned the Kagura mind's eye, further enhancing his sensory abilities. That evening, after bidding farewell to the slugs, he left the wetbone forest and returned to Omegakure. Mito remarked, Naruto, I could assist you in the wetbone forest, but I can't help with Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru offered, allow me to handle the white snake sage. By the way, Mito-sama, what are your plans? This was also a question Naruto was concerned about. After careful consideration, Mito replied, I am already among the departed and shouldn't interfere with the current world's affairs. But knowing there's such a dreadful enemy in the future, how can I remain uninvolved? Entrusting the future to successors was our wish, but things didn't go as planned. Choosing to stay was Mito's decision. However, she faced another problem. An Edo Tensei body cannot increase chakra through training. Regarding her future path, Mito had her insights. While I can't train chakra, I can develop battle strategies suited to it. Edo Tensei is inherently a technique to drag enemies down with you. In this body, many terrifying jutsus I couldn't use while alive are now accessible. Naruto, prepare a separate room for me. I will conduct forbidden jutsu training there. Ensure no one approaches, to avoid unnecessary harm. Understood, leave it to me. This is how the White Room in Omegakure came to be, where many unrevealed terrifying forbidden jutsus were fully developed. After settling everything, Naruto and Orochimaru set off for Ryuchi Cave. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha, having completed his training at Ryuchi Cave, returned to the ninja world with Kabuto Yakushi. Due to the time difference, they did not encounter each other along the way. Later, Kabuto somehow obtained information. Naruto, after returning from the Wetbone Forest, went to Ryuchi Cave. Hearing this, Sasuke frowned. Doesn't he already know the sage art of Mount Maiboku? Why go to the Wetbone Forest and Ryuchi Cave? Kabuto, with a deep gaze, commented, his ambition is truly remarkable. Not satisfied with just Hashirama's cells, he seeks the sage art's equivalent to Hashirama's. Let him be. It suits me just fine, Sasuke said with a confident smile. Kabuto inquired, Sasuke, what do you plan to do? With high spirits, Sasuke declared, Might Guy, who knew the 8 gates, is dead, and Naruto is not in this world. This means no one can stop me now. If not now, when? The opportunity to capture Konoha is here. Kabuto, adjusting his glasses, cautioned, once Naruto returns and finds Konoha destroyed, he'll likely come after you. You've grown stronger, but you're still not his match. Sasuke's eyes turned into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He covered his eyes with his hands, peering through the gaps into the dark night, and declared resolutely. No matter, I have acquired the power to kill Naruto. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 159, A Lofty Perspective. 3 days later, another challenger arrived at Ryuchi Cave. With overwhelming strength, they passed the trials and stood before the White Snake Sage in the temple. The White Snake Sage, looking at the familiar face, teased, Orochimaru, I thought you were dead. But here you are again. You only learned a bit of my combat skills, but you've mastered the art of survival. Orochimaru humbly replied, You're too kind. I was truly on the brink of death this time and almost didn't make it to see you. The White Snake Sage chuckled, You've certainly improved your flattery. But I see you're empty-handed. Did you come with nothing? Orochimaru spread his hands, looking slightly helpless. He had intended to bring some fresh human organs as a gift, but he didn't get Naruto's permission. Of course, he wouldn't mention this in front of the White Snake Sage. He said, a bit embarrassed, I came in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare. But with your vast collection of treasures, I doubt you need anything from me. The White Snake Sage said sternly. It's not about the gift itself but the thought behind it. Have you forgotten basic manners after surviving death? Here's the deal, my assistant who cleans the alchemy room is away visiting family. You can fill in for him. Orochimaru asked, how long will that be? The White Snake Sage blew a smoke ring and replied, not long, about 10 years. Hearing this, Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. I'd love to serve, but I'm indispensable to Naruto Uzumaki here. Oh. The White Snake Sage turned its gaze to Naruto, who had been quietly standing beside Orochimaru. Seeing him, the sage's expression changed dramatically. I see, the winds of change are blowing. Indra's reincarnation just left, and now Ashura's has come. Naruto calmly responded, so Sasuke was indeed here. The White Snake Sage, intrigued, said, it seems this generation's Ashura is quite perceptive, much more so than your predecessors. You know the rules here, right? Naruto replied lightly, yes, it's about kneeling, isn't it? He pulled over a cushion, casually sat down, and said, White Snake Sage, with your 1,000 years of cultivation and high virtue, I address you as the Grand Matriarch. The White Snake Sage exhaled smoke, no matter how you flatter me, you still have to kneel if you want to receive sage power. Naruto, unhurried, continued, Grand Matriarch, what is the purpose of kneeling? Let's explore this. Kneeling, or Decisive, is a gesture of lowering oneself to show respect from junior to senior, or when making a request. The White Snake Sage responded, exactly, aren't you a junior, and I a senior? Aren't you here to make a request? Naruto sincerely said, technically, yes. I can kneel, it's not difficult. But if I kneel, you grant me sage power, and that's the end of our relationship. Our bond would end with a mere formality. The White Snake Sage, intrigued, said, interesting, go on. Naruto calmly explained, but if I don't kneel, you help me this time, and I remember your kindness. In the future, if there's something you can't handle personally, I can assist. We build a long-term relationship, which is much more beneficial than a simple kneel. What do you say? The White Snake Sage laughed, interesting, very interesting. If that Sasuke had half your tact, he wouldn't have left so disgraced. Naruto pretended to prepare to kneel, so, should I kneel or not? The White Snake Sage generously said, I'll allow you not to kneel. Come forward. Thank you, Naruto said, standing up and bowing slightly before stepping forward. Orochimaru couldn't help but admire, Naruto-kun, you're truly adept at handling situations. You've managed to convince the White Snake Sage, which even I find difficult. And if you establish a reciprocal relationship, it's only beneficial for you. The White Snake Sage's massive form leaned forward, biting into Naruto's neck with sharp fangs. Her slit pupils flashed, and sage power was infused. Yet, Naruto's body showed no change, nor did his expression shift. The White Snake Sage was puzzled and increased the sage power infusion, but Naruto remained unaffected. She thought, all those who have received my sage power before have struggled to endure it. Why is he so calm? Prideful from her long life, she poured sage power like a flood into Naruto. But Naruto's body seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing it all without a ripple. This boy came prepared, she thought. I'll test his limits. The sage power surged into Naruto like a river. Boom. A fierce wind rose in the temple, Naruto's robes flapped, his face alternated between light and shadow, and he clenched his fist. Finally, at a certain moment, snake-like slit pupils appeared in his eyes, and 6 horns emerged from his hair. Whoosh. The White Snake Sage retracted her body back to the throne, sighing, finally filled. It took 1% of my sage power, making you unique among all seekers, surpassing even Hashirama Senju. 1% might not sound like much, but it was equivalent to 10 years of the White Snake Sage's accumulated power. Naruto humbly said, I barely managed to withstand it. The White Snake Sage laughed, you don't look like you're barely managing. Never mind, if you can handle it, it's your fortune. Naruto bowed again, thank you very much. At this point, the White Snake Sage became serious, you know about Indra and Ashura, and even that you and Sasuke are their reincarnations. You've also been to Mount Myaboku and the Shikatsu Forest, right? Tell me, how much do you know about the secrets of this world? The temple fell silent, with only smoke swirling around. Even Orochimaru held his breath. After a long pause, Naruto spoke, everything, including the fact that you originate from Takamagara. Swish. The White Snake Sage's slit pupils narrowed sharply. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 160, Beauty Beyond Words. After some contemplation, the White Snake Sage asked, was it that old toad, Gamamaru, who told you? She could only think of this possibility. Naruto didn't yet have the means to meet Hagoromo, and among those who knew the past, only the masters of the 3 great sage clans remained. The slugs were reserved and would never mention such things proactively, leaving only Gamamaru. However, Naruto replied, it wasn't the great toad sage. I have my own sources of information. For now, I can only say that I am an ally of the 3 great sage clans, not an enemy. In the future, we will fight side by side against the extraterrestrial enemies, the Otsutsuki clan. Hearing the name, Otsutsuki, from Naruto's mouth, the White Snake Sage couldn't help but be surprised. You know that much already. Do you know that Gamamaru's ancestor created a sage treasure called Pear that can traverse time? Naruto nodded, I am aware. The White Snake Sage continued, the ancestor of the toads foresaw that the Otsutsuki would reign supreme, with no one able to oppose their rule. So, he created the treasure to leave a sliver of uncertainty in the world. However, that sage treasure fell into the hands of that clan and has been missing ever since. The pair had already fulfilled its mission by sending Naruto back to the past and had disappeared completely. Naruto didn't tell the White Snake Sage about this. There was no need to share such detailed information with someone he had just met and had no close ties with. Knowing that the pair was no longer around, the future he was creating would be the world's final and only solution. Naruto, with a broad vision, said, rather than relying on an uncertain variable, it's better to seize the present. The white snake sage sighed, that sounds like something Azura would say. Decades ago, your predecessor, Hashirama Senju, also came here. He was very strong. In the future, you might become even stronger than him. But ultimately, you are human, and as humans, you cannot escape the cycle of life and death. Your limit is 100 years, and even with the most desperate means, you can only extend it to 300 years. Naruto was puzzled. 300 years? What do you mean? The white snake sage explained, oh. You know so many secrets but not about the age rings. Trees have growth rings, and humans have age rings. Even if your body doesn't age, the time your soul can remain in the world is limited. 300 years is the limit for humans. This revelation left Naruto deep in thought. The white snake sage turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you developed the method of reincarnation, hoping to extend your life and grasp all truths of the world. But this is fundamentally unfeasible. Each reincarnation lasts 3 years. Even if each one goes smoothly, after 100 reincarnations, that's the end. Orochimaru clenched his fist. He had just learned about the existence of age rings, and as someone who pursued truth, he found it hard to accept this reality. But his rational mind quickly came to terms with it. Age rings are also a part of truth. At least, with this method of reincarnation, I theoretically have 300 years to explore more truths. By then, perhaps I'll find a new way to extend life, until I achieve true immortality. The white snake sage remarked, you're quite naive. I've lived for 1,000 years, and according to the age rings, I can live for a few thousand more, yet I don't dare boast such claims. But throughout history, it's precisely people like you who achieve something. She shifted the topic, however, speaking of immortality, currently, there's only one recognized method, the chakra fruit nurtured by the god tree. Consuming it can break the limit of age rings. But the chakra fruit isn't something humans can consume. It's a divine creation by the Otsutsuki clan, and only members of that clan can consume it. Anyone else, no matter how strong, will die instantly upon consumption. Enough, there's no point in longing for what we cannot have. Forget what I just said, Naruto. You and Orochimaru should head to the back mountain and integrate the sage arts. With your aptitude, you should be able to grasp the so-called free sage art. Hashirama Senju combined the strengths of the 3 sage arts to create his own style. Though it seems ordinary to us, it's undeniably the strongest sage art accessible to humans. With that, Naruto and Orochimaru went to the back mountain of Ryuchi Cave. They sat cross-legged, facing each other. The white snake sage's words lingered in their minds. Orochimaru expressed his concern, indeed, if the issue of lifespan isn't resolved, no matter how powerful we become, we can't match that clan. Naruto replied solemnly, immortality was something I once disdained. The will of fire in Konoha is about nurturing successors, which is the right path and the ideal way for humanity to continue. But reality doesn't allow us to do that. We have to find an alternative. If we can't find a solution, we'll have to find a way to obtain the chakra fruit. Orochimaru mused, but the rule that only the Otsutsuki can consume it seems ironclad. Perhaps I have a way, Naruto said, slowly closing his eyes. But it's a step-by-step process. For now, I need to master the free sage art. Orochimaru's eyes, full of intrigue, gazed at Naruto, his thoughts swirling. Naruto-kun, up to now, you haven't mentioned anything about your past experiences to me. Is it because you don't trust me enough, or do you trust me too much, thinking I can find the answers myself? Either way, you truly understand my nature. Rather than being told directly, exploring it myself satisfies my curiosity more. Wonderful. Orochimaru licked his long tongue, his vertical pupils shining brightly. Indeed, only you can give me the joy I seek. No one else can. I can't stand just watching anymore. I want to truly immerse myself in this whirlwind of yours. Even if it leads to destruction, I'll be unwavering until death. So, Naruto-kun, I'll pursue you until the moment the world is reborn or destroyed. Hehehe, being alive is truly wonderful. At the gates of Konoha. The eyes that had watched the darkness now saw the dawn. Looking at the unchanged scenery, Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but sigh. It seems this time, Konoha truly cannot escape its fate. But strategy is still important. How do you plan to attack, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke Uchiha, cold and ruthless, replied, strategy. Simple. Destroy everything that enters my sight, buildings, plants, people, and animals. This is the supreme purification of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? Clap. Kabuto clasped his hands together. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. Boom. 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 Coffins rose from the ground, led by the second Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki, as the reincarnated were awakened. Kabuto earnestly said, I don't have many strong pieces left, so I'll deploy them here. Consider it helping you fulfill your wish. After this battle, you should rest, Sasuke-kun. Humph. Sasuke, mounted and brandishing his sword, declared, very well, as you wish. Follow me, and let's conquer Konoha. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Boundless Arrogance. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the gates of Konoha village shattered into pieces. Whoosh. But then, over 20 shadows swiftly approached. Sasuke Uchiha reacted quickly, executing several backflips to create distance. He looked at the large group of Konoha ninja gathered at the village entrance, his expression filled with astonishment. How could this be? I decided to attack Konoha on a whim, yet they seemed to have anticipated it. Before Naruto set out for the Wetbone Forest, he had already sent a message to Shikaku and Tsunade, informing them of his temporary absence. He advised Konoha to strengthen its defenses against potential threats as much as possible. Thus, the scene before them unfolded. The crowd parted, and the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, stepped forward boldly. As Naruto feared, it came true, Sasuke Uchiha had attacked. She thought to herself as she halted her steps at the front line and commanded, Sasuke Uchiha, cease your rampage immediately, or Konoha will use all its power to eliminate you. Sasuke scoffed, Tsunade, you're just one of the Sannin, at most on par with Orochimaru. As Konoha's strongest force, the Hokage, you look rather unimpressive. Konoha ninja were outraged, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Hokage? And what can you do about it? Why do you think you can? Sizzle. Light purple eyeshadow extended towards Sasuke's nose, with white snake vertical pupils appearing in the center of his Sharingan, and 3 horns protruding from his head. Sasuke stretched out his arms, because of my perfect dragon earth cave sage power. Whoosh. 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 The overwhelming sage power overflowed from his body, transforming into 4 spiraling spiritual white snakes. Boom. A fierce storm raged in all directions. This was the completed version of Sasuke's sage mode. In the forest outside Konoha village, Kabuto Yakushi observed the battlefield through the eyes of the reincarnated. He adjusted his glasses, sage power transforming into snakes. Sasuke-kun's sage mode is nearing perfection. Though the white snake sage may have seemed disdainful, she truly admired Sasuke's talent. After all, he is the reincarnation of Indra. The sage-transformed Sasuke exuded an overwhelming aura, leaving the Konoha ninja in shock. What immense chakra! That's the same sage mode as Naruto's, but even stronger in terms of sage power. A ninja with limited understanding of sage mode shouted indignantly, isn't Mount Myaboku our ally? Why teach sage arts to such a dangerous individual? Shikaku Nara, with keen insight, explained, it's not Mount Myaboku. Sasuke just mentioned Ryuchi Cave, which is the true source of his sage arts. Ryuchi Cave isn't an ally. If he has connections with Ryuchi Cave, could Kabuto be behind it? This means not only Sasuke is a formidable enemy, but there are also the reincarnated, making this a huge problem. Taste the flames of vengeance. Sasuke formed hand seals. Sage art, 5 dragon flame bullets. Roar. 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 Sasuke, along with the 4 sage snakes, unleashed 5 massive dragon-shaped fire pillars, advancing towards the Konoha line. That fire release is too dangerous. Water release ninja, act now. In preparation for Sasuke's fire release, the water release ninja, already assembled at the front, formed seals together. Water release, water formation wall. Whoosh. A powerful water release defense was formed by the combined efforts of dozens of ninja. Sizzle. 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 As water and fire collided, a large amount of steam spread out. Roar. 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 But the firelight shone through, burning through the water formation wall. The 5 fire dragons, though reduced in size, still packed a powerful punch and broke through. The water release ninja were horrified, our combined water formation wall can't hold it. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake leaped forward, forming seals with his hands and pressing them to the ground. Earth release, earth-style wall. Boom. An earth-style wall, carved with 5 dog heads, rose up. Standing atop the earth-style wall, Kakashi formed seals with his hands. Water release, Fong bullet. The 5 dog heads on the earth-style wall opened their mouths, firing Fong-shaped water bullets like machine guns, continuously striking the fire dragons and successfully holding them back. The ninja in the rear were in shock. The carvings on the earth-style wall aren't just decoration. From what I know, they should be decoration, at least they were in the past. Using the dog heads on the earth-style wall to perform ninjutsu, Kakashi couldn't have done that before. Kakashi murmured, having lost the Sharingan to Obito, it's a blessing in disguise. The side effects on my body have vanished, and now my chakra is more abundant than before, greatly expanding my ninjutsu capabilities. Boom. Boom. Sasuke, surrounded by sage snakes, emerged from the dispersing steam, his eyes fixed on the top of the earth-style wall. He said coldly, Kakashi, you still have your tricks, but unfortunately, against absolute power, they're meaningless. I'll kill you with the technique you once taught me. Crackle. The sound of chirping birds filled the air as Sasuke's hand was wrapped in lightning. Rustle. 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 The 4 sage snakes approached the ball of lightning from the Chidori, injecting a large amount of sage power into it. Crackle. Crackle. The lightning of the Chidori turned white. Kakashi's pupils contracted, white lightning. Boom. Sasuke shattered the ground, sprinting forward at incredible speed. Die. Sage art, white knight Chidori. Slash. Sasuke's hand mercilessly pierced through Kakashi's chest. Kakashi's eyes widened. Sasuke, you. Crackle. His body suddenly dispersed into lightning, coursing through Sasuke's entire body. Paralyzed, Sasuke grimaced in pain. Ugh. It's a lightning release shadow clone, damn you, Kakashi. Whoosh. A shadow climbed up the earth-style wall, connecting to Sasuke's feet. It was the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Shikaku Nara maintained the seal, shadow imitation technique successful, Inoichi. Inoichi Yamanaka formed a hand sign, for the harm you caused Ino, you'll pay with your life. Mind transfer jutsu. Buzz. The mind transfer was successful, and Sasuke's body was taken over. Sasuke. I'll avenge Gai-sensei. Boom. With his eyes red from opening the 6th gate, Rock Lee unleashed a furious punch aimed at Sasuke's face. Shikaku, Inoichi, now, release the mind transfer. Buzz. The mind transfer was released, and Inoichi's spirit returned to his own body. Thud. Rock Lee's seamless punch landed squarely on Sasuke's face. Crack. Crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Rustle. 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 But in the next instant, the 4 sage snakes coiled around him suddenly solidified into white snakes. They opened their mouths and spat out a brand new Sasuke, while his original body shriveled into a shed snake skin. It was the Orochimaru-style substitution technique. Plop. Landing amidst the viscous fluid, Sasuke Uchiha exuded boundless arrogance. No matter how you weaklings coordinate in teams, against my power, it's all insignificant. At this moment, I am invincible. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Time to deploy. Whoosh. Rock Lee leaped from the earth-style wall, his fists rapidly swinging in midair, generating flames through friction. Morning Peacock. Roar. 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 A torrent of fire descended. Sasuke looked on with disdain, creating flames with fists, the 8 gates technique, but compared to Might Guy, it's insignificant. Blaze released chakra mode. Roar. Roar. Black flames surged up, transforming into a blaze release chakra cloak. The flames from the morning peacock were extinguished upon contact with the black flames. Rock Lee, drenched in sweat, thought, morning peacock is useless. My current limit is the 6th gate, and against Sasuke now, it's meaningless. Die. Sasuke swung his Kusanagi sword. Blaze release, Kusanagi style. Whoosh. 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 Black flames shot from the Kusanagi sword, transforming into spikes that targeted Rock Lee in midair. Ha! Niji Hyuga, with his Byakugan locked on, struck with both hands. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. The palm force shattered the air, dispersing the Kusanagi style. Choji Akimichi caught Lee with his enlarged arms. Sasuke coldly eyed the one-armed Choji. How does it feel to lose an arm? Choji had lost his arm during a previous mission to capture Sasuke, ignited by Amaterasu, forcing him to sever it to survive. But Choji responded without hesitation, if it's to protect my comrades, losing an arm or even my life is worth it. Humph, the so-called will of fire. How nauseating. Then let me grant your wish. Slash. Half-bodied Susanoo rose, drawing the Totsuka bow, aiming the Asaka Magatama arrow at Choji. Choji. Kakashi rushed to rescue, but Tsunade was quicker, biting her finger and forming seals. Whoosh. The Asaka Magatama arrow pierced through the air. Tsunade pressed her palm to the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. With white smoke, the giant slug appeared, and the arrow stopped after penetrating it. The slug split its ignited parts, discarding them, and its cheeks puffed, releasing a spray of acid towards Susanoo atop the earth-style wall. The acid contained sage power. Sensing its potency, Sasuke quickly retreated. Splash. The acid melted the earth-style wall, leaving the ground in disarray. Whoosh! Sasuke flipped back several times, landing at a distance, coldly remarking, such an infuriating bunch. At this moment, the reincarnated, led by the second Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki, landed in front of Sasuke. Sizzle. Kabuto Yakushi, through the reincarnated, took control of Genjetsu's consciousness. It's about time. Begin the full-scale assault. Huff. Shikaku Nara took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Tiger Snake Dog Dragon. Those reincarnated formed these seals to break free from the reanimation control. What? Kabuto's pupils shrank. This is bad, I must immediately change their action patterns. Slash. Though Kabuto reacted quickly, some seasoned reincarnated had already completed the seals. They were Dankato, Chiyo, Hisashi Hyuga, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and Asuma Sarutobi. Slash. Breaking free from reanimation, they immediately switched sides. Chiyo praised, Yo ho ho, the Nara kid, you're clever. Shikaku humbly replied, you're too kind. Dankato gazed at his former lover standing atop the slug, feeling gratified, Tsunade, you've become Hokage. Hisashi Hyuga, Hayashi. Brother, it's so good to see you. Hisashi turned to Niji, and Niji, you've grown. Niji, father. Asuma Sarutobi asked, Shikamaru, how's Kurenai? Shikamaru smiled, she's doing great. Your child will be born soon. Asuma felt content, I hope they become as outstanding as you all. In an instant, 5 powerful forces were lost, leaving Kabuto's expression dark, damn Shikaku, he outsmarted me. But this loss is still within control. Whoosh. Shikaku waved his hand, Sealing Team, take your positions. Yes. The Sealing Team ninja, holding large scrolls, deployed. Kabuto furrowed his brow, even the Sealing Team is ready, clearly targeting the reanimation. These Konoha folks are overly prepared. Coupled with Shikaku knowing how to break free from reanimation, is the intel from Naruto. Shikaku's gaze was deep, Naruto provided me with the list of Kabuto's reincarnated long ago. Since then, I've anticipated battle scenarios and devised tactics based on their abilities. Though troublesome, these reincarnated can't cause too much chaos. The real issue is Sasuke's current power, far exceeding expectations. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, speaking through Genjetsu's mouth, Sasuke-kun, in a battle of few against many, focus on key individuals. Randomly choosing targets wastes chakra. Tsunade-sama's slug technique can heal all ninja, making her the most troublesome. Shikaku Nara, as Konoha's strategist, is also crucial. Moreover, Konoha's preparations this time are far more thorough than before. Even with your increased power, an easy breakthrough isn't guaranteed. In short, if you truly want to win this battle, I suggest targeting the 2 most troublesome individuals first. Sasuke gazed at Tsunade standing atop the slug, slowly raising his hand. He bit his finger, forming seals with the blood, and pressed his palm to the ground. Then let's execute the Hokage first. Summoning technique. Boom. Amidst the white smoke, a giant blue snake appeared. Sasuke leaped onto the blue snake's head and commanded, Blue snake, hold that slug for me. Understood, Sasuke-sama. Responding respectfully, the blue snake maneuvered towards the slug. The slug remarked, that's a blue snake, an elite from Ryuchi Cave, formidable indeed. Tsunade asked, can you handle it? The slug replied, no problem. Splash. The slug spewed a large amount of acid forward. The blue snake warned, Sasuke-sama, please be careful. Humph. Atop the blue snake, Sasuke snorted, Susanoo rising in the form of a crow tengu. Splash. The acid poured down, melting the crow tengu's heavy armor, forcing a retreat to its secondary light armor form. Ugh. The blue snake wasn't as fortunate. Its tough body was scorched by the acid, covered in scars. Yet it ignored the pain, charging forward to tightly coil around the slug's body. The slug urgently advised, Tsunade-sama, please leave my head. Whoosh. Tsunade flipped back in a graceful arc. Boom. Immediately after, the slug split into countless parts, escaping the blue snake's grasp. Blue snake, keep it occupied for me. Sasuke instructed before leaping from the blue snake's head, pursuing Tsunade. Not far behind lay the Konoha ninja army. Retreating further would result in significant casualties. No choice. Sizzle. 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 The 100 healings mark on Tsunade's forehead fully released, its pattern spreading across her body. She no longer retreated, facing the charging Sasuke head-on. In Sage mode, Sasuke sensed the change in Tsunade's power. Oh. That strength Sakura possesses, you taught her, didn't you? But your regeneration ability is meaningless against this. Whoosh. Black flames transformed into a large blade, slashing down. Shikaku shouted, Hokage-sama, that's dangerous. Crack. As Hokage, protecting everyone is my duty. Tsunade, resolute, clenched her fist, ready to charge. Whoosh. But at that moment, a graceful figure dashed from the ninja ranks behind. Hinata-sama. Hinata. Niji and Hayashi exclaimed in shock. With Naruto-kun absent, I'll protect everyone. Sizzle. As Hinata sprinted, her hidden power unleashed, her Byakugan illuminated with an orange glow. Roar. Then, radiant golden chakra transformed into a cloak, turning her skin and hair golden. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. Hinata's Tenseigan was awakened in Chapter 131, for reference. Hayashi Hyuga, with his Byakugan, intently watched his daughter's unfamiliar back, incredulous, is that chakra really Hinata's? Even Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Ha! Hinata Hyuga, with a hand brimming with astonishing force, struck out. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Hidden Resolve. In the Tenseigan Chakra mode, the truth-seeking balls can be used at will. However, unlike the original truth-seeking balls of the Ten-Tails Six Paths, the ones created by the Tenseigan are derived truth-seeking balls, which are theoretically inferior to the original ones. These derived truth-seeking balls are essential tools for releasing large-scale ocular jutsu with the Tenseigan. Whoosh! From Hinata's right palm, several truth-seeking balls were released, beginning to spin. As they rotated, the surface of the truth-seeking balls was covered with a layer of golden chakra. Tonaries were green, the color depends on the Tenseigan chakra's hue, which varies based on the eye-opening method. Tonari's Tenseigan was activated by combining Otsutsuki chakra with high-purity Byakugan. Hinata's method involved receiving nourishment from Amira's bloodline and Hagoromo's soul and chakra, thus golden, akin to Naruto's color. Whoosh! The golden truth-seeking ball spinning in front of Hinata's palm formed a silver ring, which then unleashed a massive tornado from the ring. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Boom. The tornado swept through Sasuke's Susanoo, dispersing the black flame sword formed by Yasaka Magatama. Boom. The tornado then struck Sasuke's current Crotengu Susanoo, shattering its heavy armor instantly, further piercing through its body and skeleton, leading to its collapse. Without Susanoo's protection, the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion dispersed the blaze-release chakra cloak on Sasuke, with the remaining force blowing him hundreds of meters away. One move, and the battlefield was leveled. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. Is that still Hinata? The once frail girl who could barely keep up with her peers no matter how hard she tried. What had happened to her to cause such a transformation? Everyone harbored this question in their hearts. Sasuke, bewildered, questioned, "What on earth are you?" Hinata earnestly replied, "Sasuke-kun, please stop. Don't make more mistakes." Sasuke, questioning his own existence, retorted, "Naruto is one thing, but now even you, a perennial underachiever, dare to lecture me." Kabuto, through Genjutsu's mouth, shouted, "Sasuke-kun. That girl's chakra and eyes are abnormal, retreat for now." Sasuke stubbornly declared, "At this point, you want me to retreat? Where would my dignity go? Why did I learn sage arts if not for this? Today, here, I will destroy Konoha. I, Sasuke Uchiha, will stop at nothing." Whoosh! Dark purple Susanoo chakra surged skyward, and due to the infusion of a large amount of sage power, once formed, Susanoo's appearance and size were vastly different from before. Susanoo grew horns, and 8 dark purple, Susanoo-armored giant snakes coiled around its arms. It's over. Under this complete Yamada Susanoo, everything is meaningless. Whoosh! The 8 giant snakes gathered, sage power condensing into an orb comparable to a tailed beast ball, enhanced further by black flames. Yasaka Magatama, Yamada Orb. Niji shouted, "Lady Hinata. That move is extraordinary, don't confront it head-on." Hinata, with resolute eyes, replied, "I understand. To Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun is a significant presence. If it were Naruto-kun, he would stop him at all costs, without killing him." Whoosh! Hinata's body broke free from the constraints of gravity, ascending into the sky. Disappear. After adjusting the angle, the Yasaka Magatama, Yamada Orb was launched. Whoosh! Whoosh! The truth-seeking balls gathered in Hinata's arms, rotated into rings, and then her fists released 2 Silver Will Reincarnation explosions, converging in front and colliding with the Yasaka Magatama, Yamada Orb. Boom! With a loud explosion, both techniques dispersed simultaneously, black flames scattering in all directions. Everyone except the 2 combatants retreated from the battle zone to avoid being affected. They all realized one thing. Hinata was not acting recklessly, she truly had the ability to confront Sasuke alone. Crack! 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 Sasuke's teeth ground together, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Enough. I've had enough, Hinata Hyuga. Even if I can't complete my revenge today, I will eliminate you. Slash. Slash. Two black flame swords formed in the hands of the complete Susanoo. Sizzle. Hinata's Tenseigan suddenly opened wide. Whoosh. 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 All the truth-seeking balls floating behind her converged, rotating in front of her palm, transforming into a golden chakra light sword that soared skyward. Sasuke's pupils shrank. What is that? Slash. Hinata raised her hand, gripping the sword's hilt, and slashed down fiercely at the massive figure filling her vision. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. In a moment of urgency, Sasuke controlled Susanoo to cross the two swords above its head in defense. Slash. But the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion effortlessly cleaved through the dual sword's defense, slicing the entire Susanoo from head to toe, embedding into the ground. Slash. Far away, 10 kilometers from Konoha, Kabuto himself saw a flash of golden light in his peripheral vision, and the flying debris struck his face. Kabuto, stunned, turned his gaze, seeing a bottomless gash extending from Konoha's direction to the horizon, where countless mountains were severed. Half of the Land of Fire's land was cut open. Was that just now the girl's technique? What a joke. The flying debris stung his face painfully, causing Kabuto to realize belatedly. What on earth is that girl? Does the Hyuga clan harbor such potential? The Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion deliberately avoided Sasuke himself. In the ruins of the complete Susanoo, Sasuke Uchiha, eyes wide with fury, I absolutely refuse to accept this. Boom. The giant snake behind Susanoo suddenly opened its mouth. Whoosh. 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 A brand new complete Susanoo was spat out. Sasuke, maddened, declared, your last move required those black spheres to work, but you used them all just now, so there won't be a next time. With this Yamada snake substitution jutsu, as long as I'm alive, Susanoo can continue. Whoosh. 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 The old Susanoo vanished, and the new Susanoo landed with a massive thud. Hinata sighed, but the determination in her eyes did not waver. Whoosh. Her hand, covered in golden light, pressed against the ground. Summoning technique. Rumble. The earth shook. In scale and power, it rivaled a tailed beast, and as long as the caster remained alive, it could regenerate infinitely. Tenseigan, Hamura statue rose from the ground. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, A Hasty Retreat. The previous Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion had come within a meter of Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a chill. If that attack hadn't missed, I might have been dead. Though Susanoo provided comfort, against an instant kill attack like the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, its defense was meaningless. Instead, it limited mobility, putting the user at risk. Thus, after using the Yamada Snake substitution jutsu to summon a new Susanoo, Sasuke decided to control Susanoo from the outside for attacks. But the sudden appearance of the massive statue on the battlefield disrupted Sasuke's plans once more. Boom. 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 The fierce attacks from Susanoo were all blocked by the statue. In terms of strength, the statue even had the upper hand. Once, Otsutsuki Tonari used this statue to suppress Naruto's 9 tails. Sasuke's current full-body Susanoo, though infused with sage power, was ultimately wielded through the eternal Mangekyo, not the Rinnegan, and strictly speaking, was not a match for this statue. Boom. 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 Susanoo and the statue clashed fiercely. Hinata and Sasuke also stood in a standoff. Hinata pleaded once more, Sasuke-kun, please stop. I really don't want to hurt you. Sasuke coldly replied, so you mean you can hurt me anytime? Hinata shook her head, that's not what I mean. Sasuke interrupted, enough. I no longer want to be beneath others. Drip. Blood trickled down from his left eye corner. That statue was summoned by you. According to the summoning technique's principle, if I kill you, the statue will disappear too. Amaterasu. Boom. Black flames ignited on Hinata's body. Sizzle. Hinata's Tenseigan focused. Tenseigan, repulsion. Whoosh. A strong repulsive force expelled all the Amaterasu flames from her body. Sasuke was shocked, what? Her eyes can manipulate force fields too. Whoosh. A truth-seeking ball materialized behind Hinata. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, another black sphere, but with just one, she shouldn't be able to use that previous attack. To be safe, Sasuke retreated, creating distance from Hinata. Whoosh. The truth-seeking ball floated in front of Hinata, rendered golden by the Tenseigan chakra, then aimed at Sasuke. Tenseigan, absorption. Whoosh. Sasuke's chakra was drawn out from a distance, flowing into that truth-seeking ball. He was stunned, absorbing chakra from afar. What a joke. With Sasuke's chakra depleted, Susanoo's attack slowed down. The Himura statue seized the opportunity, gripping Susanoo's throat and slamming it into the ground. Whoosh! Sasuke hurriedly retreated to a safer distance, surrounded by 4 sage snakes, converting pure sage power to replenish his chakra. Boom! The 8-headed snake accompanying Susanoo opened its mouth again, spitting out a brand new Susanoo. Slash! This time, the blade swung down immediately, and the heavy Himura statue, lacking agility, had an arm severed, but as the debris swirled, the arm reformed. At this point, Sasuke was fully convinced that unless he defeated Hinata, the caster, the statue was invincible. Again and again, first Naruto, then Obito, followed by Madara, then Nagato, and Kabuto, and now even you, a nobody, stand in my way. I'm truly fed up. Ever since Sasuke killed Itachi, defeat followed defeat, even as he grew stronger, always someone stronger stood before him. His pride suffered near catastrophic blows. Perhaps by now, revenge was just an excuse. He desperately needed a victory to regain himself, nothing more. Sizzle. Sasuke's gaze turned dark. Hinata Hyuga, this is the technique I prepared to kill Naruto, an unavoidable attack. Unlike Amaterasu's continuous damage, it's an instant kill, even absorption won't help, taste its power. He covered his left eye with his hand, leaving a slit open, his trembling pupil focusing on Hinata. During his training in Ryuchi Cave, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan finally awakened a new ocular jutsu that he had missed in his past life. Indra's Arrow. Boom. A dark blue lightning pillar descended from the sky, surpassing Kirin's speed and power, striking Hinata's slender figure. Ah. Hit hard, Hinata let out a cry of pain. The Tenseigans' ocular power leaned towards offense, with weaker defense. Boom. After the lightning pillar dissipated, a deep crater remained on the ground. Pant, pant, pant. Hinata lay at the crater's bottom, gasping for breath. The Tenseigan chakra mode's cloak ultimately protected her, preventing the lightning pillar from killing her. But her chakra was clearly weakened. Damn, didn't kill her. Sasuke clutched his left eye, which was bleeding profusely. This time, I'll use the right eye's Takamikazuchi no Kami together, manipulating Indra's arrow's form change, to pierce through her body in one go. Note, Takamikazuchi no Kami can manipulate Indra's arrow's ocular power, akin to the relationship between Kagutsuchi and Amaterasu. In his past life, Sasuke never awakened Indra's arrow in his left eye before obtaining the Rinnegan. Even when his right eye awakened Takamikazuchi no Kami, it had no use, thus logically connecting the dots. Just as Sasuke was about to cast the technique again. Don't you dare lay a finger on my daughter again. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hayashi Hyuga charged forward, delivering a powerful palm strike that forced Sasuke back. Tsunade landed beside Hinata, unleashing the power of the 100 healings to heal her injuries. Hinata, taken aback, said, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade said, Hinata, you've done well. We'll buy you time to recover. Trust your companions. Okay. Hinata obediently replied. As her injuries healed, Hinata rose again, her eyes shining bright. Next, I'll end this battle. Whoosh. She stepped forward, the truth-seeking balls regenerating, gathering and spinning in her hand, turning golden. Truth-seeking ball Senbon. Whoosh. 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 The truth-seeking balls transformed into golden Senbon, precisely striking the chakra points with the Tenseigan's insight. Sasuke's pupils shrank. Damn, its gentle fist. Boom. With the caster's chakra disrupted, Susanoo shattered and dispersed. Prepare to meet your end. Konoha's elite Jonin charged forward, Sasuke, now in dire straits. Boom. But in that critical moment, Sage Mode Kabuto himself, risking danger, arrived in person. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. Boom. Sound and light exploded, sweeping across the battlefield instantly. Swoosh. 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 Kabuto's legs transformed into snake tails, his eyes covered with corneal membranes. Amidst the chaos, he approached, opening his mouth to swallow the now incapacitated Sasuke, protecting him within, then swiftly fled. To prevent Konoha's pursuit, he abandoned a group of reincarnated to block the ninja, fleeing Konoha in haste. Thus, Sasuke Uchiha's revenge plan against Konoha ended in failure once more. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Who Can Compete? The Edo Tensei summoned by Kabuto Yakushi as a rear guard in Konoha was sealed by the combined efforts of the Konoha shinobi. Of course, it took quite a bit of effort, as Kabuto had already made his escape. Shikaku approached Tsunade, looking at the ruined gates of Konoha. Well, we'll have to rebuild the gates again. Tsunade chuckled, fixing the gates is much cheaper than funerals. Snap. Shikaku lit a cigarette, sighing. After mastering Sage Mode, Sasuke has transformed completely. To be honest, after Guy's death, there was no one in Konoha who could face Sasuke directly. If it weren't for Hinata this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The source of her eyes and power is definitely what people in the village are most curious about. Tsunade, considering carefully, said, Hinata is now the hero who saved the village. Everything must be done with respect for her wishes. Hinata sat on a bench, her head lowered, her hands not knowing where to place them. Her shy demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier gallant presence on the battlefield. Around the bench, Konoha ninjas gathered. Lady Hinata, the power you showed just now was truly amazing. The Hyuga clan is indeed prestigious, defeating the Uchiha was no big deal for you. And no, not really, Hinata replied, feeling very uneasy. How did you gain such power? Can you tell us? Hinata didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Niji intervened. Lady Hinata is already very tired. Let her go home and rest. Back at the Hyuga clan's residence, Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. I really am not suited to face everyone's expectations. It makes my chest feel tight. Niji gently said, you'll get used to it over time. Hinata was surprised. Brother Niji, aren't you curious about the source of my power? Niji smiled. If Lady Hinata wanted to tell us, you would have already. Hinata nodded. Yes, I feel there's no need to make a fuss and invite trouble. As long as I can use this power to protect everyone in critical moments, it's enough. Niji said, Lord Hayashi is waiting for you. I think there's no need to hide it from him. Okay, Hinata nodded, having mentally prepared herself. In the tatami room, Hinata and her father Hayashi sat face to face. Hinata, father, Hayashi, Hinata, the power you used, is it the Tenseigan? Hinata looked up in surprise. Hayashi continued, our Hyuga clan ancestors left records stating that the ultimate form of the Byakugan is a power called the Tenseigan. However, for thousands of years, no one in the clan has ever truly awakened that. The conditions for awakening are unknown, so it became a secret known only to the heads of the main family through generations. Hayashi looked directly at Hinata. Tell me, how did you awaken these eyes? Hinata clenched her fists. It was Naruto. Hayashi was shocked. What did you say? Hinata explained everything in detail. After listening patiently, Hayashi fell into deep thought. After a long time, he got up, walked to the door, opened the sliding door, and checked the corridor. Then he formed seals and activated a barrier that blocked perception and sound. Hinata asked, do you believe me, father? Hayashi sat back on the cushion and said, originally, I wouldn't have believed it, but knowing the conditions for awakening the Tenseigan so clearly, and even being willing to use his soul to help you awaken it, there is no stronger evidence than this. Hearing that Hayashi was willing to believe in Naruto, the burden in Hinata's heart was suddenly lifted. Hayashi said seriously, Hinata, I can believe in Naruto. I can even promise you that in the future, you can marry Naruto and be his wife. But for now, we cannot reveal all of this to the outside world. Hinata lowered her gaze. Hayashi continued, public opinion is terrifying. Father is doing this for your own good. Naruto is a rogue ninja, and the village is full of criticism against him. In such an atmosphere, the truth doesn't matter. People only believe what they want to believe. But I promise you, when necessary, the Hyuga clan can secretly assist Naruto. Hinata's eyes lit up, really? Hayashi smiled, of course it's true. That child, as a rogue ninja, has already gained the secret support of the Ino Shikacho and the Hokage herself. I've never seen a rogue ninja treated so specially. More importantly, it was that child who made me realize the strength and excellence of my long-overlooked daughter. He changed Niji, and he changed you. I've always felt he had hidden reasons for betraying the village. After hearing what you said, I'm completely at ease. Hinata, your strength is already enough to qualify you as the head of the main family, but I don't want you to face the storms too early. In the coming period, stay at home as much as possible and avoid showing yourself. Father will explain everything else. Hinata bowed and said, thank you, father. Thank you, Naruto. This was what Hinata said in her heart. The discussion soon began. Konoha's advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, approached Tsunade. Hamura Mitokado, that girl named Hinata has gained such powerful strength. If she turns against the village, no one can stop her, right? In that sense, she's a threat. Tsunade rested her hand on her chin, speaking in a serious tone, you're overthinking it. What motivation does she have to do such a thing? Koharu Udatane, Tsunade, don't you remember? When Naruto Uzumaki fought Pain, she went out to help him. That girl has feelings for the rogue ninja Naruto. That's enough to give her a motive to betray Konoha. Tsunade's gaze darkened, that's just your speculation, isn't it? Hamura Mitokado, no, it's the opinion of many in the village. They just don't dare to discuss it openly because of the Hyuga clan's prestigious status. Kohara Yutane, but as long as it's public opinion, we can't ignore it. So we are speaking on behalf of these people, hoping you'll take action. Tsunade's gaze turned icy. So, what measures do you want to take? Hamura Mitokado, seal the girl's eyes and chakra. The means to lift the seal should be in our hands. At least this way, we can ensure the village's emergency response and guarantee she poses no threat to the village. In other words, treat her as a convenient tool, right? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table and strode forward, lifting the two of them. Hamura Mitokado, Tsunade, what are you doing to us advisors? Kohara Yutane, are you still naive? Have you forgotten the consequences of your favoritism towards Naruto? Tsunade declared firmly, it's the inhumane actions of you stubborn old fools that have driven countless ninjas who should have been loyal to Konoha to become rogue ninjas. As long as I'm here, you won't have a say. You're relieved of your advisory duties, go enjoy your retirement. Hamura Mitokado, our advisory positions were appointed by the daimyo. You have no authority to remove us. Kohara Yutane, your reckless actions will have consequences. Who cares? Tsunade took a running start and threw the two of them out of the second-floor window. The two got up, dusted themselves off, and left. Finally, some peace. Tsunade clapped her hands and turned around. Shikaku leaned against the wall and said, those two are different from Danzo, they're just a bit old-fashioned in their thinking. To be fair, they are thinking of the village. Tsunade asserted, I know that, which is why letting them retire is saving face. Shikaku asked, what should we do with those reanimated individuals? If we let them return to their respective villages, they might become a threat in the future. Tsunade, after careful consideration, said, like with Team Taka, let Naruto handle it. Has he returned yet? Shikaku looked out the window, there's no news from Omegakure yet, but I think it should be soon. In the rear mountains of Ryuchi Cave. Boom. When Naruto opened his eyes, 10 snakes of sage power coiled around him. Orochimaru's vertical pupils gleamed, 10 sage snakes, one more than the 9 that Lord Hashirama had when he mastered it. This is Naruto's form under Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. Naruto said indifferently, I see. The sage arts of Ryuchi Cave, known as transformation, are not just empty words, but even this level is nothing more than mediocre. Having perfectly mastered the 3 great sage arts, it's time to transform into freedom. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 166, Quest for Freedom. Under the Ryuchi Cave's transformation sage mode, Naruto attempted to enter the Shikatsu Forest's silent sage mode. Swish. Swish. The moment it activated, the sage snakes and horns disappeared. It wasn't that the power itself vanished, but rather became more subtle and restrained. Naruto mused, I see, under the transformation sage mode, the restless emotions are countered by the silent sage mode, creating a new balance between physical and spiritual energy. Orochimaru commented, the sage arts of Mount Myaboku, also known as the harmonization sage arts, as the name suggests, build a new balance between physical and spiritual energy with external natural energy. The stronger these two are, the more natural energy is absorbed. Lord Hashirama's freedom sage arts were strong precisely because of this. Naruto closed his eyes and activated the harmonization sage arts of Mount Myaboku, allowing the vast natural energy to flood into his body. Orochimaru asked, how does it feel? With golden eyeshadows appearing, Naruto opened his eyes and said, it's powerful, but it's just a compatibility of the 3 sage arts, not an innovation. I'm sure this isn't the freedom sage arts. Orochimaru rubbed his chin, it's said that when the natural sage arts succeed, a unique mask different from the 3 sage arts appears. Naruto pondered, is that a brand new sage art? I've been too focused on the traces of the 3 sage arts. From now on, I need to let go of these and explore a new path. The white snake sage, observing the scene through a crystal ball, couldn't help but sigh, he has already realized that forgetting oneself is the key to mastering the freedom sage arts. He is just one step away from comprehending the freedom sage arts. Late into the night, Kabuto Yakushi returned to his base in the land of grass. In the battle at Konoha, he lost almost all his Edo Tensei pawns, but knowing the vulnerability of Edo Tensei being actively undone, he wasn't very keen on it anymore. Thus, losing those pawns didn't bother him much. As long as Sasuke was safe. Upon waking, Sasuke stared at the ceiling silently. He had experienced defeat once again, and this time at the hands of the most unexpected person. Kabuto comforted him, Sasuke-kun, you must believe in your strength. You are among the top in the ninja world, you just keep picking the wrong opponents each time. Boom. Sasuke angrily punched the bed, don't tell me such comforting words meant for children. After several minutes of silence, Sasuke suddenly shed tears of helplessness, Kabuto, do you think I'm really useless, unable to even seek revenge, unable to defeat Hinata? Ah, still just a child. After sighing inwardly, Kabuto comforted, Sasuke-kun, I understand your feelings. This time, it was my lack of intelligence gathering. I didn't know Konoha had prepared so well, nor did I know that girl named Hinata had such powerful strength. Sasuke replied, it's not your fault. It was my sudden decision to attack Konoha. Seeing that Sasuke could reflect, Kabuto felt a surge of warmth inside. What is happening to me? After witnessing the defiance of Sasuke-kun, he suddenly understands reason, and I feel an urge to cry. He quickly masked his emotions, adjusting his glasses, and said seriously, no worries, no worries. From now on, we'll think carefully and not fight unprepared battles, alright? Sasuke wiped his tears, I'll listen to you. I'm hungry and want something to eat. Kabuto stood up, alright, I'll prepare food for you. After eating, Sasuke noticed that the wounds he suffered during the battle at Konoha had healed, and the skin at the injury sites had turned white. He asked, Kabuto, what did you do to my wounds? Kabuto explained, I transplanted Hashirama's cells onto your wounds. Sasuke asked, can they only be transplanted when injured? Kabuto replied seriously, when wounds heal on their own, they release a large number of white blood cells to kill bacteria. White blood cells can inhibit the side effects of Hashirama's cells to a certain extent. Kabuto thought to himself, who makes Sasuke-kun not part of the Uzumaki clan? To obtain Hashirama's power relatively harmlessly, this is the only way. Sasuke then asked, by the way, who is Shin Uchiha? Kabuto explained truthfully. Sasuke said, that guy's cells seem to have anti-rejection capabilities, right? Did you use his cells in Danzo's modifications? Hearing Sasuke's apparent interest, Kabuto replied, anti-rejection is Shin's only strength, allowing him to accept various powers and become a jack of all trades. But a jack of all trades never excels, he can't unleash true power. Kabuto thought, to put it bluntly, Shin Uchiha is just a degraded product of the Uzumaki bloodline. To pursue higher-level power, his cells will eventually become a burden. Sasuke looked at the wound where Hashirama's cells were transplanted and asked, once I adapt to these cells, can I awaken the Rinnegan? Regarding this, Kabuto, using a hypothesis he and Orochimaru had established, deduced that the evolution direction of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. He also learned that Madara Uchiha awakened the Rinnegan before his death by obtaining Hashirama's power. But previously, Kabuto was unsure whether Madara's awakening of the Rinnegan was an exception or a rule. Until the journey to Ryuchi Cave, from the White Snake Sage, he learned that Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra, finally deducing the true condition for awakening. The power of Indra, combined with the power of Asura, is the key to awakening the Rinnegan. Hashirama is the previous Asura, Madara is the previous Indra. The power of the previous Asura is effective for the previous Indra, but it cannot be asserted whether it is effective for the current Indra, or if effective, whether it will be discounted. For Sasuke-kun's future, even if Hashirama's cells are truly effective, it cannot be rushed. He solemnly said, to be cautious, the Hashirama cells I transplanted for you are only in small amounts, probably insufficient to catalyze the Rinnegan. But it should allow you to initially master the power of wood release. Sasuke felt lost, then when will I finally transform and become strong? Kabuto said, don't rush, great achievements come late. Your future accomplishments will surpass Naruto. He thought, the urgent task is to determine who is the reincarnation of Asura. Both Indra reincarnations are from the Uchiha, so the two Asura reincarnations should be from the Senju, right? But the surviving members of the Senju are few. Could it be Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, who is already dead? Or... Kabuto suddenly realized. Wait, the son of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, seems never to have been recorded in any archives, and his cause of death is a mystery. Wait, could it be that Hashirama's son left other Senju descendants, and this generation's Asura reincarnation exists among those unidentified descendants? Back at Ryuchi Cave, the rear mountains. On the forehead, a red circle adorned the center. Red arrows pointed towards the eyes, resembling the same mask of the Freedom Sage as Hashirama. But not entirely identical, from Naruto's eyes, each arrow extended towards his arms, pointing to the Rinnegan in Naruto's palms. Boom. A storm arose, pushing Orochimaru back 100 meters, covering his face with his hands, awestruck, this is. Finally. Naruto Uzumaki has mastered the Freedom Sage arts. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Clear Distinctions. Having mastered the Freedom Sage arts, Naruto returned to the temple of Ryuchi Cave to bid farewell to the White Snake Sage. With millennia of wisdom, the White Snake Sage was deeply moved and gave Naruto high praise. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. This generation's Asura once again surpasses Indra, as if it's destiny. If not for the sage's guidance, I would not have reached this point. Naruto expressed his gratitude without arrogance. The White Snake Sage praised, yes, the younger generation is indeed formidable. Naruto casually asked, by the way, on our way here, we saw an ancient bloodstain on the mountain wall that hasn't disappeared in 1,000 years. I'm curious about its origin. The White Snake Sage explained, oh, you noticed that. It was from nearly 1,000 years ago when Indra visited Ryuchi Cave and battled my old rival, the Hydra Sage. The blood of the Hydra Sage contains the sage power of Ryuchi Cave, and in this environment filled with sage power, it doesn't disappear, hence it has remained for so long. Naruto was amazed, someone who even gave you a headache was dealt with by Indra alone. The White Snake Sage replied, back then, my powers were still shallow. If it were now, I wouldn't even regard the Hydra Sage as a threat. Although Indra won, he was also seriously injured. That bloodstain might even contain Indra's blood. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was attentive. Naruto's heart stirred, Indra's blood, could it be? The White Snake Sage saw through him, I've heard you ninjas have a technique called Edo Tensei. You wouldn't be thinking of using Indra's blood, would you? Naruto quickly said, of course not, I would never have such an evil thought. The White Snake Sage continued, I believe you wouldn't, but that doesn't mean others wouldn't, right? Saying this, the sage's vertical pupils turned towards Orochimaru behind Naruto. Orochimaru, startled, said, I was indeed tempted, which is why I asked Naruto to seek your opinion. The White Snake Sage firmly refused, that won't do. Indra is an old acquaintance of mine. If his blood were to leak from Ryuchi Cave, it would put me in a difficult position. You can pursue Indra's blood elsewhere, but not here. Orochimaru respectfully replied, yes, I understand. The White Snake Sage's eyes narrowed slightly, also, every 3 years, I travel the human world. In half a year, it will be time for my next journey. Don't think you can sneak in while I'm away and scrape off some blood scabs from the mountain wall, thinking I won't notice. Such tricks are useless against me. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, of course. I am upright and would never do such sneaky things. The White Snake Sage remarked meaningfully, humph, as long as you're aware. If you harm the interests of Ryuchi Cave, I won't spare you, even to the ends of the earth. With that, Naruto and Orochimaru bid farewell to the White Snake Sage and left Ryuchi Cave, returning to Omegakure. Mito and Konan came to welcome them. Looking at the transformed Naruto, Mito remarked, before this journey, excluding battle experience, your power was on par with Hashirama at his peak. Now, there's truly a gap. To this, Naruto responded with a modest smile. Konan asked with concern, are you tired? Do you want to soak in a hot spring and eat something first? Maybe later tonight, Naruto replied, while I was away, was there any unrest in the ninja world? Konan said, the Hokage sent a letter. Naruto replied, let me see. Tsunade had written about the battle in Konoha, also mentioning Hinata. I see, Naruto felt relieved, as expected, Kabuto and Sasuke acted. Thank goodness for Hinata, otherwise, things could have gone bad. Konan's eyes deepened, it's as if Kabuto knew you weren't in the ninja world. Our Omegakure must have been infiltrated by spies, and their rank isn't low. Kabuto had once served Danzo, and it wasn't surprising for him to plant spies in various countries. However, obtaining intel on Naruto's whereabouts indicated someone of significant status. Naruto said thoughtfully, I check for malice around me using the tailed beast chakra mode every half hour, but haven't detected any sources of malice. At the very least, none of the people I've interacted with in the past half-month are spies. Konan lowered her gaze, then the targets with certain status who haven't met us face-to-face in the past half-month are few. Naruto's expression darkened, it's too early to draw conclusions. Let me confirm it myself. At night. Naruto and Konan arrived at the Omegakure Umbu headquarters, in front of the southern residence. This was the dwelling of the Omegakure Umbu squad leaders, Ryuko and Setsuna. Naruto asked, do those two live together? Konan replied, yes, they specifically requested it. Since it's a personal matter, I didn't delve into it. Naruto's gaze was solemn. Initially, he thought the issue might lie with one of them, but since they shared a room, the other wouldn't be spared either. Let's hope our suspicions are wrong. Whoosh. Naruto used the dustless bewildering cover to conceal his chakra and form, silently infiltrating the residence. Ryuko. Setsuna. Some unusual noises reached Naruto's ears, causing him to frown. What are these two up to in the middle of the night? Never mind, I'll use this to find out. Naruto formed a seal with 2 fingers. Wood release, wooden door. Sizzle. An eye opened on the wooden floor inside the room, and what Naruto saw nearly took his breath away. When he left their home and returned to Konan, he was visibly shaken. Konan asked with a serious look, as expected, do those two have issues? Boom. Naruto punched a utility pole, yes, big issues. Konan frowned, should we arrest them immediately for questioning? Naruto sighed, no, I think they must be under a lot of pressure too. As the one who discovered their ninja talents, I failed to see through their relationship. My skills are still lacking. Conan was puzzled. What exactly happened? What did you see? Naruto sighed deeply, filled with admiration. I don't know how to describe it, but their relationship has surpassed the friendship between men and reached a realm beyond our understanding. Honestly, even at my closest with Sasuke, we couldn't do that. Conan, after pondering, was shocked. Could it be? Naruto chuckled and sighed. That's exactly it. They're not the spies. I confirmed it with the tailed beast chakra mode. Conan murmured, then who could it be? Who's the attacker, who's the receiver, and who's the spy? Naruto's gaze deepened. I might have a guess. If there's someone with a connection to Kabuto and outside our view, it's only her. But for now, let's wait and see. Kabuto is cunning and not easy to handle. Perhaps in the future, when acquiring the left eye of the mirror, she might help us turn the tables. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 168, A Long Road Ahead. The next day, Naruto secretly contacted Konoha. The purpose was to discuss the transfer of several Edo Tensei resurrected individuals who had been sealed during the battle at Konoha. The contact person was Shikaku Nara. Konoha's own Edo Tensei individuals. After careful consideration, we decided to keep. The resurrected individuals from other villages are all listed here, Shikaku explained. Naruto looked at the nearly 100 human-shaped bandages scattered across the ground and asked, have they all been freed from the control of Edo Tensei? Shikaku nodded. Yes, they were stripped of consciousness by Kabuto Yakushi, unable to actively cooperate with the sealing. To prevent Kabuto from undoing the Edo Tensei and using them again, we immediately used the shadow imitation technique and mind-body switch technique together to control them and seal the release of Edo Tensei. But considering many of them are dangerous individuals or ninjas who have opposed Konoha, we sealed them again. Naruto, from now on, you will lead them. Use any method you like, as long as they don't threaten the ninja world. Naruto smiled. Don't worry, no matter how vicious they were, they will serve the ninja world in the future. Shikaku asked, by the way, how is Anko? Anko Mitarashi, who was kidnapped by Naruto to resurrect Orochimaru, became a target for Danzo to discredit Naruto by killing Anko's teammates. In Shikaku's view, when Naruto clears his name in Konoha, Anko will be crucial. If she is returned to Konoha, Danzo and the Root will surely target her. Therefore, he suggested Naruto keep Anko in a Megakure and protect her well, waiting for the right moment for Anko to clear everything up herself. Naruto replied, she's doing well, but it seems the time isn't ripe yet. Shikaku agreed, yes, although Danzo is dead, the Root hasn't been completely eradicated. Those remaining in Konoha are under close surveillance, but many of Danzo's loyalists have fled the village, and Konoha is pursuing their whereabouts. Among them, pay special attention to one person. Naruto stroked his chin. Are you referring to Ryoma Aburame? Shikaku nodded. Correct, Ryoma Aburame is a rare elite of the Aburame clan. During Orochimaru's time serving the Root, he teamed up with Ryoma, who mastered the most terrifying insect techniques of the Aburame clan. The poison of these insects surpasses even Torian Aburame's nanoscale poisonous insects, capable of parasitizing the human body, controlling the nervous system, and killing invisibly. When Danzo contacted Kabuto, he brought Ryoma along. After Danzo's death, Ryoma disappeared. He was Danzo's confidant and won't give up easily. If he attacks openly, he is no match for you, but with his outstanding intellect, he will surely choose to act covertly. Keep a close watch. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, Shikaku. As they say, a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. I won't underestimate anyone. Shikaku admired. No matter how powerful you become, maintaining caution will surely keep you undefeated. Naruto raised his hand, and swish. 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 The human-shaped bandages floated into the air. Naruto said, I'll take these Edo Tensei individuals back. Please give my regards to Lady Tsunade. Oh, Naruto, Shikaku wisely remarked, Hinata's transformation is related to you, isn't it? Naruto sighed, your keen insight misses nothing. Shikaku smiled, then I'm relieved. In an unknown hideout in the land of grass. Scratch. Wood release, great forest technique. Crash. Wooden branches sprouted from Sasuke's arm, forming a stream that slammed into the mountain wall. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Is this wood release? I can feel my chakra is more abundant than before. Kabuto chuckled. The cells of Hashirama enhance physical energy, even a small implant brings significant improvement to Sasuke. Sasuke pondered. There's a white Zetsu named Tobi with a Bito who also uses wood release. What's his origin? Tobi. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. He's a very special white Zetsu, born from the Geto statue, inheriting Hashirama's wood release power. With the acquisition of wood release, Sasuke grew interested in matters related to Hashirama's cells. Those white Zetsu seem to have a lifespan longer than Hashirama himself. How is that possible? Aren't they degraded products of Hashirama's cells? Good question, Kabuto smiled. through years of experiments with Orochimaru, we discovered Hashirama's cells have two main traits, animal and plant. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, animal. Plant. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Animal traits mean being a flesh and blood person, with metabolism, needing food and excretion, bleeding when injured, aging and dying, but with extremely high power potential, nearly godlike. The true power of wood release requires animal traits, and Hashirama himself is the maximized embodiment of animal traits. Plant traits, on the other hand, are essentially plants, not humans. The white Zetsu's Hashirama cells are all plant traits. They're like walking, self-aware trees, so unless killed, they can exist for a long time. The downside of plant traits is weak power. Most white Zetsu can't even use wood release. That white Zetsu named Tobi is the maximized embodiment of plant traits. You can even see Tobi as Hashirama's plant form. Tobi, the special white Zetsu born from the statue, is the maximized embodiment of Hashirama's plant traits, called the child of the statue by Orochimaru. Sasuke nodded, I see. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Additionally, Obito's Hashirama cells also come from white Zetsu, inheriting their plant traits. He survives without eating, but because half of his body is human, he still ages and dies. Sasuke murmured, that guy has so many secrets. I knew nothing about him before. Kabuto said seriously, but don't worry, no matter how strong Obito is, he can't awaken the Rinnegan. Only Sasuke can become the second sage of 6 paths. Sasuke closed his eyes, deep in thought, the Rinnegan, huh? Kabuto stood up. To achieve this goal, we need a long journey ahead. Sasuke, get ready to set off. Sasuke asked, where are we going? Kabuto replied mysteriously, I'll tell you when the time is right. Just follow me obediently. Wearing a cloak, a hat, and carrying luggage, Kabuto gazed at the sky, his vertical pupils reflecting a sage's wisdom and restraint. The mystery of Asura's reincarnation, after much consideration, has finally reached a reliable conclusion. First, exclude Hashirama's son because Hashirama hadn't died during that period, so reincarnation couldn't occur in his son. It can't be Nawaki either, as he's already dead. Then there's only one possibility left. The son of Hashirama, whose cause of death is unknown, left descendants in secret. Asura's reincarnation is among those descendants. Whoosh. The wind sneaks in at night, the road is long and winding. Kabuto's gaze was resolute. I must find the Senju's last heir. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 169, Morning Flowers, Evening Gatherings. The nearly 100 Edo Tensei resurrected individuals brought back from Konoha were sealed in bandages and displayed beneath the high tower of Omegakure. Konan, Orochimaru, Sakura Haruno, Yamato, and former members of Team Taka were all present to observe. Naruto had already integrated Shirsue's eyes with Hashirama's cells, allowing him to use Koto Emitsukami twice a day. For these Edo Tensei individuals, if persuasion through words failed, he could use Koto Emitsukami to bring them under control. Naruto cautioned, to avoid any unexpected situations, let's unseal them one by one. If there are no issues, we'll unseal the next one. Once we've used Koto Emitsukami twice today, we'll continue tomorrow. Konan, gazing at the array of human-shaped bandages, pondered, so, who should we start with? Naruto smiled, this feels like opening a mystery box. You don't know what's inside until it's opened, and that's the surprise. Let's start with any one of them. As he raised his hand, the bandage in the center floated up, the sealing tag vanished, and the bandage began to unravel. Suigetsu, with his hands behind his head and his sharp teeth showing, chuckled, hee hee, what kind of vicious villain will it be? Swish. As the bandages fell away, a graceful young man landed on the ground. His long, black hair fluttered, and the raindrops falling from the sky instantly froze into frost. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. It's him. Sakura's eyes lit up. The young man's eyelids slowly opened, his dim pupils unable to hide his pure and flawless demeanor. He looked directly at Naruto, a serene smile appearing on his lips. Long time no see, Naruto. You've changed from before. Indeed, it was a delightful surprise right from the start. Naruto's thoughts drifted back to the beginning, to the memories of the land of waves. The beautiful young man who disappeared with the wind to protect someone important. Naruto calmly greeted, long time no see, Haku. You haven't changed at all. Would you like to stay in this Edo Tensei body? I can give you a new home. Haku glanced back and, among the indistinguishable bandages, immediately recognized the only one. Wherever Zabuza-sama is, that's my home. I understand. Naruto raised his hand, and the bandage floated up. After it broke, Zabuza reappeared. During the previous encounter with Kabuto, the 7 ninja swordsmen had already appeared, and Zabuza had met Naruto then. So, he wasn't surprised by the current situation. Zabuza coldly teased, yo, the little brat who was a genin back then has now come into his own. Your growth rate surpasses even your teacher, Kakashi. Naruto scratched his head, don't laugh at me, but I'm still a genin now. Zabuza said, the ranking of a ninja doesn't change once you become a rogue ninja. Wait, when did you defect? How are you still a genin? Naruto laughed, well, it's a long story. If you're interested, I can tell you slowly in the future. Would you like to stay in Omegakure? You were originally a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, and besides here, there's probably no place in the ninja world for you. Of course, if you wish to return to the Pure Land, I won't force you, as you're an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance? Zabuza murmured, looking at Haku. In the depths of his fierce eyes, a soft emotion flashed, and he made his decision. I'll stay. Good. Naruto took out a scroll and summoned a broken sword in 3 pieces, handing the hilted end to Zabuza with both hands. Suigetsu reached out, my executioner's blade. Naruto solemnly said, this executioner's blade should return to its true owner. After receiving the broken sword, Zabuza said, the executioner's blade is a sword that can regenerate by drinking blood. Broken like this, it won't do without killing a few people. At this moment, Konan said coldly, you can find a guy named Haiden. His blood is inexhaustible. Understood, let's leave it at that. Zabuza put away the sword and exchanged glances with Haku, understanding each other without words. Haku, this time, you won't be a tool but a genuine person. Zabuza and Haku joined Naruto's ranks. Naruto stroked his chin, so, who should we unseal next? Sakura, you decide. Ah, me. Sakura hesitated. Naruto smiled, no worries, let's all share the fun together. Then. Sakura pointed to a bulky bandage. That figure, it must be. Naruto had already recognized, it was one of the few that could be identified by appearance alone. Oh well, it was going to be unsealed sooner or later. Naruto gestured with his hand, and the bulky bandage split open. Bam. A portly man fell to the ground with a thud. Sakura tilted her head, who is this? Suigetsu was shocked, could it be the former 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, Fuguki Suikeisen, the previous owner of the same hata? Fuguki Suikeisen grumbled, damn it, I was so glorious in life, and now I'm being used as a pawn after death. Naruto asked, hey, fatty, would you like to work for me? Fuguki retorted, huh? Why should I work for a brat from another village? Then there's nothing more to say. ZZZT. Naruto's right eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Koto Amatsukami. Boom. Fuguki Suikeisen bent his knees, Lord Naruto, I've been waiting for you. Suigetsu looked like he'd seen a ghost, hey, is this for real? Yugo frowned, with such a dojutsu, if he had the intention, we would have. Naruto said seriously, Fuguki, you were the previous owner of the same hata, but since it's with Kisame, I'm afraid I can't return it to you. Fuguki replied, that's fine. I'm not picky. Naruto asked, do you have any special skills? Anything at all? Fuguki said, I'm a master swordsman, capable of handling any ninja sword with ease. Naruto nodded, I see. How about a butcher's knife? Fuguki hesitated, what? Naruto said, then, how about you become a butcher? Omegakure is preparing to gradually open trade with other villages, and will be bringing in a large number of pigs. Fuguki, I hope you can take on this challenging job. Fuguki replied, if it's Lord Naruto's will, I won't hesitate. Naruto thought, great, this way we can save on labor costs, and having a chief butcher with elite jonin skills is quite a billboard for our village. Thus, Fuguki Suikeisen took his place. Now, let's see who the next one will be. Naruto raised his hand, breaking the seal. Swish. A powerful chakra immediately drew attention. It was a man with a small mustache and no eyebrows. Naruto smiled, I didn't expect to draw the Joker so soon. The mustached man looked around, what kind of godforsaken place is this? After lifting the control, they sealed us again and smuggled us here. What's that Nara kid in Konoha up to? By the way, who are you? Naruto introduced himself, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the leader of Omegakure. Gungetsu Hozuki tilted his head, Omegakure. That little-known village. The second Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki, perished alongside the second Tsuchikage during the First Shinobi World War, while Amagekyu's Hanzo was active during the Second Shinobi World War, so Gungetsu didn't know Hanzo. Naruto laughed, the village may be small, but it's complete, I won't beat around the bush, I want you to work for Omegakure. Gungetsu laughed, young people speak so directly, but I'm a dead man, I'm not interested in these conflicts. I know you're very powerful, could you do me a favor and release this Edo Tensei? Any method will do, I want to return to the Pure Land. Naruto sighed internally, I respected Nagato's wish to return, but Gungetsu, we have no connection, and I don't want to be a pushover. Sorry. ZZZT. His left eye turned into the Mangekyo, ready to use Koto Ematsukami for the second time today. At this moment, Suigetsu stepped forward. Are you Grandpa Gungetsu? Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 170, Swift Changes. Grandfather. Gungetsu Hozuki examined the young man before him, who clearly bore the characteristics of the Hozuki clan, and asked in surprise, "So, you're from Enjetsu's?" Suigetsu replied, "Hozuki Enjetsu was my father." "I'm your grandson, Suigetsu." Gungetsu inquired, "I died early." "How did Enjetsu die?" Suigetsu said somberly, "Father sacrificed himself for the village, leaving me and my brother behind." Gungetsu was astonished, "You have a brother?" Suigetsu nodded sadly, "Yes, Mangetsu Hozuki, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but he died early on." Hearing this, Gungetsu felt a pang of sorrow. "Ah, my poor grandson." Suigetsu said with a hint of pity, "Grandfather, it's so good to see you." Strictly speaking, relatives separated by a generation and having never met wouldn't have deep feelings for each other. While elders might feel differently, for juniors, it's practically a rule. Indeed, Suigetsu, being such a smart boy, had his own plans. In this dangerous ninja world, having grandfather Gungetsu around meant having a powerful backing. On top of that, if he could maintain a good relationship with Naruto Uzumaki, he could surely rise to prominence. He thought himself very clever. Gungetsu, who never expected to meet his never-before-seen grandson after death, was moved to tears. "I have no regrets now, truly no regrets. Suigetsu, it's so good to see you. Now, I can finally rest in peace." Whoosh. A white soul light enveloped Genjetsu's body. Suigetsu was shocked. Wait. Whoosh. Genjetsu's soul detached from the living sacrifice and ascended to the heavens. "Suigetsu, take care of yourself. Grandfather will go ahead." "Grandfather, why are you leaving just like that?" Suigetsu was left stomping in frustration. How could this be? My major support disappeared in the blink of an eye. Didn't you want to stay and protect your grandson? The ninja world is so dangerous, how could you leave me alone? Clatter. The dust-covered living sacrifice fell to the ground, and the deed was done. Losing a powerful ally was certainly a regret for Naruto, but he thought, the one most saddened by this must be Suigetsu. Naruto consoled, "Suigetsu, don't be sad." Genjetsu-sensei left with a smile. Suigetsu, with a mournful face, said, I know. I'm happy for grandfather." Naruto smiled, "All right then, why don't you unseal the next one?" "Okay, let's go with that one," Suigetsu pointed randomly. "All right." Naruto raised his hand, and with a snap, the bandage flew up, the sealing tag disappeared, and a young man with sky-blue hair, bearing a resemblance to Suigetsu, landed before them. Suigetsu's eyes widened. No way. This is a joke, right? It was Mangetsu Hozuki, his brother. Mangetsu, with a complex expression, said, "Suigetsu, you've grown. Brother." Suigetsu rushed forward, hugging Mangetsu's leg tightly. "You're not going to leave, right? You'll stay, won't you?" During Mangetsu's active years, it was the bloody mist era of Kirigakure. Not wanting his young brother to grow up in such a place, he sent Suigetsu to be raised outside the village when he was still a child. Because of this, Suigetsu had a relatively peaceful childhood and didn't develop a bloodthirsty nature. As for being valued by Orochimaru later as a test subject, that's another story. Mangetsu, with a doting tone, said, "I won't leave. Brother will stay." Orochimaru, watching this scene, smiled sincerely. "Suigetsu, when you joined me, you hoped that one day you could meet your brother again, didn't you?" Thus, with Gungetsu gone and Mangetsu reunited with Suigetsu, another karmic cycle was concluded. Naruto continued the unsealing. Chiyo appeared. Sakura Haruno trembled in surprise. "Lady Chiyo." Chiyo, looking at the Edo Tensei Sakura, was filled with regret. "Sakura, such an excellent ninja, how did you end up?" Sakura replied, "It's a long story. I lost myself for a while, hurt everyone, and ended up like this. Maybe it's karma." Chiyo sighed. "In youth, who hasn't taken a wrong turn? Everyone has the right to make mistakes. Sadly, some never find their way back even in death." At this moment, Sasori of the Red Sand stepped forward. "Yo, old lady, are you insinuating about me?" "Sasori." Chiyo said calmly, perhaps recognizing oneself after death is the true meaning of Edo Tensei. Sasori retorted, "Recognizing myself? I have no regrets about almost killing you." Chiyo laughed, "Didn't you hold back in the end?" After a moment of silence, Sasori said, "You knew I held back, yet you still died. You didn't take your life seriously enough." Chiyo flicked her hair, leaving hope for the next generation. "That's what I learned from the young." Sasori shrugged, "I really can't stand you, old lady. You should free yourself from this Edo Tensei and return your soul to the Pure Land." Hearing this, Naruto suddenly felt tense. But Chiyo playfully said, "No, the more you say that, the more I want to stay and see what kind of trouble my grandson will get into." Sasori smirked, "Humph, suit yourself then." Phew, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly thinking, could Sasori have predicted Chiyo's character and said that on purpose? Perhaps the answer is known only to Sasori of the Red Sand himself. Swish. Naruto raised his hand again. Snap. The bandage broke, revealing a handsome young man with white hair, wearing an ethereal gray robe, appearing before them. Yugo, with a calm expression that suddenly wavered violently, exclaimed, "Kimimaro." Kimimaro gazed at Naruto and said, "Seeing you now, I realize how time flies. Compared to you, Sasuke's growth speed is insignificant." Naruto noncommittally replied, "Kimimaro, you must have many things you want to say to those behind me." Kimimaro approached and greeted with a smile, "Yugo, long time no see. Have you found your chains?" Yugo lamented, "I tried to find them, but those chains couldn't bind me in the end." Nearby, Karen Uzumaki looked downcast. Kimimaro patted Yugo's shoulder, "Then let me continue to be your chains." Yugo's eyes trembled, "Can you?" Kimimaro smiled, "This Edo Tensei body won't suffer from illness. I'll stay by your side." Yugo sighed with relief, "That's wonderful." Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru, standing behind Naruto, feeling a sense of longing. People always desire to be needed by others, just as Yugo needs me. I need Lord Orochimaru, and even Lord Orochimaru is no exception. Kimimaro turned his gaze to Naruto, "I want to see where someone needed by Lord Orochimaru will go." Naruto used today's second Koto Amatsukami on Troy, the Kumogakure ninja with magnet release who emerged next. Today's mystery box unsealing came to a temporary halt, and as the leader of a Megakure, Naruto arranged for the Edo Tensei individuals he had subdued. Later, using the mirror attacker technique, he defeated his own self of the day, and after dinner, he began developing the puppet of the Azura path with Sasori, making for an incredibly fulfilling and busy day. Coincidentally, at night, on a remote island far from the ninja world. "Yo, Obito, you've become quite skilled, making it hard for me to find you." Madara, at this point, why appear before me like a stray dog? Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan, met, and a new storm was inevitable. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Evil Triumphs. Obito Uchiha spoke disrespectfully, causing Madara Uchiha to furrow his brow, "Stray dog. Kid, watch your words." Obito spread his hands, speaking righteously, "Isn't it true? An old man nearing 100 years, repeatedly defeated by a 16-year-old child forced to come find me. Let me guess your intentions, Madara." With the Rinnegan in Naruto's hands, the Geto statue needed to revive the Ten Tails couldn't be easily used. To continue the Eye of the Moon plan, the first step was to reclaim the Rinnegan, even if only one. After all, the fake Rinnegan under your Edo Tensei can't summon the statue. So here's the issue: you prefer using force over strategy, yet you appear before me. The Rinnegan isn't in my possession, the statue is with me but serves no purpose. The only reason is that you plan to join forces with me against Naruto. Am I right, Madara? Madara chuckled, "Humph, as always, you're good at understanding people's hearts. Putting other matters aside, have you kept the statue well?" Obito replied calmly, "Of course, the statue is sealed deep within my space-time dimension. Naruto can't summon it away." Madara said slowly, "But you can't deal with Naruto, right? As his power continues to grow, he might ignore your space-time seal and directly summon the statue. You know what would happen then, don't you?" Obito spoke seriously, "So, that's why you want to join forces with me, right?" Madara declared, "I saved your life, giving you a purpose for existence. I'm your savior and guide by sentiment and reason. Joining forces with me is the best choice. What, do you have other options? If you did, you wouldn't be hiding on this remote island, right? Calling us both stray dogs isn't far off." Obito declared loudly, "Yes, we're both stray dogs. But I'm different from you. At least now I have the Geto statue and 8-tailed beasts under my control. At least I'm alive and can become a Jinchuriki directly, while you can't even hope for the Rinne rebirth." At this point, Obito's gaze sharpened, "Frankly, with my current perspective, your power isn't that impressive. Whether or not I join forces with you, the outcome won't change. There's even the risk of you betraying me." Madara laughed quietly, "In the end, you think your wings have grown strong and you can fly on your own, right? All right then, let me prove myself." Madara formed seals with his hands in front of his chest. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame arrow. Boom. The flames compressed into arrows, shooting through the air. Kamui. Whoosh. The spacetime vortex swirled, and Obito appeared high above. Heh. Madara smirked. Roar. A sky-blue Susanoo rose, forming a dual-faced deity, coordinating with the main body to form different seals. Heavenly obstacle quaking star. Boom. The sky darkened, a massive meteor, its front ablaze from atmospheric friction, roared down. Obito looked up calmly. A meteor, huh? It looks impressive, but it means nothing to me. Whoosh. The meteor passed entirely through Obito. Madara's gaze deepened. You're still too naive, Obito. Buzz. Madara raised his palm, and the large meteor suddenly stopped in midair. Obito, when your body and external objects overlap, you're inevitably in a phasing state. The phased part is in a liminal state with the current space, requiring your ocular power to maintain it, like a spring constantly ready to snap back. While in a phasing state, to use any technique, you must establish your presence in the current space, meaning returning to physical form. But within the meteor, becoming physical would mean instant crushing by its internal pressure. Moreover, if your whole body is phased, you're unaffected by gravity, so you won't naturally fall. All you can do now is remain phased, traversing through the meteor. But currently, you're in the meteor's center. At your speed, reaching the meteor's edge would take at least 3 minutes, and... Roar. Madara's Susanoo reignited from behind, forming a three-faced deity. The newly formed face made additional seals. Earth release, super lightweight rock technique. Buzz. The large meteor suspended in the air rapidly lost weight. Even if the meteor's density greatly decreases, it still maintains the strength to crush your flesh and blood, and... Madara waved his hand. Heavenly obstacle star manipulation. Buzz. As Madara moved his hand, the meteor began shifting diagonally downward. I'll manually manipulate this meteor, moving in the direction you're traversing inside. Though the meteor's movement can't match your speed, it can significantly extend the time you need to reach the meteor's edge. About 5 minutes should be more than enough. Thus, 4.5 minutes passed, and Obito had traversed near the meteor's edge. Almost there. But 5 minutes is your previous limit. Now, with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, 5 minutes might not be your limit. Crack. 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 Black rods emerged outside the heavenly obstacle quaking star, infused with Madara's chakra. Clap. Madara clasped his hands, his presence imposing, then, injecting massive chakra into the heavenly obstacle quaking star, making it the gravitational core. What will happen when creating a Chibaku Tensei? Chibaku Tensei. Boom. 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 The entire island shattered, transforming into endless boulders, converging towards the heavenly obstacle quaking star. Rumble. With a series of roars, its size expanded once again. Madara lowered his hand from the seal, murmuring, well, this Chibaku Tensei is large, but the time you have to escape is determined by the radius, not the size. The further from the core, the harder it is to extend the radius, and this weight can't be manipulated anymore, but now, your escape time is extended to 8 minutes. Approaching the half-minute limit, Madara's gaze darkened. Based on my understanding of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I can deduce your phasing time is 10 minutes. Wood release, multiple wood clone technique. Whoosh. 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 30 wood clones appeared, each using Susanoo, readying Yasaka Magatama. Madara clasped his hands. Wood release, flower tree world descending. Boom. From the edges of the Chibaku Tensei, the tree world broke out, flowers blooming, releasing pollen, enveloping the Chibaku Tensei, transforming it into a forbidden zone. Next, I'll maintain lethal firepower coverage, ensuring you can't deactivate phasing even for a moment. Of course, this requires extreme foresight and microcontrol, which is extremely exhausting. Though the Edo Tensei body doesn't consume chakra, focusing intensely still drains mental energy. Madara Uchiha smiled wickedly, and I can maintain full concentration attack about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, considering error margin, it's more than enough. Whoosh. As Obito Uchiha escaped the edge of the Chibaku Tensei, Yasaka Magatama came from all directions, one after another. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, the duo join forces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 30 Susanoo launched by Madara's wood clones hurled Yasaka Magatama with precise rhythm, maintaining both attack density and continuity. This formed a perfect cycle of attacks, paired with the powerful force of wood release, leaving Obito with no opportunity to deactivate his phasing. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the roaring, Obito had no choice but to continue in phasing mode, holding his breath and striving to escape the pollen zone. I never expected Madara to understand the essence of my abilities so thoroughly. He's come prepared. However, to maintain such relentless coverage that leaves me with no countermeasure, he must focus entirely. Even a slight external force could disrupt him. Zetsu, ready yourself. Splash. The ocean surged as White Zetsu, in his Toby form, emerged forcefully, launching his spiked wood towards Madara standing on the sea. Madara glanced sideways. So, it's Toby, siding with Obito as expected. But I also came prepared. Black Zetsu. Understood, Lord Madara. Splash. Black Zetsu rose from the sea at Madara's feet, shielding him from the spiked wood. What? Obito was shocked to see Black Zetsu appear. How can it be? Wasn't it sealed in the void of my spacetime dimension by my 10 directions divine void sword? How is it here? Black Zetsu sneered. Obito, just as you guarded against me, I have always been prepared for you. What you sealed was merely a fragment of me. You didn't expect that, did you? Obito pondered deeply. Madara hasn't regained control over the Geto statue yet, and the white Zetsu won't obey him. The only one aware of my hiding place was Toby, who cut off contact with other white Zetsu to prevent information leaks. Yet Madara still tracked me down. It must be Black Zetsu, whose forte is intelligence gathering. Black Zetsu asked, Lord Madara, are you ready to kill this traitor Obito? Madara replied, that's a good choice. After killing him, I'll use Toby as a living sacrifice to perform Rinne Tensei on Obito. This way, not only his ocular powers but also the Geto statue and the tailed beasts will be at my disposal. The initiative will be entirely in my hands. Boom, 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 boom. The lethal firepower coverage continued, pushing Obito to his phasing limit. Madara showed no signs of stopping. Obito's expression was grave. My right eye has activated Tsukuyomi, rendering me immune to all genjutsu at the cost of being unable to use Izanagi. In that case, you won't succeed. At this moment, Toby shouted, clapping his hands together. A small scale true several thousand hands rose from the sea, advancing. Black Zetsu exclaimed, I can't block this. Madara smirked, as 5 wood clones disengaged, confronting Toby. After 4 were crushed, the last one landed close to Toby, suddenly throwing a kunai downward. A kunai. Toby murmured, stepping back. Whoosh. Suddenly, Madara's body emerged from the kunai, a black rod piercing Toby's chest. Obito was stunned, flying thunder god. Crack. Terrifying chakra flowed from the black rod. Ugh. Toby was immobilized instantly. Madara's gaze was cold. To counter the threat of Naruto, I learned the favorite tricks of the person I once despised most. Do you know how humiliating that was for me, Obito? Due to dividing his attention to attack Toby, the assault on Obito slowed, allowing him a moment's respite. Black Susanoo chakra spilled out, forming a complete body. Madara's eyes narrowed. You managed to catch your breath. I've heard your Susanoo artifact can seal Black Zetsu's yin-yang body, indeed troublesome, but as long as it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. Obito's gaze was somber, thoughts racing. My long-range artifact, 9-fold Kemui Magatama, can track targets before hitting and phase through to prevent interception. But its phasing time shares with mine, and I've exhausted my phasing, reducing it to just a tracking Kemui Shuriken. To deal with Madara, I'll ultimately need the 10 Directions Divine Void Sword for a complete seal. Boom. In Obito's complete Susanoo, a black greatsword formed, thrusting towards Black Zetsu on the sea. Atop the small scale true several thousand hands, Madara pondered, his target is Black Zetsu. Makes sense, but still somewhat peculiar. Whoosh. Black Zetsu retreated swiftly. I am Madara's will. The same trick won't work on me. Zing. But Obito ignored Black Zetsu, suddenly focusing downward on the sea. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Whoosh. Madara, initially atop the small scale true several thousand hands, suddenly appeared on the sea. Madara's pupils contracted. This is a time-space ocular jutsu. His target wasn't Black Zetsu, but the position I occupied before using the Flying Thunder God. Crack. The 10 Directions Divine Void Sword pierced Madara's body. Whoosh. A terrifying Kemui vortex began spinning, pulling Madara into the void of the space-time dimension. Obito declared solemnly, Madara, it's over. Whoosh. Madara's body was completely transferred by the 10 Directions Divine Void Sword, while all the surrounding wood clones fell, turning into lifeless deadwood. Black Zetsu was horrified. How could this be? Lord Madara, actually. Obito cast a cold gaze. Black Zetsu, you're next. Boom. But suddenly, the sea surged, and a sky-blue complete Susanoo burst forth, lifting tons of seawater, cascading down. It stood opposite Obito's black Susanoo, each dominating half the sky. Madara, positioned in the forehead block of his complete Susanoo, crossed his arms before his chest, declaring boldly, Obito, did you really think I was unprepared for your suspected new ocular jutsu? From the moment I decided to use the Flying Thunder God to assault Toby, I had already left a wood clone, keeping my real body beneath the sea. Madara's thoughts were meticulous, but theoretically, with your current vision, you could see through wood clones, yet in your haste, you failed to observe carefully, hastily using your trump card ocular jutsu. It's because you were anxious to move me away from Toby, right? Crack. Obito clenched his fist tightly. Yamatsu Hirasaka isn't a jutsu that can be used consecutively. Since I failed to seal Madara and he knows my details, succeeding again will be extremely difficult. Should I use Kamui to retreat immediately? But Tobi is currently pinned by Madara's black rod. Under Madara's vigilance, Obito can at most escape alone, unable to take Tobi with him. He regretted deeply in his heart, from the start, when Madara launched that meteor attack, I should have retreated into the space-time dimension early on, avoiding the peak. I shouldn't have relied on phasing, ultimately making a wrong move, losing the entire game. Madara contemplated, despite everything, Obito's complete Susanoo is still formidable, and he can abandon Tobi and flee at any moment. Though he retains a naive side if it truly comes to life and death, he will undoubtedly abandon Tobi to save himself. Considering all factors, killing him and then using Edo Tensei is unlikely to succeed. Madara raised his eyes. All right then, Obito, let's each take a step back, return to the initial negotiation point, and discuss joining forces against Naruto. After witnessing my strength, you shouldn't make foolish judgments, right? After all, in my eyes, you're still somewhat clever, otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen you as the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. After much consideration, there was ultimately no better option. Obito relaxed his clenched fist, compromising. All right then, I can join forces with you. Release Tobi. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 173, Twists and Turns. The next day, after the Koto Amatsukami ocular power had recovered, Naruto once again arrived at the base of the Omega Kure Tower, ready to unravel the bandages of the Edo Tensei resurrected individuals. Perhaps due to the dramatic events of the previous day, even more people gathered to watch today, including Kakuzu, who set aside his busy schedule to witness the spectacle. As Naruto hesitated over which one to unravel first, Suigetsu approached. I've been curious since yesterday. These bandages seem too small. Could there be a child inside? Oh, now that you mention it, it is rather strange. Let's start with this one then. Naruto raised his hand, and the bandage floated up. The ceiling tag was removed, revealing a short, bald old monk who landed in front of everyone, scratching his head. The crowd was momentarily speechless. Naruto stepped forward and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The old monk replied courteously, "I am Chijaku, a monk from the Fire Temple." Upon hearing Fire Temple, Kakuzu immediately showed interest. What's your relation to Chiriku of the 12 Guardian Ninja? Chijaku surprised everyone with his response, Chiriku is my disciple. Naruto was intrigued, so you must be quite skilled then. Chijaku waved his hand dismissively, no, I'm Chiriku's teacher in scholarly matters. I don't know any ninjutsu. Hearing this, the crowd's interest waned. Naruto thought to himself, it seems that Kabuto's Edo Tensei occasionally results in such failures. But for Kabuto, it was a painstaking effort to find them. Discarding them would be a waste, at least they can serve as an immortal punching bag. Naruto was quite open-minded. How about this, Master Chijaku? I can send you back to the Pure Land. What do you think? Chijaku clasped his hands together, holding his prayer beads, and spoke compassionately, the sins of all beings are many. Since my soul has been summoned back to this world, it must be for an unfinished mission, which is to spread the Dharma to all beings. Naruto felt a bit troubled. There's no temple in Omega Kure. Building one would require manpower and resources, and Kakuzu might not agree, right? But Naruto underestimated Kakuzu's obsession with money. Kakuzu looked far ahead. If you become the head of a temple, how much donation money can you collect in a year? Well. Chijaku stepped forward, gesturing in Kakuzu's palm, about this much. If it's up to the Fire Temple's standards, it would take about 3 years to recoup the costs. Kakuzu stared down at him, are you serious? Chijaku replied, a monk does not lie. Kakuzu nodded, all right, leader, let's keep this one. Naruto said, since Kakuzu has spoken, I have no objections, but just to ask, Master Chijaku, besides chanting and praying, do you have any other skills? I'm a monk, monks are best at breaking seals like this. Without further ado, Chijaku threw his prayer beads. Pop. The beads landed on the ceiling tag in the middle of another set of bandages. With Chijaku raising 2 fingers and chanting, after a series of actions, the seal was broken. Wow, not bad. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. With the seal lifted, a powerful chakra presence emerged, and the 4th Kazekage Raza broke free. The 3rd Raikage had already been defeated by Naruto, his soul taken away. The Gold and Silver brothers were also subdued by Naruto. The Akatsuki members were captured by Naruto. The 2nd Tsuchikage was defeated by Madara, and the 2nd Mizukage soul passed on. Hanzo was defeated by Konan and passed on. The Edo Tensei resurrected from Konoha were kept by Konoha. Counting them, the 4th Kazekage Raza was the strongest among the remaining Edo Tensei resurrected. Naruto chuckled, Master Chijaku, you have quite the luck. Chijaku clasped his hands together, Buddha is merciful. Whoosh. Immediately, Chijaku was buried by the gold dust extracted and gathered from the ground by Raza. The gold dust hidden deep within the earth was instantly refined and brought forth. Gold dust magnet release, impressive. This comment came from Kakuzu. Raza crossed his arms before his chest, his dark pupils first locking onto Orochimaru, exuding a murderous aura. Orochimaru laughed casually, "Fourth Kazekage, it's been 3 years since the Chunin exams in Konoha." Hiss. Raza's black eye circles appeared, a sign of his gold dust magnet release at full power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surging gold dust rose from the ground. Kakuzu's dark green pupils trembled, ugh, 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 ugh. Raza's expression was stern as he waved his hand. Magnet release, gold dust imperial funeral. Whoosh. The waves of gold dust crashed down, targeting Orochimaru but enveloping everyone. Yet no one dodged, for in front of them stood the world's safest barrier, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto removed his black gloves, revealing the Rinnegan in his palm, facing the falling gold. Note, it can be used without removing the gloves, but removing them adds to the ritual. Rinne Tensei. Pop. The directional repulsive force dispersed the gold dust. Raza's gaze sharpened as he looked deeply at Naruto. Naruto calmly said, "You're Gaara's father, right?" "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, a friend of Gaara, the current Kazekage." Whoosh. Raza's pupils contracted. "What did you say?" "That Gaara became Kazekage, and you said friend, he made friends, how is that possible?" At this moment, Granny Chiyo laughed. "It's true, Raza. That child has now gained the love of Sunagakure. His virtues are renowned throughout the ninja world, especially this Naruto Uzumaki here, who risked his life to save Gaara when he was captured by the Akatsuki and lost Shikaku." Raza was surprised. "Granny Chiyo, you said Gaara lost Shikaku. Then how did he survive?" Sasori of the Red Sand said, "This foolish old lady used a reincarnation jutsu to save that Kazekage kid's life, sacrificing her own." Raza was shocked again. "Granny Chiyo, you actually did such a thing?" Granny Chiyo shook her head. "You shouldn't have said that, Sasori." Ignoring even Orochimaru, his enemy, Raza was deeply moved. "I never thought to understand Gaara's thoughts, only seeing him as a tool, giving him no fatherly love. Yet he overcame his inner hatred, achieving so much and being cherished by many." I. Kakuzu urgently said to Naruto, "Something's not right. Use your Koto Amatsukami quickly. If he breaks free from the Edo Tensei, we're in big trouble." Naruto calmly replied, "Hold on, let's wait a bit longer. After all, Raza is Gaara's father." If possible, Naruto wanted to preserve the use of Koto Amatsukami. Raza looked up and asked Naruto, "Is Gaara here?" Naruto answered honestly, "This is a Megakure. Gaara is stationed in Sunagakure. Without urgent matters, he can't leave." Raza lowered his gaze. "I see. He probably doesn't want to see me, his father." Naruto spoke earnestly, "That's not true. To be honest, Gaara's biggest regret is not being able to have a heart-to-heart with you, to live in harmony." Raza's gaze quivered. Naruto continued logically, "So, please stay. One day, I'll arrange for you two to meet. Besides, Lord Raza, you died young, surely with many unfulfilled wishes." Raza pondered, "You've tamed even Orochimaru and Sasori, and it seems Granny Chiyo is willing to stay by your side, indicating your capability. However, I have a question." Naruto smiled, "Feel free to ask." Raza raised his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Granny Chiyo said Gaara was captured by the Akatsuki and lost Shikaku. Then why are most of you, including you, wearing Akatsuki robes? Don't think I died early and never dealt with the Akatsuki." Whoosh. The atmosphere plummeted from boiling to freezing. "This is really hard to explain." Naruto shrugged helplessly. Hiss. His Sharingan appeared, ready to use Koto Amatsukami. But just as things were about to take the worst turn, Raza suddenly said, "So, please tell me the twists and turns when necessary. Until then, I'll wait patiently." Hiss. The Sharingan faded, and Naruto beamed. "Of course, I represent a Megakure in welcoming you, Lord Raza." Chapter 174, Endless Fun. Raza returned to his position, and Kakuzu took the initiative to stand close to him. "Wind Shadow, your magnet release with gold dust is arguably the most lucrative jutsu. The desert in the land of wind holds unimaginable reserves of gold dust. So why is Sunagakure the poorest among the 5 great shinobi countries?" Raza sighed, "Don't even mention it. My magnet release can indeed easily extract gold dust, but the desert is a resource of the land of wind, not Sunagakure. We have to pay at least 95% of our mined gold dust as taxes. More importantly, we shinobi lack the metallurgical skills to refine pure gold from the gold dust. We can only sell it at a very low price directly, and we don't have the sales channels. It's all handled by the land of wind, which invisibly increases the costs during the turnover. In the end, we hardly make any money and can only barely treat it as a side business. Kakuzu's dark green pupils deepened. In short, the daimyo of the Land of Wind doesn't want shinobi to acquire money through means other than executing missions, to prevent them from going beyond their control. Raza agreed. Among the 5 great countries, the total number of shinobi, including genin, is only in the hundreds of thousands, but the total population of the 5 countries is in the billions, overwhelmingly disproportionate. The resources we shinobi need for living are entirely supplied by the outside world. To put it bluntly, shinobi are just tools serving the daimyo. If the funding support is cut off, our survival would be in jeopardy. And the so-called shinobi world is just a term we small groups use to comfort ourselves. The common people don't refer to the world as the shinobi world. Raza's words revealed the hardships of the small group of shinobi. It also explained why shinobi, despite having such powerful military strength, had to obey the daimyo. Whoosh! At this moment, the bandages unraveled, and a beautiful kunoichi with orange hair, wearing a Sunagekure forehead protector, landed in front of everyone. Raza's expression changed drastically. Pakura. Pakura, a scorch-release Kekiigenkai shinobi from Sunagekure in the Land of Wind, was skilled in using scorch-release, extremely steaming murder. She was powerful and hailed as a hero of Sunagekure. However, she was deceived by the 4th Kazekage Raza under the pretense of a secret mission to Kirigakure, where she was ambushed and killed by disguised Kirigakure shinobi without any precaution, becoming a sacrificial pawn in the war for profit. Her dim eyes, cold and filled with resentment. Lord Raza, it's been a while. Naruto, who became Hokage in his past life, knew a bit about the grievances between the two. As they say, he who tied the bell on the tiger must take it off. Naruto said, Lord Kazekage, Pakura, you should resolve this privately. Granny Chiyo added, I'll go along to prevent any incidents. Thus, Raza and Pakura, accompanied by Granny Chiyo, went to settle their issues privately. Naruto eagerly opened the next bandage. Before him appeared a young boy with a gentle face, wearing a Konoha forehead protector. This made Naruto pause, thinking, didn't Uncle Shikaka say that all Konoha shinobi were kept by Konoha? Could it be an oversight? Shin. At this moment, riding on an ink bird floating in the sky, Edo Tensei Sai called out the boy's name. The Shin before him was not Uchiha Shin. Shin was originally a member of Root, one of Danzo's trusted aides, and Sai's brother, both belonging to the organization under Danzo's jurisdiction known as Root. His personality was similar to Naruto Uzumaki, and he took good care of Sai. In an internal test of the Root organization, he chose to end his own life. The reason was that this so-called test was very similar to that of Kirigakure, involving killing each other among former comrades, with the winner being deemed qualified. To give Sai a chance, Shin chose to end his own life, and everything about Shin was recorded in Sai's sketchbook. Hearing Sai call out Shin's name, Naruto recalled the boy he saw in Sai's sketchbook when they teamed up years ago and understood. So, he was Sai's brother. A member of Root, no wonder he wasn't kept in Konoha. Naruto said seriously, Shin, you must have things you want to say to Sai. You two should talk alone. After that, I'll respect your choice to stay or leave. Thank you, Shin nodded. The ink bird landed, and Shin jumped onto its back, going to a quiet place with Sai. Who will it be next? Naruto raised his hand, ready to unwrap another bandage. What fell before him was a ninja wearing a gas mask and traditional Omegakure attire. This. Konan, look, Naruto looked at Konan. Konan stepped forward, her orange eyes indifferent, judging by the attire, he might be one of Hanzo's subordinates. Hanzo, huh, Naruto murmured. At this point, there was no prejudice against Hanzo's subordinates. However, if not handled properly, they could become a threat due to their different standpoints. A subordinate of Hanzo being summoned by Kabuto's Edo Tensei must have some significance, right? Naruto asked, what was your position under Hanzo? The AIM ninja replied, a right-hand position. Naruto's eyes lit up, you were Hanzo's right hand. The AIM ninja said, the right hand of the right hand. Everyone thought, so he's just a henchman. It seemed, like Nakajaku, this so-called right hand was undoubtedly another failed product of Kabuto's Edo Tensei. Naruto rubbed his forehead, could you remove your mask and let me see your face? The AIM ninja shook his head, I refuse. Naruto was curious, why? The AIM ninja said, it's my principle. As a ninja, I will never remove my mask. Naruto smiled, I see, you have quite a personality. But sorry, your stance is unfavorable to Omegakure, and your strength doesn't warrant me using Kodo Amatsukami. Let me send you back to the Pure Land. Whoosh. Naruto dashed forward. Human path. Zap. The AIM ninja's soul was extracted from the living sacrifice. Crack. Crack. The gas mask shattered first. Naruto widened his eyes, wanting to see his true face. but was disappointed, for beneath the gas mask was yet another mask. Thud. The living sacrifice fell to the ground. Naruto sighed, both helpless and impressed. You really have a unique personality. In the next 2 attempts, Naruto hit a wall, as they turned out to be Kurirare Kushimaru and Jinin Akabino, former members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielders of the longsword, Nuabari and blast sword, Shibuki. Having experienced the bloody mist era, the two were unruly. After being subdued by Koto Utsutsuki, Naruto returned their swords to them. Though he wasn't satisfied yet, he had used up today's Koto Utsutsuki. He suppressed his impulse and went to attend to other matters. During dinner in the evening, Konan brought news. As expected, you predicted it again. Hayden's substitute was killed, and the one who did it was Uchiha Obito. Snap. Naruto's chopsticks paused midair, surprised. Obito's moves are faster than I thought. Could he have allied with Kabuto? Konan replied, Kabuto seems to have gone traveling the shinobi world with Sasuke, his intentions unclear. Naruto chewed on the rice ball, his gaze deepening. If not Kabuto, then it's probably Madara. If those two join forces, we must carefully choose the battlefield. The lands of small countries can't withstand such turmoil. Putting down his chopsticks, Naruto took the napkin from Konan's hand and wiped his mouth. How about setting the battlefield in the land of lightning? It's vast and rich, perfect for development. Chapter 175, The Dark Mobilization. The flames roared, consuming an unknown skull. You have made significant contributions to the Akatsuki. If you must blame someone, blame Naruto. It's because of him that you've become a threat to me. With these words, Obito Uchiha turned and walked into the lair behind him. He had already decided to join forces with Madara Uchiha to confront Naruto Uzumaki. Sitting by the candlestick, Madara Uchiha rested his chin on one hand, gazing at Obito at a 45-degree angle, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Since you have obtained his blood and have such convenient techniques, if it were me, I would have acted immediately to ensure his demise. As for the Ghetto statue and the tailed beasts, once you take his eyes, you can release them. With a flick of his cloak, Obito slowly took a seat, staring at the flickering candlelight. Ah, so I don't understand what Naruto is planning, he said in a low voice. In truth, Madara was equally puzzled. In our first battle, he used an enhanced Chibaka Tensei to suppress me at the ocean floor, thinking he was safe. That made sense. But in our second battle, he successfully sealed my chakra points with black rods and absorbed my chakra with the Preta path. He could have used the human path to extract my soul, but he didn't. Instead, he warned me about Black Zetsu. He said Black Zetsu is Kagaya's will and that it altered the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. Madara clenched his fist tightly at the thought. If that's true, then the path to salvation through the infinite Tsukuyomi, as revealed by the stone tablet, is also fabricated. Does that mean my decades of effort and planning were all a joke? If Hashirama knew this from the grave, where would my reputation stand? Back then, in front of the stone tablet, I confidently expressed my understanding of its contents, mocking his confusion because he lacked the Sharingan to see the true path, but... No, I cannot waver. There's no turning back now, retreating is certain death. The flickering candle flame extinguished suddenly. Obito looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" The flame reignited, and Madara, having dispelled his doubts, returned to his usual cold, calm, and unrestrained demeanor. Madara stated firmly, "We can study Naruto's motives after we achieve our great success. Right now, nothing is more important than the Eye of the Moon plan. As long as my Rinnegan and the Nine Tails are in Naruto's hands, the plan will remain on hold." Obito nodded, "You have a point, but I've fought Naruto 3 times and lost each time. Each time, he breaks my expectations with stronger chakra and new powers. This time might be no different." Madara inquired, "Which of your 3 battles with him came closest to victory?" Obito replied, "To be precise, it was during the second battle. At that time, he hadn't yet gained the Uzumaki clan's power or the Senjus would release. If it weren't for Konan's explosive tags set up in a Megakure, the outcome might have been unknown." Remembering the sea of explosive tags, Obito clenched his fist, as it was a shadow that lingered over him to this day. Madara pondered, "So, in your 3rd battle with him, he had already gained the Uzumaki power and the Senju power, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. The enhancement brought by these elements is the most evident, while the combination of jutsu and battle experience requires long-term accumulation. In the short term, there's not much improvement visible." Obito's expression darkened. Madara gestured with his hand, "Let's consider what other decisive elements he might have that could bring significant enhancement." Obito answered without hesitation, "Ocular power and Sage mode." Madara smiled, "Naruto isn't the original owner of the Rinnegan. As for his Mangekyo Sharingan, do you know whose it is?" Obito replied, "It belongs to Shisui Uchiha, a rare genius of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Koto Utsutsuki technique." Madara asked, "Does Shisui have any siblings?" Obito shook his head. No, not even brothers. His parents died early. Oh, Kagami Uchiha is Shirsue's grandfather, and his eyes are also missing. Madara sat up straight, crossing his arms, and said, a grandfather, not exceeding 3 generations. This means Naruto has the potential to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But Koto Utsukami, as I understand it, without Hashirama's cells, takes over a decade to activate once. Even with them, it can be used at most twice a day. With this frequency, it's hard to go blind. Blindness is the storage of ocular power. Without the process of blindness, even if he transplants Kagami's eyes, he can't awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, at least not in the short term. Madara concluded, so, in terms of ocular power, Naruto won't have significant enhancements. Obito pondered, but isn't Susanoo a quick way to blindness? If he keeps it activated day and night, wouldn't that accelerate blindness? Madara chuckled, oh, Obito, you still don't grasp the essence of our clan's ocular power deeply enough. Frequent use of Susanoo only stores Susanoo's ocular power, and Susanoo doesn't require the eyes to keep watching the enemy. Once the storage is complete, it can be activated without eyes. To make the eyes completely blind, all ocular power must be stored. He can't escape using Koto Utsukami extensively. Obito nodded, I see. Madara stated seriously, then the crucial element for Naruto's enhancement is Sage Mode. He has already mastered Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode. With the foundation of Sage Mode, mastering the other 2 Sage Modes shouldn't be difficult. Let's assume the worst-case scenario. During our inactivity, Naruto has integrated the 3 Sage Modes and learned a Sage Mode equivalent to Hashirama's. In that case, his strength would indeed have a qualitative leap. And unlike Hashirama, that brat Naruto is full of tricks. Who knows what methods he might employ? Although it's hard to accept, even if we join forces, we might not have a guaranteed victory. Obito remarked meaningfully, it's hard to believe that even Madara Uchiha would say something that boosts others' morale while diminishing his own. So, you must have a plan, given your calm demeanor. Madara stood up, released the Geto statue. Obito was taken aback, what did you say? Madara said in a deep voice, the 8 tails is insignificant to Naruto now. Seal the 8 tails into the Geto statue to further enhance its power and use it in this battle. Obito frowned, release the Geto statue here. Aren't you afraid Naruto might try to summon it and take it away? Given Naruto's current style, he might actually do that. Madara provoked, so, are you afraid? Obito replied unwaveringly, yes, I am afraid. Because the Geto statue cannot afford any mishap. This concerns the success or failure of the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara taunted, fortune favors the bold, Obito. Fine, we can seal the 8 tails. Both the Geto statue and the 8 tails are in my space-time dimension. Let's go together, Obito challenged, even turning the tables, or are you afraid that once you enter, you'll never come out? With these words, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Well, I'm just offering a suggestion that benefits both parties as a collaborator. Even if you disagree, there's no need to take it so seriously. Madara sat back down, crossing his legs. Obito also sat down again, if you're not comfortable going to my space-time dimension with me, I'll go in with Zetsu and seal it myself. It will just take a bit longer. Madara asked, how long? Obito replied, 6 days. Madara rejected, too long. After you killed Haiden, Naruto could deduce that you're preparing to act. He might even calculate that we're joining forces. If he's well prepared, our chances of winning diminish. Obito frowned, then what do you suggest? Madara, with a hand on the table, stood up calmly, since I'm willing to let you release the Geto statue, I have a way to ensure it won't be summoned by Naruto. Come out, Black Zetsu, Zetsu, time to work. With a rustle, Black Zetsu and Zetsu emerged from the ground. Obito questioned, what are you planning to do? Madara replied calmly, you'll find out soon enough. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Dawn of the Kill. Madara, Obito, Zetsu, and Black Zetsu stood in a quadrilateral formation outside the lair on an open field. After forming a series of hand seals, they pressed their hands against the ground. Barrier, 4 red yang formation. Boom. Scarlet walls rose, forming a grand and enclosed barrier. Obito observed, so this is the 4 red yang formation. It's said to be the strongest barrier technique that requires 4 ninja of Kage-level strength to activate. Its strength is indeed more than 10 times that of the Uchiha flame formation. So, what's the next step? Madara replied, imprint your Kamui into the 4 red yang formation as a seal. This way, we can isolate space, preventing Naruto from summoning away the Geto statue. Obito thought to himself, I see. If Kamui and the 4 red yang formation are combined, it indeed surpasses the combination of Kamui and the Uchiha flame formation in terms of spatial isolation. Sizzle. Obito's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Black curse marks flowed from his palm into the ground, quickly spreading to the 4 barrier walls. Thus, the spatial lock was formed. Obito stood up. In a sense, this barrier is like my own time-space. Naruto indeed can't summon away the Geto statue. Madara said in a deep voice, release the Geto statue and the 8 tails. Kamui. Whoosh. From the swirling vortex of Obito's eyes, the Geto statue and the 8 tails were released one after another. Obito asked, are we going to seal the 8 tails while maintaining this barrier? Isn't that biting off more than we can chew? Even if we weren't maintaining the barrier, it would take us at least 2 days to fully seal the 8 tails. Madara surprisingly said, humph, it won't be that troublesome at all. Obito was incredulous, what do you mean? Can your fake Rinnegan from the Edo Tensei control the Geto statue? Of course not. Madara looked up at the chest of the Geto statue, where a protrusion was visible. It was the artificial body of Hashirama that Madara had cultivated years ago using the Geto statue and Hashirama's cells. This artificial body was not a white Zetsu. In some respects, it was equivalent to Hashirama himself, but without consciousness. Obito narrowed his eyes, are you planning to make use of that artificial body? How? I've taught you before, haven't I? Just do it like this. Swish. Madara raised 2 fingers in front of his chest. Sizzle. A black rod emerged from the chest of the Hashirama artificial body. Madara's chakra flowed through the black rod, controlling the unconscious artificial body. The Hashirama artificial body's hands moved slowly, forming a seal in front of its chest. Madara's gaze was deep. The Hashirama artificial body was cultivated by the Geto statue, so it can synchronize with it. By using the black rods of the 6 paths technique to control the artificial body, I can achieve control over the Geto statue. Crunch. The Geto statue opened its mouth, shooting out a chain that latched onto the neck of the 8 tails, dragging it forward. Madara Uchiha, with overwhelming dominance, declared, bringing a pet back to its little home is a matter of minutes. Boom. The massive body of the 8 tails was swallowed into the mouth of the Geto statue in less than a minute, leaving nothing behind. Crunch. The Geto statue's mouth closed, while the black rod retracted into the chest of the Hashirama artificial body, and its hands returned to their original position. After absorbing the 8 tails, the Geto statue's appearance remained unchanged, but its internal chakra had skyrocketed. Madara lowered his 2 fingers after forming the seal, nonchalantly saying, see it's done, isn't it? Black Zetsu praised, ha 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 as expected of you, Lord Madara. Watching Madara's figure, Obito Uchiha was silent and trembling, perhaps I've underestimated not only Naruto but also this man in front of me. Madara calmly said, all right, Obito, put the Geto statue away. Just as you used the 8 tails, use the Geto statue. With your current ocular power, you can do it. Whoosh. The vortex of Kamui swirled, and the Geto statue was sucked into the time-space. Whoosh. The 4 red yang formation was lifted. Madara said, tell me the seals for Edo Tensei. What? Are you interested? A bit curious, can't you tell me? Well, there's no harm in telling you. After Madara explained the seals for Edo Tensei to Obito, he said, everything is ready. Let's head to Omegakure. Obito objected, going to Omegakure isn't wise. Why? Not good at fighting on foreign grounds. Anywhere but Omegakure. Then how do you plan to make Naruto, who excels in flying thunder god, fight? After pondering, Obito said, actually, it's not that complicated. From what I know about Naruto now, if we directly send him a challenge letter, he'll definitely accept it. Madara, indifferent, said, all right then anyway, we've already alerted him. Let's do as you say. If he accepts the challenge, great. If not, we'll head straight to Omegakure. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At dawn, a white Zetsu appeared at the entrance of Omegakure. Through the rain tiger at will technique, Naruto and Konan immediately arrived. The white Zetsu before them was clearly controlled by Obito's genjutsu, with a wooden expression, Naruto Uzumaki, Obito Uchiha challenges you. You can choose the place, but you must fight. Otherwise, we'll come to Omegakure and force you to fight. What a concise challenge letter. Konan coldly said, let them come to Omegakure. I'll evacuate the civilians. Wait, Sister Konan. Naruto placed a hand on Konan's shoulder and said to the white Zetsu, go back and tell Obito and Madara that I, Naruto Uzumaki, accept this battle. We'll meet in half an hour at the plain of 10,000 valleys in the land of lightning. Understood. Rustle, 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 the white Zetsu, acting as a messenger, answered woodenly and quickly burrowed into the ground. Inwardly, the white Zetsu rejoiced, luckily, I had the quick wit to pretend to be controlled. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped Naruto's clutches, ha 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 ha. In Omegakure, Konan frowned, are you really going to face them alone? At least take Lady Mito with you. Naruto replied, we can't be sure they don't have a diversionary tactic planned with Grandma Mito in the village, I can be at ease. Is that really the case? Conan looked at Naruto's profile, both helpless and fond. The excitement on your face is like that of a child eager for battle. You're becoming more and more enthusiastic about fighting. Conan advised, go, be careful. If you can't win, use Flying Thunder God to return to the village. With our current strength, we can't take down those two defeated foes. Besides, Haiden isn't dead, and we have Obito's blood. They never stood a chance from the start. That's true, Sister Conan, just return to the village, sip tea, and wait for my news. Whoosh. With the fan on his back, the fire cloud robe billowing, Naruto Uzumaki vanished in the light of Flying Thunder God. On the other side. Obito Uchiha, Madara, should I use Kamui to send you over? Madara Uchiha, no need, I've had Black Zetsu leave marks in all 5 great nations. I'll use Flying Thunder God myself, and enjoy the scenery along the way. You really have the leisure for that, huh? Let's act separately then. I'll wait for you outside the plain of 10,000 valleys, and we'll step onto the battlefield together. Whoosh. Retracting his gaze, Obito used the Kamui vortex to absorb himself. Madara smirked slightly, humph, such a cautious brat. After dealing with Naruto, it's your turn, Obito. Swish. He disappeared in the light of Flying Thunder God. In the land of lightning, the plain of 10,000 valleys. Naruto Uzumaki stands alone, ready to face the combined might of the Uchiha duo, as the battle is about to unfold. Chapter 177, The Roaring Duo. The Wanhao Plains in the Land of Lightning are less than 10 miles from Thunder Mountain, where the Kimogakure base is located. Originally a vast plain, frequent lightning strikes have made the terrain uneven and rugged, hence the name Wanhao. In the center of the Wanhao Plains, 3 mountains of equal height form a triangular encirclement. Naruto sat on the southern mountain, waiting for the arrival of the duo. As the sun rose from the horizon, the Kimogakure Umbu began their patrol on Thunder Mountain as usual. A Kimogakure ninja stood on a tree trunk, looking through binoculars. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the mountain in the center of the Wanhao Plains. There's someone on that mountain. After noticing the anomaly, he hurriedly called his companion below the tree. The companion said, someone. To reach such a place, they must be a ninja. Let's see which village's ninja is so bold to trespass on our Kimogakure territory. The Kimogakure ninja on the tree adjusted the focus of the binoculars and clearly saw the person's attire, exclaiming, that attire looks like Akatsuki. What did you say? His companion's face changed dramatically, jumping onto the tree trunk, taking the binoculars, and his face turned pale instantly. It's not just Akatsuki, that's Akatsuki's #1 rogue, Naruto Uzumaki. What did you say? The one who attacked the village twice, trespassed into the Valley of Hell, ambushed Lord Reikage, and then illegally landed on Paradise Island with his group, the rogue ninja from Konoha. It's more than that. He also seized the position of village leader of Omegakure. Samui, Kamui, Omoi, and others are still captured, their fates unknown. Even Lord Darui met a grim fate. He's undoubtedly our Kimogakure's #1 enemy. What should we do? Hurry, report to Lord Reikage. Whoosh. A leaf blew in the wind, and Naruto caught it with 2 fingers, lowering his head to play with it. Whoosh. The familiar vortex spun through spacetime, and Obito, in his black robe, calmly landed on the northern left mountain. Naruto lowered his head and greeted, you're alone. Obito remained composed, you seem to have already guessed that I wouldn't come alone, otherwise, you wouldn't have told White Zetsu to inform me and Madara. Naruto raised his eyes, you misunderstood. I meant, didn't that curly-faced White Zetsu come with you? Obito's pupils shrank imperceptibly, then he replied calmly, oh, you mean Tobi. He won't be attending this battle. Naruto tossed away the leaf missing a corner and slowly stood up, too bad, I kind of miss him. Thud. A kunai landed on the northern right mountain, and Madara Uchiha arrived through spacetime. Naruto was surprised, oh. You've learned my Flying Thunder God technique. But to use it before the battle starts, is that all right? Madara stood firm, arms crossed, calm and composed, there's no need to hide, all 3 of us can use spacetime jutsu. If we keep dodging, this battle will never end. Naruto smiled, isn't it better if it never ends, we can enjoy the fun of fighting more. Madara chuckled, if it were just you and me, that would be nice. But since I've teamed up with Obito, we're determined to take you down. Let's set a rule, no matter how the battle develops, none of us can use spacetime techniques to escape. Naruto laughed, though you say that, when life is at stake, the body tends to react instinctively. Madara said, a certain dark-hearted man from Konoha invented a jutsu called the tongue-cursed seal. Have you heard of it? Naruto thought, oh, it's recorded in the scroll of seals. If you break the vow, it curses you, right? The tongue-cursed root technique used by Danzo's root seems to have originated from the tongue-cursed seal. Madara raised his hand and proposed, we three should use the tongue-cursed seal together, make a deadly vow, and eliminate the possibility of escape. How about it? Naruto shrugged, I don't mind, but think about it. You two are teaming up against me. This initial condition is already unfair, isn't it? Madara asked, then what do you want? Naruto raised a finger, so, I want you two to add a clause, regardless of the outcome of this battle, you can never attack Omegakure and Konoha. If you agree, I'll agree to your terms. Obito and Madara exchanged a glance, then looked at Naruto, alright, we agree. Then let's begin. After reaching a consensus, the three of them used the tongue-cursed seal together. Naruto Uzumaki vowed, I, Naruto Uzumaki, swear that in this battle, no matter how dire the situation, I will never use space-time jutsu to escape beyond the Wanhao Plains. If I break this vow, may I die a terrible death. Obito Uchiha vowed, I, Obito Uchiha, swear that in this battle, no matter how dire the situation, I will never use space-time jutsu to escape beyond the Wanhao Plains. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I will never attack Omegakure and Konoha for eternity, or may I die a terrible death. Madara Uchiha vowed, I, Madara Uchiha, swear that in this battle, no matter how dire the situation, I will never use space-time jutsu to escape beyond the Wanhao Plains. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I will never attack Omegakure and Konoha for eternity, or even if I am an Edo Tensei, may my soul be shattered and never resurrect. Sizzle. 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 After the vows were completed, the black tongue-cursed seals appeared on their tongues. Once spoken, it's no joke. Madara's lips curled, I can't wait, let's start quickly. Rumble. But at this moment, the Kumogakure group pulled a vehicle and burst into the Wanhao Plains. Clang. 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 The uneven terrain made the vehicle jolt, but the fourth Reikage sat motionless, his small eyes wide open, cursing, damn Naruto Uzumaki, bringing Akatsuki to Kumogakure to cause trouble again, not taking me seriously at all. Madara sneered, who is that? Obito said, that's the current fourth Reikage. The vehicle stopped at the foot of the mountain, and the Reikage stood up, none of you are leaving today. I'm going to eliminate all of you. Naruto was surprised at how quickly the Reikage adapted to his super heavy body, but this wasn't his fight. Naruto hurriedly said, hey, step back quickly. This stage is still too early for you. The Reikage shouted, shut up. I'm here to ruin the stage today. Boom. Crackle. The explosive lightning release chakra mode enveloped him as he stepped off the vehicle, his 10-ton body slowly rising toward Madara's mountain. Madara muttered, this is the first time I've seen such a slow Reikage. Roar. Madara stood firm, as Susanoo transformed into a blue skeleton. Humph, mere Susanoo, it's not worth a thing. The Reikage punched in midair. Crack. Susanoo's bones shattered under the Reikage punch. Madara sensed something strange, this power, something's off. Bang. After the Reikage's feet touched the ground, the mountain immediately cracked in half. Roaring. The Reikage pushed forward with all his might, as the skeleton form of Susanoo shattered like rotten wood, his fist nearing Madara's face. So that's it, this unusually heavy body, you've been tampered with. It's the super heavy rock technique of that little brat from Iwagakure, Anoki, but still insignificant. Sizzle. Madara's eyes narrowed. Snap. The Reikage's pupils shrank, his body halted, caught in a genjutsu. Crack. The mountain collapsed halfway, and the Reikage lost his footing and fell. Damn, genjutsu, I was caught by mere Rinnegan. Boom. With a loud crash, the Reikage fell heavily and couldn't get up again. Lord Reikage. The Kumogakure group hurriedly approached, lifting the Reikage away from the battlefield. The small interlude came and went quickly. Humph, I thought this generation's Reikage had some skill, but can't even warm up. Truly pathetic. Madara withdrew his gaze, his hands forming seals powerfully, and declared, insignificant people have exited, let's start the main event. Naruto Uzumaki, the dead are silent, the defeated are mute. If you lose, hand over the Rinnegan and the Nine Tails. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. This shinobi world is hopeless. Only the Eye of the Moon plan is the path to salvation. Naruto, you're hindering everyone's happiness. Whoosh. Obito Uchiha formed seals, and the Kamui vortex stirred the storm. Fire release, storm dance. Blazing. 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 The duo's fire release came together. Moving forward, doing what I say, that's my ninja way, believe it. Facing strong enemies teaming up, Naruto was fearless, countering with fire release. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Boom. 3 seas of fire collided, instantly igniting the sky over the Wanhao Plains. The blood battle begins.